Volume 20 Chapter 1. ACT-1 Abyss. Gram, Mahagram. Do. A group of monsters ran across the swamp. Their overall appearance looked like a lizard. But it wasn't an ordinary lizard. It was a lizard double the size of a human and wearing armor with weapons. A rush? Razak! Clack clack clack, clack 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 clack. Razak rushed forward at Ark's command. He lifted his shield powerfully and slammed it into the ground while flames emerged from both sides of the shield. The flames formed into wings which the lizards ran into. Quack 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 quang, peep-pepping, waruk. With a tremendous roar, the lizards were engulfed in flames and stumbled. It was the special skill Iron Firewall from Razak's shield made from the skull of the Fire Draconian. Around 100 lizards were caught by the Iron Firewall and their rush was cancelled and they became stunned. At this state it was possible to counterattack and deal massive damage to them. However, Ark didn't dare counterattack. Karak, Maram. Gram, Mahagram. A rough voice was audible from behind the lizards. Then the lizards wrapped in flames rushed again along with an extra 100 lizards. When the lizards approached with their swords brandished, Ark bit his lip and shouted. Damn, it started again, Razak, fall back. Dark Eden, prepare your defense formation. Defense formation. 100 warriors repeated the command. The ones at the front of the battle formation was the shield unit. They placed their shields down and lifted their spears at an angle. It was a formation designed to strike the enemy while defending against their charge. This defensive formation and the speed at which the warriors formed it was a result of their suffering in the secret dungeon. Qua 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 qua, qua 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 qua. There was a roaring sound as the lizards impacted with the defense troops. The defense formation was formed with 100 people. On the other hand, there were hundreds of lizards which rushed at it. Nevertheless, the defense formation didn't crumble. Most of the shock from the impact was absorbed into the shield and dispersed into the ground. The lizards who blindly rushed forward were also hit by the spears and fell down. While the defense of this formation was the best, it also had a fatal weakness. Since they required a sitting posture to prevent the enemy's charge, they were almost defenseless after that. In addition, the size of the monsters was 2-3 meters. If they attacked from above, then there was no way for his shield troops to respond. As expected, when the rush was obstructed, the lizards immediately lifted their weapons. If they took an attack in that position, then the damage to the shield troops would be devastating. Of course, Ark wasn't the only one who realized this when looking at the situation. Archers and magicians stopped those lizards. Horizontal fire, precision fire. Ray of light which pierces the darkness, ray. A huge number of arrows and magic flew towards the lizards. The reason the warriors crouched down wasn't simple to raise their defense against the charge. It was to raise the attack of the archers and magicians. The magicians and archers played an important role in battle. Warriors could only attack when close to the enemy. In other words, if they attacked the enemy, then the enemy could attack back. So for warriors, a battle was like a war of attrition. However, archers and magicians were different. They could attack enemies from a distance without receiving any damage at all. When fighting a huge enemy like a dragon, it was difficult for more than a few dozen warriors to attack one monster because of space limitations. However, hundreds or thousands of archers and magicians could concentrate their attacks on one enemy. There were no distance restrictions. So it was possible to reduce the enemy one at a time. Thus archers and magicians were an indispensable presence in fights. However, in practice the archers and magicians' abilities were limited on a large scale. The reason was their allies who weren't enemies. Archers and magicians had low health, so they couldn't be on the front lines. Their role was support at the back. In other words, there were always allied between them and the enemy. The attacks from magicians and archers flew in a parabola in order to hit the enemy. So there was always the chance of hitting their allies first. That's why the archers and magicians were positioned so their curved attacks didn't hit their allies. To users in New World it was common sense. Naturally, Ark had also used that method until now. But he got to know the archers and magicians better after invading the secret dungeon and his thoughts had changed. That method is too inefficient. The reason Ark thought that was because of how archers and magicians used their skills. Archers and magicians had numerous skills and they were divided into two main types, a straight or curved attack. So if there wasn't an obstacle between the enemies, then they could attack directly, and if there was, then they could use the curved attack. Of course, the horizontal attacks were more powerful. It was similar to when throwing a stone. One thrown in a straight line would be more powerful than one thrown in a curve. The damage and accuracy of a horizontal attack was 1.5 times better than a curved attack. In addition, there were several limitations to using a curved attack. When soloing, the most effective skills for archers were precision fire, rapid fire, piercing shot, etc. In the case of magicians, it was skills which had a short incantation speed and power like ray, etc. But those skills were horizontal attacks and couldn't be utilized properly in a group battle. Of course, the wide area skills had a lot of power in a large-scale battle, but some of them had cooldown time of 2-3 hours. When considering those points, the archers and magicians only showed 50% of their actual abilities on a large scale. Is there a way for an archer and magician to wreak havoc in a group? Ark had been thinking that since he started invading the secret dungeon. Then he found a surprisingly simple answer. It was the formation where the warriors crouched down and defended. When the warriors at the front crouched down, they exposed the enemies to the archers and magicians. All the obstacles blocking the archers and magicians had disappeared. The archers and magicians immediately changed the way they attacked and hurled horizontal attacks like a machine gun. The arrows and magic flew straight forward like a clothesline and wreaked havoc. Both the power and accuracy was incomparable to the curved attacks. Kwa Kwan, 222 tongue. The precision shooting attacked the vital spots. The arrows accurately stuck from the joints of the lizards. Thanks to the arrows stuck in elbows and shoulders, the lizards couldn't attack without flinching. That was why he wasn't worried about the counterattack when the troops crouched down. When the magician's attack ray hit the knees, the lizards immediately stumbled. Once the movements were disrupted, an ally would take care of the enemy. With this simple idea, the archers and magicians could use 100% of their abilities in a large-scale battle. Now's the time. Shield troops, push against those fellows and advance. Oa! The warriors seemed to bounce up and brandish their shields simultaneously. There was a rough metallic sound and the lizards were pushed back. After they struck, the shield troops immediately sat down again and allowed the magic and arrows to fly. Okay, it is a little hard, but if we continue pushing like this, Just as Ark was about to push against the lizards again. Master, those lizards are preparing for a huge rush again. Rackard's voice could be heard from above. Gram, Mahagram. At the same time, there was a loud roar from behind enemy lines. Then the lizards at the front split to the sides and 100 lizards rushed forward in a wedge formation. Bah, it is impossible. Defend. Once again the warriors used their shields and spears to build a barrier. Then just before the rushing lizards collided. Karakin, Baram, Noramuda. A commanding voice rang out and the rushing lizards simultaneously jumped like frogs. Ark's heart also simultaneously jumped like a frog. Ark had used that tactic several times, so the lizards had already found a countermeasure for it. Just jump over the warriors who were crouching and break through. Ark hadn't realized that the lizards would think like that and hurriedly shouted. Archers and magicians, stop those lizards. The arrows and magic blew into the crowd of jumping lizards. The lizards were almost defenseless when they jumped. Once intercepted by arrows and magic, those guys fell into the swamp. However, he hadn't expected the move, so his reaction was delayed. Around half the lizards managed to break through. This is serious. Panic spread on Ark's face. Currently all the warriors in Dark Eden were posted at the front. Because the lizards had suddenly jumped over, they couldn't immediately respond to the situation. Moreover, the lizards still at the front started attacking. If they turned around to attack the lizards who intruded, then they would be attacked by the enemy in front. Meanwhile, the dozens of lizards who intruded rushed at the magicians and archers. Huck! Scatter! Kuahak! This intrusion and confused fighting was the situation magicians feared most. The magicians and archers who had lost their protective screens couldn't properly oppose the enemy. Furthermore, the lizards were mixed in with allies, so they couldn't fire arrows and magic blindly. Damn it, this is the worst situation. Ark's breath felt clogged as he heard screams from everywhere. Of course, only a few lizards had broken in, so the magicians and archers could take care of them. But the warriors were tied up with the lizards, so the magicians and archers received quite a lot of damage. Yet it isn't possible to let the magicians and archers retreat. If the magicians and archers retreated, then the warriors would be left isolated with the lizards. The 100 soldiers would be surrounded by the lizards without any support. In that situation, the warriors would be wiped out within a few minutes. Wiped out. Damn, if only I had more troops. Ark muttered while biting his lips. In fact, Ark had known about the weak point when he made the warriors crouch down and form a defensive stance. When crouching, the switch between defense and offense was slow and there was a high chance of intrusion if the enemy was willing to take damage. However, no enemy had ever broken through until now. When facing hundreds of large monsters, it wasn't difficult to drive them off. But the defense formation he used now wasn't complete. The original formation Ark used was double the size with 2 layers. The warriors in front would prepare for a charge. And he arranged another unit of warriors 1 meter behind to defend against any intruding enemies. But the current defense formation only had 1 layer. Despite knowing the risks, he was forced to use it because of insufficient troops. Currently Dark Eden only had 300 people. In this state where the troops aren't replenished, isn't it impossible to capture the dungeon to the end? A frustrated sigh emerged from Ark's mouth. In this desperate situation, he recalled the hardships experienced over the past few days. Dash. Quah! A huge monster yanked its hair and screamed painfully. With a dark aura wrapped around numerous dead bodies like a veil, the one holding the wand commanding them was the Dark Conjurer Circa. He was a middle-ranked level 650 boss who they met on the 50th floor of the secret dungeon. Just like the alias Dark Conjurer, Circa was a powerful middle-ranked boss who could conjure hundreds of undead as his subordinates using dark magic. But Ark smiled and muttered. It had been 10 days since Ark started the dungeon. The number of monsters Dark Eden killed to get him numbered in the 100,000. All those monsters were experience for Dark Eden. It wasn't simply just raising their level. Of course, raising level was good, but the even more important thing was gaining experience fighting against monsters. This was known as combat experience. Put simply, Ark's dungeon invasion during the last 10 days could be classified as insanity. An average of 4 hours sleep. Ark invested the remaining time into attacking the dungeon. He didn't just invest simply into capturing the dungeon, he invested terribly. Normally after an intense battle, most players would take a few hours break. Even if they were just lying down in the unit, a battle lasting several hours required high levels of concentration. But that common sense didn't apply to Arkansas. All of the enemies have been finished. Really? Then let's move to the next place right away. Huh? Didn't the battle just end? So what? Hasn't your health and mana already recovered? That is true, however. Then why do you want to rest? Ark couldn't understand the users who wanted a break. In the secret dungeon, experience and loot were swarming everywhere. Since they troops traveled in a large crowd, the health and mana consumption wasn't large. In other words, there was a chance of gaining serious experience around the clock without any breaks. Honestly, even the time Ark took to sleep was valuable. There are no limits on your stamina. Stop talking and move. Go, go. It isn't our stamina but our hunger. The users of Dark Eden muttered as Ark spouted some words from an 80s movie. When the atmosphere became like this, the rehabilitation members instantly interrupted. Yes, it's not like the monsters are running away. Well, we're not trying to be difficult. Their talk is becoming concerning. The rehabilitation members had already experienced hunting with Ark, so they were already prepared to die before entering the secret dungeon. But they were finally couldn't endure suffering so much under a younger brother. Now that the users were expressing their dissatisfaction, they used the chance to try and convince Arkansas. Why would you want to rest when you can raise your level? You can rest anytime, but this is a big chance to gain a lot of levels. If other people hunt, then you're hunting, and if other people are resting, then you're hunting. This is the secret to gaining more levels than other people. Isn't it like that? No, what we're saying is. The rehabilitation members sighed and opened their mouths again. That is correct. These days people don't have any guts. Complaining after only hunting a few days, how can you defend the territory like this? Raise your spirits and become stronger. Advance, advance. The person speaking was none other than Isurum. As part of Isurum's police duties, there were many days without sleep due to undercover investigations, stakeouts, or emergency standby. So Ark's reckless hunting was no problem for Isurum. Besides, it was the first time he could hunt like normal users, so he found it quite interesting. Damn, are they even humans? But the rehabilitation members didn't know Isurum's true identity, so they didn't know why he was a monster like Arkansas. Anyway, Dark Eden continued hunting thanks to Isurum's enthusiastic support. There was another reason for Ark's quick hunting speed. There was a deeper idea. Capturing the secret dungeon isn't just to raise Dark Eden's level. It is more important to ensure that Dark Eden gains battle experience. Even if Dark Eden was an attack corps, the troops were used to playing alone. During the siege, they still hadn't been used to fighting in their units. They were able to win the siege thanks to Ark's strategy, but their organization ability couldn't be compared to the Hermes Alliance. So it was imperative to raise Dark Eden's ability to fight in units before the next siege. In order to increase that, camaraderie was necessary. The monsters in the secret dungeon are elite creatures. But remembering battle tricks is different from fighting in an organized group. So their camaraderie needs to increase. That is the decisive difference between the Hermes Alliance and Dark Eden. The Hermes Alliance had been created for 2 years. While there was a sense of solidarity from winning the siege, it wouldn't be enough against an established guild alliance. If the alliance's fighting were at a similar level, this would be the difference between victory and defeat. While the commander could give instructions to the units, it wasn't possible to direct each soldier's movements on the battlefield. So it was important for soldiers to move together on the field. Thanks to Ark's relationship with his summons, he knew how important a sense of solidarity was on a battle. When Ark was executing an operation with his summons, the success rate was completely different when there was a sense of solidarity compared to when there wasn't. Ark had managed to instill an all-for-one, one-for-all mentality in his summons. If I use conventional methods, then it will be impossible to instill the same sense of camaraderie as the other guild alliances in just 1 month. But with this method it is possible. After experiencing difficulties in a place like this, their camaraderie would become strong. In fact, the person who tipped him off to this approach was his passionate supporter Isurum. The secret to developing solidarity was a method used in the army. Only a person who experienced it would understand. But that method often formed a closer relationship with someone in a month than with a person you've worked with for 1 year. It was a sense of pride for overcoming difficult times together. That was the reason Ark used an extreme situation to push the Dark Eden users. After overcoming difficulties together, the sense of accomplishment would change to solidarity between allies. So the soldiers came together just like a real battlefield. However, Ark's plan was a success in a slightly different way. Damn, I'll never hunt with the leader again. Quickly escape from the dungeon so we can leave the leader's grasp. The soldiers of Dark Eden were all united in that goal. Everyone united to escape from Ark quickly. Anyway, everyone united in one idea, the soldiers immediately changed. Huck. Dangerous. Avoid it, ugh. A magician was hit by the sword of an undead and collapsed. The magician next to him killed the undead instead. It didn't matter if the undead had 100% health, it couldn't stand up to the organized attack from the magicians. It was because the intentions between colleagues had become mutual. Thanks to that, Dark Eden's organizational abilities in a group became solidified with every day that passed. And they managed to advance to the 50th floor quicker than expected. The boss monster Circa, which appeared on the 50th floor, was even stronger than the previous bosses that they had met. But thanks to the rise in organizational ability and strategy execution, this boss felt like an easier opponent for Dark Eden. No, to be exact, the troops had found the previous bosses harder. Thanks to the rise in solidarity, the level 650 middle-ranked boss wasn't an even opponent for Dark Eden anymore. While Circa summoned many undead and used various curse spells, his health reached rock bottom after 20 minutes of being surrounded by Dark Eden. Qua! Circa's health ran out and a piece of flesh fell off him. The rest of the skin collapsed to reveal thin bones. Your level has risen. A wonderful message floated in front of him after Circa died. Ark also noticed cross marks above more than half of Dark Eden's heads. Hoo-hoo-hoo, experience really is rushing in from monsters in this place. Ark giggled and opened his character information window. Character name Ark, race human. Alignment good, plus 500, nobility title baron. Fame 21,785, plus 500, level 403. Profession dark soul. Title Cat Knight, caretaker of the people, Jackson's hero, great adventurer, Magic Institute member, Sutandal's hero. Health 7,625, plus 475, mana 7815, plus 225. Spiritual power 956, strength 784, plus 58. Agility 1029, plus 90, stamina 1269, plus 45. Wisdom 205, plus 10, intelligence 1417, plus 5. Luck 209, plus 60, flexibility 268. Art of communication 79, affection 129, plus 10. Resilience 483, dark fog 74. Special stat, knowledge of ancient relics 233. Asterisk equipment item effects. Guardian armor of the Mare people, armor water attribute resistance plus 100%, penalty based on water is nullified. Cat paws, gloves attack speed plus 10%, agility plus 15, critical hit plus 10%. Raccoon's pith, helmet agility plus 10, wisdom plus 10. Wolf's feet, shoes agility plus 40, movement speed plus 40%, attack speed plus 10%, jump is available. Asterisk Animal King set effect, strength plus 20, agility plus 20, stamina plus 20, defense plus 40. Promised sword, two-handed sword strength plus 20, stamina plus 10. Warrior's transcripts, shoulder blade strength plus 3. Galgashi's fur, mantle cold resistance plus 100%, agility plus 20, magic protection is automatically activated when health is less than 50%. Adelaine's necklace, necklace defense plus 40, affection plus 10, blessing of the sea available. Rarukan's ring, ring agility plus 10, attack speed plus 10%, critical hit plus 8%, dark protection available. Ark's ring, ring strength plus 5, agility plus 5, stamina plus 5, wisdom plus 5, intelligence plus 5, sudden increase in power available. Amulet of Vitality, bracelet health plus 50, health recovers by 5 every 20 seconds. Gladiator's Honor, bracelet strength, agility, stamina plus 10, fame plus 500, sword-based skill growth plus 5%. Asterisk all abilities will increase by 50% in the dark. Asterisk you have the ability to hide in the darkness, 30 minutes duration. Cancelled when you get into combat. Asterisk resistance to fear, darkness, blind, and seduction spells is increased by 50%. Asterisk you can bring out the true abilities from all types of tools. Asterisk shock absorption is increased by 20%. Asterisk poison resistance has increased by 50%. Asterisk 10% increased attack and defense. It is an average of 2 levels in one day. Ark smiled warmly as he looked at the information window. When he first entered the secret dungeon he had been level 383. He had gained 20 levels in 10 days to reach 403. This level up speed was unthinkable in other hunting grounds. It wasn't just Arkansas. Although there was an individual difference, the soldiers of Dark Eden had gained an average of 10-15 levels. I don't know why they're dissatisfied when their level increased by this much. Once again Ark thought it was a good idea to capture the dungeon. Instead of 10 days, even spending several months in this dungeon is okay. However, Ark's happy mood only lasted until the 50th floor. After defeating Circa and descending to the 51st floor, an unimaginable scene stretched out in front of him. Although it was unnecessary to say again, the secret dungeon was similar to an underground temple. It was complex but it didn't differ significantly from normal dungeons. However, this completed changed around the 50th level. No, it was more accurate to say that the cradle of ancient evil actually ended on the 50th floor. Below was a completely different dungeon. It was an underground cave which seemed to continue endlessly. Once he reached the 51st floor a new information window appeared. Abyss, special. You've discovered a strange cave at the bottom of a labyrinth. This cave hasn't seen any light in hundreds of years. This deep space is so dark and dangerous that it seems like hell. You can sense a huge, evil presence which surpasses a human's cognitive abilities from the entrance. That evil presence has noticed that the underground labyrinth was being cleared. Now you can choose between 2 options. Either turn away and escape or prepare for a huge sacrifice and head deeper to where the devil lies. Make your choice now. Explorer's Knowledge, new dungeon discovered bonus, skill points, 20. Abyss? This is the Abyss? We're already a few hundred meters underground and now there is the Abyss. But the dungeon connected is different from the other dungeon. It was something he had never even thought of. Furthermore, the information in the window wasn't ordinary. Usually it was possible to grasp the dungeon difficulty by looking at the information window. Since the information window only had dire threats, the dungeon seemed to be unfathomably difficult. However, Ark wasn't going to let that intimidate him. No, he felt even more excited by the threats. I've never seen a warning message like this. Then the monsters here must be even stronger than those in the underground temple. In other words, wasn't it possible to get more experience and loot? Dark Eden had also changed 180 degrees from when they first entered the dungeon. It was to the extent that he thought the underground temple was too easy. A dungeon with higher difficulty was welcome. There's no need to be concerned. Advance forward. Ark ignored the threat and entered the cave. Not long after he entered, Ark started to understand the contents of the letter. They had been advancing in the cave for a while when a warning message suddenly flashed in front of Dark Eden. You have entered the Asmodean sphere of influence. In New World, there are a common race of monsters called Asmodeans that are discriminated against. The Asmodeans are a species which belong to a hellspace and their existence will warp the space itself. When entering the presence of a strong Asmodean, the space will distort powerfully and an Asmodean sphere of influence will form. The demonic monsters are those who have been deformed by this influence. When the Asmodean influence permeates the air, the area will also change to a hell space. The abilities of all players within the sphere of influence will decrease by 10%. On the other hand, all monsters that have been changed by the Asmodean influence will have their stats increase by 10%. Asmodean? Demonic? Perhaps. Ark flinched as he verified the information window. Hearing the word Asmodean was alarming. The Dark Lord who invaded New World a long time ago belonged to a family of Asmodeans. And they covered the continent with their power. When the Dark Lord disappeared, the Asmodeans disappeared. In other words, a family member of the Dark Lord is hiding somewhere in this cave? It was unexpected, but when thinking about it, it wasn't that strange. The official name of the secret dungeon was the Cradle of Ancient Evil. If it was called an Ancient Evil in New World, then wouldn't it be related to the Dark Lord? And monsters until the Asmodean influence will be mutated. Just as Ark was thinking that. Growling. Suddenly hundreds of red lights appeared in the darkness. They were intense and vivid, eyes burning with anger. The enemy. Prepare to defend. Ark's voice cried out in the darkness as he saw the hundreds of monsters. At the same time, the members of Dark Eden screamed. Hook! What the? Those are? Ack! Disgusting. The monsters that appeared in the darkness had terrible forms. They were similar to the goats and lesser demons he met in the underground temple. However, the monsters seemed like they had been joined together before it suddenly stopped halfway. The whole body was covered with some form of viscera, and something which looked like a baby's end sprouted from the skin. It was more disgusting than scary. No, it was disturbing and grotesque. Even the confident Ark felt disgusted by the sight of the monsters. Some users even became nauseous. They've been mutated? Kawa'a! Then they shrieked and ran forward. Steady! This isn't the time to be put off by an unpleasant sight. Thus the battle between Dark Eden and those influenced by the Asmodeans started. The way they attacked was odd. The creepy monsters squirted pus all over the place. When affected by the pus, it would cause the plague status and health would be continuously lost. They even become confused and would attack their allies. The baby hands sprouting from the body also squirted acid venom. Thus the health of Dark Eden members quickly decreased. It was an abnormal look and abnormal attacks. Dark Eden became surprised and panicked. 100 soldiers quickly collapsed. Damn, push them back and keep your distance. Jack Tongue, please use your skill to grasp their alignment and specialties. You understood, knowing oneself and one's opponent. When Jack Tongue used the skill, a ray of light shot out from his eyes and hit the body of a monster. At the same time, an information window appeared in front of Jack Tongue. Name, Corrupted Agurin. Level, 400, Elite. Health, 7,000. Description, Agurin that has been mutated, Asmodean. Abilities have been increased by 10%. Characteristics, blunt weapons resistance plus 50%, resistance to blades minus 20%. Specialty, capture hundreds of small hands growing from the body will squirt acid poison and deal continuous damage. Horror, a weird sound will emerge from its mouth and everybody with a weak resistance will be affected by fear. Frenzy, when its health falls below 50%, it will be enveloped in insanity and have its attack increased by 50%. However, its defense will fall by 50% when affected by frenzy. It was the special skill of the Guardian equals strategist, knowing oneself and one's opponent. When Jack Tongue used the skill, information about the monster instantly appeared. Ark's skill penetration could only confirm information about the skill just used. With Jack Tongue's knowing oneself and one's opponent, it was possible to get information about all the monster's skills. Jack Tongue continuously informed Ark about the level and skills of the monsters. If he knew about the skills the monsters possessed, then he could come up with an idea to deal with it. For example, if the Agurin tried to use capture or fear, he could just have the archers and magicians attack from a distance. After they've been caught by the long-distance attacks, the warriors could then attack. Ark used the rehabilitation members who had changed to Guardian equals strategist to place a type of token above the head of a monster. The monsters for warriors to take care of had a sword token. The monsters for magicians and archers had an arrow mark. A wand shape indicated a monster vulnerable to magic, while the skull mark indicated a dangerous monster. He had used this classification system during the underground temple. Once sorted like this, the soldiers would know what to do despite the confused fighting. After the monsters were classified, the Dark Eden members who had fallen into confusion regained themselves and started fighting. Don't be confused by their appearance. No matter how strange it looks, it is still a monster. Unit 1, keep your distance from those with a skull mark. They use wide area skills. The ones that look like a caterpillar are resistant to blunt attacks. Use your swords. Dark Eden had experienced a variety of situations in the underground temple. After the unexpected situation occurred, there was no reason for them to be surprised again. Once the situation was arranged, they started methodically attacking the monsters. After a few monsters were driven to a critical condition, an abrupt message window appeared in front of Arkansas. The corrupted Agurin's health has fallen below 3% and you can extract the demonic aura. My guess is correct. The monsters which were influenced by the Asmodeans had been changed. So Ark was quite happy that the opponents had a demonic attribute. Thanks to Eternal Soul, every time a demonic monster appeared his attack power increased by 20% and his resistance to that attribute increased by 30%. Furthermore, when the demonic attribute appeared, didn't it mean he could produce the cursed Japtum? Of course, creating the cursed Japtum wasn't necessary. The standards of the cursed Japtum could at most be used for Blade Tempest. But the important thing is the process of creating the cursed Japtum. That's right. When he used Demonic Seal, he received a bonus of 20-30% experience. After 10 days of wandering around the dungeon, his stockpile of cursed Japtum had decreased. If he could build up that pile again and receive 20-30% bonus experience, then he wouldn't lost any money. Okay, the guys with 3% health don't kill and just gather them to the side. I'll suck every last bit of experience. Demonic Seal. Demonic Seal. Demonic Seal. Ark was the type to get even 1% more if it meant he could get more leather, meat, experience, etc. Ark just continuously fired Demonic Seal whenever the message window appeared. After 20 minutes, all the monsters had been changed into cursed Japtum. Hoo, this is actually quite decent? Ark made a pleased smile after confirming how much experience he got. He had honestly been a bit concerned after seeing the warnings in the information window about the dungeon. But when he came in, wasn't the experience actually quite good? Although his abilities were decreased by 10% thanks to the Asmodean influence, if the monsters were similar to this, then he was confident. The monsters of this standard aren't difficult. Furthermore, it was possible to receive an additional 20-30% experience. Thanks to that, Ark now saw the abyss as a field of experience. Okay, let's go. I'll eat up all the experience here. At this point, Ark couldn't imagine what would happen in the future. No, Ark was mistaken. When the warning message about the abyss first appeared, Ark thought it was referring to the monsters. But the danger of the warning message wasn't referring to the monsters. Ark hadn't thought it was necessary to confirm the real risk. Tuduk. After the first successful battle, they advanced through a stone bridge. Suddenly, out of nowhere, there was the sound of chopped wood. The first person who heard the sound was the warriors at the front. That sound wasn't audible before? What are you talking about? Let's see. It sounds like something cracking? I don't hear it? Aren't your nerves just too keen because of the abyss? Is that so? The lead warrior scratched his head with an embarrassed expression. Kwang, poo awake. There was a sudden loud roar and the warrior scratching his head disappeared. The user who was just talking to the warrior couldn't understand what happened. Then he saw blood on the ground and shouted. Falling rocks. That's right. The warrior had been hit by a huge stone pillar which fell from the ceiling and disappeared in an instant. That was just the beginning. Who could blame their colleagues who witnessed the scene to run away in panic? The sound continued and enormous stones started to fall from the ceiling like hail. Stone pillars are falling. Avoid it. The interior of the cave became a mess of confusion in an instant. However, it was already too late. The soldiers crumpled from the merciless hail of stones. But there was even more. While the stone pillars were falling from the ceiling, the ground started to shake. The stone bridge was unable to tolerate the shock and collapsed. The bridge is breaking. Run. If you fall in, then it's the end. The stones were falling and then the stone bridge collapsed. In this situation, level and organizational abilities didn't help at all. While screaming and avoiding the stones, the bridge collapsed and they fell to the bottom. It was like a scene of misfortune from a movie. While some barely escaped from the place, at least 400 soldiers had died. What is this nonsense? Ark murmured as he looked at the stone bridge which disappeared. Phew, I thought I would really die this time. A soldier sighed as he leaned on a rock. At that time, there was an audible noise from the rock he was leaning on. The soldier felt a strange feeling and flinched as he stood up. Suddenly, the soldier was pulled into the rock by an absurd sucking force. What? Our rock? The rock is alive. Wah. Soldiers who were leaning on rocks were sucked in. The soldiers' flesh and bones were turned into rock as they were sucked into the rock. Then blood seemed to pour like oil from the bottom of the rocks. Hey, were rocks which sucked in people and ate them. Everybody get away from the rocks. Ark hurriedly exclaimed as he belatedly realized the situation. But 100 soldiers had already been sucked into the rocks. The other soldiers were trying to tug on their arms, but it was ineffective. They could only save a few soldiers after the warriors crushed the rocks. Just minutes after losing 400 soldiers, another 100 had died in vain. They had died from the hail of stones and the people eating rocks. But that was just the start. On a narrow road, lava surged like a tidal, and there were also areas where poison would spout from the ground like a geyser. They weren't traps but a natural phenomenon. Thanks to that, the scouts couldn't predict where one could occur. This is the danger from the information window. The warning wasn't about the changed monsters or the reduction in stats. It was pointing to the dungeon itself. Just like the monsters, the dungeon was also changed by the Asmodean influence. It had been changed to a hell place. It wasn't so strange that this place had turned into a hell. By the time they reached the next layer down, 700 people had died without even swinging their weapons. In the end, Ark had to make an important decision. I can't be assured of what will happen if we continue into the dungeon. It is different from fighting with monsters. No matter how I handle it, there is no choice but to suffer damage. Well, it's okay if the users are hit, but the NPCs are the problem. No matter how distressing the death, the user would revive again after 24 hours passed. Unfortunately, the NPCs weren't immortal. If they died once, it was the end. So after coming here, Ark always arranged the NPCs in the safest place. Therefore, only 20 NPCs had died by the time they reached the 21st floor. But the risk in the abyss was incomparable to that of the underground temple. This was a place where hundreds of people could be completely destroyed with only one mistake. The important goal of capturing this dungeon is to raise Dark Eden's level and cooperative play. However, there is no point raising that if the NPC troops die. I can't bring the NPC troops to such a dangerous place. Just having the NPCs in the dungeon is dangerous. If we go further down, there might not be a chance to return. Ark made the decision to send the NPC troops from Sutandal and Lancel back before it was too late. And he also told the users who had resurrected not to enter anymore. It had already been 10 days since they started capturing the dungeon. Some monsters would have already revived in the upper layers. Therefore, many users would die if they just blindly entered the dungeon. Of course, if they entered in units, then it was possible to fight the monsters, but it would take considerable time to descend. There are natural traps everywhere. Even if the troops are arranged in down, the risks will still be the same. I can't gather any information about this place, so no matter how many troops there is a chance that a lot of them will be wiped out before managing to join up. While users could be resurrected, if they died, then they would lose levels and stats. There are no more troops and ingredients. If all the remaining troops are destroyed, then the dungeon invasion is a failure. Since then, Ark's method of invading the dungeon changed 180 degrees. When he invaded the underground temple, he just pushed the troops through like a bulldozer. But now he couldn't expect any more troops or ingredients. Thanks to that, his priority was to preserve the troops rather than how quick he could clear the dungeon. Ark organized the soldiers who had various scouting skills to observe before moving the troops. If they discovered a group of monsters, they wouldn't attack without reason and would lure the monsters to a 100% safe place to fight. They also avoided as much monsters as possible while marching. The purpose of the dungeon expedition had changed from reaching the last floor to survival. Thanks to that, they took 6-7 hours to travel a distance that would have normally taken 3-4 hours. Nevertheless, they kept on facing unique situations and the troops kept on decreasing. After 4 days had passed since Dark Eden entered the abyss, there were only 300 people left. But without a doubt, the 300 people who survived are the elite of Dark Eden. Their combat power and crisis management skills are the best. In such a situation, it might be better to move with elite troops rather than a lot of people. Ark's judgment was correct. The cave after that continued to be dangerous, but the number of casualties had decreased. That's because the soldiers who were still alive had the skills needed to survive. In addition, the troops had decreased so much that they were easy to command. Okay, if these troops are maintained, then we can even defeat the final boss. Ark, who had previously thought about giving up halfway, had now placed his hopes on the 300 elite troops. However, that hope faded away as soon as he reached the 60th floor. When he finally arrived at the 60th floor, it seemed to be made entirely of ravines and swamps. Dark Eden carefully crossed the ravine and entered the swamp. An armored monster 2-3 meters big had appeared in front of them. A red warning message floated in front of Ark at the same time. The medium-ranked chief of the Abyss demonic troops Vega has appeared. A middle-ranked boss monster. Ark flinched and immediately used Eyes of the Cat for information. However, an unexpected result appeared. So far he had been dealing with level 500-650 boss monsters. But the boss monster Vega who appeared on the 60th floor was only level 450. Why is the boss monster in a deeper place lower leveled? Does it have a special skill or something? Ark was thinking that when something interrupted. Karak, Haradura Karak. Cuckoo cuckoo, cuckoo cuckoo, cuckoo cuckoo. Vega, who had discovered Dark Eden, shouted in a strange language. As a result, an absurd number of monsters appeared from the swamp behind Vega. They were around 1,000 lizard-type monsters that were level 400. Even if he had 2,000 troops, he would barely be able to defeat the 1,000 level 400 monsters. However, currently Dark Eden only had 300 people. We're screwed. Ark's expression instantly became dark. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 20 Chapter 2. ACT 2 Dungeon of the Blind. TL, I've made a minor change to the previous chapter. For those who read it before I changed it, it is Ark made the decision to send the NPC troops from Sutandal and Lancel back before it was too late. And he also told the users who had resurrected not to enter anymore. So none of the 300 remaining troops are NPCs. Forget the 1,000 monsters and just focus on the one middle-ranked boss. Ark shouted as he stared at Vega giving orders from hundreds of meters away. That was the best thing Ark could think of in this desperate situation. Of course, the lizards weren't Vega's summons, so there would still be 1,000 of them even after the boss died. With only 300 people, it was inevitable that they would be wiped out by the lizards. Even if we die, we won't just die like this. Anyway, Vega was the current boss of the 60th floor. If they defeated him, then wouldn't they collect a lot of experience and loot? With any luck, they might be able to run away after dealing with Vega. Using that glimmer of hope, Arkansas started a bloody battle against the lizards. As expected from the 300 elite soldiers who survived the abyss, they managed to execute the plan perfectly and lasted for 10 minutes against the advancing lizards. However, as expected, the lack of troops was fatal. While the warriors crouched down and built shields, the magicians and archers intercepted the lizards. After they impacted with the barrier, the warriors could get up and push the lizards back. But thanks to the crouching down position, it was possible for the enemies to break through by jumping over the barriers. But he had no choice thanks to the lack of troops. After the situation repeated many times, the lizards noticed the weakness and jumped through. It wasn't possible for them to face this situation. Wah! Screams were everywhere as dozens of lizards broke into the camp. The long-range attackers had no chance against level 400 elite melee monsters. The archers and magicians instantly lost 20-30% health. Furthermore, the lizards were mixed with their allies, so it was difficult to attack properly. However, he also couldn't call the warriors back to deal with them. Thanks to the lizards inside their camp, the lizards at the front had their attacks strengthened. If the warriors turned around to attack their allies, then they would be attacked from behind in an instant. Of course, only dozens of lizards had broken through. The problem was how much damage the archers and magicians would receive before the lizards were killed. Now that the weak point was found, it wasn't possible to use the crouching down defense formation anymore. The method to get to Vega was lost. Is it going to end here? Ark moaned as he thought about the situation. One lizard smashed the head of a magician and rushed towards Arkansas. Ark, who was looking at another place, wasn't able to respond properly and could only flinch before withdrawing a step. You idiot, where did your spirit go? Then Isuram's voice was suddenly heard from behind him. At the same time, Isuram jumped over Ark's shoulder and kicked the lizard. The lizard who was hit in his jaw stumbled and retreated. By the time it recovered its center, Isuram was already right in front of the lizard. This is a big lizard, shall I see how good its endurance is? Isuram smiled and soared through the air. Peep-pepping. It was subsequently followed by continuous roars. At the same time, several clear fist marks were seen on the lizard's armor. Then it was hit in the jaw, the nose, the forehead. It was Isuram's deadly attacks which aimed for the vital spots. If a person was beaten like that, then they would have to go to the hospital. No, the attacks were enough to put someone into a mortuary. The lizard kneeled down after receiving the successive critical hits. Disappear, you stupid lizards. At the same time, Isuram's knee sprang up and hit the jaw of the lizards. The head was forced backwards and Isuram then kicked the neck. With a huge roar, the lizard flew away and became stuck in the swamp. It was an amazing combat ability. Once again, Ark realized Isurum's skills. Ark, have you already forgotten what I taught you? Do you want me to teach you again? Isurum muttered as he turned his gaze from the lizard to Arkansas. Ark recalled the words Isurum taught him in the police agency's gym. Never give up. I know that. Ark raised his voice angrily and Isurum just laughed. But even if you know, it is different if you can't put it into practice. You foolish student. I'm aware of that. Ark said before hitting his face with his palm. That's right. It wasn't Ark's style to give up no matter how hopeless the situation was. He didn't have the manners to accept defeat and die politely. Ark's style was to grab their ankles and hold on dirtily until the very end. I'll fight until the end. Take this, dark blade. Ark ran towards a lizard and twisted his sword. The sword, which had darkness assimilated into it, pierced through the flank of the lizard. A violent blow rang out and the lizard retreated. Ark narrowed the distance between him and the lizard. He threw his body like Isurum and subsequently kicked the vital spots. Then another lizard close by threw a spear. Not a chance. Dark dance. Ark used dark dance and avoided the spear. Then he did a roundhouse kick and knocked the lizard's sword down. Not bad. But you still have a long way to go. Ada-da-da-da. Isurum continuously plunged between the lizards. We're also here. Gather the lizards to one spot. The rehabilitation members also plunged into the fray. The lizards that had been scattered around the camp started to gather in one place from the combined attacks of Ark, Isurum, and the rehabilitation members. The archers and magicians who had scattered from the lizards' attacks were now free to attack. As expected from the coalition's leader and unit chiefs. It's really not a joke when you look at them. How long do I need to practice to fight like that? Now's not the time for this. Even the leader and chiefs can't deal with all of them. That's right. Ark, Isurum, and the rehabilitation members were all accustomed to fighting. Thanks to that, no users in Dark Eden could match their combat power. However, this was a game. The rules of the game applied in the game. Even if they had strong combat power, there was a limit to how many level 400 elite monsters they could take care of. While they managed to limit the damage by gathering the lizards in one place, there were still dozens of them. Meanwhile, Ark, Isurum, and the rehabilitation members were only 12 people. Despite pushing the lizards to one place, they were numerically disadvantaged. We have to help them. Fortunately, the magicians and archers regrouped and started attacking. Once the attacks were focused on the lizards, they couldn't endure anymore and collapsed. That's it. The urgent fire has been put out. Ark sighed with relief. Suddenly he heard Rackard's urgent voice. Master, you're 3 o'clock, 3 o'clock. Ark turned his head and stiffened. Since the magicians and archers couldn't cover them, some warriors couldn't endure anymore and collapsed. Once some warriors fell, they continued falling like dominoes until the defense formation was completely destroyed. Kara, Bikinahan. The lizards stepped on the warriors and intruded the camp at Vega's command. There were 200 of them. The camp was already a mess from the dozens of lizards who intruded, so if 200 broke in, then Dark Eden would be destroyed in seconds. Ark jumped towards the incoming lizards and immediately exploded a sword. Blade Tempest. Quang. When hitting a monster with the demonic attribute, the cursed sword did a couple times more damage. When the power of the cursed sword was enhanced, it seemed like a bomb had exploded. And hundreds and thousands of fragments swirled around the lizards like a hurricane. The skin and armor of the lizards became torn in an instant. Blade Tempest, it was a storm of swords. Teacher, Hyung Nims. Oh, let's just die today. Isurum and the rehabilitation group also rushed towards the lizards. And they acted like a literal clot. They couldn't allow the lizards to intrude or Dark Eden would be destroyed. Ark, Isurum, and the rehabilitation members fired various skills without a break and prevented the lizards' penetration. Meanwhile, the archers and magicians focused all their attacks on the lizards. But once it started collapsing, it was impossible to stop it. The lizards didn't have high attack or agility. But their defense and stamina was at a considerable standard. It took a considerable amount of time to kill just one. So Ark, Isurum, and the rehabilitation members could only stop 10 lizards from entering. Meanwhile, the other lizards broke into the camp. Once the lizards' intrusion was permitted, there was no possibility of enduring. The warriors had barely managed to get a barrier up again to prevent more lizards from entering. But waves after waves of lizards attacked and some parts of the barrier collapsed again. Once it became like that, the warriors were unable to maintain the barrier at all. It was the worst situation. Damn it! Profanities burst from Ark's mouth. The 200 allies and 1,000 lizards were completely mixed up together now. When this occurred, the soldiers had no choice but to fight one against 3 lizards. Even Ark was confronting at least 5 lizards attacking him with spears. Ark had no chance to counter the attacks coming from all directions. Damn, Dark Blade, ugh. Ark was about to swing his sword when he received a spear in the chest. And another lizard swiped Ark with its tail and he flew back several meters. While he avoided falling into the swamp, he was blown towards a place where dozens of lizards were gathered. The lizards simultaneously attacked him when Ark fell on his side. A hopeless light started to appear in Ark's eyes. It is the end if I'm surrounded. Then some rocks that were a few meters away caught his eyes. At the moment, thoughts started spinning quickly in Ark's head. If he entered a gap between the rocks, then it was possible to avoid being surrounded by the lizards. And he could deal with incoming opponents one-on-one. It was a common tactic to use a narrow place to limit the number of enemies. Dark Dance. Ark used Dark Dance and slipped through the gap in the rock like a ghost. Then he turned his body and faced the lizards. However, Ark witnessed an incomprehensible situation. As expected, one lizard had followed him to the rocks. Although it thrust a spear, it unexpectedly thrust several meters away from Arkansas. At first he thought it was a mistake, but then it happened again. It would attack, strike a rock, attack, and so on. Despite Ark standing in front of it, it missed and struck the rock a few times before running off back to the battlefield. Ark forgot about counterattacking because of the abnormal behavior and looked on in dumb surprise. What's this? There must be a reason for its strange behavior. After realizing there was something wrong, he started watching the lizard's behavior closely. Right now there was a violent battle occurring. It seemed to look no different from a normal battlefield. However, something is different. There is something strange about the lizard's behavior. What is it? Ark watched the scene for a while. No one in Dark Eden seemed to sense it, but Ark was sure there was something questionable about the lizard's behavior. After a while, Ark finally had some idea of what it was. Perhaps, don't tell me, is it really like that? No, it is the best explanation for that situation I experienced before. And if my guess is correct. Ark instantly ran out from between the rocks. After searching the swamp for a bit, Ark was able to find the body of a dead lizard. After examining the dead body, Ark's guess was 100% confirmed. Ark instantly had a spark go through his head. The questionable behavior of the lizards, the terrain of the battle, Vega's response, all of it flashed through Ark's eyes. I can win this fight. All Dark Eden troops immediately retreat back to the ravine. Ark's shout exploded like a bomb from his mouth. But the soldiers didn't move immediately. What? Back to the ravine? But that place. The reaction of the soldiers was natural. There was a swamp a lot deeper behind the ravine. The sticky swamp would reach up to their waist and it would be even more difficult to fight. Meanwhile, the enemy was a lizard. There were a species which lived in the swamp so they could move more freely than Dark Eden. Of course, if they fought here the chances of winning were only 1%, but they couldn't understand the reason for moving to an even more disadvantageous terrain. However, Ark was convinced he could reverse the momentum in that place. There's no time to explain. If you have strength left, then move. I don't know why. The coalition leader must have thought of something. Okay. Let's retreat like the leader said. Although they couldn't sleep and complained about him, Ark was the leader that they had absolute faith in. The strategies used in the siege and even the secret dungeon, they had overcame many difficulties thanks to Arkansas. If Ark wasn't the leader, then Dark Eden probably would have been wiped out a long time ago. The soldiers abandoned the battlefield and escaped to the ravine at Ark's command. But the soldiers were sure they were about to die, so they were in a gloomy mood. There were only 120 soldiers who managed to escape from the lizards. 180 soldiers died in between. But if this plan succeeds, then 120 soldiers can survive. What's going on? Why did you tell us to retreat to this difficult place? Isuram and the rehabilitation members asked as they sunk up to their waists in the swamp. It is to lure Vega. Vega? Vega the lizard captain? Their eyes looked dubious at Ark's answer. It was a natural reaction. Vega always stayed hundreds of meters away while giving out orders. So why would Vega suddenly enter this place? Ark just answered with a confident expression. There is no doubt that he will enter here. But those lizards will arrive soon, so I don't have time to explain. Just believe in me. What? For now all members should hide their bodies in a suitable place. You want us to hide here? Anywhere suitable is fine. Anne? Ark explained what the Dark Eden members needed to do from now on. The soldiers couldn't understand Ark's direction but scattered and hid themselves as directed. Well, there weren't that many places to hide themselves, so around half of the troops couldn't find a hiding spot. But Ark already had a method to solve that problem. Ark looked at Jack Tongue, who nodded and shouted. Understood. I don't know if there will be much effect, but feng shui. The effects of feng shui have been applied to the attack corps. Feng shui is the unique skill of the Guardian equals strategist. Using feng shui will increase resistance to all environmental and terrain effects. Bonus damage will be added when attacking an enemy from a high place, and conversely a penalty will be applied when attacking from a low place. In addition, you can hide your body using the darkness and terrain features to avoid detection by enemies. Decrease the probability of the enemy suspecting you by 30%. It was feng shui, the special skill of Jack Tongue, who had changed to a Guardian equals strategist. When the effects of feng shui were applied, the soldiers instantly became blurred. If they didn't move and blended into the environment, their feng shui would decrease their chances of being found. Of course, it was different from stealth, and the person could be discovered if looked at closely enough. What will we do? Just hide in this area with me. Ark replied to Isurum and the rehabilitation members. Master, the lizards are gathering. Rackard whispered in his ear after spying with satellite mode. Ark, Isurum and the rehabilitation members quickly hid themselves. Immediately afterwards, he could hear splashes as several hundred lizards gathered at the entrance of the swamp. Then they started looking all over the place for the Dark Eden members. The soldiers became tense at the lizards' behavior. Although they hid themselves, it wasn't as good as stealth, so the lizards could spot them if they looked closely enough. Since the soldiers were scattered all over the place, if spotted they wouldn't be able to get away unscathed. But soon the soldiers became aware of something strange about the lizards. Despite such sloppy hiding, they couldn't find them at all. Sometimes they would push their face right where a soldier was hiding and still couldn't spot them. In the end, the lizards couldn't find the soldiers and just started swinging their spears randomly. Since it was swung randomly, sometimes the spears would pass close to the soldiers. In such a shaky situation, the soldiers didn't even dare breathe. Ark had emphasized many times before hiding to not move or cry out. After there were no reactions to their spears, the lizards stopped moving. Anne? Master, that guy. The big lizard is heading inside. Then he heard Rackard's voice again. After receiving Rackard's information, Ark craned his neck and looked at a corner of the ravine. There was a yell, and Vega, who was surrounded by 30 lizards, approached the place where the Dark Eden members were hiding. Currently Ark, Isurum and the rehabilitation members were hiding in the swamp near the entrance of the ravine. Naturally, Vega moved straight towards the place where Ark's group was hiding. After checking where Vega was, Ark quickly submerged his head in the swamp again. From their movement speed and distance, that fellow should arrive in 1 minute. Now to countdown. 60, 59, 58, 57. Ark calmly counted down the numbers in his head. He finally stood up after 1 minute passed. When he raised his body, the huge figure of Vega could be seen 3-4 meters in front of him. Dark Blade. Dark Blade split through the space and pierced Vega's chest. Isurum and the rehabilitation members also simultaneously attacked Vega. Kara. Baratura, Abara. Vega seemed at a loss and made upset sounds at the sudden attacks. The moment he tried to rattle orders. I won't allow you. Teacher. Right. At Ark's command, Isurum joined both hands together and made a foothold for Arkansas. Ark put his foot on it and jumped towards Vega. Then he took out a piece of food from his bag and shoved it into Vega's mouth. His knee then kicked the chin and closed Vega's mouth forcibly. Qua! Vega grabbed his face and let out a cry of distress. Ho ho ho, how do you like the taste of my specially created creative cooking? Is it hot? That's right. Ark had shoved a creative cooking dish into Vega's mouth. Fiery sausage. A special food made using creative cooking. Pig intestines, pepper, mustard, wasabi and 30 other spicy ingredients were used in this sausage. The combination of spicy ingredients will cause a violent explosion in the mouth. The spicy taste of the fiery sausage is far beyond the limit for most ordinary people. Those who eat it will be in extravagant pain and won't be able to talk for a while. There will be a berserk and silence effect for 10 minutes. It was the unique and burning taste of the fiery sausage. It was a horrible food which caused berserk and silence for 10 minutes. But Ark had another reason for feeding the fiery sausage to Vega. Kua, kua, kua. Vega groaned painfully as his lips and tongue swelled like a balloon. Due to the various spicy ingredients exploding in the mouth, he couldn't speak anymore. This was the effect Ark wanted when he used the fiery sausage. Now. Plan A. Ark withdrew after feeding Vega the bomb and shouted. At the same time, 120 soldiers stood up from their hiding spot and shouted. Then an amazing thing happened. Previously, while attacking Vega, they had been surrounded by lizards. So why did the lizards disperse in different directions away from Ark's group after hearing the soldiers' shouts? A satisfied smile appeared on Ark's face. As I expected. Ark had discovered the weakness of the lizards. He had noticed the lizards' strange behavior of futilely attacking the rocks where Ark was hiding. After watching that behavior, Ark could only think of one answer. Perhaps those guys are blind? It was the only explanation for the lizards' strange behavior. Then how could the lizards fight so far? And how had they managed to fight Ark just then? He had those sorts of questions. But the answer wasn't that difficult to discover. The lizards were commanded by Vega. That's right. Vega acted as the eyes for the lizards. This was the reason why Vega couldn't directly participate in the battle. He became the eyes for the lizards and conducted them in battle. Since blind people had their other senses develop, the lizards depending on their hearing and Vega's orders to fight. That was why Ark felt a strange uneasiness during the battle. He often thought it was strange that the lizards ignored injured soldiers at the front and ran to an unexpected place. He forgot about it during the heat of the fight, but once he started watching from the rocks, it was really obvious. Those guys can't see. They depend on Vega's commands and instincts to fight. So even if they are directly in front of me, if I don't make any noise, then they won't notice. And they will instinctively run to the area where they hear a loud noise. That was the reason why Ark searched for the corpse of a lizard. The first thing he did was check their eyes and mouth. He figured out why the lizards didn't really defend. Since they relied on hearing for location of the enemy, the only thing they could do was attack. In other words, they had no choice but to give up defending and just indiscriminately attack. It was why Ark made Dark Eden retreat to the ravine. Vega couldn't see inside the ravine. The soldiers were hiding so the lizards couldn't find them. In the end, Vega had to come inside the ravine in order to understand the situation and direct them. That's why Ark hid at the entrance and fed Vega the fiery sausage. Vega couldn't give any more commands inside the ravine. In other words, the eyes of the lizards had vanished. It doesn't matter if it is 120 against 1,000 when the opponents are blind. Ark's plan for dealing with the lizards was divided into two. There was Plan A, where Ark's group preventing Vega from interfering and the soldiers scattered the lizards by making noises. And Plan B. Over here. You stupid lizards. Try and catch me. All of a sudden some soldiers on one side spat out insults. The lizards that were scattered everywhere started to run up to them. Then the soldiers shut their mouths and another group of soldiers on the other side started shouting. You're so slow that it is impossible to catch me. Hey, lizard. No, are you a water lizard? Over here. So the lizards rushed back and forth between the shouting soldiers. The lizard's IQ was in the single digits. Wasn't that guy their eyes and heads? Ark smiled and looked at Vega. Vega had tried to give commands many times after seeing the lizards rush to and fro. However, the strength of the fiery sausage was no joke. Kasi, ku, ka. Thanks to the swollen lips and tongues, all he could do was make strange noises. Now I can fight you directly like the other bosses. Dark Blade. Ark brandished his sword and ran towards Vega. Isurum and the rehabilitation group also simultaneously attacked Vega with their skills. Vega's health quickly fell to 20% from the shower of attacks. This was another reason why Vega didn't participate in battles. Vega was the eyes and head of the lizards, so he was like an advisor. Despite his inflated level, he was a boring boss who couldn't do anything alone. Vega didn't even carry any weapons. Ku, ku, ku. Vega just continued making strange sounds as he waved his hands and struggled. Ark assumed it was supposed to be an attack. But none of them would be hit by an attack of that standard. They quickly avoided Vega's attacks and continued using him as a punching bag. After 10 minutes. Ku. Vega let out one last cry and collapsed. Okay, we've dealt with the middle-ranked boss. Ark quickly turned his body and looked at the lizards. The lizards were still being fooled by the soldiers while their leader was being killed. In other words, it was slightly pitiful looking at them. However, that pity quickly passed. Shall we clean this up? Ark laughed as he looked at the lizards. With Vega handled, dealing with the lizards wasn't hard. Ark organized his troops into groups of 70 people. They would separate and lure around 20 lizards away. The bigger the noise, the more lizards there were in the area. By splitting into units, they could lure the lizards to another area and attack. Then lure again and attack. They repeated that dozens of times and took care of all the lizards. We did it. We really killed all the lizards. The Dark Eden members murmured to themselves. It was reasonable. Who would have imagined that 120 people could win against 1,000 elite monsters and a boss? Nobody would believe it. Anyway, Ark and Dark Eden had accomplished their task. They also received a huge amount of experience thanks to their incredible work. Ark went up 6 levels. And the other soldiers gained an average of 4-5 levels. That wasn't all. We've obtained 178 general and 42 magic items from the lizards. We also got 3 magic items from Vega. The loot was enormous due to the numerous lizards. After entering the abyss, their priority was to survive, so they had avoided battle wherever possible. So there was a feeling of no loot, but this battle quickly made up for that. The most valuable things were the 3 magic items dropped by Vega. Despite his abilities, Vega was still a boss. Do you want them? All right. I'll pack them in my bag. Ark clicked his tongue and murmured. After entering the secret dungeon, they had fought tens of thousands of monsters. So they also received a huge pile of loot. About 30% of them were magic items while 10 rare items dropped. The combined value of the items would reach thousands of gold. But they were split among the troops, so each person only received dozens of gold at the most. So Ark didn't even hesitate to accept the loot. That is the problem with capturing a dungeon with the coalition forces. However, I wouldn't have been able to descend more than 2-3 floors alone. That's what Ark was thinking. Then he suddenly felt a pain as both his wrists throbbed. This pain is? Ark was familiar with the pain, so he pulled up his sleeves and checked his wrist. As expected, light was coming from both his tattoos. When particular conditions were satisfied, another seal of eternal soul would be released. The tattoos there were enveloped in light cracked and seemed to break. Then the tattoo sank into his skin and the information window appeared. A seal of eternal soul has been released and you've acquired a new profession-specific skill. Demonic Response 3, Eternal Soul Stage 5, Passive. Demonic Response is a necessary stage to learn if they want to reach the enlightenment needed for Eternal Soul. When you find a demonic response, you will deal 30% additional damage against demonic monsters and the probability of resisting the demonic attribute will increase by 40%. In addition, you will be able to detect hidden demonic power within the bodies of monsters. When sensing a demonic attribute, you will deal plus 30% damage against demonic monsters and gain plus 40% resistance to the demonic attribute. Demonic Manifestations, Eternal Soul Stage 6, Active. Demonic Manifestations is a skill which corresponds to the intermediate level of Eternal Soul. While Demonic Seal and Demonic Response were basic techniques, this skill is an intermediate level skill to prepare for war against the demonic monsters. Magic Manifestations is a technique used to give special powers to your allies. 5 items created with Demonic Seal are automatically sacrificed when Demonic Manifestation is used. The manifested effect depends on the type of equipment offered. In addition, the effect will change depending on the combination of equipment offered. It will be possible to know the active effect by looking at your allies. However, the sacrificed items will be destroyed when the effect disappears. Items created with Demonic Seal are automatically sacrificed and an effect triggered. Spiritual Power Consumption, 100. He hadn't considered that Eternal Soul would awaken. But it wasn't strange since the Abyss monsters had the demonic attribute. The problem was he couldn't see why the soul was released. Vega wasn't the first demonic boss I met in the Abyss. The 53rd floor? Wasn't there a boss with the demonic attribute? So why is the seal released now and not at that time? At first he thought it was unsealed when he fought bosses with the demonic attribute. But that wasn't the case this time. Oh, that reminds me, doesn't the explanation for demonic response say that certain conditions had to be met for Eternal Soul to be unsealed? Then I must have met that condition while fighting Vega. Ark read the information window for a while and was soon able to discover the answer. The new skill was equivalent to Eternal Soul reaching an intermediate level. And the intermediate skill was to prepare for a war against the demonic forces. Then I needed to kill a certain number of demonic monsters to unlock this? When thinking about it, the reason for the unsealing was clear. The boss on the 53rd floor also had subordinates, but there were only 50 of them. The subordinates also weren't of the demonic attribute. However, Vega had led the 1,000 lizards. The number was enough to be called an attack corps. The intermediate process for Eternal Soul is to fight against the demonic core. Then how many will I have to kill to unlock the other seals? It has become increasingly more difficult. He knew learning Hero Mabon's legacy wouldn't be easy. But fighting against an army of demonic monsters was quite a difficult condition. Frankly, he had no idea where to find another core after clearing the secret dungeon. Well, finding the demonic core isn't the only difficult part. Won't I also need an attack group if I have to fight against an army? If I think about it, it really is a difficult condition. Well, leaving that problem for the future, demonic manifestations, the cursed items will be automatically offered and a special effect granted? While demonic seal would be used to create a cursed Japtum, he never really used demonic response. But according to the information window, Eternal Soul had reached an intermediate level. In other words, demonic seal was a skill that should be used in conjunction with demonic manifestations. A fairly usable skill has appeared now that Eternal Soul has reached intermediate, although it does consume 5 equipment. I don't know what kind of effect it gives, but I'll have to try it. Well, a time to test it will appear. Ark thought before dismissing thoughts of Eternal Soul. Right now it was important to finish capturing the secret dungeon. After the battle with Vega, only 120 troops remained. Honestly, he couldn't guarantee how many would survive if they had to go down even more floors. But he had no intention of just leaving after reaching this point. I have to go as far as possible. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 20 Chapter 3. ACT 3 Hell Door. Now the rest is over, so start looking for the stairs to the next floor. The soldiers scattered at Ark's command and started searching. Unlike the upper layers of the secret dungeon, the abyss was a natural cave. Therefore the structure was very complicated and it wasn't easy to find the way to the next area. Sometimes they had to wander for 10 hours before finding the path to the next floor. While the 60th floor had swamps and a ravine, it wasn't complicated like a maze. Looking for the way wouldn't be difficult. However, there's no path on this side. It also isn't on this side. The soldiers scattered all over the place shook their heads as they reported back. What? What did you say? There's nothing? Is this the last floor of the secret dungeon? The soldiers asked with a look of expectation. It had already been a fortnight since they entered the dungeon. They were already sick of wandering around and being in danger. But Ark just shook his head. No, that's not it. Vega was just a middle-ranked boss. There should still be another boss in this dungeon. So there will definitely be a passage somewhere. That's right. That was the reason why Ark thought the 60th floor wasn't the lowest one. Only middle-ranked bosses had appeared, so the secret dungeon wasn't cleared yet. He had also obtained another stone sculpture from Vega. The sculptures had dropped from bosses, so there was no doubt it would be used in the dungeon somewhere. It is clear there is still a secret in this dungeon. If there isn't a route to go down, then it must be something else. If there is nothing, then we'll have to go back to the labyrinth and search carefully. Look through every corner of this floor. If there is no route, then look for something strange. That's true. Hey, search in every corner more carefully. The soldiers considered Ark's words and shouted. The monsters weren't the problem in the abyss. The dungeon itself was one enormous trap. Who knew how dangerous the abyss would become if they had to search a few more days? They would rather go downstairs and die than have to go through that labyrinth again. After Ark's threat, the frightened soldiers used magic to create light and searched the 60th floor again. After a while, the soldiers who were investigating the side the lizards came running towards Arkansas. Ark, I found something suspicious. The soldier had found a small cave. On the outside it just seemed like a crack in the wall, but it was actually quite a wide cave after entering. But the deep cave wasn't a passage. It was just a room with a wide space. Yet there was something strange on the opposite wall of the cave. What this is? Ark looked at the wall and tilted his head to one side. Unlike the other walls, this one was carved 10 centimeters inwards. The size was about 3 meters high and 1 meter wide. Although he looked carefully, there was no other device. Just the rectangular structure which had been carved into the wall. And more walls. Something like this can't be naturally created. In other words, someone must have made it. Obviously there must be a secret hidden here. What's this? While touching the wall with his fingertips, he felt something strange. When he removed the surrounding earth, he felt a small iron plate. Small letters were carved into the iron plate. The carved letters were in unintelligible characters. However, Ark knew how to decipher those characters. It was with knowledge of ancient relics. As expected, where he touched the characters there was a shallow light and the deciphered contents appeared. The beast who was born in darkness and lives by eating. But uncertain people won't be aware of his presence. If you have firm belief, then inscribe his image here. But keep something in mind. This existence will cause you endless despair. Beast? Inscribe the image of a beast on the wall? Ark was even more confused by the contents of the iron plate. Why was it suddenly telling him to inscribe the image of an animal on the wall? Inscribe on the wall? Then I have to draw an image inside this rectangle? But how do I know what beast to draw? Was there a hint somewhere in the dungeon? Like a mural or something drawn somewhere? It was a serious problem. Ark was presently on the 60th floor of the secret dungeon. In the meantime, he had explored dozens of kilometers. If he didn't find a clue on the 60th floor, then didn't it mean he would have to search from the beginning again? It was unreasonable to even think it. In addition, the soldiers in Dark Eden wouldn't easy obey. Wait, mural? A mural? Come to think of it. Ark tilted his head and looked at the wall for a while. A thought came to his head after remembering the word mural. The recessed wall was in the shape of a rectangle. It was as if someone had taken a mural off the wall. Then there was originally something here. But why did someone take off the mural? That's right, the iron plate didn't say I needed to draw it. I misunderstood the words. Don't I just have to return the original mural here? After thinking that, something flashed through Ark's head. The 10 stone sculptures in the form of slabs that he collected. When investigating the slab, he had seen something carved on the surface, but he couldn't identify its shape. Perhaps. Ark quickly pulled out the slabs and placed them in the rectangular recess. That's right. The slabs were the murals that had been taken away from this wall. Once he knew that, the steps afterwards were simple. Ark placed the slabs back in like a jigsaw puzzle. A large image started to form on the wall. But Ark felt more confused after he managed to insert the 10 slabs. What the? Am I short one slab? Even though all 10 slabs were inserted, an empty space was left in the center. What the? I need more slabs? Is there another middle-ranked boss? No, I can't even defeat the boss on the next floor if I can't solve this puzzle. Nevertheless, the lack of a slab, is there a boss that is hiding? Ark looked at the nearly completed wall mural and scratched his head. Suddenly he felt something strange when looking at the mural. The empty space had an overall triangle shape. The shape and size was similar to something he had seen before. But where? He stared at the wall mural and searched through his memory. After staring for a while, Ark finally remembered what he forgot. Wait. This form is, that's right, I'm sure of it. Raiden, the bloody slate. Sack. Raiden spat out a slate onto the floor. It was a slate with a deep red color that seemed to drip blood. This slate hadn't been obtained in the secret dungeon. Lumens had handed him this slate after freeing the Draconians from Megura's subordinates. But he had needed 200 knowledge of ancient relics to confirm it, so he had forgotten about it. Surprisingly, the bloody slate seemed to fit perfectly into the mural. Looking at the shape, I'm positive this is right. Ark grabbed the slate, causing it to vibrate, and a new message window rose. You have identified the bloody slate using knowledge of ancient relics. Knowledge of ancient relics plus 10, intelligence plus 10, luck plus 5, fame has increased by 50. Bloody slate containing the secret of the abyss, level 0. An unknown dark power can be felt from this unrefined stone slate. While the slate looks rough at first, looking closely you can tell that it has been carefully trimmed. A weird shape is depicted on the surface, but it cannot be clearly determined. The purpose of this slate is still unknown. Yes. Ark inwardly cheered as he checked the information window. After the name was different, the description was the same as the other 10 sculptures he got. In other words, the bloody slate was part of the mural. For the slate Lumens gave me to be a part of this mural. Then wouldn't the dungeon boss be related to Megura, who disappeared hundreds of years ago? He had suddenly obtained hidden information about the lore quest. No, the boss hiding in the lowest layer of the abyss might even be Megura himself. According to Lumens' words, Megura was an evil which existed before the Dark Lord. It was obvious after considering the name of the dungeon, Cradle of Ancient Evil. Well, what matters is that I've found the last key. Ark placed the bloody slate into the empty space. Finally, the image of the beast which the iron plate mentioned had been completed. It was the shape of a huge wild dog with black fur. A black wild dog was often considered an omen of bad luck in the old days. When the bloody slate was inserted, it formed the red eyes of the dog. So the image of the beast was finally completed. Cuckoo cuckoo, cuckoo cuckoo. The cave started to shake violently. Rocks fell down from the ceiling like hail. What the? The cave is collapsing. Ark and the soldiers quickly rushed outside the cave. The cave fell almost at the same time. What is this? A passage wasn't created and it just collapsed. Ark looked at the collapsed cave with an absurd expression. Although the cave collapsed, the huge wall mural which was still standing started to crack. Then an enormous rock fell down and a strange shape was shown. Door, it was a door. An enormous door which reached dozens of meters. But it wasn't an ordinary door. The door was made from humans. Thousands of humans with looks of suffering on their faces made up the grotesque doors. The soldiers were at a loss of words after seeing the eerie doors. Hell door. Someone groaned and muttered. That's right. It was just like the hell door described in Dante's work. The soldiers of Dark Eden were overwhelmed by the terrible door. Even Ark was a bit lost when he thought about it. Only Isurum and the rehabilitation members were the exception. A hell door at the end of the abyss, isn't this pretty fun? Isurum laughed gleefully and approached the hell door. Jack Tongue also laughed and nodded. Then hell will be behind this? Good. I always wanted to see it. Bulkoon also giggled and muttered. Although it is abrupt, you would see it sooner or later. What? That is slander. Then you know that you'll go to heaven? Of course. Do you know how much I've donated to the church? Donation? Isn't that just money laundering? Don't talk boring nonsense. If other people hear it, they will think it is true. Jack Tongue freaked out and quickly blocked Bulkoon's mouth. While it was unsure if Jack Tongue actually did money laundering, Isurum's and the rehabilitation members' words caused the soldiers to relax a bit. But that only lasted a few minutes. The moment Ark entered the huge hell door, he witnessed an absurd scene. The other side of the hell door was an extremely bizarre sight. Dark water stretched out beyond the threshold of the door. It stretched into the horizon. It was already weird for there to be a huge ocean underground. But the even more astonishing thing was the thing. Aewa. Humans and beasts, monsters, transparent beings were entangled everywhere in the ocean. Whenever the waves hit the strange forms, a cry would emerge. It was a literal hell. Do we have to get past here? Ark looked at the wide ocean with absurd eyes before trying to touch it. Then a black shape popped up and wound around his arm. His health was sucked out at an enormous pace. At the same time, a warning message appeared. You have touched the Hell River. The Hell River contains the cursed spirits who have a deep-seated grudge. If you touch it, then you will lose 100 health per second. Ark freaked out and removed his arm. Fortunately, he didn't lose a lot of health, but how are we going to pass this place? Ark. Then Isurum, who had been looking around, suddenly shouted. Can't we ride this? Isurum pointed towards a small boat that was on the side of the hell door. Although it was a small boat, it would still float on the Hell River. They had no choice but to use the boat if they wanted to pass through the river. But there was one serious problem. The size of the boat was so small that only 15 people could fit at most. In other words, the people who could enter this place were limited. Then only 15 people can pass through? Even when they moved with hundreds of people, there was always a life and death situation. But now only 15 people could go to a place where there was a boss? It was a ridiculous situation. But this is a game. That's right. Once again, this was a game. Although this might be an incredibly difficult dungeon with strong monsters, it was a game, so it was ultimately designed to be defeated by users. Then the Hell River and small boat must have been purposely designed. And the purpose was to restrict the number of people. Well, I don't know if my guess is correct. There are currently 120 soldiers remaining. In such a situation, if another 1,000 enemies appeared, then the odds aren't in my favor. But there's no need to worry about since the number of personnel is restricted. It means I can face the enemy with fewer troops. Besides. Anyway, this was still the last boss of the secret dungeon. In other words, the best loot would drop. If he caught that boss with all his troops, then he would have had to divide the loot into 3,800 parts. No matter how good the loot was, Ark would only get a few gold. Yet how much would he get if only a dozen people entered? Of course, he would still have to share the loot with the coalition members that entered. And the people who were entering were Isurum and the rehabilitation members. He couldn't monopolize it, but he would be able to get the yolk of the egg. Hoo, this is an opportunity. There was a greedy smile on Ark's face as he came up with an idea. Does anyone want to travel through hell? The soldiers shook their heads and stepped backwards. There were no humans who would want to visit hell. Of course, Isurum and the rehabilitation members were the exception. So the group ended up being Ark, Isurum, and the rehabilitation members. Now, shall we do a bit of sightseeing through hell? Isurum put his foot up on the side of the boat and said. The boat then slid smoothly through the water. That is? The boat had been floating for 5 minutes. The horribly distorted and wriggling shape of the landscape was enough to cause motion sickness. Then finally Ark's group arrived close to the destination. But the final destination was an unimaginable place. Black Crystal Temple? A bizarre island had appeared on the Hell River. A huge temple was located on the center. The temple looked different from others. The walls, roof, and even the floor of the temple was made of a black crystal. The temple was extremely beautiful but also terrifying as it felt like his soul was being sucked in. After landing, Isurum looked at a crystal pillar and said, This temple is beautiful but it feels unpleasant. Is it because it is in hell? My mood was refreshed the moment I entered the hell, so it is still strange. Isurum muttered. The mysterious atmosphere of the crystal temple was enough to make Isurum tense. Stay alert. There is a high possibility that the boss is here. Don't worry. I can enter battle mode when it is necessary. Isurum answered and entered the temple. It was more enormous than it looked on the outside. The structure of the temple looked just like a building in ancient Rome. The sides were lined with thick pillars holding up the incredible weight of the triangular roof. And everything was made of the black crystal. It was like they were floating in a dark space. This funny feeling. Isurum kicked the floor and flinched. He stared at the dark temple with a pensive expression and breathed out lightly. Ark, do you understand? How can I no understand that there is a strange atmosphere? Ark gulped and swallowed his saliva. Isurum's reaction was natural. There was a strange smell coming from the darkness. It was the unpleasant scent of rotting flesh and blood. The smell stimulated his nerves and caused an eerie feeling. It was impossible for someone like Ark and Isurum not to sense the hostility present. After Ark, Isurum, and the rehabilitation members sensed the aura, they instantly changed into battle mode. But despite waiting 1 minute, there was no reaction from the inside. It has no intention of coming out. Is it making us come there instead? The monster sees no need to come out. We've come all the way here to kill it and now we have to search for it? I'll go first. Ark stepped forward and said. While Isurum and the rehabilitation members had strong combat skills, in New World Ark was still the strongest among them. When considering level and defense, Ark was the only possible choice to lead. With sharpened nerves, Ark carefully stepped forward. How far did they enter? Once the party arrived at a large hall, they witnessed an unimaginable scene. A huge beast 20 meters in size was lying in the hall. The monster was a black wild dog. It looked exactly like the one shown in the mural. But this black dog had its body ripped to shreds. The lower part of the body was so torn apart that its internal organs were flowing out. The terrible smell of blood drifted about the interior of the hall. Ark looked at the dog's body and asked with a puzzled expression. What on earth happened to it? Since it looked exactly the same as the mural, Ark was convinced that this dog was the final boss of the abyss. But why was there a horrifying body before the battle had even begun? Did another user enter before us and took care of the monster? He thought that for a bit. He had often experienced such things when roaming around dungeons. General monsters were a lot more common than boss monsters. After taking care of the general monsters, he went to the location of the boss only to find that another user had taken care of it. But Ark soon shook his head. No. I sealed this dungeon up 1 year ago. Furthermore, the hell door needed to be opened to arrive here. While they could obtain the other slates, it was impossible for other users to open the door without the bloody slate. In that case. What? It can't be that we came here in vain? I'm going crazy. A rehabilitation member said with an exhausted expression. Damn. I can't even eat fried dog. Isurum loved eating dogs, so he complained after seeing the huge, dead dog. Coo, coo 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 coo. Suddenly groaning sounds emerged from the beast's mouth which almost sounded like a laugh. What the? That bastard is still alive? Isurum exclaimed as he jumped from the shock. It wasn't just Isurum. Ark and the rehabilitation members were also staring at the beast with amazed eyes. Then the beast's eyelids opened and red eyes were revealed. Humans! He spoke in a delighted voice. The red eyes scanned the party before he said, I need to ask, my subordinates had it, the key, you can't come to this place without it, only one key remains, where did you find it? The last key? Is it talking about the bloody slate? From the fire draconians I saved in Warion Mountain. Ark wavered before answering. He had visited this place yet the boss was already like a corpse. Well, he wasn't dead but he still wasn't in a normal condition. Ark was interested in why the boss of the secret dungeon was in such a state. The boss might even lead to a different event. The beast wasn't able to fight in this state, so did it really matter if he knew? The beast's eyes narrowed at Ark's answer. It was like that, so it was there. Are you Megura? There was a survivor from the fire draconians? Yes, I heard about you from them. I don't know why you look like this but expect me to spare you. Ark declared in a cold voice. It wasn't to get revenge for the fire draconians that Ark said this. Despite his looks, Megura was still alive. So couldn't he get loot from him when Megura ran out of breath? In the worst-case scenario, he might not get any loot but he could complete the quest. Megura frowned at Ark's words. After a moment, the upper part of his body stared shaking from laughter. Ha 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 ha. Spare me. You, me? Judging from your current state, you'll die even if I don't touch you. Those words, this body is dying, is that what you think? You're saying it isn't true? Are you trying to make me laugh? Your current situation, you still don't understand. My current situation? For hundreds of years for you guys, I've been waiting. What nonsense was he saying? He had been waiting hundreds of years for Ark and his companions? Ark muttered with an absurd expression. It isn't possible to understand, it is natural, but you'll soon discover why, the reason I said I've been waiting hundreds of years. Chwa 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 chwa. It was at that moment. Megura's body started convulsing and the internal organs on the ground flew in every direction. They wrapped around the pillars and the temple pulled Megura's body upwards. A cobweb-like structure appeared in the center above Megura's upper body. A red warning message then appeared in front of Arkansas. The boss monster hands of the devil Megura has appeared. This is Hick. Am Master. Above. At that moment Rackard's scream was heard from behind him. Ark lifted his head with surprise. The internal organs were wriggling like a snake and fell towards him. Dark dance. Ark quickly moved his feet and withdrew dozens of meters. At the same time, there was a loud banging as dozens of strands of internal organs impacted with the place where Ark was. If he hadn't instinctively avoided it, then he would have been crushed to death. But there was no time to even sigh with relief. Siu 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 sayak. After Ark avoided it, the dozens of internal organs' tentacle stems flew towards him at a tremendous speed. Ugh! What is this? Tentacles? Anyway, they were still heading towards him even after he avoided it. But he couldn't closely examine the tentacles because he had to keep on running away from them. He had looked away for 1 second and a tentacle had closed around his leg. He lost his balance and stumbled, causing dozens of tentacles to repeatedly hit him. Peep-pepping. He became dizzy and also lost 10% of his health. But he couldn't afford to become flustered. Dark blade. Ark struck the tentacle that was wrapped around his leg. And he rolled across the floor to escape the rest of the tentacles. After Ark had fended off that attack, he had time to look around the room. Oh my god. The tentacles hadn't only attacked Arkansas. Megura had a large number of tentacles attached to his body, the pillars, and floor to ceiling. The hundreds of tentacles were also attacking Isurum and the rehabilitation members. Fortunately, Isurum was using quick footwork to avoid the attacks from the tentacles while the rehabilitation members had only lost 20-30% health. Hick, hick. Intestines. I flew into intestines. Rackard was also flying between the pillars and avoiding the tentacles. Damn it. Ack. It's coming from all directions. All of this had happened in less than 1 minute. If we're careless, then we'll be wiped out in an instant. Then Bulkun and Tazza got snagged by the tentacles and fell down. Dozens of tentacles then focused on those two. Ark threw the saw blade and shouted. Transformation off. Iron firewall. Clack clack clack, clack 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 clack. The saw blade quickly turned into Razak and stood in front of the two with his shield. Wings of flames poured out and pushed back the tentacles. Meanwhile, Ark used sprint and cut the tentacles wound around Bulkun and Taza. Teacher, Hyung Nims. Gather around me. Ugh, understood. Isurum and the rehabilitation members gathered around Arkansas. Then they formed a back-to-back circular formation. It was a method designed to limit the directions the tentacles could attack from. Even if dozens of tentacles flew towards them, with their backs protected, it was possible to avoid receiving a concentrated attack like before. What on earth, that guy? Wasn't it supposed to be dead? Isurum muttered as he continued attacking the tentacles. If we hit it, then it'll die. What? That guy only has 15% health left. Ark stared at Megura with gold eyes. Shortly after the attack had started, Ark had used Eyes of the Cat to check Megura's information. He confirmed that Megura was a level 500 elite boss. In a normal fight, there was no way 12 people would be able to defeat him. But Ark had discovered why the number of people allowed in the shrine was restricted. He didn't know the reason yet, but Megura's body was ripped to shreds and it only had 15% health left. That beast only has half his body and 15% health left. Ark also only lost 10% health when hit by the tentacles. He had thought Megura would be incredibly strong, but he was mistaken. While losing 10% health with one blow was a tremendous attack power, Ark had actually been hit by dozens of tentacles. He had received dozens of hits from a level 500 elite boss, yet his health had only been reduced by 10%. In other words, Megura's stats had also been decreased like his health. On the other hand, Ark, Isurum, and the rehabilitation members had received various buffs from the priests and magicians, so they were in great shape. Of course, Megura still wasn't an insignificant opponent. But Megura could only properly move his head and one paw. Therefore he can probably only attack with the tentacles. And they could somehow stop the tentacle attacks thanks to the circular formation. But there was no meaning in stopping the tentacles if they couldn't damage Megura. Teacher, Hyung Nims, maintain the formation while I approach that guy. Ark struck a tentacle and approached Megura with the circular formation still maintained. The problem was that there were also tentacles hanging above Megura's body like a spider web. Razak, transform. After approaching Megura, Ark commanded Razak to transform. Then he grabbed the saw blade and swung it towards the tentacles. The whip swept past dozens of tentacles at once. At the same time, Megura's body, which had been hanging in the air, descended. This is an opportunity, demonic detection. It was the skill which originated from Hero Mabon. He used the 5th stage skill of Eternal Soul. Ark's eyes instantly turned white and the scenery changed like he was looking through infrared goggles. Then something which looked like black blood was drawn around Megura's body. It was the demonic energy in Megura which had been drawn out using demonic detection. Ark swung the saw blade towards the area where the black blood was thickest. Dark blade. Kwa 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 kwang. When he cut the black blood, it caused a change explosion within Megura's body. The burst blood vessel had spread. When attacking the demonic energy discovered with demonic detection, he could deal between 100-1000 additional damage. In addition, cutting the blood vessel also temporarily decreased defense. It was indeed a skill for dealing with demonic monsters. Kut, you dare, foolish human. Mora growled after receiving considerable damage. At the same time, dozens of tentacles sprouted like an arrow from the skin. Bah, how do you expect to get past our protection? Isurum and the rehabilitation members were like a barrier protecting Ark from the tentacles. Okay, if this keeps up, then I can win. But he couldn't be too hasty. Megura was still a boss monster. If there was the slightest slip, then the situation could change in an instant. Slowly, I have to slowly decrease that fellow's health. Ark maintained the circular formation and blocked the attacks of the tentacles while grasping the timing to attack Megura. Ark never dealt continuous attacks and focused on attacking and defending with Isurum and the rehabilitation members. So they slowly cut down Megura's health. On the other hand, Megura had lost 5% health from the attacks. Impertinent bastards! Megura gave a strange yell and his body shook. Something unthinkable then occurred. The tentacles flying all over the place gathered and changed to a huge hammer. The huge hammer hung over all of their heads. Huck! Scatter! Qua 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 quang, . There was a tremendous roar as Ark, Isurum, and the rehabilitation members flew all over the place. Then the tentacles dispersed again and attacked the party. The situation was like when they were first attacked. Bulkun and Heijayolese were already wrapped in dozens of tentacles. Hyung Nims. Ark swung his saw blade and cut the tentacles wound around Bulkun's arms. Just as he was turning towards Hey, Magura's neck started to bulge like a balloon and a huge object popped out of his mouth. The huge tongue-like object extended like jelly and instantly covered Hey body. Then the object along with Hey was drawn back inside Magura's mouth. What, that guy? Surely not. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Magura's jaw moved and a horrifying sound was heard. Then blood emerged from the fangs he was chewing. Magura had chewed and swallowed Hey. But the truly horrifying scene occurred afterwards. You unbelievable, ... A groan flowed from Ark's mouth as he looked at Magura. A blissful expression appeared on Magura's face after he swallowed Hey. Then his chest area started twitching and expanding. Fur also grew out, formed the missing skin on the left front paw. At the same time, 8% of Magura's health was restored. He had used Hey to revive and restore his health. Cuckoo, for hundreds of years, I finally regained it. Regained it? Ark used Eyes of the Cat as well as skill penetration and the information window appeared. Characteristics of Magura's skill, piece of flesh. Magura is the immortal existence known as the hands of the devil. Even if Magura's flesh has been completely destroyed, he can restore his body. But Magura can't just remake his body. Magura uses piece of flesh in order to absorb living flesh. When Magura uses piece of flesh, he can restore his body and abilities. Cuckoo, do you understand now? Magura shook his paw which had been restored. Yes, the slate you found isn't a key, it is to brand the living sacrifices. Living sacrifices? Brand? Then Ark recalled the warning message that appeared when entering the abyss. It had warned about a huge sacrifice. And Magura's body was destroyed. He had confirmed the information about piece of flesh after using skill penetration. So they were sacrificial offerings for Magura. Magura had spread complex information in order for some sacrifices to come here. Don't tell me, for hundreds of years. You noticed, it is my plan. Magura laughed and muttered. The worst-case scenario instantly rose in Ark's head. I've been in this dead body for hundreds of years since the end of the Dark Century, but I was born in the darkness itself. I am an immortal existence. My soul has been waiting in this body for a good opportunity to restore my flesh. Yet no matter how immortal I am, I can't restore my body without absorbing a human's flesh, so I prepared something just in case. The bloody slate containing the secrets of the abyss. Yes, cuckoo. Humans are simple, just slip them some bait about a hidden secret and they will enter. If I just sit here calmly then the sacrifices will come to me. Warriors and soldiers are strong, but too much time passed this time. The bait I cast disappeared before humans could come here, and after hundreds of years, I had mostly given up but thankfully you guys came here. Ark now started to untangle the secrets of the bloody slate. Now you know, the meaning to I've been waiting for you for hundreds of years. It was simple. In order to eat. And that was the main reason why the number of people allowed in the crystal shrine was limited. In Magura's condition he couldn't afford to meet a lot of users. This meant Magura had limited the numbers to an amount he could eat. That's right. The dungeon, slates, hell door, the whole thing was a trap. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 20 Chapter 4. ACT for Magura's Stone. Cool. The crystal temple was locked in a bizarre silence. Ark and the rehabilitation group even forgot that they were fighting. The secret behind the slabs was shocking. No, such a thing didn't matter. The problem was that Magura's health and stats had been restored. When slowly chipping away 5% of Magura's health, Ark's group had lost an average of 30% health. It was the inevitable result when facing an elite level 600 boss with 12 people. But it was enough in a battle where Magura only had 15% health left. However, Magura had recovered his health after eating Hey. Wasn't it comparable to Dragon Ball where a person managed to transform themselves to quickly increase their power? Damn, this dog wants to eat us? Isurum rushed towards Magura angrily. Teacher. Wait a minute. You fool, it is already too late, Kwang. Magura opened his mouth and roared. There was a sudden huge storm and Isurum was thrown back. Isurum immediately impacted with the ground. Hundreds of tentacles then wound around him. Teacher. Dark Blade. Ark attacked the tentacles wound around Isurum. But hundreds of tentacles once again emerged from Magura's body and formed a barrier. Dark Blade was blocked by the barrier and Isurum was sucked in Magura's mouth. The eerie sound of crunching flesh and bones followed. This time Magura managed to restore 10% of his health. Magura's original health was 15%. His stats were also only at 15%. Now after eating Hey-Jia-Lese and Isurum, his health and stats increased by 18%. In other words, he had recovered 33% of his abilities. Bang, 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 bang. The effect showed straight away. Hundreds of tentacles crossed the space at an incredible pace. The speed and power couldn't be compared to before. Moreover, howling which was used on Isurum was used again, so Ark and the rehabilitation members couldn't maintain their balance and stumbled. When in that state, the tentacles were certain to deal damage. Ugh! Ark quickly lost 20% health from the continuous attacks of howling and the tentacles. The rehabilitation members also lost 30% health, and some of them were on the verge of death. It was truly overwhelming. If this is what Magura is capable of at 33%, imagine 100%. Ark had forgotten Magura's true identity. Yes, Magura was the legendary devil who devastated the Jackson region and drove the Fire Draconians to their extinction. If he recovered 100%, then his power would transcend imagination. No, even reaching 100% wasn't necessary. Ark and the rehabilitation members couldn't even deal with Magura when he was 33% recovered. Did I travel all this way just to become that guy's meal? Anger immediately surged at the idea. The important thing wasn't if he died here or not. The reason Magura hid here was because he couldn't heal his body. This meant that he wouldn't stay here once his flesh was perfectly recovered. The legendary devil which devastated Jackson hundreds of years ago would once again be set free in the world. The world would become an ocean of fire wherever Magura walked. Of course, I really don't care that much if the world becomes an ocean of fire. The problem was the entrance to the dungeon was on Sylvana. So the first place Magura would turn to ashes was Sylvana. Right now Sylvana was rapidly developing in order to be promoted to a B-ranked estate. In addition, Sylvana was also the core place in his triangular trade route. If it was turned in an ocean of fire, then Ark would lose everything. He had to stop Mora from resurrecting. Ark, do something. He heard Bulkun's voice from behind him. When he raised his head, dozens of tentacles had surrounded the party. Ark freaked out and swung his sword wildly. At the same time, there was a huge pressure on his sword and Ark was thrown into a wall. The tentacles had become as strong as a hammer after Magura recovered 33%. Oh my god. How can I win? The current odds of winning were only 1%. As more time passed, the chances were slowly reaching 0%. Damn it, I can't just give up like this. Ark spat out blood and raised his body. The battle with Magura wasn't just a life or death situation anymore. If Ark's group died here, then Sylvana would be at risk. Even if he wanted to, it wasn't possible for him to give up. Ark bit his lip and got up. Shi-yang! A sharp sound resonated from behind him. The crystal wall had cracked where Ark's sword had hit it and a small splinter had fallen down. What the? Why is the crystal? Ark looked at the crack in the wall with stupid eyes. The strength of the crystal in the temple was close to steel. It didn't even crack when hit by one of Magura's tentacles. Then why did a fragment fall off when his sword touched it? Wait. That reminds me, the crystal. Ark recalled the situation from a moment ago and had an idea. After carefully looking at the structure of the temple, Ark sent a whisper to Taza. Taza, I have a request. What? Now. Yes, right now. Ark shouted in an urgent voice. He explained the plan that he had just come up with. Taza made a strange expression before smiling and nodding. Oh, that's brilliant? Is it possible? It's possible. No, I will make it possible. But the situation is difficult since he already had 2 people. If you guys die before I'm finished, I'll somehow hold out until your preparations are finished. I understand. I'll do as you ask. Taza rolled and escaped from the tentacles before suddenly running away. When Taza ran away, dozens of tentacles instantly aimed for his back. But Ark had expected Magura's behavior and spun his sword like a windmill to block the tentacles. Everyone gather around me. Ark explained his plan when the rehabilitation members gathered. From now on, don't drink potions. It is better to have less health now. Don't attack the tentacles unless they wind around you. What? What are you saying? I don't have time to explain. Just do as I say and you'll soon understand. Damn. What is this? The tentacles flew towards where Ark's group was gathered. Ark and the rehabilitation members scattered in different directions. Ark ignored the flying tentacles and only attacked the ones that wound around him. Their health decreased and all the rehabilitation members were instantly in a critical condition. I don't know. Just kill me. Suddenly Megura's movements changed. Yapsab only had 2% health left when the tentacles suddenly flew sharply towards him. Hoo, indeed. He's been waiting hundreds of years, so he can't just let his prey be killed. Yes, that was the reason Ark told them not to care about health. Megura's tentacles were made from intestines and other internal organs. Megura's goal was to devour Ark and the rehabilitation member. With piece of flesh, he could eat humans and restore his body. Naturally, the tentacles aimed to restrict their movements so that Ark and the rehabilitation members could be swallowed. But Ark and the rehabilitation members just kept running and ignored the tentacle attacks, so they couldn't grasp the timing to wind around them. These guys. After the situation was repeated, Megura started to realize Ark's goal. For sacrifices to act so daringly, playing cheap tricks. Chua 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 chua. At that moment, hundreds of tentacles intersected and seemed to form a huge net. The net was cast out and thrown over Yapsab and Diakde. D-damn. Yapsab and Diakde became puzzled and quickly stepped on it. But once caught by the net, the tentacles just became even more intertwined. Ark and the other rehabilitation members tried to tear the tentacles, but more just appeared. In the end, Yapsab and Diakde were dragged like fish in a net into Megura's mouth. At the same time, Megura's health recovered by 14% and his left side and hind legs healed. Megura's stats had recovered close to 50%. Cuckoo. You guys, postponing it is useless. Megura once again made a net with the tentacles. Then he heard Tassa's voice from the back. Ark, it's done. Ark's eyes flashed and he shouted. Everybody run out of the temple. Okay. You fools, you can't get away. Hundreds of tentacles wound around the pillar pursued them. The hundreds of outstretched tentacles was like a scene from a horror movie. Ark, who had escaped to a corridor, smiled and said, Tazza Hyun, now. At the same time, Tazza took out a large hammer and shield. Then he struck it and the sound of a gong seemed to resonate through the temple. And the whole temple started to buzz and vibrate. The crystal was a material which reflected sound well. But here was another reason the whole temple vibrated. It was due to the effect of what Tazza did. That was Pijik, Pejajijik, Jejjajajajak. The humming continued resonating through the temple and the crystal pillars the tentacles were wrapped around started cracking. At first it was just a small crack until it suddenly accelerated and spread at an incredible speed. What is this? Why? Megura looked at the cracking pillars with confusion. Ark, who had escaped into the corridor, turned around and laughed. Crystal is just like glass. Glass? Yes, glass. You're a dog, so you might not understand, but it is a substance weak to vibration. Vibration? Megura looked like he couldn't understand anything Ark was saying. He then belatedly became aware of the small objects lodged in the bottom of the pillars. It was a bent metal in a U shape. That's right. This was the core part of the plan Ark had Tazza prepare. The reason there was a small crack in the crystal wall when Ark's sword hit it was because it was a material weak to vibration. He hadn't felt it at the time, but when Ark was slammed into the wall, the attack had caused his sword to vibrate and crack the crystal. Ark had devised the plan after recalling a simple law of physics. Then can't I deliver a stronger vibration towards the pillars in the temple? Couldn't he break the entire pillar? The problem was how to focus a strong and continuous vibration on the pillar. Then he thought of the U-shaped metal lodged in the pillar. Once there was a resonance, it would continue vibrating continuously. So he had Tazza, who changed to a guardian equals engineer, to create the bent pieces of metal. While Ark and the rehabilitation members were running around, he had lodged it in the crystal pillars. Then the gong was hit and the intense sound wave rang out through the temple. The sound struck the metal, which changed it to a vibration which passed into the crystal pillar. The result was what happened. The cracks spread over the crystals as they were weak to vibration. Once the cracks spread, it couldn't be stopped. When the cracks spread on the pillar, it couldn't withstand the heavy weight of the ceiling and started crumbling. Cuckoo cuckoo, cuckoo cuckoo, quack 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 quang. Megura looked up with puzzled eyes after hearing a roaring sound. Ugh! You unbelievable! Megura wound his tentacles around a pillar close to Arkansas. The tentacles on the pillars in the rear unwound and Megura's body flew towards Arkansas. A huge monster was flying towards him. But Ark just laughed and raised his sword. Then he lightly hit the pillar that the tentacles were wound around. A clean sound rang out and there was a smashing sound. The metal lodged in the pillar vibrated even stronger. With the tentacles coiled around it, the cracks spread even quicker. The tentacles fell from the pillar and Megura, who was flying towards him, was forced to the ground. Quiet. Now get ready to become flattened like a rice cake. Kong, 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 Kong. Ark turned around and ran around the temple, knocking the pillars with his sword. More cracks spread until they couldn't resist the weight of the ceiling and the pillars collapsed. With so many pillars collapsed, the weight of the ceiling was a burden on the other pillars in the temple. The pillars were broken like a chain of dominoes, which would soon lead to the collapse of the entire temple. It was the end once cracks started to spread on the solid crystal temple. The temple would shatter into thousands of sharp fragments. There was no chance Megura could survive that. With the pillars broken, Megura can't use the tentacles to move. The rehabilitation Hyungnims have taken shelter outside the temple, so I should escape soon. Ark used sprint and ran down the corridor. At this point, the temple was already started to collapse as some debris fell from the ceiling. Even just a graze from a crystal splinter decreased his health by 200-300. Being hit by a large crystal would be instant death. While only small splinters had fallen so far, if he looked at the ceiling then he could predict when a large chunk would fall. However, if he ran while checking the ceiling then he wouldn't escape the temple in time. Rackard, time to do your job. Understood. I'm so lucky to have such a cool master. Rackard, who had been busy, avoided Megura's tentacles during the fight, landed on Ark's shoulder. Then he kept an eye on the crystal ceiling. Hick! 3 o'clock, there is a large crack in the ceiling. A huge crystal will fall 4 meters from here. Ark quickly avoided the crystal thanks to Rackard's words. So Ark ran down the corridor with Rackard and avoided the crystals. After a while, he arrived at the entrance to the temple and saw the rehabilitation members who had escaped first. That's it. Now we just have to wait, and it is out victory when the temple collapses. Ark was inwardly convinced of his victory. Ark, behind you, behind. Taza pointed to something behind Arkansas. Ark's face stiffened as he turned his head. A bloody Megura was quickly approaching Megura. Although Megura had recovered 50%, his lower body was still injured. He was also bleeding heavily from following Ark through the falling crystals. Since he couldn't use the pillars to move himself with the tentacles, he was dragging his body along using his paws. It really was a dreadful scene. Damn! At that speed. Even though Megura was significantly injured, he would be able to escape from the temple before it collapsed. And presently Ark and the rehabilitation members only had 5% health left. They wouldn't survive if Megura escaped from the temple. I have to stop him here. Ark turned around and ran towards Megura. Rackard, take the saw blade and go outside the temple. Understood. He handed the saw blade to Rackard, who picked it up and flew out of the temple. Rackard never even considered saying something like, "No, I won't leave, master." Disappear. After Ark blocked him, Megura tied the tentacles into a bundle and attacked him. Ark had no time to worry about the collapsing temple. Just as the bunch of tentacles was about to strike Ark's body, Ark smiled and shouted. Area declaration, glory of the night. Divine skill, descent of the fire draconian. It was the only way for Ark to stop Megura's rush. The dark spirit rose from the ground when he used the skill. At the same time, the area was wrapped in darkness. But then flames burst upwards after a short time. The flames formed a fire draconian. The fire draconian flew upwards before falling like a lightning bolt towards Ark's head. Ark was wrapped in the flames. You have used the divine skill descent of the fire draconian. The immortal fire draconian effect will be applied for 10 minutes. Asterisk 300 fire damage added to all attacks. Asterisk attack speed, movement speed and reaction rate will increase by 50%. Asterisk all enemies that attack will receive 100 fire damage. Asterisk fire resistance increases to 500% and all party members' fire resistance will increase to 100%. Asterisk when activated, all enemies within the area will receive 1000 fire damage while 50% of the user's health will be restored. D-Dragon Warrior. Megura was astounded after seeing the fire draconian wound around Arkansas. Megura was the one who caused the extinction of the fire draconians years ago. Naturally, he knew the techniques that the fire draconians used. This is the revenge of the fire draconians. Jump. Ark kicked the ground and flew towards Megura like a bullet. A line of flames followed Ark as he shot forward. Megura hurriedly used hundreds of tentacles as a shield. Not a chance. Dark Blade. Addle. It was the chain attack using Jump and Dark Blade, Addle. It was Ark's skill with the strongest breakthrough power. Megura's tentacles were unable to withstand it and broke. At the same time, the sword wrapped with the flames of the fire draconians pierced through Magura's chest. Magura let out a tremendous roar and was pushed back 10 meters. You won't be able to defeat me even if you become a dragon warrior. Of course I know I can't kill you with just descent of the fire draconian. But it is possible to catch your ankle using it. Ark muttered while blowing flames out. That's right. If Ark had used descent of the fire draconian from the beginning, then the battle against Magura might have been easier. But he was still a level 600 boss, so descent of the fire draconian wouldn't be able to deal decisive damage. So he had planned to decrease Magura's health to less than 5% before using descent of the fire draconian. But Magura managed to recover his health and stats using piece of flesh, so Ark had lost the timing to use it. Get out of my way. What will you do if I said no? Bang, 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 bang. Magura wildly swung his tentacles and attacked. Even if Ark used descent of the fire draconian, in a one-on-one fight against Magura he was instantly driven into a corner. However, Ark's purpose was to stop Magura from escaping. Thanks to the 50% increase in movement speed and reaction rate, Ark avoided the tentacles and concentrated his attacks on Magura's ankle. After a while, a huge crystal dropped from the unstable ceiling and blocked the entrance. Now it's over. Ark smiled and muttered. At the same time, there was a large split in the ceiling above his head. The crystals fell like hail and Ark immediately died. Dash. The rehabilitation members who had escaped the temple looked at the wreckage with surprised eyes. The huge crystal temple had been changed to a ruin with dozens of bent iron. Is it over? Taza breathed out slowly. To be honest, I never expected to survive that. But Ark is buried together with it. Well, it was a beautiful sacrifice. The rehabilitation members nodded with a deliberately solemn expression. Rackard picked his nose and murmured. It's okay, he will just appear again like nothing happened after several days. What? Aren't you Ark's summon? Shay, that's right. Don't forget that. Rackard indicated the temple with one wing and said. That dog would have dropped loot when he died. Master will be more thankful if you collect the loot than if you mourn him. That was correct. The time Ark took to feed and raise his pets wasn't in vain. Well, you're not wrong. Ark might have even dropped equipment as well. At any rate, let's search the ruins. The rehabilitation group sighed and approached the ruins of the temple. But the rehabilitation members had forgotten one important fact. 7 people had survived the battle against Magura. In other words, 7 people had defeated a level 600 elite boss. In normal circumstances, the rehabilitation members would have received a windfall of experience and leveled up like crazy. Even so, the experience hadn't been given yet. Tuduk, coo. It was at that moment. The crystals among the ruins started vibrating and a huge presence rose. The rehabilitation members exclaimed with surprise. Hook! That guy? A huge bloody shape had appeared among the crystals. The presence was so torn and bloody that it was difficult to recognize. Don't tell me, Magura? Yes, the blood-smeared shape was Magura, who had been buried underneath the rubble of the temple. Despite being buried, amazingly he was still alive. Magura looked at the depressed form of the rehabilitation members and laughed. Cuckoo, inferior humans, this body is immortal, this much. After being buried by the crystals, Magura only had 2% health left. However, the rehabilitation members only had between 1–3% health. That's because they had deliberately lowered their health in order to limit Magura's attacks. But it was a serious problem now that Magura hadn't died. This monster. This much, give me your flesh and blood, it is your fate. Magura dragged his body and the internal organs towards the rehabilitation members. Creepy tentacles wriggled here and there between pieces of skin. Magura brandished the tentacles and was about to hit the rehabilitation members. That's not it. Your fate is to die. A voice was audible from behind Magura. Both the rehabilitation group and Magura flinched and turned their heads. Ark. Ho, did you think I committed suicide or something? Yes, the person behind Magura was Arkansas. Ark had been crushed by the crystals when the temple collapsed, so how was he still alive? The answer was simple. Razak's pledge of death. It was the reason Ark had Rackard escape with the saw blade. It was in order to be able to use Razak's pledge of death. If the sword was still inside the temple, then Razak would also be crushed to death and he wouldn't be able to use pledge of death. So he had entrusted the saw blade to Rackard and sent them out of the temple. The reason Ark had prepared for the resurrection in advance was simple. Magura is a level 600 elite boss. If 7-8 people kill it, then they will get enormous experience. But that won't be applied if I die. In order to receive the experience after Megura dies, I need to use Pledge of Death. It was the reason he had deliberately ran into the temple and died from the crystals. Anyway, if he was alive when Megura died, then he could get the experience. So he had resurrected after being buried by the crystals. I didn't receive the experience, so Megura is still alive. Was his defense that high after recovering 50% of his stats? Anyway, he really was a tenacious monster. Well, Ark had also revived, so he couldn't really say anything. This bastard. Megura angrily muttered and moved his tentacles. But Ark just laughed and shook his head. Megura definitely was a strong monster. Currently Ark and the rehabilitation members only had 2% health left. Fighting an opponent in that state wouldn't be easy. But I don't have to fight with Megura. Demonic Seal. An intense light shot out from Ark's hands and hit Megura's body. Yes, Megura had less than 3% health, so Demonic Seal could be used on him. It didn't matter if Megura had 1,000 or 10,000 health remaining. The only thing that mattered was that it had less than 3% health. Quack. What? This is. Megura yelled and shook his body as a chain of light coiled around him. But that just made the chain of light tighten even more. After a while, a black jelly-like lump rolled out from Megura's mouth. It was his soul. You have succeeded in extracting the demonic aura. Please select a destination for the seal. Hyung Nims, I'll make something good, so take out some equipment. Taza listened to Ark and took out a piece of armor. Now, you're screwed. Demonic seal. Ark moved the chain of light towards the armor. Then the demonic energy, which had been changed to a piece of jelly, shrieked. Kuwak. What the? This power, I can't resist. It is natural. This is the technique that Hiro Mabon devoted his life developing to kill guys like you. It is impossible for you to escape once caught. Hiro Mabon? Then you are. Oh, you know about Hiro Mabon? Well, usually what happens now is that you begin to tell boring stories about your previous encounters with Hiro Mabon. I don't have time for that. Just hurry and be sealed. Ark twisted his hand and the jelly was sucked into the armor. That's it. I did it. Ark clenched his fist and exclaimed. Suddenly the armor that had absorbed Megura began shaking. Then there was a roaring sound and it split open. A black spirit flowed from the shattered armor. What the? Kukukuku, this body's power, you think it can be locked up in something like that? Ark realized what had gone wrong. When a demonic monster had their health below 3%, he could seal them in an item. But Demonic Seal had its own requirements. Demonic energy could only be sealed in items that could handle the energy. If he forcibly shoved the soul of a high-ranking demonic monster into a shabby item, then it wouldn't be able to handle it. It was the reason why the durability of a cursed item was extremely weak. Until now, his success rate for Demonic Seal had reached 80–90%. However, the failure rate would increase when the difference between the level of the item and the monster became more than 100. When it was more than 100 levels difference, the chance of Demonic Seal failing was almost 100%. In other words, he needed an item with a minimum level of 500 to be able to successfully deal the level 600 Megura. However, Ark and the rehabilitation members had no equipment that was level 500. It meant he couldn't use Demonic Seal. Damn it. I failed, but it's not too late. When the soul tries to rejoin with the main body, he'll have 2% health left. I've resurrected from the dead, so I can use Descent of the Fire Draconian again. Ark glared at Megura's main body and prepared to use Descent of the Fire Draconian. Then Megura's soul seemed to explode and began to be sucked in by the island. What? Cuckoo. I said it before, this body is immortal, and this is my resurrection place. As long as I'm here I can remake my body as I want. It'll take me hundreds of years to gather the strength to remake my body, but I will eventually come back after hundreds of years. Wait. You're running away? Cuckoo, ha. I'll see you hundreds of years later, you youngling. The whole island seemed to shake with Megura's laughter. Megura's soul had already been integrated into the island. Ark felt like all his power had left him. They had lost thousands of soldiers coming down to this floor, and Isurum, Hejayalese, Yapsab and Diakde were even eaten by Megura. Yet Megura didn't even give them one usable item or even experience. Now that Megura was integrated into the island, there was no way for Ark to catch him. In the end, they would have to return without any loot or experience. In a game it was just like being defeated. That damn dog. It was at that moment. Ark had been staring at the ground with annoyance when something flashed through his head. Wait? Megura is now a part of the island itself? In the end, it is like the earth has absorbed Megura's power. Then perhaps? After thinking for a bit, Ark took out a bunch of small stones from his bag. He used excavation all over the place and buried the empty heartstones into the holes. That's right. That idea which came to his head was to use the heartstones. According to what Megura had yelled, he had returned to the earth. And the heartstones had the power to absorb the surrounding power. Then wouldn't it be possible to suck Megura's soul into the heartstones? Furthermore, there was no level restriction on the heartstones. It could be used to make rare or unique heartstones. It was a crazy idea. It's absurd, but I have no other choice. This is the only way. Ark finished burying the heartstones and took out the phantom hourglass. After choosing the maximum amount of time acceleration, the sand quickly began to fall. After half of the sand had disappeared. Ack! What? Why is my power being dragged into the stone? The island vibrated and confusion seemed to emanate from it. It was Megura's voice. The moment he heard Megura's voice, a smug smile spread on Ark's face. Didn't Megura's confusion mean that Ark's idea was correct? Ho, I've now got my hands on the devil, so it's not possible for you to escape. What the? This bastard, what did you do? Stop talking nonsense and enter the stone. No, you can't do this, I am immortal, wah. Megura let out a cry of distress as the last of the sand fell down in the phantom hourglass. The number of uses is finished and the phantom hourglass has been broken. At the same time, several message windows appeared in front of Arkansas. Your level has risen. Your level has risen. Your level has risen. As expected, he received a huge amount of experience after defeating Megura. Ark gained 7 levels while the rehabilitation members gained the maximum 9 levels. Well, the experience was an inevitable result. Ark quickly dug out the heartstones and checked them. He had buried around 70 heartstones, 30 of them had shattered while the remaining 40 had turned black. When he checked, the name had changed to Hellstone. When embedded on an armor or shield, then it had the effect of increasing demonic resistance by 10%. But one of the heartstones was emanating a huge amount of energy and seemed different from the others. He grabbed the heartstone and the information window appeared. Megura's Stone, Legendary Heartstone. The soul of an ancient devil Megura has been sealed into this heartstone. In the past, Megura was an ancient existence which caused the destruction of many species. The ancient history books called him the guardian of hell, and his power and wickedness was compared to the strongest devils. While Megura was deprived of a lot of power when sealed, the power of this heartstone is incomparable to others. But since Megura's curse is also in this stone, a person with no resistance to the demonic element won't be able to use it. Used in socket, weapon exclusive use. When the heartstone is inserted into a weapon, there is a 20% chance of manifested Megura's power in dealing 11000 damage to enemies in front of you. Asterisk additional skill, summon Megura for 5 minutes. You can call upon the spirit of Megura. Megura's intense anger will display a continuous taunt effect which will lure in the enemy. Megura is so obsessed with his anger that he will attack all enemies regardless of friend or foe. But Megura's soul is deprived of his power, so he will only show an ability equivalent to a level 300 elite monster. When Megura's soul is summoned, the special effect of the stone can't be used. Spiritual power consumption, 500. Cooldown time, 24 hours. A legendary heartstone. Ark read the information window with wide eyes. It was the first time he had seen a legendary item. Well, it was a natural result since Megura was the devil who caused the Fire Draconian's extinction. It had a 20% chance of dealing 11000 extra damage. Well, there was a chance to deal 1 damage, but there was also the possibility of dealing the maximum amount of damage. And Megura's stone even had an additional skill attached. It was the ability to summon the sealed Megura. The power was equivalent to a level 300 elite monster. Well, Megura would attack everyone regardless of friend or foe, but it would still be quite useful. Ark, look over there. Jack Tongue pointed towards the hollow shell of Megura's body. It had started to rot as soon as Megura had been sealed. It finally completed melted and changed to a dark liquid with some items on top. It was the loot that Megura had dropped. Megura had dropped 5 items. There was 1 unique, 1 rare item, and the remaining 3 were magic items. Hell shoulder blades, unique. Armor type, leather shoulder blades. Defense, 45, plus 10. Durability, 35/70. Weight, 60. User restriction, level 450 and more. The Hell shoulder blades made from the interior of Megura's body. It possesses the strength of hell. The equipment contained the spirit of hell can deal fatal damage to any enemy's defense. The Hell Shoulder Blades is made from a material stronger than steel. While it has powerful defense, it can also be used as a weapon in emergency situations. Option: Defense plus 10, Strength plus 10, Stamina plus 20. Special option: when the enemy attacks or you use a headbutt, the horns on the shoulder blades will pop out and you will deal 100 addition damage. There is only a 30% chance of inflicting a curse. Eyes of Chaos, rare. Item type: Staff. Attack: 45-50. Durability: 56/100. Weight: 45. User restrictions: level 400 Warlock. A staff that Megara took from a powerful warlock a long time ago. The Eyes of Chaos is a staff inlaid with the eyes of an ancient hell monster Balmeridon. When the opponent stares into it, the eyes will cause fear and hallucinations. Option: Intelligence plus 30, Mana plus 500, Dark Magic Attack plus 20%. Special option: 10% chance of causing the fear and hallucination state when attacking with the Eyes of Chaos. Isn't this awesome? Ark's mouth dropped as he confirmed the information on the loot. The staff was quite creepy as it was covered in black hair with a large eyeball stuck in it. The items were the Hell Shoulder Blades and Eyes of Chaos. The Hell Shoulder Blades was a unique item with 45 defense. It seemed like a low number, but it was quite high when considering that most shoulder blades had defense below 30. In addition, it gave 10 extra defense as an option, so it was quite good for leather armor. There was also the probability of dealing additional damage or causing an abnormal state when attacking with the shoulder blades. It was very good for Ark, who preferred close combat. That option is 100 times better than having to keep on activating a special skill. But when looking at the performance, the rare Eyes of Chaos seemed better than the unique Hell Shoulder Blades. The option to give plus 20% dark magic attack power was a rare option. The warlocks would go crazy for it in the auction room. Can I take these leather shoulder blades? Ark grabbed the Hell Shoulder Blades and asked. It's your choice. The rehabilitation members just nodded. Ark was hunting with the rehabilitation members, so he couldn't just take the items. But if a leather item appeared, then the rehabilitation members knew to concede it to him. It was the reason why Ark liked hunting with Justice Man and the rehabilitation members. Of course, Ark still wasn't able to monopolize all the items. The Eyes of Chaos and the magic items will be sold in the auction room and the profits divided. That was how he decided to distribute the loot. So Ark packed all the loot into his bag. Sack, 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 sack. Then Ark felt Raiden's tail touch his leg. When he looked down, there was a book underneath a crystal. He had discovered the item and tried to swallow it and failed, so Raiden had asked for help from Arkansas. A book? Wait. Come to think of it. Ark was reminded of something and quickly picked up the book. Once again an information window appeared. Immortal Book, Special. An ancient book that had been housed in the shrine of the Fire Draconians. But Megara wanted the secret to immortality and ended up stealing the book from Dragonian. However, so far no one had discovered the secret of the Immortal Book. According to legend, only those who don't desire immortality will be allowed to access the book. This is the Immortal Book that Lumens mentioned. Ark also wondered about the contents of the book, which contained the secret to eternal life. But like the information window said, the book was sealed and he couldn't open it. What do I do with this? Lumens has already died, so I probably won't receive anything but the book as compensation. Well, I got the book through an important quest, so I will probably be able to use it somewhere. Ark put the book away. There was a ringing sound and the quest information window appeared. The lore quest Devil Megara has been completed. You have gained 3 in the character information window. Is a reward provided to players who had achieved a great historical achievement which can influence New World. The player who receives it would become a legend in that area. In addition, the accumulation of a certain number of S would receive a chance to gain a very special reward. Currently owned, 10. After the information window appeared, Ark's head was enveloped in a bright light which shot towards the sky. The light exploded and dispersed, forming 10 stars. It was the stars awarded by the lore quest. The stars revolved around Ark's head before they suddenly disappeared. After that, the quest information window was updated. Witness the legend. 10s are only conferred upon a hero who has changed history through the lore quests. You have uncovered ancient history that ordinary people will never know or understand. However, a historian from a great prophet clan in ancient times knows about your work. According to the ancient prophecy, a brave warrior will be selected to gain the power to fight against an evil power. Difficulty. Quest restriction, 10s acquired. Asterisk this quest can only be performed once. Quest. Ark's eyes popped out the information window. In fact, Ark hadn't really paid attention to the stars received after completing a lore quest. He had simply regarded it as a medal of merit. But he never imagined he would get a quest from it. After reading the contents, didn't it seem like it would give enormous compensation? Ark quickly opened his mouth after receiving the quest. The red dot pointed towards an area near the border of the Cineus Principality. I can't possibly postpone this quest. Ark had determined his next destination. It was to finally collect the reward for his stars. Anyway, he had managed to 100% clear the dungeon after a fortnight. Now he just had to worry about getting back from the 60th floor. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 20 Chapter 5. ACT 5 Emergency Situation. Ha, that was a really eventful adventure. Hyunwoo muttered as he stretched out on a bus seat. Capturing the secret dungeon was really no joke. After a fortnight of repeated fierce battles, he had defeated Megura and finally cleared the secret dungeon. Then he had to climb back all the way from the 60th floor to the ground floor. Fortunately, there weren't that many monsters in the abyss after the destruction of the temple, so it was easier to climb back up. Luckily, there weren't any serious situation in the upper levels of the secret dungeon. For days after clearing the dungeon, he finally managed to return to the castle. And all the people who participated in the dungeon capture instantly disconnected. They had no intention of connecting to New World for the next 2 days. It was reasonable. They had played the game around the clock with barely any sleep and only eating rice. Hyunwoo had mastered these abilities since the start of playing New World. Nevertheless, he also felt extremely tired after returning to the castle from the secret dungeon. The original goal had been training and raised his troops levels, but then it became a fierce battle for survival. He also felt like disconnecting like the coalition members. But he had to endure it for a bit. This time the dungeon was even difficult for Arkansas. But he had obtained so much benefits that the suffering was worth it. As the leader of hundreds of troops, he had received 20-30% more experience than the coalition members. He had gained an average of 2 levels a day. When he arrived at the 60th floor, he had gained 34 levels. After defeating Megura, that increased by a further 7 levels. That meant he raised his level by 41 in a fortnight. In addition, he had gained 2 more levels while returning to the castle. When he finally arrived at the castle, he was level 426. But was that all? He also obtained a legendary heartstone and unique shoulder blades. That was worth not sleeping for 18 days. And there was an additional unexpected benefit from clearing the dungeon. There had been one doubtful part while Hyunwoo had been managing Sylvana. Sylvana was an ideal territory with a lake, river, and fertile lands. It was the most suitable place to develop commerce and industry. If he just invested a little bit, then it would develop faster than other territories. But compared to that, agriculture development wasn't as good. The crops harvested from Sylvana were only 60% of what other territories produced. After clearing the secret dungeon, he confirmed that the harvest rate had quickly increased. In fact, Sylvana's soil quality isn't that good. In the words of an expert, the microorganisms in the earth affect the soil, and Sylvana has quite a few mutated microorganisms. But a few days ago, the microorganisms in the farmland changed by 180 degrees. If this continues, then we can expect a lot of profit from the next harvest. Barami explained after Hyunwoo asked him. After hearing Barami's words, Hyunwoo understood the situation. The farmland wasn't that fertile because of the secret dungeon underneath Sylvana. No, to be accurate, it was because of Megura. Megura was a strong devil who completely changed the abyss thanks to his influence. The farmlands were also affected by that influence, so the crops couldn't grow properly. But after I defeated Megura, the hell door was sealed and his influence disappeared. Thanks to that, Sylvana's impoverished farmlands had their power restored. If the present state was maintained, then Sylvana's agriculture income would improve by 30%. That meant that Sylvana's finances would improve. But the land change didn't just affect the income. New World is a game set in medieval times, so the NPCs require lots of things to survive. If the land becomes more fertile, it would also have a huge impact on the value and fame of the estate. If the value keeps on steadily increasing like this, then the territory will be promoted to be rank in no time. When the present state is maintained, it is possible to reduce the time for promotion by half. Moreover, the secret dungeon was now just a secret dungeon. the elite monsters would gradually resurrect over time. In other words, he could have Dark Eden continuously invade the dungeon in order to train and obtain steady loot. Now I don't have to hunt in the dungeon so seriously. They can hunt comfortably in the underground labyrinth to raise their levels. If I send 100-200 users together, then the NPCs can also safely raise their level. After the weary coalition members returned, Hyunwoo intended to send them in with the NPCs to use the dungeon as a training center. The only reason he had the NPCs retreat was thanks to the distortion of the abyss, thanks to the Asmodean influence. There was no worry about that anymore. But Hyunwoo had other things to do. Now, my remaining work, I've completed the Devil Magura quest, so now I need to finish the Witness the Legend quest. There's 12 days left until the next siege. That's plenty of time to go to the Cineas Principality. Witness the Legend was a compensation quest. There was no reason for him to wait to complete it. He was also really interested in what the compensation would be. Hyunwoo would fly towards the Cineas Principality as soon as he connected to the game today. But he had a phone call moments before he was about to enter the unit. There is an important matter, so please visit the headquarters. He heard Ho Myung-won's desperate voice as soon as he picked up the receiver. Why is Global Exos calling me in the morning? He had just been about to start the game, so it didn't feel good to be interrupted. But it couldn't be helped since Hyunwoo received a salary from Global Exos every month. If his employer told him to go to headquarters, then what could he do? While thinking this, Hyunwoo's bus arrived at his destination. It had been 2 years since he first visited Global Exos for the interview. Back then he put on clothes which didn't match and looked around like a village chicken, but it was different now. He had bet the candidates with a good academic background and became a Renko candidate, one of the special management target. However, Hyunwoo hesitated at the entrance. If I see her face, then what should I say? Hyunwoo was hesitant because of Lariat, or Kong Misu. Kong Misu worked at the reception desk in Global Exos. If he entered the building, then he would inevitably have to encounter her. The problem was the recent relationship between Hyunwoo and Kong Misu. It's been a fortnight since we've had any contact. In fact, Hyunwoo tried to keep in contact with Kong Misu once or twice a week. But during the past fortnight, he hadn't made any contact or received any phone calls. Not just because he had been too busy capturing the secret dungeon, but also because Lariat and Roko had a conversation during the siege that he didn't know the contents of. I don't know what they talked about, but Kong Misu's expression was strange. So it is a little difficult trying to contact her. Hyunwoo had recently been thinking that he needed to make clear his relationship with Kong Misu. He also had to think about Young Hae-sun. Hyunwoo had known Young Hae-sun's heart for a long time. But he didn't have a clear answer, so he had been cowardly avoiding answering her feelings. And he couldn't give Young Hae-sun a definite answer before he talked with Kong Misu. Thus it was necessary to talk to both of them. But to see her face so suddenly. Hyunwoo sighed and just stood there. On the other hand, he thought that he was being slightly dramatic. Yes, what's the problem? I'm friends with Misu SSI now. I can just say hi if I see her, so there's no need to think about it seriously. Hyunwoo let out a large breath and opened the door. Then he swallowed as the reception desk caught his eye. However, he was worried for nothing because Kong Misu wasn't at the desk. Then Hyunwoo remembered that Kong Misu only worked afternoons. What? Didn't I just worry for nothing? Hyunwoo sighed and muttered. The staff at the reception desk sent him a strange look because of his strange behavior as Hyunwoo approached the desk. How can I help you? Ha? Oh, someone called Ho Myung-won asked me to come. Can I have your name? I am Kim Hyunwoo. The staff member contacted the planning department before smiling and said, "Take the elevator to the 5th floor and sit in the resting room." Thank you. Hyunwoo bowed and headed to the 5th floor. The atmosphere on the 5th floor when he arrived was somewhat strange. There were continuous ringing from the phones and the staff were running around with papers. Is the office of a big business always so crazy? Well, Hyunwoo hadn't worked in any big business, so he didn't know if it was normal or not. While the staff were busy running around, he sat down by himself in a large waiting room and started to feel uncomfortable. What the? If they're so busy, then why did that person call me here? Hyunwoo looked around uncomfortably. Arknim, have you been waiting long? Ho Myung-won called out as he walked down the hallway. Hyunwoo felt uncomfortable, so he spoke in a curt voice. Yes, I've waited for a long time. Ha? Ah, yes, I'm sorry. We've been a little busy. Shouldn't you have considered that before making me take 2 buses? Ha ha, that is. Ho Myung-won laughed awkwardly. Forget it. Why did you call me here? Yes, I'll tell you the details in the meeting room. Ho Myung-hwan guided Hyun-woo to a meeting room. Hyun-woo looked around the planning department as he was ushered inside the meeting room. Everyone seems very busy. Is it always like this? That. Ho Myung-hwan scratched his head inside. Ho Myung-hwan also had dark circles under his eyes like someone who hadn't had enough sleep in days. Ho Myung-hwan loosened his tie and said, "Over the past few days, the planning department, no, Global Exos has been in an emergency situation." Emergency? Why? Ho Myung-hwan looked astonished at Hyun-woo's question. Why? ArcNem doesn't use the internet? Internet? What does that have to do with it? Where have you been for the past few days? It had been more than a fortnight since he entered seclusion. He had been killing monsters inside the secluded area. It had been 18 days since he entered the secret dungeon and he had only crept out of seclusion at dawn today. The whole time he had been capturing the dungeon, he had barely eaten or slept and just stayed inside the dark cave. So he hadn't even checked the internet or even the TV. Ho Myung-hwan sent him a pale look at that explanation. But didn't you see the whole system message which appeared in New World a few days ago? Whole system message? Was it about the episode update? Hyun-woo remembered something from a few days ago. He didn't have any concept of time before there was no sunlight in the secret dungeon, but it had occurred when Ark was capturing the 57th floor. He had been in the midst of fighting the monsters when a message window stating Episode 5, Hidden Legend appeared in front of him. And less than 10 minutes afterwards, another message window stating Episode 7, The Complete Continent. Hyun-woo looked at the messages doubtfully. Hyun-woo remembered that the Episode 3, Emergence of a New Continent appeared when Sutandal rose. Yet two messages Episode 5, Hidden Legend and Episode 7, The Complete Continent had appeared within 10 minutes of each other. So Hyun-woo had though the message was because of a system error and ignored it. Now you know. That is the reason why the planning department and PR department has been so busy. There have been questions and protests on the homepage, various forums, and even over the phone. Then it wasn't a system problem? It would have been great if that was the case. Ho Myung-hwan sighed and shook his head. That problem is why we called ArcNem here. I don't understand at all. What does this have to do with me? Why would they consult with Hyun-woo about a system problem? Did they think he was a genius programmer or something? Hyun-woo made a confused expression and Ho Myung-hwan took out a cigarette and said, "I'll tell you this first. Everything that we discuss from now on has to be a secret. You can't talk about it anywhere else. Do you understand what I'm saying?" Yes, that is. Based on our conclusions, I believe the message isn't a system error. It's not an error? But... Wait a moment. I know what you're going to say. Of course it isn't normal for two episodes to update at the same time and to skip an episode. Yes, that's right. The current system of New World isn't normal. It's not an error but the system isn't normal? What did they call him so early in the morning for? He wanted to have an angry tantrum but it seemed like they weren't joking with him based on Ho Myung-hwan's expression. I know it is difficult to understand. But my words are correct. This isn't a normal error. If it a little difficult but I'll try to explain. Two continents actually appeared at the same time the episodes were activated. It had been a while since a new episode occurred. Then the episodes randomly occurred? No, that's not right. The episodes occur when certain conditions are met. It is common for these conditions to be difficult, for example no one can enter the area, so there is a problem with the restrictions? That's right. It's why I said it's not an error but it also isn't normal. Ho Myung-hwan replied. But that's just the start of the emergency situation. The start? I can't explain in detail but things have started running out of control ever since the new episode started. If things progress like this then there is no guarantee a new episode won't be triggered again. And all the data related to the episodes is focused on the Sinius Principality in the northeast of the continent. Ho Myung-hwan entered recall mode as he said this. Global Exos had been flipped upside down 4 days ago. The computers in headquarters being hacked was just a precursor to Episode 5, Hidden Legend and Episode 7, The Complete Continent. While New World's system could handle one episode update, the activation of two had caused the system to overload and the other computers to be hacked. But that disturbance was just the beginning of an incident which got bigger. It wasn't possible for an episode update to run out of control like that. But since the worst situation the programmer Kim Gwante had talked about, data flowing back into the gamers' brains, the planning department could breathe a sigh of relief. However, confusion spread over Kim Guante's face again within minutes. Wait a minute. There's something wrong. The hacking of the computers in headquarters has stopped, but the system calculations are still running. The calculations are still in progress even when an A-rank seal has been loosened. What are you saying? There are more operations continuing? I don't know. Just. The data is concentrated on the Cineas Principality. Kim Guante had been working on the computer for 10 minutes and that was the only information he found out. But Kim Guante's efforts were in vain as the planning department was able to identify that in real time. Shortly after the episodes were triggered, the monitors of the planning department showed a huge dark energy centered on the Cineas Principality and identified monsters raiding NPC villages. While it wasn't as serious as the Cineas Principality, there were also some reports of unidentified monsters in the Schuttenberg Kingdom. It was these monsters and not the episode's update that caused users to complain and make inquiries on the website and through the telephone. What on earth? What is happening? Ha Myung-woo exclaimed loudly. But nobody in the planning department could answer Ha Myung-woo's question. They also couldn't understand or guess what was happening. Presently everything is unclear. Kim Guante thought for a bit before replying. This situation must be related to the thing we're looking for. What we're looking for? Perhaps. Yes, the master code. Ha Myung-woo flinched at Kim Guante's words. Did someone get their hands on the master code? Did someone get their hands on the master code and is discriminately destroying the system? No, that isn't the case. Kim Guante shook his head and explained. If someone got their hands on the master code, then they would have contacted our company first. Anyone with even a little bit of brains would realize the value of the master code. But what if the master code is in the hands of a child who doesn't know anything? It isn't that easy to find the master code easy, and it also isn't easy knowing how to manipulate it. The series of events might seem completely random, but it has its own rules. Look at the hidden continents that just appeared. What is it then? Park Woo-song hid the master code, so it must be protected by several layers of protections. This is just an idea, but my guess is that someone is trying to destroy the shields around the master code. It is possible that these series of events will spread as more shields are unlocked. This is what I've grasped from the data. If the master code which controls all the systems is triggered, then it wouldn't be like this. Someone is trying to forcibly access the master code? Ha Myung-woo's expression became even more serious at Kim Guante's explanation. Until now we haven't even defined what the master code is. But if someone is trying to approach the master code, then they must know something about the master code. It is like that. They will forcibly penetrate the shields until they get their hands on the master code. That person must have considerable knowledge and the power to act on it. That's right. The episodes running out of control isn't something to do with the operating data. Yet the master code didn't interfere. So someone must have met the criteria to trigger the episode. Furthermore, 2 was triggered at once, so there must be 2 users involved. And they have the same purpose. I have to ask. Is there any chance that it is just a coincidence? The chances are 1 to 10 million. Then there is only one answer. Ha Myung-woo bit his lip and muttered. If there was that kind of knowledge and organizational skills, then a group had to be involved. The conclusion he came to was that a rival company had obtained information about the master code and was trying to obtain it. If they get their hands on the master code, global exos would be destroyed in a day. Anyone who got their hands on the master code was the god of New World. What would they do if they could access all the systems? If they wanted, they could delete all the users' information or rest the system to the beginning. Only the company who made the game would have the master code. If their competitors found the master code, then they could claim legal rights. But what if the competitor made the data flow backwards into the user's brains to cause brain death? The problem wouldn't be solved by discontinuing New World. The thought made cold sweat drip down Ha Myung-woo's back. I can't allow the master code to go somewhere else. Ha Myung-woo exclaimed and instantly called for a meeting. Fortunately, nobody had obtained the master code yet. In addition, the planning department could guess the location of the master code thanks to this incident. It was highly likely that the master code was located in the Cineas Principality. The problem was how to find the master code from there. Damn it, in this situation I might need to arrange an army in New World. He hadn't expected this situation. But Ha Myung-woo couldn't just throw up his hands and give up. It was different from an army, but he had his own secret organization. It was the 2,000 candidates who were top class in New World. He could rally the candidates to investigate the Cineas Principality and the shields protecting the master code. Call the candidates immediately. Focus their attention on the Sinius Principality. So Hyunwoo was summoned to Global Exos through such a process. Of course, the company couldn't confess the real situation about the master code to the candidates. They had to hide the information while moving the candidates as they wanted. That was the basic policy of the planning department. After recalling all that had happened, Ho Myung-hwan started to talk again. So we can't assume that this is an error, but it might be because of a bug. It seems like some users are deliberately exploiting this bug to cause problems. Then shouldn't you investigate the user's account information and take action? Hyunwoo couldn't understand what the problem was. In fact, most online games had security programs to hunt down users abusing bugs and track their accounts. This was also clearly stated in the terms and conditions for New World. Ho Myung-hwan quickly misdirected him. That is, I can't go into detail about some of our internal problems. Anyway, I called Arknim because I wanted to consult about the problem. You wanted to consult with me about the problem? Because it can only be solved by users. Ha! I told you, this is because of a bug in the game. The problem is that it isn't a common bug. To be exact, I'm referring to code black items. Code black items? What is that? You might know this already, but designing and creating a game isn't easy work. Thousands of experts and many trial and errors were required over many years before the game was born. And there had been dozens of beta versions. During the process of testing the beta versions, many items had been disposed of because of a balance problem. The code black items are those that have been discarded during the testing process. This was the excuse that Ha Myung-woo had come up with. Despite the situation, they couldn't possibly give the candidates information about the master code. But they couldn't just tell the candidates to go somewhere without giving any information. They also had to give a light explanation, or else the candidates might not be able to solve it. So they had come up with the code black items. Currently, the programmers have searched the data and confirmed that the code black items hadn't been deleted. But thousands of items were discarded in the beta version, so there is no guarantee that we can find all the items in a few months. So there are several thousand code black items in New World. Yes, but we've managed to narrow down the search criteria. In order to quickly solve the problem, the planning department has decided to send several candidates to the Sinius Principality to gather information. And the same information has been delivered to all the candidates. But the detailed information is only told to special management targets like Arknim. I just need to check the information of the code black items? No, you will have to pick up that item. Why don't you just dispose of it after receiving confirmation? That's not possible. In this situation, the user didn't get the item through normal gameplay but through something like jacking. So it is different from a user's private property. Even if it is obtained in the normal way, it is still an illegal item. So the company can delete it no matter what. But if the user ends up being deleted, this wasn't really a problem. But Ho Myung-hwan just coughed and continued talking with a crafty look. Well, it's hard to say anything more because of my position. I think that you already understand the situation. I hope the candidates will realize the urgency of this situation and agree to help solve the situation. There was a variety of methods used to get the candidates to agree. Ho Myung-hwan looked at Hyunwoo with an expression that seemed to say, "Please? Won't you help?" But Hyunwoo's reaction was just, really? In fact, he didn't have any reason to agree. Hyunwoo had started playing New World in order to get a job at Global Exos. But that was back in the days when he was cold and hungry. Of course, he still wasn't rich, but he had invested 150,000 into the triangular trade. As the chairman of that business, he could earn tens of thousands of gold in a month. If the business was successful, then his dream of being a game tycoon was a dream anymore. So why did he have to worry about a job with an smaller annual salary? No, he would rather pay more attention to his business than to do a job like this. I have to remain a candidate to receive the monthly salary. But I can't pretend to do as he asked because Ho Myung-hwan is watching my videos. Anyway, there was no reason for Hyunwoo to accept. But Ho Myung-hwan didn't even flinch at his expression. If the situation becomes even worse because of the black code items, then we might even have to suspend service. Hick. What? Of course, that's just the worst case situation. That is why we have to request this from the candidates. While Hyunwoo took it seriously, in fact it was just a bluff. Millions of users played the game, so how could they suspend it for a few months? If that happened, then Global Exos would have to pay damage compensation and would suffer astronomical losses. It wasn't just that. Their external reliability would fall, causing their stocks to plunge. If that happened to a large company, then it would have serious ripple effects on the economy. If the person listening was calm, then they would realize it wasn't such an easy thing. However, Hyunwoo's heart wasn't calm, so he couldn't question it closely. He had finally gathered all the funds and started his business. Hyunwoo had poured a lot of money into it. But if the game service stopped for several months, then Hyunwoo wouldn't see a single penny. He also wouldn't be able to obtain money to pay for the costs of living if he couldn't play the game. So Hyunwoo started to think that this problem also involved him. Now he understands the situation. When Hyunwoo's face stiffened, Ho Myung-hwan realized that he had accepted the situation and smiled before speaking. Global Exos is making a collective effort to make sure that situation doesn't occur. But the solution absolutely requires the help of Arknim and the other candidates. We'll also help, so Arknim should try your best. Hyunwoo exited the meeting room with complex thoughts. He also had some doubts. He understood Ho Myung-hwan's words. But he wasn't completely convinced. Global Exos was a large business known worldwide. Even if they couldn't control what happened in the game, why did they have to ask for help from the candidates? In addition, was it so bad that they would have to suspend service? When considering that Global Exos would receive tremendous damage if service was suspended, it was difficult to completely accept the talk. Ho Myung-hwan said it was a normal item, so the game publishers couldn't get involved. But wasn't that nonsense in a situation where the company could lose billions of won? Global Exos wouldn't be that law-abiding. It is clearly a situation that can't be told outside the company. It was natural to reach this conclusion. But there was a problem more important to Hyunwoo. The most worrisome thing was that New World might be temporarily suspended. I can earn hundreds of thousands of gold in a few months. In other words, Hyunwoo would lose that much gold during those few months of suspension. Hyunwoo had invested everything into the business. That's because he thought he would get back the profit after the triangular trade route was established. But that money was tied to New World, so if service was suspended, then he wouldn't even get living expenses. And if such a situation persisted for a few months, it will become quite difficult. But Hyunwoo had thought it was serious when he was called by Ho Myung-hwan. He had entered the meeting room calmly, but it had progressed in a direction he hadn't expected. Global Exos said that if they couldn't solve the problem, then they would even discontinue service. And they want me to go to the Cineas Principality. In fact, Ark already intended to go to the Cineas Principality because of the Witness the Legend quest. Now Hyunwoo had another purpose after hearing Ho Myung-hwan's words. This situation is because of the black code items. These items have the power to disrupt the balance of New World. I don't know what type of item it is and what power it has, but I need to figure out the information. This was another reason to fly to the Cineas Principality. If candidates other than Hyunwoo headed to the Cineas Principality, then they might be able to solve the problem. If the black code items could affect the balance of the continent, then couldn't he get a lot of money for the information? Then it was better to get his hands on the black code items. From their words, the company can't forcibly take away the black code items. That means I can bargain with the company. I don't care about the entrance examination anymore, so I can extort money from them for the information. The gap between the company and Hyunwoo was growing increasingly larger. Anyway, Hyunwoo headed down to the first floor in a daze. When he first arrived at the building, his head had been full of Kong Mi-soo. Now all he could think about was the previous discussion. He was only thinking about how to make money from the situation that he forgot about Kong Mi-soo. Hyunwoo was just thinking to himself as he crossed the lobby. Then he heard someone yelling as he passed in front of the desk. It is a request. No, I mean, it is difficult. Huh? This voice is Kong Mi-soo's? Hyunwoo stopped and turned towards the voices. As expected, the person at the desk was Kong Mi-soo. And the one making a loud noise was a man in his 20s. The man was squeezing his head and kept on sighing. What's going on? Hyunwoo couldn't intrude recklessly, so he stopped and observed the situation. Then the man made a pleading expression and tried to ask Kong Mi-soo again. It's a request. Just tell me the telephone number. That will do. I've already told you. Do I have to say it again? I don't know information about specific users, and even I did. It isn't possible for me to tell someone else. I understand. I really do. But it is an emergency. If I don't have that information, then millions, no several hundred million won would fly away. I'm really sorry. I can't help you. Kong Mi-soo sighed and shook her head. Hyunwoo was able to guess the general situation from listening. What the? Why is he creating a disturbance to ask for another user's information? It was natural for the game publisher not to hand out information about their users. If someone had a grudge in the game, then they were so made that they would do something in reality. That was the sort of problems that would occur if the company freely gave out the user's information. Hyunwoo had experienced this with Andal. I don't know what's happening, but clearly it isn't the usual problem. Well, it is unrelated to me and I shouldn't try to talk to Kong Mi-soo with this atmosphere. Hyunwoo once again delayed the chance to talk to her. Suddenly the man started to cry and begged. I really might die if I don't get my hands on that person. Please, just that one person. I went to the broadcasting station for that person's number and was kicked out. This is the only place left, eh? Wait? The man rubbed his eyes with his sleeves and opened it widely. I thought you looked vaguely familiar. Are you Lariat Nim? Ha? You know me? It really is you? No, there's no doubt. The man grabbed Kong Mi-soo's hands and shouted. It's me. I'm Sid. You saw me not long ago in Sylvana. Sid? The Hobbit merchant Sid? Yes, I am that small, cute Hobbit Sid, but... Both Hyunwoo and Kong Mi-soo's opened widely. This man was really Sid? Sid? That man is Sid? Hyunwoo stared at Sid's face. Sid spoke with an urgent voice. Ah, I can't believe I met Lariat Nim in a place like this. Thank God. Lariat Nim is familiar with Arknim, so you can give me his phone number. Arknim? Yes, does Lariat Nim know? Ark started the triangular trade not long ago. However, the gold dream that I left with has flown away. I need to quickly tell Arknim. Please give me Arknim's number. I gave my phone number to Arknim, but I don't know his. Gold dream has flown away? What does that mean? Lariat asked with confusion. Wait, explain what you said just now. A loud shout rang out across the lobby. Kong Mi-soo and the man turned around with surprise and saw Hyunwoo. Arknim? Huck. He is Arknim? Sid flinched and braced himself. After nodding towards Kong Mi-soo in greeting, Hyunwoo grabbed Sid's shoulder tightly and said. Yes, I am Arknim. What did you say? What happened to Gold Dream? Sid stared blankly at Ark's face. Then tears tripped down his face again and he cried out. Arknim, help me. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 20 Chapter 6. ACT-6C Monster Extermination. I'm really going crazy. A sigh naturally flowed out. The reason for Ark's distress was Sid's SOS. What? You dare say that now? Some time ago Ark's voice had rattled through the lobby of Global Exos. He couldn't help yelling. Hick. L. Lariat Nim. Sid stuttered with panic and hid behind Lariat. The people in the lobby sent them looks as they wondered what was happening. But Ark didn't see the eyes of those people. The news that Sid told him was too shocking. It was about the disappearance of Ark's gold dream. 2 days ago, he had completed his successful first deal in Sutandal and was heading back to Reuben Harbor when it had been eaten by an unidentified sea monster. All of Ark's hopes and dreams were placed on Gold Dream. Naturally, he bought the fastest ships, and coating the hull with various types of magic protections in order to ensure safe and quick trade. All those expenses cost at least 40,000 gold. It was also loaded with tens of millions of gold worth of trade products from Sutandal. All that had become a meal for a sea monster. The news Ark had heard out of nowhere made no sense. Sid trembled from behind Lariat, who looked puzzled but said. Calm down. It is not Sidnim's fault. Yes, but... Ark tried to say something else with an angry expression but then just sighed and nodded. That's right. Like Lariat said, he couldn't blame Sid. He had been sailing with no problems when a monster appeared and swallowed the ship. Although Sid knew that monsters appeared in that area, until now he had never had of monsters showing up on that route. So Sid couldn't be blamed for the problem. There's no time to wonder about whose fault it is right now. Wasn't there a small bit of luck? Fortunately, there was still some time before Ark's Gold Dream would be finished. According to Sid, the monster was so huge that it swallowed Gold Dream in one bite. Therefore it was likely that Gold Dream had arrived in the monster's stomach in a perfect state. He had invested a lot of money on the magic coating, so it should survive for a while in the stomach. In this situation, there is still a chance to take back Gold Dream. Of course, there was a limit to how long the magic coating could last in the monster's stomach. If Gold Dream was digested, then that was 40,000 gold flying away. Sid had managed to survive, but he had no method to contact Ark, so he had to go all the way to Global Exos. I have to find it before my dream becomes that monster's excrements. He didn't pay any attention to Sid and Lariat anymore. Ark returned to his house immediately and entered the unit. While the exact identity was unknown, the sea monster that swallowed Gold Dream was huge. The place was also the middle of the ocean. No matter how urgent it was, how could he deal with it after swimming there? Ark needed to make his own preparations before facing the opponent. The moment he heard sea monster, the Sutandal Navy came to mind. The Sutandal Navy had a lot of experience fighting against pirates. Justice Man and the rehabilitation members were the leaders of the autonomous group, so he could ask them for help. So Ark went to Isabel and asked for the help of the Sutandal Navy. But a problem he hadn't thought about occurred. The water that the sea monster appeared around was in Schuttenberg. If the Sutandal Navy entered those waters, then a serious diplomatic problem could develop. So he flew to Reuben Port and asked for a direct conversation with the Lord to solve the problem. Since he was also a nobleman, he was able to meet with the Lord straight away. But I've heard about Sir Ark's reputation. Although I manage areas concerning the sea, I am really sorry. I would like to help you. But I'm not able to judge your request. The only person who can agree to allow foreign troops in these waters is His Majesty the King. Then could you ask the king for me? Of course I can do that. But it is better not to expect too much. These days the political situation both domestically and abroad isn't very calm. It would be difficult to accept foreign troops in territorial waters in this situation. Even if it is accepted, it has to be decided at a meeting between aristocrats and could take more than a week. Ark instantly became gloomy after hearing Reuben's answer. No matter how much magic coating he placed on Gold Dream, it was impossible to endure the monster's stomach for more than 1 week. It had already been 2 days in reality, so didn't he only have a few days left? Furthermore, there is no guarantee that the result would be positive. Ark was worried for a while before he made a suggestion. Then what about the troops from Reuben? As the Lord in charge of nearby waters, wouldn't you also have a navy? The sea monster is within a dozen nautical miles, 1,852 meters, of Reuben, so there is no guarantee that it won't attack the harbor. Of course we will fight if that happens. But the Lord of Reuben placed a weary finger on his forehead and replied. Based on the news, this problem isn't just occurring at sea. After the black obelisks appeared on the continent, unidentified monsters have been infested Schuttenberg. A lot of villages and people have received serious damage. We've stopped the damage from sea monsters for the moment, but that isn't the case on the land. So most of the Reuben troops have been dispatched to the attacked villages. The black obelisks and unidentified monsters that the Reuben Lord talked about had also been mentioned by Ho Myung-hwan. Once again he realized that the bug had a huge impact on New World. Anyway, the continent being overturned wasn't important to him at the moment. The most important thing for Ark was to recover his Gold Dream before it was too late. Do I have no choice but to let go? Ark thought with despair as he exited the Lord's castle. Ark, how was it? Is it done? He had arrived at Reuben with Isurum, and he received a whisper from him after Isurum finished disposing of the Japtum from the secret dungeon at the Merchants Guild. No. There's been a little problem. Really? I thought so. Based on what I heard from the Merchants Guild, the continent isn't ordinary these days. I thought it wouldn't be easy to allow the Sutandal Navy into these waters or to borrow troops from the harbor. But there's no need to do that. Ha? There's no need? It is difficult to describe, so just come to the Merchants Guild for the moment. Ark listened to Isurum's words and visited the Merchants Guild. After Sutandal rose, Reuben became the center of trade, so there was an especially large Merchants Guild. The building of the Merchants Guild was several times bigger than the Warriors Guild and the Magic Institute next to it. But when he arrived at the Merchants Guild, there were strangely a lot of warriors and magicians gathered in front of the building like a cloud. Ark, you came? Isurum pushed through the crowd and waved his hand. Yes, but why are there so many people? And what do you mean by there is no need to request help from the Navy? If you look at that, then you'll understand. Isurum pointed towards a bulletin board in front of the Merchants Guild. It was the bulletin board the Merchants Guild used to give information about the current prices of surrounding areas. But now a completely different type of notice was stuck on it. Commissioned to investigate the disappearance in the Olden Mountain Range. 2 days ago, there was a report that a guild leader Burden disappeared in the Olden Mountain Range. Based on the report of the inspector dispatched to the mountain, several unidentified monsters had appeared and seemed to be raiding several places. Therefore the Merchants Guild Midas is hiring mercenaries to investigate this incident. Asterisk hunters with tracking and detection skills as well as thieves have top priority. Difficulty? Number of personnel to be recruited, 60 people, currently 52 applicants. Pay, 30 gold, successfully kill the boss plus 10 gold. Commission to investigate the transportation fleet that disappeared. Yesterday a transportation fleet from the Midas Guild left Bristania only to disappear at 85 degrees latitude in the north. Currently no information related to the disappearance of the fleet has been confirmed. The Merchants Guild determined that it is likely seized by pirates. So headquarters is organizing an armed fleet to investigate the disappearance and wipe out the pirates if necessary. Recruiting warriors to help the Merchants Guild. Asterisk seamanship or the knowledge to steer ships is a plus. Difficulty? Number of personnel to be recruited, 800, currently 785 applicants. Pay, 40 gold, success plus 15 gold. I see. Ark's eyes flashed as he confirmed the mercenary recruitment. Ark had overlooked an important part of the confusion caused by unidentified monsters suddenly appearing throughout Schudenberg and around Ruben. The one who would receive the most damage was the Merchants Guild that operated in various places on the continent. The surprise attack from monsters came out of nowhere, so most villages only had the minimum defenses. And the fleets also had no protection. Thanks to the appearance of the monsters, various fleets and carriages related to the Merchants Guild disappeared. Normally the lords of the related territory would have been petitioned and they would have taken care of it. But currently the lord were preoccupied with the subjugation the monsters attacking the villages. The Merchants Guild would lose a lot of money, so they hired mercenaries to solve the case. And Ark noticed the commission to investigate the transportation fleet that disappeared on the bulletin board. 85 degrees latitude to the north is near the place where the sea monster attack Sid. The Merchants Guild seemed to think they lost contact with the transportation fleet because of pirates. But after hearing Sid, Ark was convinced that the disappearance of the transportation fleet was related to the sea monster. No, such a thing didn't even matter. If he participated as a mercenary in the armed fleet, then couldn't he strike against the sea monster? Besides, they've already gathered 785 applicants. They'll probably leave after a few more minutes. Ark immediately visited the NPC in charge and asked for an application form. After the NPC checked the submitted application form, the NPC stared at Ark with surprised eyes. A nobleman? Yes? Why is nobleman doing the work of a mercenary? The NPC looked at him with confused eyes. This was a game, but the situation would have been absurd in real life. What the? Is there a penalty when applying for something like this as a nobleman? Ark was anxious about this, so he explained. Actually, a ship I own went missing from near here. I've asked for help from Ruben's navy, but at the moment they can't promise me anything. So I decided to apply after seeing the Merchants Guild recruitment advertisement. Ah, I see. Please come with me. The NPC said after thinking for a while. Then I'll go. Yes, be sure to find it. Ark then parted from Isurum. Isurum had wanted to go with Ark, but he had promised to meet the criminal organization who was meeting again. Ark separated from Isurum and followed the NPC towards the dock dedicated to the Merchants Guild. Amazing. Ark's mouth opened absent-mindedly as he saw the dock. 8 battleships were anchored at the dock. But the 8 battleships were a completely different standard from the ones Ark had seen so far. This is the new armed fleet of the Merchants Guild. It is 1.5 times bigger than ordinary battleships and the endurance is 30% more. The exterior walls are also made of padded steel sheets, so it won't even be scratched by weak attacks. When just sailing normally, it won't even get a scratch. The ships also have a separate magic engine that can be used in emergencies. The NPC looked at the battleships with pride-filled eyes. Then the voice of another NPC could be heard from the back. Hey. You will continue exposing all the secrets if you keep on chattering like that. A youth wearing a flashy badge on his armor approached. Then the NPC coughed and introduced the person. Ah, this is the admiral of the fleet, Wagner Nim. Then he approached Wagner, pointed towards Ark and whispered something. Wagner looked at Ark and smiled pleasantly. Ah, you are an aristocrat of Schudenberg Kingdom. Well, then there is no problem if you know confidential information about the armed fleet. Confidential? Ark couldn't understand what the person was saying. Wagner just laughed and explained. Actually, this battleship is a joint project between the Schudenberg Navy and the Merchants Guild. These battleships took several years to make. That's right. Then battleships in the dock were Schudenberg's next-generation battleships. No matter how much influence the Merchants Guild had on the continent, they weren't powerful enough to build such strong battleships. Anyway, the battleships anchored at the dock had been completed not long ago. Now the only thing left was to test out the performance of the battleship. Then the incident with the missing transportation fleet occurred. So the Schudenburg Navy decided to test the performance through this search operation. That was why an aristocrat of Schudenburg was the admiral. But several problems had occurred at this point. The ships were newly built, so there was a lack of sailors. So they had to hire mercenaries to solve the problem, and the captain of the battleships was responsible for them. So not anyone could be the captain. Normally the merchant vessels will have someone from the Merchants Guild in charge of them. But entrusting the battleships to merchants is a little worrisome. Now we don't have time to find a qualified person, but... Wagner sent the NPC an arrogant look and muttered. Then he moved his eyes back to Ark and the arrogant expression faded away. Shouldn't an aristocrat of Schudenburg have the honor of such an important task? You became an aristocrat through your military exploits, so please take control of the battleships. Ha? Me? An aristocrat has the obligation to maintain the glory of the nobility. So how can a Schudenburg aristocrat possibly work like a common mercenary? Wagner was a human who believed that status was everything. Frankly, Ark disliked that type of personality, whether they were users or NPCs. But now wasn't the time to question it closely. Ark's purpose in participating was to rescue his gold dream and the shipment. It was the reason he flew to Reuben. If I participate as a simple hired soldier, then it will be difficult to get an opportunity to recover the ship. That was the part Ark was worried about. But that wasn't a problem if he was captain of a battleship. If you believe in me, then I will do my best to return your expectations. Wagner Nim. Ark grasped Wagner's hand and replied. There was a ringing sound and the information window appeared. You have accepted the request from Admiral Wagner to become the temporary captain of a ship. As a captain, you have decisive power over the corresponding battleship. All soldiers on the battleship will be automatically added to Arknim's attack party. In addition, as captain of the battleship, you have a variety of skills able to be used. If you become captain and complete the request successfully, then 200% of the fee will be paid. Okay, things are being arranged better than I thought. He was delighted about being able to become captain thanks to his barony. Ha 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 ha. Are you worried about suddenly becoming a captain? There's no need to worry. You just have to obey my orders. The pirates are called losers of the sea, so defeating them is as easy as peeling off a woman's underwear in bed. Wagner laughed roughly and struck Ark's shoulder. Ark suddenly felt like beating him up. Dash. I'm really going crazy. A sigh flowed from Ark's mouth as he sat on the dock. As Ark expected, the remaining mercenaries were quickly gathered. With so many gathered, then the fleet could also depart early. After distributing the troops between each battleship and arranging the necessary supplies, they finally departed. Until now there had been no problem. The actual problem was the bat sitting on Ark's shoulder. Ah, this is so great, I want to die. You are an aristocrat of Schudenburg. No matter what kind of situation it is, you must not despair and fight with honor. After all, your life is trivial when compared to an aristocrat's honor. No matter how injured your body gets, you must not defile the honor of the nobility when riding pirates. Hey, are you listening? Ah, yes. I'm listening. Damn. This is complete torture. Ark scratched his head with irritation. But who could he blame? This whole situation started from one mistake. The bat sitting on his shoulder and making noise wasn't Rackard. The existence of the bat occurred while Ark was invading the secret dungeon. Ark had found a lot of magic ingredients that he had never seen before. At that time, he had needed Rackard's help with scouting more than Razak or Raiden. Therefore he had concentrated on making food for Rackard. Thanks to that, Rackard's stats reached an equivalent of level 380. Your summon Rackard has manifested a new vampire ability. Rackard has absorbed Caracol's strength and abilities and has been reborn as a high-ranking vampire. However, Rackard lacks the ability to properly absorb Caracol's blood flowing through his veins. When this blood is perfectly absorbed, then Rackard will obtain all of Caracol's power and knowledge. Once Rackard reaches a certain level, he is able to awaken some of Caracol's abilities. Plus summon Stud, the vampire is able to summon his blood relatives who made a contract with him. A high-ranking vampire is able to make a stud contract with relatives who have inferior rank. The blood relatives who sign a stud contract can be summoned anywhere when the vampire calls. In addition, a summoned relative will be able to display 100% of their power. Spiritual power consumption, 50 per summon. Once Rackard's abilities reached a certain level, then he would absorb more of Caracol's blood and sometimes a new skill would occur. Then skill that occurred was random and depended on certain conditions. There was a reason Rackard developed the summon stud skill. In fact, during the secret dungeon invasion Rackard had been the busiest person. Reconnaissance and contacting the different troops scattered around had been entrusted to Rackard. So Rackard had really been busy flying all over the dungeon. Naturally Rackard was dissatisfied, so he had created the stud contract skill. The summon stud skill allowed a high-ranking vampire to summon lower-ranking vampires from their territory. All of Rackard's lower-ranking relatives signed the contract and were summoned into the cave. What is this? The bats are only level 20, so what use will they be? Furthermore, summoning just one costs 50 spiritual power? Doesn't that mean I can only summon 15? Is this a joke? It was so pitiful that Ark couldn't even laugh about it when the skill first occurred. However, the summoned bats were surprisingly useful. Count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 15. Okay, now everyone move to your positions and stay faithful to your role. Go! Yes, Lord Nim. The bats scattered all over the dungeon at Rackard's command. Ark had thought they were useless just by looking at their levels, but the bats had their own specialties. It was the remote communication. Even if they were far away, the bats were able to communicate with each other through something like ultrasound waves. If Ark placed the bats with the leaders of each unit, then he didn't need to use Feather of Whispering to communicate. The bat with Ark could communicate with the bats near the unit leaders. They were like living mobile phones. This had been weighing on Ark's mind with the armed fleet departed. Currently communicating between ships required using flag signals or voice amplification magic. However, the flag signals couldn't give detailed information. In addition, voice amplification magic wasn't really audible over cannon fire, and if the ships were really far away, the movements of the fleet would have to slow down. This wasn't a big problem if the opponents were ordinary pirates. However, wouldn't fighting sea monsters be difficult with a slow response? Using the Feather of Whispering would solve that problem, but I can't give one to every person. It also can't be used with NPCs. Ark was the only user that was a captain, so he couldn't communicate with the other ships via Feather of Whispering. That's when he remembered Rackard's stud contract. So Ark had placed on bat with the captains of each ship. Of course, Ark had to ask Admiral Wagner first. In fact, Ark hadn't thought that Wagner would easily accept his proposal. But surprisingly, Wagner had easily accepted. I should have noticed then. At the time, Ark had thought that Wagner was just a person who listened to people's opinions. It was a huge mistake. Wagner had accepted Ark's suggestion for another reason. In the end, I broke the necks of all the pirates and returned grandly. Can you believe it? I cleaned up 500 pirates with just 100 people. It would be impossible for people other than me. The king even honored me with the title Conqueror of the Sea and put me in charge of building the next generation of battleships with the merchants. I've done the work of 15 people. I was also a knight candidate. The reason Wagner accepted Ark's suggestion was to brag to someone. Wagner's self-praise was really endless. Wagner didn't stop talking in the 24 hours since they left Reuben Harbor, which was like 3 days in the game. He heard about Wagner facing several hundred people by himself, challenging a dragon, the many times he became a hero in Schudenberg and Bristania, etc. Did he solve all the problems in the world by himself? Hyunwoo thought as a huge lump rose in his throat. But Wagner was the admiral of the fleet and he would be in charge of all decisions in a battle. He couldn't afford to anger Wagner. There were other reasons why Ark had no choice but to accept Wagner's nonsense. I still haven't seen any signs. Maybe I should. Wagner finally muttered after chattering for ages. Ark suddenly asked him through the bat. I heard about your exploits defeating some pirates. After hearing your earlier talk, can I ask a question? Alas, that saga. Good. Educating yourself is only an aristocrat's important mission. An aristocrat who has a lot of achievements like me will be a good role model. You may ask me anything you like. Wagner yelled after praising himself. The reason he was doing this was because Ark still hadn't found the sea monsters. Sid had been eaten by the sea monster, which was how Ark knew there were some in this area. However, Wagner still thought the transportation fleet had disappeared due to pirates. Therefore he just moved to other areas to search when he couldn't find any traces of pirates. If that happened, then Ark's reason to come here might disappear. Therefore Ark desperately made an effort to listen to Wagner's bragging and desperately tried to turn his attention to other matters. Meanwhile, Rackard had been using satellite surveillance mode to look for signs of a sea monster. Damn! How long do I need to listen to this guy talk? Rackard! I haven't seen it yet, But he couldn't find any signs of the sea monster. I'm really going crazy. It will be difficult to keep Wagner talking. I have 10-15 minutes at most before moving to another place. He really couldn't think. Ark had thought the sea monster will show up when he neared it. But contrary to what he thought, the sea monster didn't appear. Do I have to enter the ocean to look for it? That was Ark's thought after enduring for so long. Using the mermaid scale and looking under the water was 100 times better than listening to Wagner's bragging any longer. But if he did that, then things would become more complicated. Under lake areas, the waters here were so dark it seemed black. It didn't matter how large the sea monster was if he couldn't distinguish it in the water. He had no choice but to hope the sea monster appeared first. I have to find it before Wagner moves the fleet. Ark thought impatiently as he bit his lip. What's that? Rackard suddenly wondered while flying through the sky. A brilliant object was shining in the dark water. Rackard thought it might be an object from the missing transportation fleet, so he flew closer. What? Is that a fish? Rackard confirmed the object with a disappointed look. The shiny object in the ocean was the scales of a fish. It is so shiny even after it died, it looks strangely delicious. Rackard laughed as he looked at the fish. The sight of the fish floating in the ocean had stimulated his appetite. Rackard was hungry after hours of searching with satellite surveillance mode. Shall I eat it in one bite? I'll eat well. Snap. Rackard drove his teeth into the fish. Suddenly the ocean started to shake. It was just a light ripple at first before it gradually grew to huge waves. What happened? Rackard avoided the wave with a puzzled expression and flew into the sky. All of a sudden the fish started to rise into the sky. Then a giant pillar of water soared up. The water then fell back into the ocean like a snake shedding its skin. It wasn't just a pillar of water. Master! Rackard cried out after looking at an object in the ocean. But Ark and the sailors in the fleet were already looking at the object. What is going on? Huge snake? That's right. The pillar of water which rose up was an enormous snake. It was a sea snake 20 meters thick. When the huge snake craned its neck and looked at the dark water, Ark had an eerie feeling. It was just the beginning. Chwa, 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 chwa. At that moment another 4 pillars appeared around the snake. After the water poured down, 4 more identical snakes had appeared. 5 huge sea snakes had risen from the ocean. A red warning message appeared in front of Arkansas. The boss monster, Devil of the Sea Leviathan, has appeared. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 20, Chapter 7. ACT-7 Conqueror of the Sea. It appeared. Ark looked at the sea snakes with bright eyes. The sea monsters had appeared. The armed fleet scattered around were forced into a position where they had to fight the sea monsters. Master, it's moving. Chwa 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 chwa, chwa 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 chwa. The 5 sea snakes had started moving their bodies when he heard Rackard's voice. They opened their mouths and something dark bubbled inside. An attack. His instincts warned him. Ark turned his head and looked at Wagner on the flagship. When the Leviathan started moving, the armed fleet was plunged into a combat situation. And the current admiral of the fleet was Wagner. The captains of the other ships had fallen into a state of panic and contacted Wagner for orders. But when Ark looked at Wagner's face, it looked somewhat strange. Wah. The sound continuously emerged from the bat phone. Wagner had collapsed on the deck of the flagship and was moaning. He looked pitiful to Arkansas. Wasn't he just telling Ark about how he cleaned up thousands of pirates and rescued the kingdom from a hopeless crisis? Of course, Ark knew it was a pile of nonsense after talking to the captains of the other ships. The captain and crew from the Merchants Guild knew that Wagner had received the position of being in charge of the next-generation battleships through his family background. But no matter what, he was still the admiral. If Wagner, who was the admiral of the armed fleet, shook with fear, then the crew would also panic. That fool! Curses rose in his throat. Before the curses could emerge from his mouth, something similar to an arrow shot from the Leviathan's mouths. Siusayak, 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 siusayak. There was an intense explosion sound. Something like a black line had shot from their mouths. The result couldn't be ignored. When the black line hit, the outer wall of a battleship was smashed like tofu. It also pierced through the hull that it touched. It was to the extent that the steel which padded the hull was cut in half. What on earth? The soldiers stared with shock. Ark used skill penetration and the information rose in front of him. Leviathan skill, water pressure gun. the Leviathan draws in a huge amount of water. Using its long body, it is able to create a high-pressure spray. The enormous pressure turns the water into a sharp sword. Water pressure gun. Ark now figured out the identity of the Leviathan's black line attack. That line wasn't an arrow or an explosive. It was simple salt water. The problem was the enormous pressure that the Leviathan had placed on the salt water. When spraying water with thousands of tons of pressure on it, it was like a laser. The high pressure of the water was enough to cut steel. Anyway, the Leviathan's water pressure gun was no joke. It was rare for any equipment in New World to have more than 500 durability. Even the metal armor of warriors only had around 200-300 durability. However, the water pressure gun had a 100% cutting effect which decreased durability by 500. If either a user or NPC was hit by the water pressure gun, then they would have severed arms or legs. The ship was also the same. There was little damage thanks to the hardiness of the steel plates, but the water pressure gun still cut the sails and other parts of the ship. The sails of 5 battleships and dozens of sailors were severed. What is this type of ridiculous attack? But what was the point of complaining about the monster? Grrrrrr. Then the Leviathans cried out and raised their body. The bottom was swollen like a balloon, and that swollen part was gradually being pushed up. In order to use water pressure gun, they needed to pull a lot of water into their mouths. The battleships that had been hit directly by the water pressure gun were defenseless, so another hit would destroy it. Battleship magic engine. Quickly use the power to escape. Ark shouted into the ears of the bat. Did you hear? Deploy the magic engine. The captains of the ships repeated the order to their sailors. In fact, the captains and crew of the ships didn't like listening to Wagner. Now Admiral Wagner had fallen into a state of panic from the Leviathan's attacks. Since Admiral Wagner couldn't perform his duties, the captain and crews of the ships couldn't do anything when they were being attacked. When Ark gave an order, the captains of each ship instantly gave him the authority of second commander. The evidence was that they obeyed his order and used the magic engine. Anyway, 5 water pressure guns roughly flew out at the same time. The high-pressure jets of water crossed the ocean. It tore through the ocean like a laser and rushed towards the battleships. Quickly used the magic engine to avoid it. It was at that moment. There was a mechanical sound as the mast was folded automatically and disappeared into the deck. Then something that looked like a long tube popped out on both sides of the hull. At the same time, there was a roaring sound and the battleships raced through the ocean like a speedboat. Hook, what is this? The users on the deck stumbled from the quick acceleration. That's right. This was the magic engine of the next generation battleships. When the magic engine was used, the battleships moved at a ship that couldn't be compared to when there was wind in the sails. The speed was like riding a motorcycle on the ocean. The water pressure guns are coming. Battleship starboard, all sailors prepare for the impact. Ark commanded as the battleship suddenly turned. When the huge battleship turned sharply, a large amount of water was sprayed. Some of the sailors lost their balance and fell into the ocean. Even with that evasive movement, the ships couldn't completely avoid the pursuit of the water pressure guns. The Leviathans could control the water pressure guns by simply moving their heads. Quah 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 quang. The water pressure gun skimmed past the stern of the ship. At the same time, the part of the deck that had been hit fell off. However, that wasn't the end of the water pressure gun's attack. The Leviathan that was attacking Ark's ship once again turned its head and the water pressure gun started heading towards the center of the ship. It's the end if we get hit by that. Ark felt a sense of urgency. Only a part of the stern had fallen, so it didn't really matter. But the ship would be destroyed if the water pressure gun hit the center. Of course, the exterior walls of the battleship were padded with iron so it wouldn't break in half. However, the wooden deck would have no choice but to be cut in half. Even the magic engine below the deck was likely to receive damage. But it isn't possible to avoid the attack. Then, Ark clenched his teeth tightly and shouted. Keep moving forward at full speed away from the water pressure gun. Ha! It is aiming for the center of the ship. Does the captain have to explain the reason for all his commands? Ah, no. Full speed ahead. The magic engine let out a roar and increased its speed. The water pressure gun was approaching. Even if the water pressure gun only passed through the deck for a few seconds, the magic engine would be severed. When the water pressure gun was halfway to the ship, Ark opened his bag and shouted. Demonic manifestations. After he used the skill, an information window appeared. You have used demonic manifestations, please select an offering to extract the demonic energy. Shield. Shield. Shield! 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 Shield soared out from the bag at Ark's scream. 5 shields flew into the sky. Black sparks flew from the shields and formed a pentagram in the sky. Then the shields exploded and a massive shield insignia appeared on the battleship. Demonic energy has been extracted from the offerings: shield, 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 shield. The effect exercised by this combination is physical shield. Physical shield: when physical shield is exercised, the center of a 100-meter space will have its defense increased by 500. The defense shield will have a durability of 1000. The effect of the shield lasts for 10 minutes or until the 1000 durability is consumed. However, the defense shield doesn't move. It also isn't possible to make the same effect overlap. It was the new skill he learnt after a seal of eternal soul was released. Ark had learnt the secrets behind demonic manifestations while hunting the monsters while climbing back up the secret dungeon. It was a new skill, so he wanted to test it immediately. He realized that demonic manifestations was different from the other skills learnt from eternal soul. When demonic manifestations was triggered, the effect depending on the type of equipment sacrificed. The first combination Ark tried was sword, 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 and sword. It gave the effect Braid Blade, which increased attack by plus 20%. If only shoes were sacrificed, then it increased movement speed while gloves increased attack speed. That was the simplest example of such a combination. Sometimes the different combinations of swords, shields, armor, shoes or gloves didn't even give an effect. The good point about demonic manifestations was that it had a wide effect. The accessories offered automatically flew over everyone and a strong special effect was applied to his allies. Anyway, physical shield now made a transparent shield around the battleship. Everybody prepare for impact. Qua 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 qua, qua 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 qua. At almost the same time, the water pressure gun hit the center of the ship. To be exact, it hit the surface of the transparent shield. There was a huge impact and the shield had its durability drained. The durability of the physical shield fell to 900. The durability of the physical shield fell to 800. The durability of the physical shield fell to 500 in seconds. If this continues, the water pressure gun will pierce through and hit the ship. But because Ark had already ordered for the ship to move forward at full speed, they already managed to get out of range of the attack. Even the physical shield won't be able to hold up for 30 seconds. It really was enormous damage. After avoiding the Leviathan's attacks twice, the attack stopped. With the amount of water the Leviathan can hold, the water pressure gun could only be used 2-3 times. However, those 2-3 attacks were enough to cause the armed fleet to be in total chaos. Since the attacks only grazed the ships thanks to the magic engine, there were ships with railings and stern split apart while some players had fallen into the ocean. The armed fleet had been seriously damaged with just one blow. But there is a way to defeat them. Ark looked at the Leviathans floating on the ocean. The Leviathan's attacks caused immense havoc. However, Ark had discovered a weakness in the Leviathan's attack. Once the Leviathan's water pressure gun was used, it took a long time to inhale the required amount of water. And when the water pressure gun was used, it couldn't be stopped until the water ran out. I don't know why, but the Leviathans haven't moved from the spot where they first appeared. If the Leviathans had moved, then the battleships would be completely devastated right now. Something must be keeping it immobile. They couldn't move. In other words, they were a good target to attack. In addition, the water pressure gun follows the movement of their mouth. If they just turn their head lightly, then the water pressure gun can chase after the battleship that has moved dozens of meters. It is impossible for the speed of the battleships to escape from the gun. It is an attack that is 100% impossible to escape. Then, battleships use your magic engines to stabilize the hull. What? What does that mean? The captains of the battleships asked Ark in an amazed voice. They had seen the incredibly power of the water pressure gun, so all they wanted to do was run away. If they didn't, then wouldn't the next attack by the water pressure gun smash the ships to pieces? Then Ark answered through the bat phone. If we use the magic engine, then the hull won't shake and we can directly counterattack. Of course. But if we can't avoid the attack, then how will we counterattack? This plan will allow us to counterattack. Ark smiled and explained the way he devised to defeat the Leviathans. The Leviathans inflated their bodies to suck in seawater and condense it to a high pressure. This is the only way to stop their onslaught. Believe in me and follow my commands. Understood. There is no other way since the Admiral is currently soulless. All battleships, use the magic engine to stabilize the hull. Prepare the cannons for precise shooting. The armed fleet finished all their preparations according to Ark's commands. The leviathans had also finished condensing the water and opened their mouths. Now. Shoot precisely. Bang, 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 bang. At the same time, the armed fleet fired simultaneously after hearing Ark's order. It was the basic salvo of an ordinary naval battle. The attacks would be concentrated on one opponent in order to decrease the enemies and the damage. So the basic tactics was to concentrate all attacks on point and use the maximum amount of attacks in a short time. However, Ark had chosen the opposite strategy. The 8 battleships attacked all 5 leviathans. Furthermore, not all the cannons were mobilized. It was separated into 2 or 3 attacks at a time. The reason why. Kaya ak. Kuya. The shells crossed the space and hit the leviathans' heads. Thus the attack from the water pressure guns flew into the sky. The shot flew a few kilometers into the air before falling back to the sea with all its power lost. That's right. It was the reason why Ark chose this method. The water pressure gun was an attack while flew like a laser formed the mouth of the leviathan. Thus their heads became Ark's target. Instead of running away, couldn't he use this method to make them waste the water guns? If we keep this up for 2-3 minutes, then the water pressure guns will be used up during that time. That was Ark's thought. It didn't matter how big the sea snake was. In addition, the long body stretched over the sea. It was easy for dozens of shells to hit such a large target. If they hit the target, then it was enough to change the direction of the leviathan's jaw. So there was no worry about the water pressure gun hitting the battleships. Ark used the magic engines to stabilize the hull and the cannons for a precise bombardment. It is a success. Their attacks have been blocked. Ark's operation was a great success. The battleships continuously attacked the leviathans using 2-3 shots at a time. It was only 2-3 attacks, but the health of the leviathans decreased little by little. The battle is in progress and it is only a matter of time until we beat them. But Ark looked at the leviathan and tilted his head to one side. Ark was certain that this area was where Gold Dream had been swallowed by a sea monster. And the message window said that the leviathan was the boss monster of this area, so there couldn't be another one. But he couldn't imagine that the leviathans were the ones that swallowed Gold Dream. The leviathan was huge, but it was only 20 meters in diameter. There was no way they could swallow Gold Dream. Ark's question was soon settled within a few minutes. Keep on attacking. Continue hitting those guys. There's no time for a break. Reload as quickly as possible after the artillery is launched. Bang, 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 bang. Qua! The cannons continually fired with no breaks and one leviathan shrieked before shrinking. We did it! We defeated a sea monster. Okay, concentrate the attacks on the other 4. The morale of the sailors increased even more after a leviathan fell. They once again concentrated the precision shooting on the remaining leviathans. Ha ha ha! The huge opponent is no match for my strategy. Okay, continue attacking like I commanded. Victory will be ours. Wagner's laughter flowed from the bat on Ark's shoulder. The admiral, who had fallen into a panic when the leviathans first appeared, now showed his face when the situation seemed to improve. He was a shameless person. The crew were stunned, but fortunately they concentrated on firing the cannons. A leviathan had just been knocked down. Don't worry about it and continue to attack. We can't be careless. Don't give them any room. The captains of the battleships ignored Wagner and just kept attacking. It continued for another 10 minutes. Under the continuous bombardment, another 2 leviathans sank under the water. 4 of them had fallen and now there was only 1 left. Now, it's almost finished. Concentrate all the attacks. Dash. Then the water underneath the leviathan started to become unstable. The water shook like an earthquake was happening. Then the sea suddenly divided and a huge sleeping form could be seen. Hook! What that is? Wait! That huge sea snake. Such a thing. It isn't 5 sea snakes. The sailors who had been preparing for the bombardment suddenly opened their mouths absent-mindedly. The form underneath the leviathan was a huge monster which exceeded several kilometers. It was a huge monster resembling a fish. Ark finally answered his question after seeing the huge fish. Ark and all the sailors had thought there were 5 leviathans. They were mistaken. This was the reason why the leviathans didn't move at all. It was because the sea snakes were attached to the giant fish underneath. No, to be exact, the sea snakes were attached to the leviathan but seemed to be the leviathan's tentacles. The leviathan's true identity was a giant fish several kilometers long. it had been impossible to discover in the Black Ocean. In the end, the attacks of the armed fleet hadn't dealt any damage to the Leviathan. Fish! That is the fish I tried to eat? Rackard shouted as he pointed to a part of the Leviathan's body. The Leviathan had something growing like hair on its forehead. And various things were dangling from the hair. There was the fish that Rackard had discovered, a small box, the corpse of a mermaid, and even a human body. Ark noticed all that with one glance. Lure, yes. The Leviathans used the lures on its forehead to draw in food to eat. And a huge mouth that could completely swallow the battleship was right underneath the lures. Its mouth opened and the surrounding seawater seemed to drag everybody in. It is trying to swallow the battleship. Deploy the magic engine. Screams rose from the ships as the battleships were being dragged. But the Leviathan didn't seem to want to swallow the battleships. The crew sighed with relief when they realized this, but they were consumed by fear again in 1 second. Hick, what is that? Something is coming out of that guy's mouth? Huck! It's different from the water pressure gun. Monsters. Thousands of monsters are emerging. A sailor said in a trembling voice as he checked it with the telescope. After a while, the other sailors were able to confirm the identities of the things spilling from the mouth. Korek, Korek, Korek. The things which emerged from the Leviathan's mouth looked like black worms. The size was approximately 2-3 meters. It was a level 300 monster called Parasite. A level 300 opponent wasn't difficult when considering the average level of the users who participated in the armed fleet. The problem was the numbers. There were tens of thousands of parasites that exited from the Leviathan. It was to the extent that a few kilometers of the ocean was covered by them. Unbelievable. Ark also felt overwhelmed by the huge number of monsters. But Ark had no choice. Battleships maintain a horizontal battle formation and attack. Everybody braced themselves. The battleships started to steadily line up after Ark's command. The ships lined up and simultaneously fired. Hundreds of shells flew towards the monster. However, hundreds of pillars of water soared up and the parasites overturned the ship. The parasites had used human wave tactics to cause a tidal wave-like surge. They instantly surrounded the battleships and crawled onto the deck. Dozens of parasites also crept onto the deck of Ark's number 8 battleship. Ugh, damn it. Dark Blade. Ark wielded his sword tirelessly while holding onto a rope hanging from the sails. The parasites were sea monsters, so they were quick while swimming but extremely slow on land. But they had a lot of defense. Despite Ark's continuous attacks, the parasite only lost 20% health. Don't kill them, just push them back into the sea. They couldn't endure the number of monsters creeping onto the ship, so Ark changed strategies. The crew of the battleship ran around the outskirts and pushed them back into the water. That's it, now. Drop a bomb. Qua 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 quang, qua 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 quang, dot. When the bomb exploded, there was a pillar of flames in the vicinity of the battleship. A number of parasites were engulfed by the flames and fell into the water. Although the explosion occurred on the ship, the steel acted as a barrier and the battleship only received a little damage. Anyway, now wasn't the time to worry about the damage to the battleship. If the thousands of parasites attacked at once, then the armed fleet would be smashed to pieces. The other battleships also used the same bomb tactic as Ark on the parasites. After an intense 3-4 minute battle, the area was covered in black corpses. Then a black line suddenly crossed the sea. It was the water pressure gun from the mouth of the remaining sea snake. It quickly tore through the number 5 battleship. The 2 ships had already received considerable damage from the bombs, so it collapsed like tofu and the sailors fell into the sea. The parasites then swarmed around the sailors like cockroaches. Parasites. Ugh. Help, dot. The mercenaries and sailors screamed as they fell into the water. It was impossible to properly fight the level 300 parasites in the water. Sailors who fell into the water were encircled by hundreds of parasites and eaten. The sailors on the armed fleet could only watch in horror. There was pure silence on the deck of the armed fleet. The fear they imagined was occurring in reality. Hayek. It's the end. They don't stop no matter how many times we step on them. It's either being swallowed in one bite by that big fish or be eaten slowly by those worms. Quack. Wagner's voice came from the mouth of the bat. He already withdrew with fear when the sea snakes appeared and left the command to Ark, and now he was decreasing the morale of the sailors? Damn. Rackard, shut that guy up. Got it. At Ark's command, Rackard shot down like a lightning bolt and struck the back of Wagner's head. Wagner had a huge lump on the back of his head, but unfortunately he didn't faint. Ack. I can see stars. Is this guy's head made of stone? Rackard staggered back and Wagner turned his head. Then he turned and rushed at Rackard. What the? This guy. Do you want to try me? Yes, I do. Please make me faint. Wagner shouted towards Rackard. I'll rather be stunned than eaten by those guys. Wait a minute. You whack. Peacock, 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 peacock. Wagner then repeatedly slammed his forehead into Rackard. After a while, both Wagner and Rackard were covered in large lumps. However, the one who fainted wasn't Wagner but Rackard. When Rackard fainted, Wagner screamed before crashing into the mast. He had completely gone crazy from fear. Anyway, slamming against the mast worked this time as Wagner got a nosebleed and fainted. However, no one cared about Wagner anymore. Ugh, damn. That stupid snake. Ark glared at the sea snake. They're preventing the cannon attacks. It can't be. Those worms are blocking the muzzle of the cannons and we can't fire. What? Ark ran to the railing and looked down. Like the sailors said, the parasites were blocking the muzzle of the cannons. If the cannons were just fired like this, then it would damage the battleship. Captain Nim, the water-pressured gun is heading towards our battleship. Ark heard the voice from behind him and turned his head. The water-pressured gun was flying in a straight line towards the number 8 battleship. With the parasites blocking the ship, they couldn't even use the magic engine. No, demonic. Ark hastily used demonic manifestations to form the physical shield. But the water-pressure gun was quicker and hit the center of a battleship. The deck split apart like it was cut by a knife. The water-pressure gun didn't completely pull the hull apart. But more than 2/3 rds of the hull was cut, throwing off the balance of the battleship, and it gradually began to sink into the ocean. If this sinks, then it is dangerous. Jump into the sea. In the end, Ark was forced to escape from the battleship. You have entered the demonic sphere of influence. The abilities of all players within the sphere of influence will decrease by 10%. On the other hand, all monsters with the demonic attribute will have their stats increase by 10%. That warning message appeared when he fell into the sea. That's right. The water had turned black thanks to the demonic influence of the Leviathan. The Leviathan was a sea monster, so its effect was limited to the water. But Ark still didn't give up on the battle. If he gave him, then his gold dream, which was worth 40,000 gold, would just become excrement. The water pressure gun only comes from the Leviathan's tentacle. If we deal with the sea snake, then we can somehow deal with the Leviathan. Of course, the thousands of parasites are still a problem. I have no choice but to try. Ark blew the flute of the merpeople and called dozens of dolphins. Ark and the other sailors got on the back of the dolphins and headed towards the parasites that were blocking the number 2, 4, and 7 battleship. Okay, defeat the parasites blocking the flagship and the other battleships. It should then be possible to handle the remaining sea snake. However, penetrating through thousands of parasites on the dolphins wasn't easy. The parasites had flocked around the sailors after they fell into the only Ark and less than 100 users were trying to penetrate the parasites. Quang. Meanwhile, another 2 ships were hit by the water pressure gun and split in half. Damn, is it going to end here? Despair entered Ark's eyes. There were only 2 battleships left. Even if they wiped out the parasite, they wouldn't have the power to deal with the Leviathan. Even if the remaining tentacle was destroyed, decreasing the enormous life of the Leviathan with 2 ships was nonsense. Even with the admiral unconscious, the remaining sailors on the 2 ships determined that there was no hope left. Then it is time for a plan of desperation. Let's show our commitment as we go to hell. The captains of the ship commanded as they dropped bombs. A chain explosion occurred on the exterior wall of the hull and the attached parasites were engulfed in flames. It was damage the battleship couldn't recover from, but luckily several cannons survived. The captains of the 2 ships chose to throw away their battleships to fire artillery at the parasites. Aim the muzzle of the gun, fire. Quang. There was a ringing sound and the sea started shaking. Era? Both Ark and the crew of the number 2 battleship looked confused. The ringing sound didn't come from the cannons. The cannons of the No. 2 battleship hadn't been launched yet. The rocking and ringing sound was coming from underneath the water. After a while, an explosion occurred and several hundred columns of water shot upwards. The parasites that were at the site of the explosion were blown away. What is this? Master. Over there. Rackard, who had recovered, pointed to one side. Chua. Chwa 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 chwa. When he turned around, there was a spray of water coming from the sea. At first it was just a small spray, but it gradually became larger as it approached. After a while, a huge object comparable to the size of the Leviathan appeared. Monster, it is another monster. Ha ha ha. I'm not even afraid anymore. Damn, I never expected to see two of these monsters. The crew of the flagship and the number 2 ship murmured to each other. But only Ark's eyes sparkled as he looked at the new sea monster. Surely there's no doubt. It is definitely Gallic. That's right. It was a giant sea monster. The monster was the patron guardian of the mere people that Ark had met a long time ago. It was the white whale Gallic. Qua 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 quang. Gallic crossed the water and rammed into Leviathan. The Leviathan, who was about to use the water pressure gun on the number 2 battleship, wobbled and was pushed back several meters. When the two bodies collided, it seemed like a tsunami had occurred. How did Gallic get here? No, why is Gallic here? Peep-pepping, peep-pepping. Then dozens of water pillars shot up again. The parasites that were blocking the ship turned white. Go down, something is helping us at the bottom of the sea. Ark commanded and quickly dove into the water. The water was dark, so it was difficult to see anything underwater. But after looking for a long time, he started to distinguish vague shapes. They looked like shadows at first. But the shadows started to increase to a huge number around Arkansas. Ark's eyes then widened. The mere people, That's right. The shadows approaching underwater were the mere people. Thousands of them were approaching. The whole group of mere people swam to where Ark was located. There were thousands of mere people warriors. And leading them was the mermaid queen wearing splendid armor. Brave warriors of the sea, exterminate the parasites that are dirtying these waters. The mermaid queen shouted as she raised a jewel-encrusted stick. It was a trident-like weapon with 3 prongs. When she moved it, a shockwave emerged from the trident and shot towards the parasites. An explosion instantly occurred around Arkansas. Then 1,000 mere people attacked the parasites around Arkansas. Q Queen? Ark stared at the reinforcements with a stupid expression. Then the mermaid queen laughed and greeted him. Fortunately, we made it in time. Why are you here? Didn't you leave for another ocean? We can talk about the details later. The mermaid queen muttered as she looked at the Leviathan. Anyway, I'll now take care of the devil in the water. Korek, korek, korek. The parasites started to be pushed back. The mermaid queen looked around with cold eyes and brandished her trident. Bah, filthy parasites. Great sea goddess, wave. The environment suddenly became dark and the shape of a giant goddess floated in the air. The beautiful goddess was wrapped in a shiny veil. But the goddess looked angry and the sea started to vibrate. In the next moment, dozens of tornadoes appeared at sea and swept up the parasites. Enemies of the clan, kill all of the Leviathan's followers. Wayawa. The mere people also wielded their tridents and cornered the parasites. Okay. This is a chance. Let's get revenge along with the mere people. Ark led the dolphin unit and began attacking the parasites. With thousands of mere people and Ark's group violently attacking, the number of parasites quickly reduced. The wide area magic of the mermaid queen reduced dozens of parasites to a critical condition. With the mere people lending their help, the situation quickly tilted to their advantage. Meanwhile, there was an unimaginable battle occurring several hundred meters away. Qua 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 quang. Coo 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 coo. Qua 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 qua. It was the fight between Leviathan and Gallic. When the two ocean monsters collided, constant tidal waves occurred. Whirlpools would also appear here and there every time a wave occurred. But in the battle, Gallic was slightly losing. Leviathan was a combat monster while Gallic was just an NPC. Furthermore, Gallic didn't have any weapons like the Leviathan's water pressure gun. Therefore he had many bleeding wounds after the long battle. But if this continues, then we can beat the Leviathan. Ark stopped attacking the parasites and looked around at the situation. Gallic might be losing to Leviathan, but the mere people were dominating the parasites. If this kept up for 20-30 minutes, then all the parasites would be wiped out. With only 2 battleships left, it wouldn't be difficult to defeat the Leviathan. But my purpose isn't to kill the Leviathan. That's right. Ark's goal was to recover the Gold Dream that Leviathan swallowed. The problem is that it will be difficult to rescue Gold Dream if the Leviathan is killed. Judging from previous experience. When the monster was killed, the body would just become chunks of flesh. It would be impossible to obtain anything except for the loot the monster dropped. There was a high chance that Gold Dream would be destroyed when Leviathan was killed. So Ark made a separate plan to rescue Gold Dream. But that plan would be insignificant if the Leviathan was killed in the middle of it. This is my last chance to execute the plan. If the battle proceeded, then the Leviathan would disappear in 20-30 minutes. In other words, he only had 20-30 minutes to rescue Gold Dream. Mermaid Queen, please listen to my request. Ark explained his decision to the Mermaid Queen. He requested what was needed to rescue Gold Dream. The Mermaid Queen couldn't understand Ark's request, but she just nodded and accepted. I don't understand, but if it is a favor for Arknim. The Mermaid Queen nodded and closed her eyes. It was in order to mentally communicate with Gallic. Gallic avoided Leviathan's attack and swung his tail. Leviathan, who had been trying to bite Gallic, shrieked. The open mouth was inundated with spray from the water. That was the moment Ark aimed for. That's it, let's go! Ark shouted after seeing the chance. Then the dolphin carrying Ark rushed through the sea at an enormous pace. Ha! This. The Mermaid Queen, merpeople and sailors were all confused at Ark's action. Ark had rushed into Leviathan's open mouth. When he rushed in, the mouth was like a huge cave with a horrible smell. Ark avoided the fangs as he entered the mouth. By the time he arrived at the enormous tongue, Leviathan's mouth had started closing. Ark stepped on the back of the dolphin, pushed off and through his body. Qua 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 quang. Qua 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 qua. There was a roaring sound and the huge mouth closed. At the same time, Ark was sucked down Leviathan's esophagus along with the salt water. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 20, Chapter 8. ACT 8 Eat until you throw up. TL notes, I've made a small change to a previous chapter. So Gold Dream is one huge ship with 6 sails instead of 6 boats. I also wanted to clarify something as I felt it wasn't clearly explained. Sid was swallowed by the Leviathan along with Gold Dream, so that's why he had to contact Ark in reality instead of inside the game. Quack! Ark spat out some seawater. Ark was currently inside the Leviathan. Being inside here feels dirty. Ark muttered as he looked around with an uncomfortable expression. Ark had entered a huge sea creature, Gallic, before. It wasn't a good feeling, but Leviathan felt even more unpleasant. The esophagus had reddish-black walls while the absurdly thick blood vessels had a black liquid like wastewater flowing through it. But the thing that dampened Ark's mood the most was the dirty smell. It was difficult to express in words, but it smelt like a food rubbish bin in the middle of summer. However, he had no time to think unpleasant thoughts. There were constant booms and the space vibrated. It was the impact from Gallic and the merpeople's attacks. The intervals between the vibrations became shorter as the battle became more intense. It was troublesome for Ark because if Leviathan died, then it would be difficult to find Gold Dream. Damn! I wanted to go straight to the stomach. Ark had entered the esophagus along with a lot of seawater. So Ark had thought he would be swept straight to the stomach along with the seawater. But Ark had become stuck in a mud puddle along the way. I've still gone quite far riding the seawater. There's only a bit left until the stomach. Ark stepped out of the mud puddle, continued. No, he was about to dive. Just as he stepped out of the mud puddle, the space started to shake. Then the blood vessels entangled like a spider web, pulsed, and something floated in the black blood. It was a monster with sharp teeth and a long body, the parasite. After discovering Ark, the parasite tore through the blood vessel with its teeth and popped out. It wasn't just one. 10 parasites had popped out of the blood vessel. I didn't expect to find them here. Ark hadn't expected this situation when he entered Leviathan. Summon Demon, Razak. Summon Demon, Rackard. His pets appeared on either side of Ark after he called them. Rackard on his right, Razak on his left, and Raiden wrapped around his waist. Hasn't it been a while? Ark smiled as he looked at his summons. Summoning his pets wasn't a new phenomenon. But during the last month he had been busy commanding users and NPCs, so it hadn't really felt like he had been fighting with his pets. He only sent Razak to support the assault troops while Rackard was used as a scout. Rackard and Razak also held similar thoughts. Doesn't this remind you of the old days? Clack clack clack, clack 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 clack. Razak laughed and nodded his head like he also agreed. Then shall we do this after such a long time? A1 plan. Ark drew his sword and shouted. Rackard and Razak split to the left and right and rushed at the parasites. The A1 plan was to attack the enemy from the front and sides. Unlike the past, his pet's abilities to carry out the strategy had greatly improved. Rackard had recently raised his stats to level 380 while Razak had also reached level 350. After so much combat training with Ark, they weren't inferior to other users. Ark was the same as well. After training in Dragonian and the Secret Dungeon, Ark was now level 426. He had been so busy commanding the troops that he couldn't really fight properly. So he felt lively at the long-awaited chance to wield his sword. Besides, the 50% dark attribute bonus was also applied. Even if there was a 10% penalty from the demonic influence of the Leviathan, it didn't really matter. Dark Dance, Dark Blade. Peep-pepping, peep-pepping. Ark moved between the parasites like a ghost and swung his sword. He didn't have to worry with his summons there. Cheek. The parasites showed their poisonous fangs and rushed towards him. Clack clack? Clack 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 clack. Tang Kong. Razak had swung his shield and blocked the parasite before it attacked Arkansas. Meanwhile Rackard flew over their heads and cursed, luring 3 or 4 parasites. Ark attacked, Razak defended, and Rackard took care of crowd control. This was Ark's true battle style. Then Raiden suddenly dropped down from his waist. As soon as his body touched the ground, it became red hot as he crawled towards the parasites. Then flames appeared around the parasites and drained their health. It was the Fire Aura skill Raiden received after digesting 50% of the burning heart of the Fire Draconian. The parasites who were in a critical condition died after being hit by Fire Aura. Raiden's eyes sparkled as he looked at Ark after taking care of the parasites. His look seemed to be asking Ark if he was useful. Yes, you were excellent. As expected about mascot Raiden. Sack sack sack, sack 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 sack. Raiden waved his body with pleasure at Ark's words. With the help of his summons, Ark managed to take care of the 10 parasites within 3 minutes. But that was just the beginning of the parasites' attacks. After he finished taking care of the original parasites that appeared, dozens of them once again popped out of the blood vessel. When he took care of those ones, more parasites appeared. In addition, the parasites inside Leviathan had special skills which the ones outside didn't have. When they fell into a critical condition, they could bite the wall or the ground to recover. As the name suggested, they really were like parasites. If he gave them even a bit of space, then they would recover and counterattack. A level 300 monster isn't really a problem. But no matter how many of them I kill, they keep on appearing from the blood vessels. I have to stop them before Leviathan dies. Yes, the reason Ark entered Leviathan was to reclaim Gold Dream. He had approximately 25 minutes to rescue Gold Dream. 3 minutes had already passed, so he had approximately 22 minutes left. I don't have time to play around. Raiden, return. Razak, Rackard, let's break through straight to the stomach. Ark opened his bag and shouted. Demonic manifestations. Spear, 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 mace, mace. When he used demonic manifestations, the equipment sprang out of the bag. It then formed the shape of a mace. The mace then broke apart and was absorbed inside Ark and his summons. Demonic energy has been extracted from the offerings, spear, 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 mace and mace. The effect exercised by this combination is Power Charge. Power Charge, the users will gain the effect of Power Charge for 10 minutes. When Power Charge is in effect, assault speed will increase by 50% and there is a chance of pushing the opponent back 5 meters. However, this effect only applies to the enemy in front. It was the Power Charge that he discovered accidentally. 50% increase in assault speed and a chance to push enemies back by 5 meters seems simple, but it could wreak tremendous havoc. Ark had discovered this skill during the 4 days he took climbing back up the secret dungeon from the 60th floor. Let's go! When Ark went rushing towards the stomach, the parasites instantly ran up to him. But Ark swung his sword and 3 or 4 parasites were caught in an explosion and blown back. It was the same with Rackard and Razak. The moment they used Shield Stroke or Dark Dash, the parasites were blown away. It was no use no matter how many of them were camped in front. There was no way to stop Ark when a swing of the sword would just blow them away. But Power Charge had a side effect. Cheek. Cheek. Dozens of parasites were blown back every time he moved. But Ark had to keep moving forward with Power Charge, so the parasites behind him could just get back up. Thus there were 150 parasites chasing behind him. In addition, this place was inside Leviathan, so there was no place to escape. Of course, Ark's current level was 426. With the Dark Attribute bonus, he reached level 639. That was enough when fighting 150 level 300 monsters. But even if he was level 639, handling those many numbers was time-consuming. It was too stressful for Ark, who only had a time limit of 20 minutes left. But After a short time he entered the vicinity of the stomach. Ark confirmed that no more parasites appeared in front of him, so he turned around. Meanwhile the number of parasites had increased to 200. Seeing the gathering of 200 parasites really caused goosebumps to rise. Now it's your turn. Summon Magura. Ark lifted his sword and yelled. One of the 4 hearthstones on the sword emitted a black smoke. Just like a genie emerging from a lamp in a fairy tale, the smoke from the hearthstones changed to a black dog. It was the summoning of the legendary devil Magura. In fact, a condition was required in order to summon Magura. It was only possible to summon Magura in a place filled with demonic energy. Leviathan was a demonic monster, so naturally its interior was filled with abundant demonic energy. Oh hoo! Magura, who had escaped from the hearthstone, cried out. It was Magura's wide area skill howling. The parasites that were approaching were blown away. Now, shall I leave? In the meantime, Ark and his summons left. Magura, who was confined to the hearthstone, had no memory. When he was summoned, he would attack indiscriminately regardless if it was Ark or a monster. Therefore Ark quickly ran away. Anyway, the parasite was only level 300, so I can't get experience or loot even if they die. It is better to leave them to Magura. Therefore Ark escaped the parasites and rushed towards the stomach. Magura attacked everything around him for 5 minutes. It might not be enough to kill all of them, but it should be sufficient to block the parasites, and Magura also continuously used taunt thanks to his endless rage. So the parasites naturally gathered around Magura and a fierce battle began. Kwang! Magura roared and attacked the parasites. Magura was level 300. The parasites were also level 300. But Magura was a level 300 elite monster. Magura wasn't pushed at all by the 200 parasites. Well, Ark had already escaped, so he didn't care whether Magura or the parasites won. Anyway, Ark left the parasites to Magura and ran through the esophagus. How much time passed? Gold Dream! Ark stopped moving and shouted. At the end of the cave was a huge underground lake. On the outskirts of the lake was the ship Gold Dream. Damn, that stupid Leviathan! Anger welled up at the sight of Gold Dream. Once again, this place was Leviathan's stomach. And the underground lake was probably made of seawater and gastric juices. Gold Dream had been floating in the lake of gastric juices for 3 days in real time. It was impossible no matter how much money he spent on magic coating. The sails were full of small holes while the paint of the merchant ship was peeling. I guess I have to pay for repairs. Ark sighed and mumbled. It was a new merchant ship and he already had to pay for repairs. Well, it was 100 times better than buying a new boat. By the way, those boats? Ark looked at the other boats on the underground lake. Gold Dream wasn't the only ship inside Leviathan. There were an additional 5 ships scattered around. It was immediately obvious that the ships belonged to Midas, the Merchant's Guild. That's right. It was transportation fleet that had disappeared near this area. The transportation fleet had also been swallowed by Leviathan. Aha, I see. Is this why Leviathan didn't swallow the armed fleet when it appeared? Ark struck his palm with his fist as he confirmed something and muttered. He finally understood why Leviathan didn't appear when the armed fleet showed up. And also the reason why it didn't swallow the battleships after it appeared. It was because of Gold Dream and the transportation fleet on the lake. Leviathan hadn't digested the 6 ships yet, so it didn't want to swallow any more. Anyway, let's go look at Gold Dream for the moment. In addition to the ships, wine kegs and small planks were also floating on the underground lake. Ark stepped on the planks and kegs and climbed onto the deck of Gold Dream. It felt like he was standing on the deck of a ghost ship. The deck was corroded here and there while the sails and ropes were decaying. He also couldn't find any of the NPCs he employed to manage Gold Dream. All he found was splatters of blood left on the deck. Perhaps they were attacked by the parasites after being swallowed. He didn't see the sailors on the other merchant ships, so he assumed the same thing happened to them. How on earth did Sid survive in this place? Ark felt doubtful after seeing the terrible sight. But the question was easily solved. Sid. Ark found Sid after entering the captain's room. Something underneath the table moved. It was Sid. But Ark flinched as he moved closer and confirmed Sid's appearance. Sid looked like someone who had encountered disaster in the Himalayas. Ark couldn't even recognize him properly. He just trembled and clutched 3 scrolls tightly. The scroll was the reason why Sid could live. Safe travel, scroll. That's right. Sid was able to survive in a place like that because of the scrolls. The safe travel scroll meant that monsters couldn't attack for 2 hours. When the parasites attacked, Sid quickly used the safe travel scroll and continued to renew it every 2 hours. But now he only had 3 scrolls remaining. He was afraid that the parasites would catch him after the next 6 hours, which was why he kept on trembling. "Hey, Sid! Wake up!" Ark tapped him and Sid opened his eyes with a dim expression. "Ah, Arknim!" Sid looked around stupidly for a while before shouting. He then hurriedly looked around and said, "Hook! You've come! Have we already exited? Is this the outside?" But then he belatedly confirmed that he was still in the stomach and Sid's face stiffened. He weakly sat down and started shedding tears. "Quack, I made a mistake. We're screwed. What are you going on about? What am I saying? Didn't Arknim also get swallowed by the sea monster? I've been waiting for 3 horrible days for Arknim to rescue me, and now Arknim has been eaten as well. Oh, it's over. I'll be eaten by those worms. What nonsense are you talking? Why will we be eaten by monsters?" Sid lifted a tearful face at Ark's words. "We'll either be digested or eaten by the monsters. This is different. I came in on my own." "Came in on your own?" "Yes, so that I can rescue Gold Dream." "Rescue Gold Dream? Is there a way to get out of here?" "Of course. Do you think I came in here to become excrement?" "How?" "That." Ark smiled and explained the method. Then he suddenly saw the merchant ships through the window. Ark had an uncomfortable feeling the moment he saw the ships. "What the? This feeling? I feel like I've forgotten something very important." Ark frowned and remained locked in thought. "I see. That's what I forgot. Wait here a moment. Ah, Arknim." Sid freaked out as Ark jumped off Gold Dream and headed towards the other ships. According to the information obtained by the Merchants Guild, the ships that disappeared in these waters are carrying imports towards Bristania. Ark jumped onto the deck with a large smile on his face. Spices and silk, porcelain objects, etc., it was a huge amount of piled goods. That thought weighed on Ark's mind. This is equivalent to 15,000 gold. And there were 5 ships carrying such goods. That was equivalent to 75,000 gold. It was truly a treasure. Before entering Leviathan, Ark had already been equipped with a number of plans to rescue Gold Dream. But he didn't know that the merchant's fleet was associated with Leviathan. Of course, Ark's plan wouldn't fail if the merchant ships were there. There was another reason why he felt uncomfortable when seeing the ships. No, to be exact, it was the 75,000 gold worth of goods. If my plan succeeds, then I can also rescue the merchant ships from Leviathan. Therefore Ark would have recovered 75,000 gold worth of assets for the Merchants Guild. But there would be no profit for Ark if he did that. Of course, if he returned the missing fleet, then his intimacy with the Merchants Guild would soar and the commission considered successful. However, the fee was only 15 gold. Even if he received an additional 200% as the captain, it would only be 45 gold. I found 75,000 gold and can only receive 45 gold? What on earth? Wasn't it a very unpleasant feeling? Of course, Ark never expected to find the merchant's fleet in the first place. But the sight made his heart ache. It would be regrettable if he had to politely return the goods to the Merchants Guild after seeing such a huge amount. Moreover, there are no surviving sailors. Since Ark found the transportation fleet, he could lay claim to it. When stolen goods were taken away by pirates and the pirate's ship was wrecked at sea, the person who discovered or salvaged the ship would claim ownership of it. It was similar to how Sutandal seized the stolen goods from the lawless port. But now the situation was different. The armed fleet had been dispatched to recover the transportation fleet. Ark was also a member of that armed fleet. So Ark was currently contracted to return the recovered assets to the Merchants Guild. Even if Ark found the transportation fleet, the ownership would automatically shift to the Merchants Guild. He couldn't think of a way to embezzle the goods. In the end, do I have to let go of that huge amount? Ark clicked his tongue and murmured with a regretful expression. All of a sudden he felt a flash of lightning in his head. Wait. Wouldn't the transportation fleet be prepared for pirates? Then perhaps. Ark started to search the ships for something. A satisfied smile spread on Ark's face after he found what he was looking for. Ho-ho-ho, the heavens are truly on my side. Attack its flank. Way-awa. While Ark was progressing with his plan, the Merpeople, Gallic and the 2 battleships had combined forces to attack Leviathan. While Gallic blocked the Leviathan's movements, the Merpeople combined to take care of the parasites. Meanwhile, the 2 battleships kept a sufficient distance and supported them with cannon fire. Leviathan couldn't endure against the combined forces. Blood streamed from its countless wounds as the Leviathan only had 4% health left. If the battle progressed like this, then it would continue for only a few more minutes. But Arknim. The Mermaid Queen murmured with a worried expression. Ark hadn't returned from inside the Leviathan yet. If Leviathan died like this, then Ark was bound to be in danger. Ark was certain to be somewhere in the esophagus, stomach, or other internal organs. If Leviathan died, then they would shrivel up. Ark would be pushed by the internal organs, shrinking and die. But they also couldn't slow down their attacks until Ark returned. If Leviathan managed to run away, then the situation would become more complicated. The Mermaid Queen was thinking that when something interrupted. Qua! The Leviathan suddenly flinched. Then it suddenly gave a weird shriek. After a short time, it coughed and suddenly opened its mouth. And Quararorik. A huge amount of discharge flowed out of the Leviathan's mouth. Leviathan's vomit covered several kilometers of the sea. This damn evil bastard. The Mermaid Queen glared at the Leviathan after seeing the vomit-covered waters. Then Leviathan vomited a few more times. The gastric juices flowed out like a waterfall and really made everyone feel like throwing up. Suddenly huge objects fell into the waters along with the gastric juices. What is going on? A merchant ship. The armed crew watching from a far distance murmured with surprise. It wasn't just 1 or 2 ships, but 6. Then loud laughter was heard from one of the merchant ships. Ha, we're out. It's a success. That person. It is Arknim, the captain of the number 8 battleship. A sailor confirmed after looking through a telescope. That's right. The person who laughed from the merchant ships vomited out was Arkansas. Ho, the effect is really no joke. Ark laughed as he looked at the nauseous Leviathan. Leviathan was still vomiting. In fact, this was the plan Ark used developed to rescue Gold Dream. Once again, Gold Dream would be buried at sea if Leviathan died. If he was still in the stomach, then he would also die from the shrinking of the stomach and intestines. I have to take it out while the monster is still alive. It is impossible to make that guy spit it out. Then the only way is to make it vomit. He naturally thought of one type of food. Naja syrup. A syrup made from the matured flesh of one of the worst-smelling fruits on the continent. A person can't help vomiting whenever they eat the syrup. Causes somebody to vomit. Thanks to the vomit state, all food and potion effects will disappear. Ark made the food using creative cooking. While sailing, Ark, who was inspired, continually used creative cooking to make the Naja syrup. He had cooked 200 of the dishes. Ark had carried these foods while entering Leviathan. He threw all of it into the stomach. Yet there was an unexpected issue raised with this part. Leviathan is far more enormous than I imagined. Furthermore, it has an extreme swallowing ability since it managed to swallow all those ships at once. Gold Dream and the transportation fleet also survived in the stomach for several days. Leviathan had indigestion after eating too ignorantly. Fortunately, Gold Dream and the merchant ships were still safe, but the indigestion was a problem. The Naja syrup won't be able to show its true power. Is there a way to make its stomach more active? Then Ark thought of his experiences in Gallic. When fighting with the boss Adelaine, he had used the strategy of luring her into the stomach and melting her with gastric fluid. The impact on the stomach had made the gastric juices overflow. Of course, if he used a similar method to irritate the stomach, then Gold Dream and the transportation fleet would suffer a fatal blow. But wasn't it better than being stuck in the stomach of the dying Leviathan? Yes, it's a cannon. I can shake its stomach using the cannon. Ark went around with his summons and loaded all the cannons on Gold Dream. When he launched it, there was a loud roar and the stomach started becoming unstable. When the shells hit the stomach wall, an explosion occurred and a huge amount of gastric juices flowed out like a waterfall. When the concentration of gastric juices in the stomach increased, the floating kegs and planks started to melt. Gold Dream was also the same. Gold Dream had already been tattered after being left for 3 days, so the high concentration of gastric juices started to melt the outer walls. Arknim. Sid looked uneasily at the exterior walls. But Ark wasn't done yet. I just have to hope the Naja syrup shows an effect before Gold Dream melts. Kalong. It was at that moment. The stomach started to twist and the gastric juices formed waves. It was the stomach just before vomiting would occur. That's it. Sid, Razak, Rackard, hold on tight. The gastric juices started to flow along the esophagus at a tremendous pace. The effect of Naja syrup was activated and Leviathan began to vomit. The gastric juices flowed along the esophagus like the rapids of a river. If he made a mistake and the already tattered gold dream ran into a wall, then it would break. Okay, demonic manifestations. Ark used physical shield to regulate and protect the boat while gold dream flowed back up the esophagus. It is visible. Everybody prepare for the impact. After a while, the Black Sea could be seen between the open mouth. And we eek. Qua 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 qua. Gold Dream managed to escape from Leviathan after 3 days. The 5 merchant ships also followed. Egg. That is the transportation fleet that disappeared. All 5 ships have appeared. The NPCs associated with the Merchants Guild cheered as they saw the ships. But confusion spread on their faces in the next moment. The merchant ships fell to one side and started to sink. And no. The trade goods on the transportation ship. The NPCs rolled around the deck with despair. But what could they do about the sinking ships? Besides, the sinking ships weren't valuable now. Ah, that monster is attacking Captain Ark. Leviathan shrieked and ran up to Gold Dream. It understood that he was the reason for it vomiting. Meanwhile, Gold Dream that had just exited was right in front of Leviathan. The masts were also broken so it couldn't sail. But Leviathan couldn't imagine it. Are you trying to eat my ship twice? Ark murmured with an expression full of confidence. He raised his finger before lowering it. This is the end. You stupid fish. Qua 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 quang, qua 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 quang. At the same time, an amazing scene developed. Leviathan had been moving towards him. Yet Leviathan's body suddenly exploded in various places. Gills, fins, tail, stomach, a blast occurred in all those areas and Leviathan instantly turned bloody. Gore, gore, grrrrrr. Leviathan let out a pained moan and wobbled. It had nearly reached Gold Dream. Suddenly an absurd ringing sound occurred in the vicinity of Leviathan's head. Leviathan's eyes trembled like it was having a spasm and it slowly sank under the water. The effect is amazing. Ark laughed and muttered. This was obviously Ark's work. Ark had finally exited Leviathan, but he hadn't done it politely. Just before throwing the nausea syrup, Ark had considered a way to inflict damage. Then he recalled the scene where the parasites moved along the blood vessels. Ark remembered that scene and piled up the bombs from the merchant ships into the blood vessels. He had adjusted the length of the fuse so that it would explode after Gold Dream escaped. The bombs had followed the blood vessels to areas such as the brain, lungs, heart, etc., so the explosions occurred all over the body. No matter how powerful the monster was, it wouldn't be able to withstand that type of attack. What could survive gunpowder exploding at the heart or the brain? Therefore the Leviathan received tremendous damage and instantaneously died. Bugle, 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 bugle. Leviathan's mouth gaped open and it sank back into the Black Sea. Your level has risen. Your level has risen. Your level has risen. The welcome message windows appeared in rapid succession. He, this is really great. Ark giggled as he shook a thick purse. Shortly after Leviathan died, Ark had returned to Reuben Harbor with the armed fleet. He earned a total of 85 gold for the successful commission. It was considerable income for 5-6 hours of mercenary work. But Ark's current purse held more than 300 gold. That money had come from the pockets of Admiral Wagner. Can we talk for a moment? Wagner had approached the instant he returned to the battleship after Leviathan died. The fact that you knocked down Leviathan, wasn't it possible because of my instructions? You won't be sorry if you do this favor for me. He coughed and it was obvious what he was proposing. Wagner's reaction wasn't that surprising. Wagner had been placed in charge of the new battleships that were collaboration between the Schuttenberg Kingdom and the Merchants Guild. But out of the 8 battleships, 6 had been destroyed. Of course, it was just lucky that they managed to defeat Leviathan in the first place. Although the transportation fleet was discovered, none of the trade goods were reclaimed. After the merchant fleet sank, 20–50% of the goods were floating around in the sea. Fortunately, 40% of it was recovered. It wasn't a bad outcome of the battle against Leviathan. But the problem was Wagner's disgraceful behavior during the battle. Wagner didn't know what to do about the disgraceful behavior he showed during the battle. If it was reported to a higher-ranking person, then it was clear what would happen. So Wagner devised a plan to get some achievements. In fact, the method used to knock down Leviathan wasn't normal. It was thanks to Ark that they were successful. The Mare people helped because of Ark and he also discovered the transportation fleet. Yet now Wagner was saying that Ark's behavior was a result of his instructions? Wagner was trying to evade criticism and raise his fame? This guy, is that how he raised his achievements so far? Ark looked at Wagner with a blank expression. But when he thought about it, it wasn't a bad suggestion. Anyway, this was just a simple mercenary request. He wouldn't receive that much additional compensation no matter his achievements. And he had no thoughts about becoming famous. Then it was better to get something out of it. I accept. After thinking for a bit, Ark readily accepted the suggestion. So Ark's achievement was sold for 300 gold. That was a total of 385 gold obtained. And he gained 6 levels from killing Leviathan. The original number of people in the armed fleet was 1,500 people, yet only 400 remained after the battle with Leviathan. Earning 6 levels and 385 gold isn't a small amount for 6 hours of work. However, this was nothing compared to the real income that Ark obtained. After receiving the compensation from the Merchants Guild and withdrawing as a mercenary, Ark headed straight for the port. He walked along and explored the ship's dock until he came across a familiar one. It was Gold Dream, the ship owned by Arkansas. "You've arrived?" Sid welcomed him after Ark boarded the deck. Ark looked around restlessly and whispered in a secretive voice. "Well, did you check the price?" "Yes, I've grasped the current market price." "How much, Dot?" 42,800 gold. Ark smiled gleefully at Sid's reply. Ark's real income was the 42,800 gold that Sid mentioned. Where on earth did Ark obtain that type of income? The answer was simple. It was from the goods of the merchant ships that had sunk underwater. The transportation fleet had sunk as soon as it exited Leviathan. Thanks to that, the armed fleet was only able to recover 40%, but the Merchants Guild thought that was lucky considering the situation. However, there was a secret hidden here. The operation was a success. In fact, the merchant ships were in better condition than Gold Dream when Ark arrived at Leviathan's stomach. The performance of the ships was similar, but the transportation fleet had been swallowed later. Even so, the transportation fleet sank. No, to be exact, the merchant ships were forcibly sunk. It was Ark's ploy. He had sent bombs into Leviathan. Before Ark took the transportation ship outside, he also left some bombs at the bottom of the merchant ships. The reason he did this was to snatch the trade goods. If the transportation fleet remains intact, then I won't even receive 10-1. That would be Ark's greatest regret. Although his main purpose was Gold Dream, he accepted the commission to save the transportation fleet and he wouldn't even receive 10-1 for it? However, the situation would be different if the transportation fleet sunk. If the ship sank, then the Merchants Guild had no way to reclaim all the goods. Even in reality, submarines couldn't find everything floating within several hundred meters of the seabed. New World was still in the medieval ages, so how could they possibly recover all the goods? Yet Ark had a simple way to fix that problem. The Mere People. That's right. The Mere People would have no problem recovering the goods. After he rallied the Mere People, he managed to recover 60% of the trade goods. He also used Sid's name to sell it to the Merchants Guild, so he was technically faultless. If the Mere People hadn't appeared at that moment, then I would have lost Gold Dream and the profit. There was a reason the Mere People had appeared. Before returning to Reuben, Ark had used the Mermaid Queen for the reason. Then the Mermaid Queen explained the reason why they appeared. The devil Leviathan was a sea monster that roamed around during the Dark Century and corrupted the waters. At that time, the Mere People sacrificed a lot of people in order to defeat the devil. Recently we've heard news that the devil was resurrected. So we instantly stopped out travels and returned. Then we heard Ark using the flute of the Mere People. We instinctively sensed that Ark had something to do with the Leviathan and hurriedly rushed towards your location. It was the good thing about having high intimacy with NPCs. Who would have imagined that it would have helped in the middle of the sea? Well, it all worked out with a bit of luck. The Mermaid Queen also readily agreed when Ark asked her to recover the goods from the ships. Of course, I also have to give a fee to the Mere People. The problem was settled surprisingly easily. Several thousand years ago, Leviathan devoured numerous guardians of the sea in order to raise its abilities. The sea snake attached to it was actually one of the guardians of the West Sea. The Mermaid Queen proposed. The Leviathan was a devil that had the ability to absorb the powers of other beings. Depending on the type of power it absorbed, it also appeared in the form of a huge turtle, shark, or even sea dragon. So the flesh of the Leviathan will contain the absorbed powers. It doesn't matter to other races, but the Mere People can process Leviathan's body to make wonderful equipment. If Arknim allows us possession of the body, then we will happily help recover the goods. I understand. Ark replied without even thinking about it. Honestly, the flesh of the Leviathan was a great ingredient, but Ark couldn't claim ownership of its body, which stretched over several kilometers. In addition, Leviathan's body had sunk to the bottom of the sea, so only the merpeople could harvest it. He thought it was worth trading the Leviathan's body for the trade goods. So Ark was able to request the merpeople's help in exchange for Leviathan. But he didn't get all the money. He spent 16,000 gold to repair Gold Dream. If I take 16,000 gold from 43,800, then my final profit will be 26,800 gold. He had managed to embezzle 26,800 gold after just a few hours' work. In addition, a lot of armed fleet members died, so he managed to obtain most of the loot from Leviathan. Leviathan's shield, unique. Item type, leather shield. Defense, 400. Durability, 256/400. Weight, 45. User restriction, level 500 and more. Leviathan is a legendary sea monster. While sailors frequently associate Leviathan with a sea snake, but it is just the tentacles attached to Leviathan. The attached tentacles will often fall off. Because of that, the shield is able to show the ability of the tentacles. Option, strength plus 50, stamina plus 30, underwater penalty decreased by 50%. Special option, water pressure gun. A small hole in the shield will launch a high pressure stream which deals 1/500 damage. It can also penetrate through 10 people standing in a line and deal 1/200 damage. However, some charging time in water is required to use the water pressure gun. 1 hour of charging will allow the water pressure gun to fire 15 shots. It was a unique shield resembling Leviathan. The leather 500 shield only had 400 defense, but its options were no joke. Strength plus 50, stamina plus 30, and a 50% reduction in underwater penalty. But the real value of this shield was the special option. It was able to use Leviathan's special skill, the water pressure gun. Of course, it wasn't on the same level as the water pressure gun Leviathan used. If Leviathan's was like a laser, the water pressure gun stored in the shield was more like arrows. Furthermore, it dealt 1/500 damage. It also possessed a little of the cutting attribute that Leviathan's water pressure gun had. When 10 people were standing in a line, it was able to deal 1/200 damage. Furthermore, the water pressure gun from Leviathan's shield didn't have a cooldown time and it didn't consume any mana. This type of long-range attack was very useful in battle, so any warrior would desire this shield. Leviathan also dropped an additional 2 magic items. But the standard meant he would only receive 50 gold for it. The problem is, Ark looked at a few fist-sized black beads. Parasites' egg sacs. The egg sacs of the parasites living inside Leviathan. It will hatch once placed underwater. What is this? Ark scratched his head as he looked at the black beads. The parasites' egg sacs were discovered while Ark was searching in the vicinity of Leviathan's body. There were thousands of small eggs inside one egg sac. Thousands of parasites would probably hatch from one egg sac. Although he collected it, he didn't know what it could be used for. What could hatching parasites be used for? But it might be useful in the future. Even dog poo can be used as a medicine. So Ark collected the egg sacs and placed it inside his bag. Where should I go now? There were no sailors on Gold Dream, so Sid had to stay in Reuben Harbor for a while. There was no reason for Ark to stay inside the harbor, so he left. But he struggled with deciding where to go. Excuse me. Suddenly some men in formal clothes approached. Ark turned to them and they asked, "Are you Baron Arknem? Who are you?" "We are messengers dispatched by the kingdom. We went to Sylvana first but quickly rushed here after we discovered your location. Please receive this." A messenger extended a sealed letter. Convening of all Schudenberg aristocrats. All aristocrats are summoned in order to deal with the recent crisis facing the kingdom. All members of the nobility who receive this order must attend. All the nobility in Schudenberg Kingdom is being summoned? What on earth? Ark scanned the letter with a perplexed expression. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 20 Chapter 9. ACT-9 Lobbyist. It is confirmed that there have been 273 obelisks in Schudenberg Kingdom. We haven't discovered the identity of the obelisks, but it is certain that the mystery monsters are caused by it. They're far stronger and aggressive than normal monsters, so the surrounding villages have received considerable damage. How do we deal with it? The main instruction provided to the lords of each territory is to protect the citizens and destroy the obelisks. Therefore, each territory has received insignificant additional damage and the number of obelisks has decreased by January 3 RD. Yet the overall situation with the obelisks hasn't had any large results. They were in Celebrid's royal castle. Various affairs dealing with the kingdom were reported in a serious manner. One of the contents on the list was regarding the black obelisks. The black obelisks had simultaneously appeared in various kingdoms on the same day. The problem wasn't the black obelisks but the unidentified monsters. The even more disturbing thing was that the monsters from the obelisks resembled monsters from that region's folklores that had been passed down. Leviathan was also the same. The monster Leviathan was known among sailors as the monster that tells the end of the world. Ark hadn't understood it when he disposed of Leviathan, but when recovering the goods, a black obelisk had been found underwater. The Mermaid Queen said that Leviathan had disappeared a long time ago, so the obelisk was probably the reason why it resurrected. The Mermaid Queen also mentioned that the events on the continent were also occurring underwater. Anyway, these events had turned the Schudenberg kingdom upside down. Of course, the kingdom always had numerous monsters. But the monsters from the obelisks were different. Furthermore, the monsters over level 100 had high aggressiveness and tended to flock together to attack territories. The balance of the game had completely collapsed. Meanwhile, the troops dispatched to each territory and village in the territory had destroyed the obelisk and additional damage was stopped. But not long afterwards, there was a new obelisk, so it just led to a vicious cycle. Therefore, public sentiment had reached a state of confusion. So an urgent meeting was called to develop a way to calm the turmoil. It is unnecessary to say, but the people are shaking in fear. It is essential to show a firm attitude to offset that fear. His Majesty the King has declared martial law and regular troops will be sent to take control of all roads and towns. Emergency martial law. The king stroked his beard inside. If he declared martial law, then the entire kingdom would be prepared to fight. In other words, the areas unrelated to battle would come to a standstill. Declaring martial law would decrease the damage of the obelisks, but the backlash couldn't be ignored. Does this situation really require martial law? A nobleman asked. The person in charge of state affairs stated in a resolute voice. Many people don't know this yet, but the damage to the western region of Schudenberg is beyond imagination. Especially thanks to the monster called Doppelganger that can eat their victims and then change into their shape. The only way to minimize the damage is to declare martial law and use the checkpoints between each village. But the damage of martial law to the economy. We have to concentrate on reducing today's damage before worrying about tomorrow's damage. I understand. I will entrust the authority to you. The king nodded towards the government official in charge of state affairs. Ark's face hardened at the same time. I'm screwed. After receiving the summoning order, he had quickly moved to celebrate using the letter movement. Of course, it wasn't because of loyalty to the king that he flew so quickly. The central subject of this meeting was the martial law. No, to be exact, it was the problem of provisions when martial law was declared. Martial Law Section 5, the borders will be blocked under martial law. With the checkpoints closed, movement between territories, see exceptions, is strictly prohibited. The border and territory checkpoints will be closed and movement between territories prohibited. In other words, all types of trade within the kingdom would be forbidden. It was a natural measure when considering the unnatural monsters. I've just recovered Gold Dream and now what at this? Ark wasn't happy. He was the chairman of a business with hundreds of staff, sailors on Gold Dream, employees of the trading post, etc. It wasn't easy to lead a business. If there was a standstill, then the business would undoubtedly suffer and receive tremendous losses. He still had to pay the monthly salary to the staff as well as rent for the warehouses. Was that all? If he missed the timing of the sale, then he would lose tens of thousands of gold. The business would undoubtedly suffer a deficit. Now all trade was blocked in Schudenberg Kingdom. Ark was like a horse that had just started learning to walk only to die. I haven't even made one gold profit from Gold Dream yet. First it had been swallowed by a monster and I had to pay the costs of repairs, and now trade if banned? It was to the extent that Ark thought he was cursed. I didn't realize the situation was so serious when hearing about it from Global Exos the other day. It wasn't just talk anymore. No, now Ark's life was at stake. If this continued, then there was no guarantee when the martial law would end. It couldn't be simply resolved by finding the obelisks and destroying them. The reason was that. What is the true identity of the obelisks? Somebody asked and a court magician replied. We still can't determine anything about the obelisk's identity. Our guess is that it is some kind of curse. A curse? That's right. The cursed obelisk pollutes the surrounding environment and causes illusions and memories of the evil in this world to be amplified. Illusions or memories? What do you mean? The monsters don't exist. They are a virtual image created through the excessive fear of the population. This is the part where the curse becomes tricky. In this case, the fear that the people feel are so amplified that the monsters actually become real. And this curse isn't simply settled by destroying the object. But didn't the monsters stop appearing when the obelisk was broken? It is a temporary phenomenon. The obelisk is just the vehicle for the curse. Unless the source is destroyed, the obelisks will just be reformed in the future. Well, using a strong artifact with the power of a god will completely destroy the obelisk, but that isn't a viable solution. What should we do then? An aristocrat asked with a pained expression. Then the court magician pointed to a northern area of the continent on a map. From our advance reports, the source of this originated in the Cineas Principality. Schuttenberg has 273 black obelisks. Bristania has a similar number, but surprisingly the Cineas Principality has 700 of them. There are so many obelisks in the whole kingdom that it won't be able to easily be resolved. And the court magician laid a memory crystal onto the table. A light was emitted from the crystal and a hologram appeared. A heavy moan emerged from the mouth of the aristocrats and the king. The image which appeared was a city immersed in darkness. It wasn't nighttime. But the entire city was covered in something like a black fog. The city covered by darkness was being attacked by a huge number of monsters. The guards swung their weapons to block, but the attacks were relentless. In the end, the monsters invaded the city, causing flames to rise and a slaughter to occur everywhere in the city. It was a hell-like scene. This is the current situation of the Cineas Principality. It's only been a few days and the deformed monsters had already taken over 60% of the Cineas Principality. The areas taken by the monsters are covered in a black fog and the environment is rotting. Our studies showed us that the black fog is the root of the curse produced by the black obelisk. The problem is that the black fog is expanding and pushing close to the borders of the Schuttenberg and Bristania kingdoms. What the hell is going on? I've lived for 60 years and I've never seen or heard of such a thing. A nobleman exclaimed with a confused expression. The court magician looked at the king and seemed to ask something with his eyes. The king nodded and the court magician took a deep breath before opening his mouth. No, this is not the first time this happened. It occurred a long time ago, but there remains a record of this phenomenon. Hundreds of years ago, when the Dark Lord descended to Earth. What? The nobles burst out with surprise. Their faces were enveloped with shock. After a moment, a nobleman asked carefully. Did you say the Dark Lord? That's right. The court magician replied calmly. Are you saying that the Dark Lord has been resurrected? That's not it. If the Dark Lord was resurrected, then the situation wouldn't end here. The darkness would have already spread across the whole continent. Just like in the past when the continent was seized by darkness. We've checked and that isn't happening. Judging from the current situation, this is just the precursor to the Dark Lord's resurrection. In other words, someone is trying to revive the Dark Lord. Fear appeared in the eyes of the nobility. None of the nobility here had experienced the Dark Century. Yet the people of the continent grew up hearing about the Dark Century. The Dark Lord was like an existence of fear to them. After he finished all that he had to say, the court magician stepped back. Then the king opened his mouth again. Now you've realized the seriousness of the problem. If this situation isn't settled, then it would become even worse. If the Dark Lord is resurrected. The king let out a heavy sigh. The current domestic situation is serious enough to declare an emergency martial law. If the Dark Lord is resurrected, then this situation will worsen. This is a life and death situation for the whole continent, so I quickly made contact with the king of Bristania and reached a swift agreement. We will send an expedition to the Cineas Principality. Expedition? From both the Schuttenberg and Bristania kingdoms? Yes. The primary objective is to stop the darkness pressing against both kingdoms. And the second objective is to solve the problem attacking the Cineas Principality. I think there is no one who will oppose this decision. All the nobles nodded along with the king. It concerned the fate of the continent, so how could they object? That's right. Isn't this the corresponding scenario that Ho Myung-hwan talked about? Not. When Ark first heard about the situation at Global Exos, Ho Myung-hwan told him that New World would respond to the situation with more scenarios. NPCs dispatching an expeditionary army were also part of that scenario. But what if the expedition fails? In fact, Ark had thought Ho Myung-hwan's "in the worst-case scenario there is a possibility of service being suspended" was just an exaggeration. Why would they stop a game that millions of users played because of a few bugs? However, he now knew it wasn't an exaggeration after participating in the meeting. If the expedition failed, then the continent would be covered in darkness like the Cineas Principality. Many cities and villages would be captured by monsters. If that happened, then users won't be able to play the game normally anymore. They wouldn't be able to receive quest or even rest at a village. Furthermore, level 200-300 monsters appeared in a level 100 area, so they couldn't even hunt properly. Wasn't it natural that New World service would have to be suspended? Then what about all the money I invested in Arx Corporation? The NPC villages would disappear and he wouldn't be able to trade. If the Dark Lord was resurrected, then Ark's investment of 150,000 gold would fly away. I don't know whether the Dark Lord is a devil or not, but I can't leave it alone. If his business which he suffered so much to build was destroyed, then wasn't the devil his adversary? It was absolutely unacceptable. Saving the continent? He would have left it to the ones who wanted to become heroes. But if it was to keep his own property? He had to absolutely obstruct the Dark Lord's resurrection in order to defend his business. Ark's head instantly recognized the Dark Lord as his biggest and worst enemy. Then the king opened his mouth again. I have 2 reasons for holding this meeting. The first reason was to gain your consent for the martial law, and the other reason is to appoint a commander to lead the expedition. The aristocrats started buzzing after hearing the king's words. After a long period of discussion, the candidates were narrowed down to 3 nobles. The first was an old general known for his military exploits in Nagarin, Quran. The other person was Earl Balin, in charge of the Royal Guard. And to Ark's surprise, the last candidate was Viscount Haverstein, the Lord of Jackson. The previous Lord of Jackson was a war hero with various achievements in the Continent War. Viscount Haverstein, who succeeded him, has managed to sweep up a large number of monsters in his territory, as well as subjugating the band of thieves that had been causing a headache for ages, and various other military achievements. This situation is also unprecedented for our generation. I think it would be better to have an unconventional young commander than a stereotype. Marquis Halben spoke skillfully and eloquently. Lord Jackson is even recognized by other nobles. Ark looked at Haverstein after hearing Marquis Halben speak. But Haverstein was just making a bitter expression. Lord Quran, Balin and Haverstein, all of them are great knights. But it isn't possible to have 3 wonderful knights as commanders. Fortunately, there is still time before the expedition sets off, so we can discuss the matter 2 days later. The nobles can discuss it during the intervening days and make a decision before the meeting. The king finished before getting up and leaving. The aristocrats immediately separated and began to discuss the contents of the meeting. As expected, Lord Haverstein was surrounded by 10 nobles the moment the meeting ended. Lord Nim. Oh, Arkansas. You came as well. You left for an adventure, so I thought you wouldn't come. I received a notification and hurried here. An important affair is happening in the kingdom, so I can't pretend ignorance. To be exact, he wanted to prevent the martial law, which would involve trade being banned. But the martial law wasn't something Ark could stop. He was discouraged thinking about the huge loss that would occur in the future, but now he had to think about the expedition. Ark dimly thought that the expedition was a way to solve his problem. When Ark approached, Lord Haverstein excused himself from the other nobles and exited the group. Did Jackson receive any damage? Fortunately, the damage isn't as serious as other territories. A fast response. As expected, he truly had the qualifications necessary to be the commander of the expedition forces. By the way, I truly hadn't expected that you would be nominated as a candidate. Is that so? Lord Haverstein replied lightly. Ark had a reason for thinking that. He still seems young to me. Haverstein had only been 15 years old when Ark first encountered him. It had been 2 years since then. Time sped 3 times faster for NPCs than users, so 6 years had passed. Haverstein was already a youth in his 20s. His physique was sturdy and his body had become bigger than Ark's. But Ark still had the memory of his childlike appearance and kept on thinking of Haverstein as a child. Congratulations. To be nominated as a candidate for the commander position at such a young age, doesn't that mean that the kingdom is recognizing your abilities? That's not necessarily the answer. Just like when he was first nominated, Haverstein gave a bitter smile as he replied. I've been nominated as a candidate because there are a lot of civil servants in Marquis Halben's faction. Although they are dissatisfied because I don't have as much battlefield experience, they have no other choice. Marquis Halben's faction? Of course you wouldn't know about it. Haverstein thought for a bit before saying. It is better that you know this. The Schuttenberg aristocrats are actually split into 3 factions. The head of one faction, Duke Sarkin, was the one who recommended Quran, while the one who recommended Balin was Marquis Deltin, and I was recommended by Marquis Halben. In modern times, a faction was like a political party. Unlike modern congressmen who could withdraw from their political party, it was almost permanent once a lord entered a faction. No, it was ordinary for the next generation to be raised in the same faction. Because the most important virtues of an aristocrat were honor and trust. An aristocrat in Schudenberg Kingdom who didn't belong to a faction would find it difficult to exert any power. The three factions are always politically opposed, but if a danger appears that risks the royal palace, then they will unite. That is the reason why the factions didn't oppose the martial law or the expedition force. But the problem of the commander candidate is different. The fate of the Schudenberg Kingdom depended on the expedition force. If the expedition failed, then everything was over. But if the expedition achieved their goal and saved the kingdom and continent, then the commander would undeniably a hero. That was the reason why each faction nominated a different candidate. If that hero belonged to their faction, then they would have a political advantage. Whether a game or reality, all politicians are the same. Ark looked around at the aristocrats. The factions were fighting while there was a chance the continent could perish? Wasn't it similar to the politicians who kept on arguing during the IMF crisis that Korea suffered? Well, Ark had more reason to be worried about the crisis than the nobles. I'm just a mere decoration for them to arrange. It was the reason why Haberstein smiled bitterly when he was nominated. However, Ark shook his head and spoke firmly. That's not right. I've known Lord Nim since you were young, so I know better than anyone. I don't know what kind of person Karan and Balin are, but I think Lord Nim is the right person for this position. I will definitely be supporting Lord Nim. I'm thankful for your words. Haberstein then looked at Ark with serious eyes. Despite my sense of humiliation, I also desire the spot of commander. This is a chance to make my family shine. It will certainly not be easy. But if you are near me to help, then I have confidence that I can accomplish it. Just like you know me, I also know what a great warrior you are. If you are the commander, then of course I will risk my life to help. Ark answered. There was nothing Ark wanted more. This expedition was a collective effort of the Schudenberg troops. The king ordered this mission directly, so there would be various quests and rewards associated with it. Then wasn't it best to have a high intimacy with the NPC commander of the expedition? Wouldn't Ark be given more opportunities than other people? But that isn't the important thing. There was a chance that Ark's corporation would become bankrupt. However, if Haberstein became the commander of the military expedition, then there was a way to solve that problem. Ark got the idea after hearing about the expedition force. For the sake of Ark's corporation, I have to ask Haberstein to become the commander no matter what. I have to become his cheering squad. Ark was thinking that when he was interrupted. I'm thankful, but it is highly unlikely that I will become the commander. Huh? Why is that? Haven't you noticed? You're strangely innocent in some matters. In fact, today's meeting was a type of play. 3 candidates were nominated, but everybody already knows who will be the commander will be Lord Karan. The reason is simple. It is because the forces that support Duke Sarkin are the largest. Lord Karan also has no blemishes, so there is no reason for him not to win. Ark finally understood the general situation after hearing Haberstein's words. Despite the factions nominating 3 factions, the winner had already been decided. So the king ended the meeting and allowed more time to give the appearance that Marquise Deltin and Halban's opinions were being considered. Damn. What the? It's like that? Ark bit his lips. If that happened, then wasn't it the end for Ark's plan? While Ark was busy thinking, Haberstein pointed towards Karan. But I am a little anxious. Duke Sarkin, I shouldn't say this, but he already controls most of the power in the kingdom, so if his candidate becomes the commander and succeeds. Haberstein looked at Marquis Halban having a conversation with other nobles inside. The only way is to have Marquis Deltin withdraw his candidate Lord Balin and push the one Marquis Halban recommended. But it won't be easy. Ark's eyes lit up at that moment. In fact, this was the first time he had encountered the factions. But now he could imagine the ratio of the factions. If Marquis Deltin pushes Marquis Halban's candidate, then they can prevent Duke Sarkin from winning. Based on what I heard, I can conclude that Marquis Halban's faction consisted of 30%, Marquis Deltin 30% and Duke Sarkin 40%. Either Lord Halban could give up and push Dalton's candidate or vice versa. So there is a chance Haberstein can become the commander. Of course, like Haberstein said, it wasn't easy. The relations between the political factions were deeper and more complicated than it seemed. It would be difficult for the factions to give up their own candidates in order to unite. Ark, who had just become an aristocrat, couldn't understand the secret strife between factions which continued for hundreds of years, but he could profit off it. I don't understand, but there is still something I can try. The fate of who would become the expedition commander depended on this. Ark started to desperately think of a plan. Are you Baron Ark? Dalton looked at Ark with an arrogant expression. Ark paid a visit to Marquis Dalton's mansion the evening before the aristocrat meeting would occur again. I've heard about some of your actions. But why did you happen to visit? I know that I am a novice aristocrat who has just been knighted. There haven't been any chances in the meantime, but now that I'm in Celebrate, I can finally visit the high-ranking nobility and greet them. If you're not busy, then can we talk for a bit? Greetings? Dalton carefully looked at Arkansas. His eyes suddenly moved to a female nearby and he asked. We can talk. But who is this lady next to you? My mother. Mother? You might be tricked by her overly young appearance, but she is actually an Ajumma, female version of a Jushi, i.e. aunt. Ouch. Somi pinched Ark's side because of his playful introduction. After her appearance changed to that of a teenage, her behavior had seemed to become increasingly more childish. Anyway, Dalton seemed to lose his wariness after seeing that actions between mother and child. I've heard that foreigners don't age, but I am once again amazed after seeing your mother. The grown-up son looked older than the mother. If some secret to becoming younger exists, then I will offer my entire fortune to learn it. Becoming younger? Not for me, but for my wife. You must love your wife very much. I'm not ashamed to openly admit it. Dalton replied without hesitation. Somi's eyes sparkled with admiration and she said. So Marquis Nim is a romantic. How wonderful. The one who receives the Marquis love never needs to worry. Is there a chance I can meet her? I'd been waiting for that. In fact, one of my pleasures is to boast about my wife to guests. Marquis Dalton smiled softly and ordered a servant to bring his wife. After a while. This is the same as a thief. Those words rose in his throat. Judging from his appearance, Dalton was approximately 50-60 years old. But the Marchioness who appeared with the servant was only 17-18 years old. If he guessed correctly, there was at least a 30-40 year age gap. No wonder why he wants to become younger. Please tell me. I want to meet a husband who loves me as much as yours does. You have to find a good man. Dalton winked lightly towards Somi. Dalton was an old man with the personality of a Casanova. Despite that minor issue, his overall impression was quite good. He seemed to have a great sense of humor after seeing his reactions to Somi. But that was just his superficial appearance. Dalton was the leader of one of the factions in Schuttenberg Kingdom. He wasn't an insignificant rival. Since you came all the way here, did you have some business? As expected, Dalton's atmosphere completely changed when the two of them moved to the adjoining room. He changed from a neighbor's grandfather to a politician. I previously mentioned that I already heard your name. Well, it is the first time a foreigner has been appointed as an aristocrat in Schuttenberg, so many people are curious. And they also know the decisive person who allowed you to become an aristocrat. Viscount Haverstein. Dalton mentioned in a quiet tone. If you know Viscount Haverstein, then why would you come to the head of a different faction? I'm still not a part of a faction. Ark answered lightly and Dalton's eyes turned cold as ice. I hate ungrateful humans the most. If Haverstein was the one who made him a noble, then of course he should join the same faction. Despite being the head of another faction, he was still dissatisfied with that behavior. Ark answered with a laugh. That makes sense. And I'm not that type of person either. If I receive a benefit, then I should repay that person. That is why I decided to visit the Marquis. I understand the general principles. Dalton laughed. He finally understood why Ark visited based on his answer. Your answer is honestly not satisfying. But if you came to my faction, then it would be a few times more unpleasant. Yes. It's not bad. I'll listen to your talk. Dalton nodded and lifted his cup of tea. He closed his eyes to relish the fragrance of the tea before asking. Yes, what can you give to me? If he wanted Dalton to push Haverstein as a candidate, then a price needed to be paid. Ark was aware of that, but the timing made him nervous. Dalton's voice was really casual. What did he expect? Well, it turned out like this, so there was no reason for Ark to hesitate. What do you want? 100,000 gold right now. Ark's face hardened at Dalton's words. Once again, the problem of whether Haverstein became the commander or not had his corporation at stake. No, it might be possible to get more benefits than expected as well as save his business from the crisis. There is 20,000 gold left in the investment fund and I've obtained 25,000 gold the other day. I have to accomplish it even if I have to use all the 45,000 gold. Ark had been prepared for that much before visiting Deltin. Yet Deltin had requested more than twice that money. After starting his business, there was no way Ark had that type of money. When Ark couldn't answer, Deltin laughed and added, "Before you visited, a messenger for Duke Sarkin arrived and gave me a letter. It said that he would give me 100,000 gold if I supported him. If it continues like this, then Karan will become the expedition commander. Duke Sarkin only negotiated with me to gain the majority and show off his power. So your opponent is someone who offered 100,000 gold. Did you accept?" "I refused." Ark was relieved at his words. If Deltin joined Sarkin, then there was nothing he could do anymore. On the other hand, he wondered why Deltin refused. Why? The government affairs aren't that simple right now. Right now it isn't important to get things immediately. If I move too lightly, then the chance would be lost and misfortune might even occur. You're a person who obtained a territory with your own hands, so you should understand my words. Ark couldn't understand all of Dalton's words. But one thing was evident. So you can't accept my request. It is like that. Deltin nodded. But I don't dislike you. Although Lord Haverstein belongs to the faction of Marquis Helben, he is the paragon of a noble youth. He isn't the type to compel someone to pay back a favor. So he isn't the one to send you here. Did you decide this by yourself without telling your friend? That is correct. You must think highly of him to come all the way here. Aside from you, a lot of people also really covet Haverstein. I don't think it is bad that you have a close friendship with him. If the situation wasn't like this, then I would help you. Don't say that now. Ark laughed bitterly and muttered. Despite his praise of Ark and Haverstein, Deltin had no intention of pushing another candidate. Ark was sighing when he suddenly remembered something. I've met Marquis Deltin and learnt a lot. Can I ask one more question? Just say it. How do I persuade a stubborn person? Ha ha ha, you're asking me? You really aren't ordinary. Okay, I'll tell you. How to persuade a person. You have to gather the maximum amount of information about your opponent first. Once you've grasped the weak point of the opponent, then they can't refuse. You can then begin negotiations after that. The weakness of the opponent. Isn't that slightly cowardly? When Ark made a bothered expression, Deltin shook his head and smiled. Unlike the battlefield, using those methods in a negotiation isn't cowardly. You have to use every method possible to persuade the person. This is the definition of negotiation. So if someone discovered your weak point, then you wouldn't condemn them? You won't get angry and call them cowardly? Deltin firmly answered Ark's question. Angry? If a person really drove me into a difficult situation, then I would praise them. At that moment Ark's eyes lit up. It was the answer Ark wanted to hear from Deltin. Then I'll have another cup of tea. Ark smiled and lifted his cup. Deltin looked puzzled for a moment. But Deltin had fallen into a trap that he couldn't escape. 10 minutes passed like that. The door suddenly opened and the Marchioness ran in. Honey, it is a request. When his wife approached, Dalton's firm face instantly changed. Deltin seemed to have forgotten that Ark was looking and nodded absent-mindedly. Oh, what is it? I'll do whatever I can to fulfill your request. Please recommend Viscount Haverstein as the commander of the military expedition. Ho ho ho, I got it. I shall do as you want, Ak. W what? Recommend Viscount Haverstein as the commander. It shouldn't be too difficult for you. T that. Deltin stuttered and turned his eyes towards Arkansas. They seemed to be saying, what the hell did you do? The Marchioness didn't know anything about politics. Deltin also never talked politics with her. Yet she suddenly wanted Deltin to recommend Haverstein as the commander after Ark's visit. It couldn't just be a coincidence. Ho-hoo-hoo, you're the one who said you didn't care about an attack. Ark ignored Dalton's eyes and looked into the distance. That's right. Ark was the reason why the Marchioness requested such a thing from Deltin. It was his idea in order to achieve a negotiation. Ark had acted like he wanted to convince Deltin. That was in order to earn time for Somi's operation. How did Somi convince the Marchioness in such a short time? Marquis Deltin, you've now been trapped. He had to either persuade Deltin or Sarkin in order to make Haverstein the commander. And there was a reason why Ark selected Deltin. It wasn't just because Duke Sarkin's candidate was the one most likely to win. Unlike Duke Sarkin, Marquis Deltin has an obvious weakness. The Marchioness nagging Deltin right now was his weakness. According to his research, Deltin was a respected noble. The only time he lost his sense of reason was when it related to his wife. Then wouldn't it be 100 times easier to capture his wife? So Ark had turned his investigation from Deltin to his wife. And this morning he realized that the Marchioness had a princess-like personality. Not just her behavior, but thousands of gold were spent on clothes, jewelry, and all kind of items to decorate her rooms. Clothes and decor. Somi instantly floated into Ark's head at that time. Somi had been steadily selling the costumes she made at Ark's store. The goods she created with embroidery hadn't been seen before in New World, so they flew off the shelves. There was a backlog of orders for at least a few months. This is it. There was no way he could give her jewels or precious metals that she didn't have before. But Somi's clothes are things that the Marchioness had never seen. He could attract the Marchioness' attention using this material. Omo, this room is very pretty. Is that so? It took me 1 year to decorate this room. The Marchioness immediately puffed up when Somi complimented the room. Then Somi pretended to contemplate for a moment before saying, "But it's too bad." "Huh? What is?" "The chandeliers hanging from the ceiling, the tables, furniture and beds are really wonderful and full of dignity." "Indeed. I spent 100,000 gold decorating this place. But, the curtains and tablecloths. Aren't they all top-grade items?" "I'm aware of that. But the Marchioness should know that just because it is expensive doesn't mean that it is good. The design and color doesn't emit the full dignity. I'm also interested in this area. Do you want to look at this?" Somi took out some fabrics from her bag. She compared the fabrics against the bed and table before speaking again. "How is it? Doesn't this fabric look a lot better?" The Marchioness was caught the moment Somi showed her the fabric samples. It was an inevitable result. Somi acted like it was a simple fabric, but it was actually a special material that Ark spent thousands of gold on. Various rare materials he found in dungeons like the golden spider web and the unicorn's mane he requested from Roko were used as embroidery materials. That alone already made it a rare decoration. But was that all? Somi had looked through various embroidery books and created an amazing design on the material. Currently all the items in the room were decorated with the image of a god. But Somi's embroidery had a simple yet stunning contemporary design. It was a pretty and rare decoration, so of course the Marchioness' heart would be captured. This is the first time I've seen something like this. Where did you buy something like this?" "I didn't buy it." "You didn't buy it? This is something I created." "Really? Then could you possibly make me curtains and other decorations that suit my room? It doesn't matter how much money it costs." "This might be rude, but please." "I don't think it's rude. Since it is my hobby, then I would also like to decorate your room. I've been allowed to see a room as nice as this, so I would like to make you the best products." "But..." Somi sighed with a pained expression. "I'm not an expert in decorating rooms. In order to create a design that best suits the room, I will have to stay here and work. Otherwise I won't be able to create my best products. But I have to leave for a different region soon." That. The Marchioness had a disappointed expression on her face. She was so frustrated that she even felt like crying. "Can't you somehow stay here and create it for me? You will have a lot of fun with me. You can also teach me some embroidery. I would really like that too. But the reason I came here today is because my son wanted to ask your husband to support Viscount Haberstein in becoming the commander of the expedition. So if he fails, then we will move to another place." "Commander of the expedition?" At that moment, the eyes of the Marchioness gleamed. Then she covered her mouth politely and laughed loudly. "Ho ho ho, what is that? Was that the problem? Just leave it to me. I will talk to me honey. If my honey agrees, then it won't be a problem. If Viscount Haberstein becomes the expedition commander, then will Uni accept my request?" So, the Marchioness stuck to Deltin. "I promised already. Does honey want to make me a liar? And no, that's not government affairs, my guest. I don't know. If you don't agree, then I'll die. Don't even joke about that. I'll think positively about it. You're trying to trick me again by using ambiguous words. That's not it. I'll think about it, but I need to finish talking to my guest first." "Are you sure? You promise?" The Marchioness kissed Deltin and exited the room. Deltin wiped off the kiss mark and stared at Arkansas. What did you do to my wife? Didn't you say you would never get angry?" Ark smiled and replied. Deltin finally perceived that he had fallen into a trap. Everything had been planned from the beginning. Drawing Dalton to another room while leaving Somi alone with his wife, everything was Ark's plan. Obviously Dalton was angry. Dalton had been tricked by Ark and was the opponent in his negotiations. He was furious, but he couldn't say anything after the words he previously said. It would hurt his pride to admit it. Dalton muttered in a deep voice. The person I thought was innocent is actually a snake. I've often heard that. Okay. Then I'll ask again. What can you give me? Dalton asked with a disgusted expression, and Ark laughed impudently. It was the same question, but it was different from before. He didn't accept before, but this time there was no choice but to accept. So he could negotiate directly. My gratitude and respect. What? Dalton's face hardened. But after a short moment, he abruptly laughed and said, "Ha, your gratitude and respect is worth more than 100,000 gold? That's correct. There's no doubt. Well, I really can't hate a guy like you." Then a message window appeared in front of Arkansas. Art of communication has increased by 20. Political power has increased by 100. Political power increases when you persuade an aristocrat or settle a political problem. If political power increases, then you will have a stronger voice among the aristocrats. It will increase your chances of successfully persuading an aristocrat. The message appearing was a sign that Dalton raised the white flag. Buzz. The next day the conference room was in a state of chaos. It was because Dalton had withdrawn his candidate and supported Haverstein. All 20 aristocrats who follow me will recommend Viscount Haverstein as the expedition commander. Confusion spread on all the faces of the nobles in attendance. Even the king couldn't hide his feelings. If Dalton, who had 30% of the support, backed Haverstein, then the outcome was obvious. 60% of the nobles would be supporting Haverstein as a candidate. Your Majesty, do you have anything to say? Dalton tilted his head to one side and asked quietly. The king shook his head. No. Good. If the majority of the nobles recommend it, then I can entrust the position of expedition commander to Lord Haverstein. Come here and receive your appointment. Yes. While Haverstein was being appointed by the king, the others were chatting amongst themselves. Anyway, Haverstein was now the commander of the expedition force. At the same time, he received the authority to decide everything that related to the expedition. Ark immediately headed towards Haverstein with a large grin after the appointment was finished. Congratulations. What is happening? It's simple. Marquis Dalton recognized that you are the right person for the position. Ark said. At that moment, Marquis Dalton approached while accompanied by Marquis Halben, who was in charge of Haverstein's faction. Haverstein immediately spoke to Dalton. Marquis Dalton, your recommendation. Yes. I've already discussed with Marquis Halben about the problem. What does that mean? Haverstein looked at Marquis Halben, who immediately answered. It's not important. Lord Dalton was just making a recommendation about the merchant who will be in charge of munitions supply for this expedition. I am thankful for his recommendation and agreed. That's all. Haverstein frowned at Marquis Halben's answer. Haverstein was upright and honorable, so it was difficult for him to accept a backroom deal like this. Marquis Halben. Haverstein sent Halben a heavy look. Then Halben waved his hand and said, Just listen. The person Lord Dalton recommending to be in charge of munitions supply is Lord Arkansas. Ark? Lord Ark? Haverstein looked at Ark with perplexed eyes. That's right. This was the reason why he wanted to make Haverstein the expedition commander. Currently Schudenberg Kingdom was under martial law, so trade was impossible. If the war went on for a long time and it wasn't possible to trade, then Ark's business would become bankrupt. But there was one way he could still trade. It was to supply the military goods for the expedition. The expedition from the Schudenberg Kingdom would be on a massive scale. What would happen if he had a monopoly on all the goods the expedition needed? He would obtain a huge income. And the authority to appoint the goods supplier belonged to the expedition commander. So Ark wanted to make Haverstein the commander and obtain the monopoly contract. But while he was persuading Marquis Dalton, Ark realized that he had overlooked one thing. It was Haverstein's personality. Haverstein is an upright man. If he was working along, then of course he would give the exclusive contract to me. But it is different if it related to the kingdom. Even if I present a lower price than the other candidates, he has a personal relation to me, so he can't easily accept. In fact, there was one way Ark could win over the other candidates. Ark had the craftsman from the Raccoon clan. Naturally, they didn't make things for free. However, Ark could obtain the items with a 20–30% discount. Since the military supplies would have a huge volume, the large order meant he could get a 30–40% discount. It would be expensive but still cheaper than other suppliers. Yet there was the chance that the strong-minded Haverstein wouldn't accept because of his close friendship with Arkansas Duke Sarkin, and his candidate Lord Karan had already made some arrangements with the Merchants Guild and Celebrid. But it will still be no use if Haverstein becomes the commander. Ark worried for a while before deciding to use Dalton. Thus Dalton recommended Ark for the position. Then the personal friendship with Haverstein wouldn't matter, because the recommendation came from Dalton. If that reason disappeared, then there was no reason for Haverstein to not nominate Ark as the supplier. Haverstein also sensed a bit of this situation. Haverstein smiled subtly and nodded. I understand. Lord Ark, prepare the necessary data and see me at the base tomorrow. Here it is. Ark immediately handed him a thick form. There were dozens of raccoon villages in the underground world. He also had goods from the Baron clan in Sutandal. And he planned to use the triangular trade route of Sutandal, Silvana, and Lancel to circulate the goods. There was also a price list of the required goods. Haverstein could only laugh after he was handed the documents. There really is no one who is a match for you. I want to help the expedition both physically and mentally. It really feels like you are a 1,000-man army. Shortly afterwards, Haverstein formally gave Ark the official rights as the munitions supplier. Schudenberg Royal Contract. Contractor, the expedition commander Viscount Haverstein equals Ark, the representative of Ark's corporation. The supplying of the necessary war materials for the expedition army that is leaving for the Cineas Principality will be entrusted to Arkansas. That's it, I did it. Ark cheered as he grabbed the gold-colored agreement. Now Ark's corporation was the official supplier of the expedition army. Like he always said, a crisis was an opportunity. It was only a few days ago that Ark had been on the verge of bankruptcy. But Ark had used various creative tricks to turn the crisis to his benefit. If the expedition force achieved its aim, then Ark's corporation would be a unique existence in the Schudenberg Kingdom. I will be rich as long as I stop the Dark Lord. And the next day in Schudenberg Kingdom, there was an announcement throughout the kingdom. The expedition army's crusade. Currently the Cineas Principality is being threatened by unidentified monsters. If this evil is allowed to gain more power, then the continent will suffer a terrible fact, just like a long time ago. Therefore the Schudenberg king along with the Bristania king will be rallying an expedition to fight against this evil. All brave warriors, join this crusade to protect our world and become brave heroes. All warriors who participate in this expedition will be paid special compensation according to their achievement. Recruitment applicants. So the crusade was declared with New World's fate at stake. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 21 Chapter 1. ACT-1 Crusade in Money. Buzz, buzz, the whole street and squares erupted with noise. From the north, south, east and west, it occurred all over the continent. Places where users gathered all over the continent were stirring. Damn it, I really feel like cursing. Are they playing a joke right now? That's right, this is really ridiculous. We've been hunting level 200 monsters when suddenly level 300 elite monsters appeared around town? I lost 50% of my health with one hit. If I hunt, then I'm dead. How can I leave the village when I die as soon as I exit? I've already died 3 times from the monsters camped in front of the village. My stats decreased by 18 points and I had to spend 50 gold on repairs. I could also only play the game for 20 minutes within 3 days. I'd rather die a few times. I spent 3 days suffering on this quest only to find out that the NPC has died so I can complete it. Damn, I heard the quest gave good armor, so I stayed all night for several days to complete it. I did all that work for nothing. The users gathered on the street and clamored away. The cause of this was because of the appearance of the Black Obelisk. It was an unidentified object which caused fear in the NPCs of New World. However, the obelisk didn't only have an effect on the NPCs. No, in a sense the users were in an even more unbearable situation than the NPCs. Despite a virtual reality game having a high degree of freedom, the users still had to sequentially attack the enemy relative to their level. It was like a novice user starting the game with a rusted dagger only to encounter a level 999 boss outside of town. How could they kill it? It was like treading on something before it could sprout. But this absurd situation occurred in New World thanks to the appearance of the obelisks. Mobs of level 100 users appeared around novice villages and attacked, making a mess of the hunting grounds and the village. Several villages that had been raided by monsters became ruins. The situation calmed down a bit when troops from the lord of each region arrived. The troops protected the villages and even destroyed the scattered obelisks as they approached. Fortunately, the situation that had suddenly deteriorated calmed to a certain extent. The user's problem started then. The obelisks near the villages were destroyed, but the fundamental problem wasn't resolved. The power of the curse had already permeated deeply into the earth, so the obelisks were just restored and the suspicious monsters didn't really decrease. In this situation, the most important thing to the NPCs was protecting their territory. It was the area the NPCs lived in. In other words, the user's area was different. The obelisk appeared in the hunting ground, so the monsters became a lot stronger. As soon as the users left the village, it really felt like they met a level 999 boss monster. Naturally, the user's dissatisfaction would run out of control. And all of the users' complaints were aimed towards Global Exos. What on earth are the operators doing? I paused my part-time job for a few days only to keep dying. We can't even go outside at the moment. Are you trying to make us stop playing the game? I don't even get any replies to my emails. This is a tyranny. If it continues, then I'll launch legal action against Global Exos. It was why their customer service and New World's homepage was paralyzed. Since they had to wait to lodge their complaints, the users' dissatisfaction amplified even more. Just as the dissatisfaction reached a boiling point and the users were about to become an angry mob, a new variable appeared. An unexpected information window appeared in front of all the users. The Expedition Army's Crusade event quest. Suddenly, enigmatic black obelisks and unidentified monsters have appeared around the continent. A black fog and dark existences have covered the Cineus Principality. Currently, this unlucky and confusing situation is continuing on the continent. However, this is merely the tip of the iceberg. Many prophets have warned that this is only the start of the incidents, and if this continues, then the worst situation will cover the continent. So the leaders of this society has decided on a crusade to defend the truth and peace. This is a message sent to all species on the continent. It doesn't matter whether you are brave warriors with hearts of steel or saints who preach the divine will. Join the crusade and protect the future of the continent. Difficulty, S++ quest restriction, level 250 or more. The Expedition Army's Crusade? The entire continent was enveloped in silence, while the users were still understanding the situation. Hey, look at the TV. Global Exos is making an official announcement about this event. The users focused their eyes on a press conference that Global Exos was holding. 5 days after the situation started, Ha Myung-woo appeared on the TV. First, I wanted to apologize for the inconvenience to the users. Ha Myung-woo started eloquently. Then a moderator asked questions to make the interview proceed. Many users are asking for clarification about the situation that occurred in New World 5 days ago. Can we understand the reason why it took so long? I'm also sorry about that point. We didn't mean to ignore the users, but we couldn't explain until now. It is in order to provide a more interesting game for the users. A more interesting game. This situation is a top-secret project that our company has been planning for a long time. As you already know, it has been 2 years since New World started, so we believe that new events are essential for the players that love New World. This is the event we came up with, where the users would join forces with the NPCs to save the continent. This event will be an opportunity for users to fall in love with New World even more, but instead of solving quests they received through listening to a NPC's concerns, it has evolved into resolving the issues of NPCs experiencing hardship. That's right. Ha Myung-woo answered with a confident expression. I can't explain in detail, but users who have checked the quest contents will probably understand the general outline. Since this concerns the fate of the whole continent, the compensation for this quest can't be compared to others. However, this event is intended to reward users for the support they have given, so Global Exos has also prepared some unprecedented prizes. That sounds quite interesting. What type of prizes will they be? First, this quest is huge, with the expedition forces from Schudenberg and Bristania heading towards the Cineus Principality. The 2 users who occupy the number 1 ranking in achievements from both forces will each be paid 500 million won. 5 to 500 million won. Yes, and the 2 who get second place will receive 300 million won and third place will receive 100 million won. In addition, fourth place to 100th place will receive a cash prize of 20 million won. Users from the ranks 101-200 will be able to play New World for free for 1 year. Users up to the 1000th place will have a souvenir sent to them. The total prize money for this event is 10 billion won. It is a truly unprecedented event. If you achieve the number 1 ranking in public achievements during the game, then the rewards would be more than expected. But doesn't that mean it is more advantageous for users with a high level? High-level users will definitely have the chance to get more achievements. Of course, we've also talked about that. And we've decided to have a separate prize regardless of ranking or achievement. Regardless of rank or achievement. In fact, we're looking at the impact of the event on New World. That something is the core of this event. The target of this event is the user who obtains that something. The person who receives this prize will get 1 billion won and the position of Global Exo's honorary advisor. That something might be a monster or something belonging to a user working with the enemy. In other words, it 100% depends on luck. Amazing. But aren't only users higher than level 250 allowed to participate in this event? New World started more than 2 years ago, but there aren't many users over level 250. Won't users who aren't over level 250 feel deprived because they can't participate in the event? Other online games might have events for all users, but we think slightly differently. New users are important, but ignoring those who have given a lot to New World isn't possible. The marketing of online games really is different these days. Oh, please don't misunderstand. It isn't our intention to disregard new users. While the event is proceeding, the users with levels lower than 250 will still experience some problems. So when this event ends, we also plan a new event for users less than level 250. This was the response that Global Exos came up with. In fact, Global Exos had only come up with this plan a few hours ago. A large number of programmers and candidates had been mobilized to solve this problem, but it was still an inner problem. It wasn't something that could be announced to the public. Therefore, the users had been on the verge of exploding. Then an unexpected event quest was triggered. Ha Myung-woo thought fiercely and combined all the circumstances with the event quest. This situation was presented as a project for the users. In addition, it was a chance to naturally get their hands on the master code. Anyway, Ha Myung-woo's plan succeeded. The users didn't know about the inner problems and just believed Ha Myung-woo's words. I see, it was somewhat strange, but this atmosphere was created to arrange the event. If I get first place in achievements, then apart from the quest compensation, I can also get 500 million won. If we find the hidden something, then we can get 1 billion won. Since they could gather equipment and cash in reality at the same time, the users flocked to join the expedition force. In just one day, 40,000 users joined the Schudenberg Kingdom's expedition. There were also the 20,000 elite knights from the Schudenberg Kingdom. An expedition army of 60,000 troops were suddenly made. And there was one person behind them who was smiling complacently. The person with money in his eyes was Arkansas. Ark knew about the expedition before the event quest was triggered. It was 100%, but he also knew details about the compensation thanks to participating in the meeting. The quest was ranked S++ difficult, so the compensation wasn't a joke. The top ranking achievements received a rare title, a higher rank if they were already nobility, and unique equipment. But was that all? Apart from the in-game rewards, there was also a separate cash prize in reality. Normally Ark would have jumped on the opportunity. However, this time was different. It wasn't the event quest rewards or Global Exos prizes that was reflected in his eyes. The reason is that Ark was already in the expedition and he had secured the biggest rights. Now all the NPCs and users in the expedition are my customers. That's right. Ark had managed to secure the exclusive right to provide munitions for the expedition force. That was 60,000 customers. Even if each person pays 5 gold, that is at least 300,000 gold. 300,000 gold. When calculating into money, it was the huge amount of 3 billion won. Rather than beating thousands of people to get the number 1 ranking, it was better to obtain the more exclusive trading rights. Wasn't it natural that the quest compensation and event cash prize wasn't reflected in his eyes? I've finally hit the jackpot. 3 billion won. No, it didn't even matter if it was 1.5 billion won. To receive this kind of money, I can buy a house, a car, and put extra money into the deposit so I can live and eat. Ark had a rosy dream for his future like someone who won the lottery. Ah, war is indeed money. However, there were also a part that Ark was a little worried about. Ark had managed to obtain the exclusive rights to the supplies from Haverstein, but it was thanks to the arrangement between Marquis Halben and Marquis Deltin. So it was like Ark was supported by 60% of the nobles, but the 40% belonging to Duke Sarkin were different. Anyway, the king had already chosen Haverstein as the commander. Therefore Duke Sarkin couldn't say anything else about it. But Duke Sarkin could rally his faction to oppose Ark's appointment as the exclusive supplier of the munitions. There was no way he could leave the military supplies to Ark, who wasn't even a professional merchant. Well, I'm being supported by Marquis Halben and Marquis Delton, so hopefully a problem won't occur. When considering Duke Sarkin's power, it was impossible to not be anxious. Moreover, the monopoly supply didn't just have a few silvers hanging on it. It was an ideal chance to earn hundreds of thousands of gold in the next few months, if any issues appeared. So Ark was keenly aware of the movement of Duke Sarkin's faction. But the problem came from a direction he never expected. Lord Arkansas. After organizing the troops in the expedition, Viscount Haverstein had visited Arkansas. I've been so busy with the applicants that we haven't had a chance to talk properly. Are your preparations going well? If it's you, then I think it will be fine. My work? Did I have to do something? Is he just asking if I've prepared well? Ark formed a hasty conclusion and answered without thinking. Yes, there aren't any problems. Everything is ready for when the expedition leaves. I thought so. Haverstein nodded. Then he spoke with a slightly embarrassed expression. I was a little worried since this is the first time you've been in charge of munitions supply. This is also the first time I've organized troops on such a large scale. So I'm relieved that you're well prepared. Haverstein thought for a while before speaking again. In fact, the one normally in charge of the military's munitions supply is the famous Naden. Moreover, he is a person under Duke Sarkin's influence. Duke Sarkin? Wariness crept into Ark's eyes. Then Haverstein added like he wasn't worried. But Naden isn't the person with the position. If you've processed the goods without any trouble, then it won't be bad. You can go discuss with Naden about any future work regarding munitions. I understand. Ark parted from Haverstein with an uncomfortable feeling. He had an ominous feeling after hearing Haverstein's words. In this world there were many people whose unlucky premonitions had a high chance of coming true. Are you Sir Ark, who is in charge of munitions supply to the expedition army? A testy old voice spoke as he entered the office. Old people were some of the most stubborn people. Yet in the future he would have to deal with this old man regarding hundred thousands of gold. Ark pasted the smile he developed for business and greeted politely. Yes, I am Arkansas. Greetings and sorry for the delay. I don't care about your greetings. Naden interrupted coldly and threw him a scroll. What the? This scroll. Heek. Ark's mouth opened absent-mindedly as he read the scroll. Expedition Army's Order of Munitions, client, Viscount Naden. Leather, 4,000 pieces. Food, 100 tons. Steel ingots, 200 tons. Wrought iron ingots, 200 tons. Wood, 200 tons. The scroll was the purchase order for the munitions. Ark wasn't surprised by receiving the order. However, the problem was the quantities. It was natural considering the 60,000 people in the expedition army, but the quantities were a lot more than Ark expected. The expedition army was formed faster than expected, so the time has accelerated and I need it within the next 3 days. Then please deliver the resources written there immediately. Naden said and gestured for him to leave. But. What is it? To supply these amounts in 3 days. Ark stuttered with a puzzled expression. Nadine looked at his nervous form, frowned and declared sharply. You can't do it? No, it's not that. Okay, then I will speak honestly. I'm not very happy with your appointment. I don't like how you got the exclusive trading rights because Lord Haverstein was appointed commander. But my dislike is separate from your abilities. If you have the ability to supply that amount, then I won't say anything. Naden narrowed his eyes and continued. Then I'll go back to the general principles. Do you have the necessary skills required to be in charge of the military supplies? It is simple. You need to be ready with the necessary military supplies at any time. That's it. You'll be able to receive quite a bit of profit. In other words, if you want to obtain profit, then you need to have at least the minimum prepared. Do you think a person who isn't prepared has any right to obtain a profit? Naden's words made sense. Of course, the one hiding behind him was Duke Sarkin. The military expedition had 60,000 people, so he could roughly guess the amount of supplies required. Yet Naden required the order within 3 days. It was a way of protesting Haverstein's appointment of Ark to the position. If Ark didn't supply it, then it was the same as admitting that he had no ability. That's right. Naden was trying to make Ark fail. But Ark couldn't say anything to Naden. Naden's aim was clearly Ark's failure. Of course, after receiving the rights, Ark had made a plan to secure the resources. But while dreaming of his lottery win, he hadn't considered two things. The first was that the expedition would gather 60,000 people so quickly. And the second was that the initial resources needed for the early stages was different than what he thought. So he hadn't secured the necessary basic military supplies. This is due to my lack of experience, but I can't tell anyone else. If he admitted his lack of experience, then he would lose the exclusive trading rights. I understand. I will quickly secure the maximum quantities. Ark had no choice but to say this and leave Naden's office. This is only the first order and I have to supply those required amounts. If I'm deprived of the rights, then it will likely be changed to another business with the required supplies. That is probably Nadine's purpose. But if I succeed, then I will definitely have the exclusive rights to supply the munitions. Yes, this might actually be an opportunity. Ark decided to think about it positively. In fact, Ark had prepared some subcontractors to supply him with the necessary goods. Weapons, armors, necessary materials and tools were contracted from the raccoons in the underground world, while the Baron clan in Sutandal provided food and various other supplies. Ark used the sacred branch from the world trees to check the situation in those places, and he was able to get the goods for a cheaper price. I have to scrape as much items as possible from those two places. Ark immediately contacted the underground world in Sutandal using the sacred branch. And he confirmed the amount of resources in the store. But even if he scraped all the resources, he could only gather 60% of the required amounts. Even if he made the production lines operate at full strength for the next 3 days, he would only be able to fill 70%. His concerns were becoming a reality. It's really crazy. If I had 10 days, then I could secure the required amount. But I can't tell the expedition that they need to wait for their supplies. Ark scratched his head inside before muttering. Is that the only way? In fact, Ark had a solution to this problem from the beginning. Ark still had 20,000 gold from his investment funds, and combined with the 25,000 gold worth of goods he embezzled from the Merchants Guild, he had 45,000 gold. He could use those funds to buy the remaining 30% from other stores throughout the kingdom. However, Ark couldn't make that decision easily. With my exclusive subcontractors, I can receive the goods for 70% of the price. That was the problem. Ark's top priority was to obtain the necessary military supplies. There was no room to consider other problems. It wasn't just Ark aiming for the exclusive rights to supply the expedition. Several aristocrats associated with Sarkin, Deltin, and Halben were also aiming for it. They weren't any competition because they couldn't supply it at a cheaper price than Arkansas. It was a price at 70% of the market price. Since it is mainly products from the Raccoon clan, I can purchase the items with a 30-40% discount. So even if I supply the goods to the expedition force with a 30% discount, I can still get a 5% profit. With this amount of supplies, a 5% profit is still a huge amount. That was Ark's calculations. But if he bought the goods from other places, he would have to buy it at 100% of the price and deliver the goods at 70% of the price. It meant there would be a 30% loss from the remaining 30% goods. So Ark would get a 5% profit from 70% of the goods, while he would receive a 30% loss from the remaining 30% of the supplies. If that happened, then he would get a deficit of 5.5%. If the supplies cost 700,000 gold and there is a 5.5% deficit, then doesn't that mean 38,500 gold is lost? Ark's face darkened at the thought. 38,500 gold. It was an enormous amount of money that would be taken away before he even started engaging in business. Even if he maintained the monopoly on military supplies from now on, there was no guarantee that he could recoup the loss. If the war lengthened and a lot of military supplies were needed, then he could. But if the war ended quickly, then he wouldn't be able to recoup the loss. However, anyway, he had to pay the price for the amount of supplies he gathered from Sutandal and the underground world. Even if he lost thousands of gold, he still needed the exclusive trading rights. If he lost the right, then he would be ruined either way. Whether it was rice or porridge, he had no choice but to go to the end. Still, to just lose close to 40,000 gold. Ark sighed and squeezed his head. Ark Nim. Suddenly the door opened and Sid came running in. What? Can't you see I'm busy now? Ark's nerves were sensitive, so he became annoyed easily. Then Sid murmured with a despondent look. But it is an urgent matter. What is it? The goods we earlier salvaged from the sea. Then martial law was declared, so I left it in a rented warehouse in Reuben. What about it? The owner of that warehouse contacted me just now. He raised the warehouse rent by 50%. What is that? Ark jumped and shouted. He already foresaw a loss of approximately 40,000 gold, so his nerves were stretched thin. Sid was shocked and responded in a timid voice. That is. You know that trade is impossible these days thanks to the martial law. In such a situation, it is also impossible to buy things from stores. Hunting isn't comfortable anymore, so users aren't buying or selling things. So a lot of merchants are depositing goods in warehouses, causing the rent to rise. Damn! This is the thanks I get for using that guy's warehouse? That fellow really. Ark shouted until he abruptly shut his mouth. Wait? Trade is prohibited, so there are a lot of goods in the warehouse? Those words stuck in his head. After thinking for a while, Ark's face brightened. Well done, Sid. Follow me. Ha? Ha? Sid was pulled along by Ark with a bewildered expression. Dash. Hoo, as I expected. Ark smiled as he looked around the tavern. Ark was currently in the tavern Gold Mountain in the merchant city of Jiren. Gold Mountain had cheap and delicious food, so there were usually a lot of guests. However, over the last few days it had more guests than usual. The seats were tightly packed together and some people were even standing and eating. The reason the tavern was bustling could easily be guessed from the conversation of the guests. This is really ridiculous. If commercial trade is banned, then what will happen to the merchants? What is with that ridiculous law? The merchants gathered in groups of 2 or 3 and muttered resentfully into their wine cups. The reason they were indignant was because of the martial law declared not long ago. The Schudenberg King's emergency martial law. Thanks to the unsavory events occurring in the Schudenberg Kingdom, the king and aristocrats have declared an emergency martial law. The martial law for Schudenberg Kingdom will last until the cause is determined and resolved. Under the martial law, all checkpoints are temporarily closed. Under the martial law, all quests and mission requests will be stopped. Under the martial law, permission from the government offices is required in order to trade. Under the martial law, acts of hostility are prohibited outside hunting grounds. The laws which prohibited all foreign activities had been decided in the aristocrat meeting. Well, the NPCs easily accepted those laws, but the users' complaints continued infinitely. They couldn't do anything even if they connected to the game. In particular, the ones that suffered a fatal blow from the martial law were the merchants. Although the checkpoints were closed, it was still possible to go outside and hunt. Even if some of them wanted to participate in the expedition, their levels were too low. However, trade was prohibited, so there was nothing the merchants could do. In other words, thousands of New World's merchants were unemployed because of the martial law. I spent quite a bit on goods from the production district, but now it isn't possible to sell it. Even with running a street stall, I can barely sell any potions. I only sold 1 scroll today. The merchants sighed and complained. Most merchants bought things from another region and then sold it to general stores or the merchants guild. Yet they couldn't do anything about those goods because of the martial law. Usually they could see to the users, but thanks to the black obelisks, the number of people hunting had decreased. Furthermore, the warriors in the expedition force were quite high-leveled, so there was no reason for them to spend money on consumables. Therefore, several unfavorable news piled on top of each other on the merchants. Thus the unemployed merchants gathered at the tavern to express their dissatisfaction. Oh, it's the end for me after a couple of days. One trade muttered with his head in his hands. I was trying to grab a share of the iron ores, so I collected a 1,000 gold credit note from the Merchants Guild. The atmosphere had been restless these days, so I thought the price of weaponry would increase. However, now there is a martial law? If I can't obtain 1,000 gold by the time the credit note is due in 2 days, then I'm bankrupt. It is the same for me. The monsters are weird these days, so I got a credit not for a bunch of potions. That was the problem. When commercial activities were banned under the martial law, the NPCs would discontinue buying and selling goods. So the merchants in the tavern who suffered the most damage were the ones with credit notes. If a merchant with a small capital wanted to obtain the maximum profit from long-distance trade, they would often obtain a credit note from the Merchants Guild. But now they couldn't dispose of the times they bought. Credit collection by moneylenders were horrifying, whether it was in the game or reality. Under the martial law, they wouldn't be able to pay back the credit note in time. A merchant who had a bad credit rating would receive a huge penalty and have their stats decreased. So merchants feared credit collection the most. And because of the martial law, those merchants had a lot of goods piled up in their warehouses. Is there anybody here who would like to buy my goods? The cornered merchants desperately asked for someone's help. Suddenly, somebody appeared like a ray of light to help them. I need several of those things. I will purchase these items if the price is right. The person who said that was Arkansas. All of the merchants in the tavern focused their eyes on Arkansas. Ha! You want to buy some goods? What kind of things do you want to buy? Well, a few things. Steel ingots, wrought iron ingots, sheet metal, wood, paper, blade sharpener, etc. If you have any of these things, then I will purchase regardless of the quantity. The merchants lit up at Ark's words. But the bright faces of the merchants soon turned dark again. However, the purchase price has to be 60% of the average market price. 6 to 60%? Are you crazy? We used a variety of skills to travel to the mountains to buy the goods, or 75% of the market price. So if we sell to you, then won't we receive a 15% loss? The merchants muttered with an absurd expression. Ark just lifted an eyebrow and placed a bulging pouch of money on the table before speaking. You can tell me to go. I won't force you to sell it to me. I will only purchase these items for 60% of the market price. Ark folded his arms and closed his eyes like he had no interest in the merchants' reactions. The merchants closed their mouths and studied each other's faces. Hoo, they can't sell it and they can't hold on to it. Ark inwardly smiled as he noticed the atmosphere. A lot of merchants with goods in the warehouse would choose to wait until the martial law ended. But the merchants who lacked the capital needed to pay back their loan needed someone to buy their things. Their entire fortune was poured into the goods, so they wouldn't be able to pay the rental fee for the warehouse or be able to pay off their loan. If they didn't pay their loan in a timely manner, then there would be an extravagant penalty and they would become bankrupt. Right now those merchants don't need a lot of profit but to pay off their credit note. Just like what happened to Sid previously, it became much harder to make a profit from gold if they were bankrupt. The higher the level, the harder it became. If they couldn't pay off the loan, then they would receive thousands of gold in damages. But it wasn't easy to sell the goods right now. Shall I give it a slight push? Ark then sighed and stood up. I guess no one wants to trade. Then, as expected, the merchants flinched and hurriedly opened their mouths. Wait a minute. Huh? Why? You're really going to act this way? A deal like this? We need to get other opinions first. I'm sorry, but I don't have a lot of time. I need to meet other people as well. If I manage to purchase it from different merchants, then I won't need these things anymore. Ark answered. But deep down his heart was anxious. The martial law was announced around the same time as the expedition army's crusade was. In other words, they were still coping with the situation. The situation was so sudden that most users didn't understand correctly. If this situation continued for several more days, then users would gradually start to cope with it. The people who move quickly will benefit the most. That's right. A lot of merchants were gathered in the tavern to complain. The ones who engaged in business with a credit note were in a difficult situation. However, the targets with some funding ability were different. Just like Ark, they used this situation to purchase goods from the merchants cheaply, and then they would receive a lot of profit when the martial law ended. No, some users were already starting this type of business in Celebrate. My purpose is to buy things for 30% cheaper than the market price. But if another person like that appears, then it will become a price competition. This is the only chance I have to get it for 70% of the market price. So Ark needed to somehow negotiate with the merchants. Of course, he couldn't act too quickly. If it is 60%, our losses. It should be a minimum of 70%. Fortunately, the merchants were increasingly following Ark's pace. I did it. Ark inwardly laughed as he heard the merchant's words. Ark was contracted to supply the expedition force at 70% of the market price. He wouldn't receive any damages. Sheesh, I'm going to stop. That guy's goal is obvious. He wants to buy things now and then sell it for a more expensive price when the martial law is over. I'd rather work hard to pay off my debt than sell it to someone like him. A merchant suddenly said and spat on the floor. That bastard. Ark felt his heart fall at the merchant's words. Atmosphere was important in business like this. So the merchant's words made him anxious. The atmosphere that he had spent a while creating was broken. The merchants who were prepared to sell for 70% studied each other and backed off. Damn, what do I do? Do I have to compromise with 75%? Ark became more impatient now that the atmosphere was broken. But if he showed a weak point, then his deal would be ruined. A merchant was still a merchant. If he showed weakness, then the merchants would become aware and raise the price. Should I abandon this one and try again at another tavern? Just as Ark was thinking this. Wait a minute. A small merchant wearing a hood exclaimed from a corner of the tavern. He hesitated for a while before sighing and speaking. Did you say 60%? It is difficult, but my situation is urgent. However, 65% is the lowest I can sell my goods for. The other merchants were shocked by those words. Then the merchant shook his head with an irritated expression. Damn, do I have to give up my pride? I need 3,000 gold by tomorrow. Even if the martial law is stopped, it is no use if I have no credit and become bankrupt. Even if I have to sell it at a loss, 1 gold is better than nothing. It is 100 times better than paying the penalty. The merchant spoke in an angry voice before approaching Arkansas. You said you wanted steel ingots? I have about 10 tons. Ark nodded after hearing the merchant's words. 10 tons? That is quite a lot. If it is that much, then I don't need any more steel ingots. You're willing to sell it for 65% of the market price? Since you're selling me that much volume, I will raise it to 67%. Thank you, but honestly 67% doesn't make me feel better. However, it can't be helped. It will be too late if I sell it later. The small merchant sighed. But the other merchants became even more desperate. The small merchant possessed steel ingots. Since the small merchant took the initiative first, they were deprived of the chance to sell for 65%. And the other merchants were sensitive to the atmosphere. The fact that Ark bought the whole quantity meant there were less items he required. If they missed the opportunity, then they would be unable to pay off the credit note, would receive a penalty and then become bankrupt. Furthermore, the small merchant also left a bold impression. The emotional merchants who were on the brink of collapse quickly rushed over. You said you needed wrought iron ingots? I have 1 ton. I have 70 pieces of leather. We have 10 tons of sheet metal altogether, so will you also give us 67%? Therefore Ark could buy all the items from the merchants at 65% of the market price. Ho, merchants are so simple. After a while, Ark laughed as he exited the tavern. Then someone popped out from the alley near the tavern. It was the small merchant from the tavern. Arknim, did I do okay? The small merchant took off his hood and his face was revealed. A hobbit merchant. He was Sid, who Ark had infiltrate the tavern in advance. You did well. Ark grinned and nodded. That's right. Everything that happened in the tavern was according to Ark's plan. It was difficult for a person to sell if it meant a loss, even if they had difficult circumstance. But if they saw someone suffer a loss first, then the situation would change. It was human nature to follow along with others once someone did something first. So Ark had Sid infiltrate the tavern beforehand to play this role. Good. Now I've received approximately 80% of the quantity. I have to go to all the taverns in Jiren before the rumors spread. You will give me the separate 1% fee as promised? I will give it once I get all 100%. Then I will trust you. So the 2 con artists started looking for another tavern. After visiting 5 taverns, he was finally able to obtain the necessary amount of goods. And the purchase price was 65% of the market price. He was handing it to the expedition for 70% of the price so he could get a 5% profit. Meanwhile, the merchants in Jiren were shedding tears of blood. HRRM, you did it. You've obtained the required resources in 3 days. Frankly, I had been a little dissatisfied about Haverstein appointing you for this position. You have the ability. Okay, I look forward to working with you in the future. Since Ark unexpectedly finished the job, Nadine couldn't say anything else. Nadine reluctantly settled the bill for the military supplies. The price for all the materials delivered was 700,000 gold. Ark received 5% of the profit, so that was 35,000 gold in one transaction. However, the bill for the military supplies wasn't paid in cash. It was military currency. It was a type of war credit that the kingdom issued in this emergency situation. It couldn't be turned into cash, but the raccoons in Baron Clan were satisfied with the military currency, so it wasn't a big problem. Anyway, I had a difficult time because of this, but I also learned a few things. Ark realized something thanks to Nadine and the Duke's plan. Supplying munitions wasn't just buying and providing goods. In order to accomplish his role as the exclusive supplier, he always needed to have abundant goods and a secure route to move them. A huge amount of military supplies is required that will cost at least tens of thousands of gold. If the goods are stolen by monsters on the way, then it won't just be a monetary loss. There is a possibility that Ark's corporation will be ruined. That's right. Currently there was an exclusive contract between the Schuttenberg Kingdom and Ark's corporation. If he couldn't supply the goods by the due date and damage was caused to the expedition, then he would have to pay a huge fine for the breach of contract. In addition, Nadine and Duke Sarkin might cause more problems. Duke Sarkin might even obstruct his operations. Even without Duke Sarkin's interference, there are the black obelisks everywhere. I need to secure a safe method to move supplies from now on. In retrospect, it is lucky that there is a martial law right now. Thanks to the martial law, there was no sieges in Nagarin at the moment. Since siege warfare was discontinued, there was no reason to keep the coalition forces at Sylvana. Therefore Ark mobilized 2,000 members of Dark Eden along with Justice Man and the rehabilitation members to escort the military supplies from Sutandal and the underground world. Despite having 3,800 people, he only mobilized 2,000 to rotate the guards. Many alliances are participating in this expedition as it is an opportunity to gain a lot of levels. If I mobilize all the troops in Dark Eden for the escort task, then the difference with other alliance might become even bigger after the war ends. So while some people are doing the escort task, the other will train in the secret dungeon to raise their levels. It was something he decided after thinking carefully. Despite the benefits from the war, he also had to think about protecting Sylvana. So Ark made the remaining 1,800 troops remain as the guard unit for the residents of Sylvana. Despite previously clearing the dungeon, the NPCs in the coalition were still relatively low-leveled. Since Ark had reduced the monsters in the secret dungeon, he directed the NPCs to raise their level. Since the levels of the NPCs were important to the coalition, the users would have to protect the NPCs while raising their levels together. Now I've arranged the situation. One full day had passed while he was arranging everything. Securing and moving the goods from the underground world in Sutandal, dealing with the contract, assigning the guards from the coalition forces, sharing revenue, etc. He needed to keep a close eye on the negotiations in order to determine if he received a profit or a loss. Since he caught the small problems, the situation was naturally arranged. Thus the 60,000-strong expedition force along with Ark started to march towards the Cineas Principality. Throw your chests out and walk proudly. We're the soldiers on a crusade to save the continent. At Haberstein's words, the 60,000 soldiers lifted their swords and shouted. But to Ark the soldiers were just lumps of money. Ho, lumps of money. Yes, fight and give me more money. This wasn't a crusade but a war of money for Arkansas. While Ark was busy with various arrangements, a large number of people had gathered in the back streets of Gyron. They were the merchants that had sold the goods to Ark for a loss in the tavern. Instead of shedding tears of blood, the merchants were smirking and laughing. The reason why was a small merchant standing in front of them. Now. Collect the money. The merchants gathered around Sid, who was holding a bag of money. 2,000 gold. The fee is 3%, so that is 60 gold. Thanks for the trouble. He. Thank you, Sid Nim. Feel free to contact me anytime. The merchants collected the gold coins and left. Sid. That's right. Sid was the one holding the money bag in front of the merchants. But why was Sid giving money to the merchants? In order to solve that mystery, we need to go back a few days. Ark, who had participated in the meeting, knew that martial law was going to be declared in Schuttenberg. Ark thought he knew this information before most users, but he miscalculated. Sid also received the information through Arkansas. While Ark was busy trying to secure the rights to the exclusive trading contract, Sid was making his own moves. When martial law is proclaimed, trade will be stopped and merchants will have an overflow of goods that they can't sell. If I persuade those merchants well, then I'll be able to buy those goods for half the price. If I buy it and leave it in a warehouse, then I can get considerable profit later. That's right. Sid had already devised that plan long before Ark did. While serving as the foreign division manager of the Continental Commerce firm, he had accumulated a large number of staff in other areas. I am a merchant. I can get the same information 100 times faster than Arkansas. As soon as martial law was declared, Sid had bought the goods from the panicked merchants for 50% of the price. By the time Ark received the information in Celebrate, Sid had already bought the items from the merchants. However, a problem then occurred. Damn, what is this? Isn't this situation more serious than I expected? It was good that he had bought the items. But he soon realized that the war wasn't going to be resolved in a matter of days. The longer the war went on, the less profit Sid would receive, and he might even receive a loss instead. The reason was the rent for the warehouses. If the war dragged on, then the goods would have to stay in the warehouses for a longer time. After a certain period of time, the cost of the rent would exceed the profit margin. The rent also went up by 50% a while ago. It was why Sid was upset about the increase in rental fee. Apart from Ark's warehouse, in this situation Sid's warehouse was the one that would suffer a loss. I will be bankrupt after 1 month. Sid screamed as he saw the warehouse bill. Then Ark consulted with Sid about a plan to secure the necessary amount of munitions. An idea sparked in Sid's head. This is great. I can sell my items to this guy. But if he disclosed the situation to Ark, that he would clearly buy the items for 50% of the price. So Sid had the crazy idea to hire merchants and arrange them around the taverns in order to sell his goods to Arkansas. That's right. Ark thought he had used Sid to deceive the merchants when in fact Sid had used the merchants to deceive Arkansas. Therefore the goods that I got for 50-60% of the price, I managed to sell to Ark for 65%. Even after giving the 5,000 gold fee to the merchants I hired, it is a profit of 10,000 gold. Moreover, there is separate 1% fee that I will get from Ark. Sid laughed and muttered as he mentally calculated the profit. War is definitely money. Sid was becoming more and more wicked like Arkansas. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 21 Chapter 2. Act 2, Pabian Fortress. Steel Knights, go around the right side of the valley and attack. Blackbird Knights, go around the left side of the valley and attack. Units 2, 3, and 4 will break through the canyon from the front. Way-awa! The soldiers pulled out swords and spears and charged forward. They breathed roughly as they sank up to their knees in the snow before entering the huge canyon, which looked like a scene from hell. You have entered the sphere of influence of the Jinn demons. The Jinn clan are one of the rulers of hell, and their presence has distorted the area. The distortion of this space thanks to the demonic influence has corrupted the environment and turned it into a hell space. Naturally, the demons are a lot stronger inside this distorted space. The abilities of all players within the Jinn demon sphere of influence will decrease by 20%. On the other hand, all demonic monsters will have their stats increase by 10%. It was the identity of the black fog covering the Cineus Principality. Any soldiers that entered the black mist would instantly be surrounded by thousands of monsters. Their red eyes shone with greed and malice. They were the hellish demons that appeared out of the darkness. It was a chimera-like monster with the upper body of a human, the lower body of a lion, and the head of a bull. Some monsters also had 5 heads or 8 arms. It was similar to a monster exhibition hall. These weren't ordinary monsters but ones that had been deformed by the demonic influence. When the soldiers entered their line of sight, the monsters licked their exposed fangs with their tongues. Karaka, Karaka, Nohan. Arkra Mojaham. The thousands of monsters cried out and flocked simultaneously. The large number of monsters caused the ground to shake. The leaders of each unit immediately ordered their troops. Leading warriors, use rush. The soldiers at the head of the unit raised their shields and simultaneously rushed forward. There was an intense sound as the two groups pressed against each other. But after a while, the enormous monsters pushed the soldiers onto the ground from above and trampled them. Priests, concentrate your holy power on the leading unit. The great god Ares, let the power of your light help their willpower. Holy sword. Gracious goddess of the earth, breathe life into your children, revival. The thousands of priests in the back used their holy magic. Thanks to the thousands of holy magic, there were bursts of intense light. The intense light caused the dark presences to moan after being blinded by the light, and they hesitated. Now send them back into the darkness. The soldiers who had their health restored with holy power instantly poured a shower of violent attacks on the monsters. The monsters shrieked and ran forward. The sound of iron clashing spread through the area. Dozens of warriors ran up to the monsters over 10 meters and defeated them. But before they could even sigh with relief, they were stepped on by other giant monsters and became a bloody rice cake. The constant slaughter on the snowfield was like pouring red paint onto a white surface. Qua! A warrior in the middle of the battlefield moaned with distress. He was the 3rd assault captain of the 1st unit, James. He had charged in bravely with his troops when the battle began before becoming isolated after a while. Since it was the end of a long battle, his equipment had become ragged and his potions had disappeared. In this situation, he couldn't expect any help from the priests or the main forces. Is it going to end here? James looked around at his surroundings. In the nearby area there were only 10 people and they were surrounded by dozens of monsters. If I can get a few supplies. But it is impossible in this situation. Damn, if it's like this then I just have to kill some more before dying. It is the desperate resolution of the 3rd assault captain. It was at that moment. A loud sound could be heard in the area. When James turned around, he saw one man approaching like a storm. His whole body was protected by a thick fur. Who are you? A supply warrior. Supply warrior? Shouldn't you be in a supply unit? Don't tell me you came here alone? Yes, I'm busy so I'll give you the detailed explanation later. Did you send a supply request a while ago? What do you need? Was it a repair toolbox, recovery potions, and food? Yes. I have 50 remaining of each item. Raiden. Sack, 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 sack. The snake around the man's waist opened its mouth and spat out 50 repair toolboxes, potions, and military provisions each. James stared with shocked eyes as the man pushed something close to his face. Now, sign here to indicate that you've received supplies from me. Sign? In such a situation? Hurry! Shouldn't you recover before the monsters attack? You understood. Once James signed the form, the man grabbed his hand and said, It's hard, but hold on a little more. The expedition army is currently entering the canyon. The main body has seen the signal flare that James sent a short time ago, so assistance should be coming soon. It should take around 10 minutes, so you have to hold on until then. Row hair. Then some monsters suddenly shrieked and charged towards the man. The man turned around and shouted, Flash! The man moved around the monster like a flash of lightning. When the ray of light swept past dozens of monsters, they quickly lost 15% health. The man who showed such extreme power pulled down his scarf and laughed. This is a service. And I'm quite busy. Moonlight illusion. A light wrapped around the man and 3 clones were made. When the 3 bodies fled, the monster shrieked and chased after it. Meanwhile, the man used sprint and escaped to another battlefield. That person is... James, who had received the supplies, looked at the man's back with stupid eyes. Then someone in his unit who was also looking at the man said, Captain Nim, isn't he that person from the rumors? That person? What, you haven't heard about it? Whenever a person surrounded by monsters requests supplies, that person will show up and deliver the supplies before leaving. He is called a moving shop. Then his wasn't just a rumor? James's expression turned even more amazed. Hi, one more person. After delivering the supplies to James, the man ran through the battlefield while avoiding monsters. He would show up like the wind whenever there was a supplies request, a moving shop. That's right. This person was Arkansas. There was a reason Ark was moving around the battlefield and delivering supplies. Ark participated in the expedition as the military supplier, but there was nothing for him to do once the war actually started. The Raccoons and Baron clan were the ones producing the munitions. Justice Man, the rehabilitation members in Dark Eden were in charge of moving the troops, while Sid was a merchant, so it was more efficient for him to handle any documents-related problems. With all his staff taking care of the work, there was nothing for the president to do. Then should I rake in some achievements on the battlefield? While he didn't care because of the exclusive trade rights, Ark had also accepted the Expedition Army's crusade quest. Since Ark didn't have to worry about the munitions supply, then he should aim for the question compensation. And he participated in the battle. As the battle went on, more troops were being isolated. Those people couldn't get support from the main army and needed supplies above anything else. However, it was realistically impossible for the supply unit to help all of them. Then Ark suddenly heard the voice of a commander in his ear. Damn, one of the search units has been cornered on the western mountain ridge. There are too many monsters, so the supply unit can't approach. Anyone is fine. Is there any soldier willing to deliver the supplies to the soldiers for the supply unit? I'll do it. Ark was searching for suitable work, so he immediately delivered the supplies to the troops. At the same time, a message window appeared in front of Arkansas. Your mission to deliver supplies to the isolated unit has been accomplished. Thanks to accomplishing your duty, the survival rate of your allies has improved. Achievement plus 300. 300 achievement. Ark's eyes widened at the message. On the battlefield, killing monsters only gave 515 achievement depending on the level. Since so many soldiers gathered and attacked the same monster, most of the time he could only get 15 achievement points. Yet he received 300 achievement points just from handing supplies to an isolated unit. Since many people needed supplies on the battlefield, it felt like a huge windfall for Arkansas. Anyway, Ark thought quickly after receiving the 300 achievements. Wait. If it is this easy to get achievements, then what am I going around the battlefield for? I can just give supplies to the isolated troops. Then Ark went to meet the supply office Nathan and said, a lot of soldiers are losing their lives in vain because supplies can't get there in time. Damn it. I already know that. But the supply unit isn't enough. In addition, the supply unit can't enter the deep places of the battlefield. If the supply unit encounters monsters while moving to the isolated troops, then there will just be even more damage. I'm going crazy. Nathan shouted nervously. Then Ark smiled and made a suggestion. That's why I suggest having just one person spread supplies to the isolated unit. The places the supply unit can move on the battlefield are limited, but if I'm alone then the restrictions will disappear. Well, it might be more dangerous, but I'm willing if it is for the expedition force. Are you really sincere? Of course. However, there is one condition. Apart from the military supplies, I've also joined the expedition force. If you want me to spread the supplies to the unit, then I need 120% of the market price for the supplies. What? Isn't that 50% more than the price you delivered it to us? My life is important as well. Think of it as a danger allowance. On a battlefield, supplies are like the life of the soldiers. Even if money is important, is it more important than the lives of the soldiers fighting? Ark was shamelessly trying to profit from the lives of the soldiers. But Nathan wouldn't receive that much damages. The value of an item was determined by the need. On a battlefield it was even more important. If the supplies weren't delivered in time, then they wouldn't even be worth 1 copper. If the supplies were delivered on time, then 120% wasn't that expensive. Okay. Make sure that the unit commander signs that the supplies were received, or else you won't get even 1 copper. Of course. Isn't building up trust in documents the basics of business? Thus Ark changed from a soldier to a supplier of goods. As a supply warrior, he received quite a bit of profit. Not only did he raise his contributions more quickly than others, he was also able to receive 50% profit from the goods he handed over to the soldiers. And sack. Raiden, who was flicking his tongue around, suddenly struck. A message window appeared in front of Ark after Raiden entered the snow. Raiden has obtained Kulkin's spear. This was another benefit he could get as a supplier. The place where the expedition and monsters were fighting was a snowfield that went up to the knee. In the confused fighting, there were quite a few places where loot was buried in the snow so soldiers couldn't spot them. While Ark was fighting along with the soldiers, he didn't have much opportunity to collect these loot. But that changed after he became a supplier. Raiden could use stalking to find items buried in the snow. It was indeed killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Okay. Well done, Raiden. Ark praised Raiden and stroked his head after he returned. Master, there is a supplies request signal 500 meters away at your 3 o'clock. And another request at your 8 o'clock. Rackard suddenly communicated to him. Which side is more urgent? Although the signal appeared later, the 8 o'clock direction is more serious. There are a lot of soldiers who survived, but their weapons are so tattered that it will break any minute. Some of them are already weaponless and only have their shields left. I understand. I'll move in the 8 o'clock direction. Direct me. The right side has reinforcements on both sides, so the battle is extremely crowded. There is a gap in the rocks with a path to escape approximately 200 meters from where you are. If you go around where the monsters have already been taken care of, then you can get there within 3-4 minutes. Okay, tell me if there are any changes. Ark ran across the battlefield while receiving Rackard's real-time traffic reports. This contributed to how he could be a supplier by himself. Rackard had a panoramic view of the battlefield, and he could also use satellite surveillance mode to catch the supply requests quickly. His directions also allowed Ark to move to the troops quickly and safely, so his mobility couldn't be compared to the supply unit. Sometimes he even delivered the supplies faster than the supply unit, who were right beside him. I have to arrive first in order to receive 120% of the price. So he focused on mobility, but that wasn't everything. It is also important that the soldiers survive. I can't delay at all. So Ark had to go a little bit faster even if there was more danger. It wasn't just because fellowship between soldiers were common in war movies. All the soldiers in the expedition were Ark's customers. If his customers decreased, then wouldn't his income also decrease? The soldiers had to survive and fight for a long time in order to gain the maximum profit. Of course, the expedition's ultimate premise was to save the continent. If the expedition forces were destroyed, then Schuttenberg Kingdom would be in danger. The survival of the soldiers is important to me. Thank you. The 4th unit is moving here, so just hold on for a bit. Ark once again explained the war situation after delivering the supplies. This was an effort to raise the survival rate of the soldiers. Just as he was turning around to go fulfill another supply request. Gripper! The Gripper unit has appeared. The shout came from their military camp. He turned his head and saw some enormous shadows appearing in the canyon. Clink, clink, clink. The giant shadows were over 20 meters big and dragged chains which made a metallic sound. With their eyes and mouths sewn shut and chains wrapped around the body, the monster called Gripper appeared carrying huge stone pillars. As soon as they showed up, the Allied camp fell into a state of chaos. Block them! Stop those guys before they get here. Concentrate all large weapons on the grippers. Simultaneously fire flames and electricity to stop the grippers. Wying, 222 tongue, 222 tongue. At the same time, several shots of flames were fired from something which looked like a beehive in the Allied camp. It was the weapons that the raccoons had developed. Naturally, Ark had sold the next generation of weapons to the expedition force. Numerous catapults as well as fire barrage crossbows were sold. The stones from the catapults flew across the space and slammed into the grippers. Qua! When hit by dozens of projectiles, a gripper made a strange sound and knelt. Bakuram, Bakuram, Puribada, Bakuram. When the gripper fell, the armored unit and cavalry unit gathered around it. Of course, the rest of the expedition army didn't just sit and watch. All the troops marched forward and created a barrier consisted of several layers of the armored unit to prevent the onslaught from monsters. Armored unit, attack without stopping. Do whatever it takes to stop those guys. The commanders shouted again while the large weapons fired a volley of projectiles. 2 grippers collapsed from the tremendous firepower. In the meantime, several troops were destroyed by the violent attacks from the monsters. After 3 consecutive attacks, the grippers managed to arrive at the place where the troops were. Qua! A gripper raised the stone pillar and swung it down vertically. The 10 meters long stone pillar became stuck in the ground. Then the gripper who planted the stone pillar in the ground scraped the skin of its chest with its claws and tore out its heart. The gripper howled into the sky before its body was blown apart like a bomb. Ark, the soldiers, and even the monsters were hit by the shock wave. When he raised his head, an information window was floating in front of him. The gripper has invoked the Earth Blast. The gripper has sacrificed its life and used the huge stone pillar to spread the impact of the curse through the earth. Those who receive the impact will be deprived of their power and won't be able to oppose any more evil spirits. Those who receive the impact will take 24 hours to recover their power. Meanwhile, the evil curse will strengthen the demonic influence within 2 kilometers and the monsters will become stronger. NPCs and users will have their abilities decreased by 50%. Monsters with the demonic influence will have their abilities increased by 50%. Duration, 24 hours. Again. It is vexing, but there's no more hope. The commanders moaned as Earth Blast was used. All allies had their stats decreased by 50% while the monsters had it increased by 50%. In other words, there was now a huge difference between the soldiers and the monsters. Fighting in these circumstances was suicide. The expedition army had only one choice left. Retreat. All troops retreat. The Schudenberg expedition was forced to retreat. Deep inside the canyon they retreated from was a huge fortress engulfed in darkness. Damn it! Haberstein yelled as he slammed his fist onto the table. After the earth blast from the grippers, the expedition force had immediately retreated from the canyon. But retreating from the battlefield wasn't as easy as it sounded. Thanks to the earth blast, there was an incredible gap between the abilities of the soldiers and the monsters. Around 1,000 people were killed before they could retreat out of the range of the demonic influence. How many more soldiers do we have to sacrifice? Haberstein bit his lips as he stared at the commanders gathered in the tent. The question wasn't directed towards them but towards himself. In order to understand why Haberstein was made, the situation needed to be explained. After 10 days ago, the Schudenberg expedition had finished all their preparations and departed towards the Cineas Principality. While marching and destroying the obelisks, they finally arrived at the Schudenberg border after a week. Although they hadn't initially planned for such a quick march, the darkness had encroached on the continent quicker than expected. When the expedition force left Celebrate, they heard information that the darkness was pushing against the border region. When they arrived, the darkness was already encroaching on the northern region of Schudenberg. They could no longer blindly enter the Cineas Principality. Haberstein's response was to divide the expedition army into several troops. If the expedition army enters the Cineas Principality, then the troops protecting Schudenberg will vanish. So 30,000 troops will use this place as a base point and destroy all the obelisks in the northeast and northwest to prevent the darkness from spreading. The rest of the 30,000 troops will enter the Cineas Principality and meet up with the Bristania expedition at the promised location. So the war between the expedition forces and the Dark Army began. But there was one difficult part about this. The border region between the Schudenberg and Cineas Principality was filled with mountains. The mountain range was famous for its steepness, so only a certain number of troops could travel through it. The only possible way to lead the troops across the border was through Pabian Canyon. Since the relations between Schudenberg and the Cineas Principality had been hostile for a long time, they had built an impregnable fortress in the Pabian Canyon. It was Pabian Fortress that was annoying Haberstein right now. 4 mere monsters to occupy and use Pabian Fortress. At first Haberstein had thought there were no officers in charge of the monsters. However, Haberstein belatedly realized his mistake after entering the canyon. I've never seen so many monsters emerging from the fortress in waves. Previously the monsters haven't used strategic fighting. The monsters must be stationed at Pabian Fortress in order to stop the Schudenberg expedition. They're obviously under someone's control. Yes, the battlefield looks chaotic at first, but important moves are actually being made. It is impossible for the battle to progress like that without someone commanding them. Someone said with a concerned expression. Then someone has emerged from the darkness to take control? To be able to control so many different types of monsters, don't tell me the Dark Lord has been resurrected? The unit commanders' faces turned pale as they heard the words Dark Lord. Dark Lord was a word which had a type of destructive power to the NPCs of New World. Of course, there were also NPCs with common sense who didn't suffer from those words. The situation would be a lot worse if the Dark Lord was revived. The Dark Lord wouldn't be concerned with stopping us here, and there are still the black obelisks. Haberstein unrolled a map and pointed a finger towards Pabian Fortress. Dozens of triangle shapes were drawn in the spot he indicated. The main difficulty in capturing Pabian Fortress was the Black Obelisk Forest. The person who discovered the Black Obelisk Forest was Arkansas. The expedition army had killed 20,000 monsters during the week they spent here. It was similar to the number of monsters confirmed at the fortress. But as the battle continued, the number of monsters was the same as before. Haberstein had thought it was strange and had scouts infiltrate many times, but they couldn't find any information. However, Ark had accidentally stumbled upon the reason when using Rackard to survey the terrain. Several kilometers on the other side of the fortress was a huge number of black obelisks. It was the Black Obelisk Forest. That's right. There were 50 obelisks on the other side of the fortress. The black obelisks had the function to resurrect monsters like the quartermaster for users. It was why the numbers didn't decrease no matter how many monsters were killed. In order to capture Pabian Fortress, they needed to destroy the black obelisks. But they had to pass through the fortress in order to get to the black obelisks. Then the only remaining method was to wipe out the monsters before they could resurrect again. Haberstein had used various strategies to capture the fortress during the week, but it was useless. The grippers would appear whenever there was a crucial moment. And the duration of Earthblast was 24 hours. While the expedition retreated and waited for the skill to finish, the monsters would be restored. So despite fighting without breaks for 1 week, the result was just a standstill. Should we recall the 30,000 troops that we sent to the other areas? A leader expressed this opinion, but Haberstein shook his head. Pabian Canyon is a long and narrow terrain. Even if there were more troops, the number of soldiers that can actually engage with the enemy is limited. In addition, the monsters can be spawned in other areas covered in darkness and we can be attacked from behind. It's because we can't predict where the black obelisk will appear. The leaders once again started worrying at Haberstein's words. It doesn't matter to me. Ark was the only exception. No, the current situation for the expedition force was Ark's ideal circumstances. Unless they captured Pabian Fortress, the expedition force couldn't enter the Cineas Principality. The war would have to continue. And war was just a battle of attrition. The number of military supplies that Ark could sell would grow. Moreover, the battle over Pabian Fortress is just a skirmish. From the expedition leader's point of view, it was unreasonable to risk the expedition on a skirmish. So to reduce as much damage as possible, they would have to invest more in potions and supplies. But there was even more. This battlefield wasn't in Schudenberg Kingdom. After the expedition force entered the Cineas Principality, the supply lines would become longer and more risky. But Ark had a somewhat secure way to transport supplies. In other words, he could provide a lot of munitions supplies safely. If the route was short, then he could reduce the expenses. If this state is maintained for a few months, then my business can become a conglomerate. In fact, Ark had initially wished for a quick resolution to this situation. If the martial law was over, then his triangular trade route could resume. But after observing the situation for a week, he had changed his mind. Every time the expedition fought against the monsters at Pabian Canyon, Ark received an income of at least 2,000 gold. This level of profit was higher than what he would receive from the triangular trade that was just beginning. Well, I want the war to continue as long as possible, but Ark was eating up money from the Schudenberg treasury. Although the kingdom might be lacking a bit of money, this much won't make it go bankrupt. Ark was thinking that when something interrupted him. Commander Nim, I just received an urgent report. A messenger plunged into the tent with a desperate expression. What is going on? Yesterday evening, the Bristania expedition arrived at the southwest border of the Cineas Principality. The monsters were caught off guard by a surprise plan and they successfully defeated them in the Sumire Mountains. Now they are advancing to meet us at the Silranat area. Already? Is that true? The leaders looked surprised by the messenger's report. Yes, the Bristania expedition has 80,000 people. That's why they departed later than us. And they also have the foreigners who spearheaded the surprise attack, the warrior bred and the female magician Redian. That is a problem. Haverstein and Ark both muttered as they received the information. Despite saying the same words, Ark had a different meaning from Haverstein. The reason Haverstein said it was trouble was because the expedition was a joint initiative between the two kingdoms. They had left first, yet the Schudenberg army was still stuck at the border. But as soon as they entered the war, the Bristania forces were already advancing to the Silranat area beyond the border. This in itself wasn't bad news for the Schudenberg expedition. The two kingdoms decided to meet at Silranat because it was a strategically important area. If the Bristania expedition occupied the area, then they could attack behind Pabian and destroy the Black Obelisk forest. Then the Schudenberg expedition could enter Pabian fortress with minimal damage. But it wasn't good to receive help from Bristania at such an early stage. When the war in the Cineas Principality was over, then Schudenberg kingdom would have to give a large amount of the compensation to Bristania. The biggest goal of the expedition was to repel the dark forces, so they had poured huge amounts of money into it. Since Haverstein was the commander, he had to pay attention to that part. But Ark was worried about a different problem. I assumed that Brett and Redian were in the expedition after they didn't contact me for a while. Damn! They got in the way. Ark muttered inwardly as he bit his lip. Once again, Ark would continue to receive a huge benefit if this current state continued. But that balance was broken with the entry of the Bristania forces into the war. It was impossible for him to be happy about it. Ark was simply greedy. But after that his thoughts were the same as Haverstein's. We can't stay at the border forever. I can only change the military currency to cash after the war ends. But if the war persisted, then the Schudenberg kingdom has to set the tone for the war. It was important that Haverstein and the expedition force takes leadership in the war. The two expeditions would eventually join together. If the Bristania expedition takes leadership, then the Schudenberg forces might not get the chance to come forward. In the worst-case scenario, the Bristania might use their supply unit to spread goods. This was the part Ark was worried about. Both kingdoms were going to get significant gains from entering the Cineas Principality. The expedition force that had more achievements would be able to request more compensation. If the Bristania expedition took leadership, then they wouldn't give as much chances to gain achievements to the Schudenberg army. They would intentionally remove them from important battles. If the Schudenberg forces don't fight fiercely, then how much supplies will they consume? If the chances to fight decreases, it would mean less consumption of supplies. That meant his income would decrease. Ark had gone through all that trouble to secure supplies from the underground world and Sutandal. He even set up 24-hour production lines to secure a significant amount of goods. So far the consumption had been perfectly balanced with the production. What would happen if the consumption suddenly plummeted? And the war ended before he disposed of all his stock? In the worst-case scenario, Ark would have goods with thousands of gold to dispose of. Absolutely not. If all my funds are tied up in the goods when the war ends, then it would take a long time to resume the triangular trade. But the problem didn't end there. And a command has also been sent. The messenger hesitated as he looked at Haverstein. What is it? If the Bristania expedition arrives at Silranat first and takes away the leadership, then the nobles will have to appoint someone else to replace you as commander. Ark felt his heart drop at the words. Replacement commander? What kind of talk was that? It must be Duke Sarkin who planted the idea. Marquis Halben and Daltin recommended Haverstein, so it is impossible for them to mention replacing him. If Haverstein is replaced, then it would be with Duke Sarkin's candidate. Then, the reason Ark could receive the exclusive trading contract was because Haverstein was the commander. If Haverstein was replaced, then Ark would also be replaced as well. Duke Sarkin was the one who tried to make Ark fail before the expedition departed. Wouldn't Duke Sarkin have one of his subordinates replace Ark? Then it wouldn't simply be the problem of selling his remaining stock. Currently Ark had goods worth hundreds of thousands of gold piled up, and if he couldn't sell them, then Ark's corporation would become broke. That was Ark's thoughts. Even this will be taken away. Haverstein muttered with a bitter smile. Then the leader of the first unit said with a dissatisfied look. It's really frustrating. They don't know about the battlefield conditions. The Bristania border is completely different from ours. Their mountains have a gentle slope so they can easily move a large army. The black obelisks are also easier to destroy then. They only see the results yet they still want to replace the commander. It is ineffective even if we say that. Haverstein spoke in a calming voice. We can't worry about the decision from the meeting, Mo. The biggest purpose of this fight is to repel the dark forces. But repelling the forces is only 50% of our work. Like His Majesty said, this battle doesn't just involve the Schuttenberg kingdom but the continent as well. If Bristania grabs the early initiative, then we have to cooperate with them. That is true, however. Although the Bristania army crossed the border, it will take them 5 days to reach the Silranat area. We'll just have to capture Pabian Fortress in a few days. So our problem is to think of a way to capture Pabian. But it was impossible for that to happen. In the end, the leaders could only sigh as they left the meeting. The expedition army couldn't enter the canyon until the effects of Earthblast wore off the next morning. Is there another way? Hey, why does your face look so down? He suddenly heard a familiar voice from somewhere. When he raised his head, he saw with surprise that it was Shambhala. Eh? Shambhala? Why are you here? Eh? What is with that, eh? Aren't you the one that called me? Me? Ah, that's right. Ark made a stupid expression before belatedly nodding his head. He had forgotten that he summoned Shambhala thanks to this incident. Ark had called Shambhala not long ago. After becoming a supplier, Ark knew how much profit there was in supplying goods to soldiers on the battlefield. And he came up with an idea to maximize the profits. Not everyone could become a supplier like Arkansas. They had to be able to evade thousands of monsters while running around the battlefield. So a certain level and capability was needed. The person who came to Ark's head at the time was Shambhala. Shambhala was a user who had the same extraordinary skills as Arkansas. He could go around the battlefield and sell supplies like Arkansas. Ark immediately contacted Shambhala after coming up with the idea. However, Shambhala's personality wasn't the type to willingly go along with Arkansas. You eat too much. Shambhala had refused as expected. But Ark had one way to get Shambhala to agree. Is that so? Then I will use the one-time Shambhala use coupon. Surely you won't break your oath in front of Isabel? You bastard. Shambhala regretted it, but it was already too late. Ark had received a one-time Shambhala use coupon. Shambhala has issued this coupon to Ark because of Sutandal. While the black obelisks had appeared on the continent, they still hadn't showed up in Sutandal. But it wasn't completely free from the threat of the black obelisk. There were various black obelisks in the neighboring waters, so sea monsters had begun attacking Sutandal. That was a serious problem for Ark as well. We would like to produce the munitions and industrial material that Arknim requested. But the sea monsters are invading continuously, so there is no time to make them. Isabel said when Ark visited with the contract for munitions. But the production capacity of the Baron clan was indispensable to Ark's plan. Yet it wasn't possible to produce the goods because of the sea monsters. Is there a way to stop the sea monsters? Ark was busy contemplating when an item entered his head. Parasites' egg sacs. The egg sacs of the parasites living inside Leviathan. They will hatch once placed underwater. He had been unsure about where to use such an item. Even if they were hatched, they were still monsters. Wouldn't he also have to raise their levels after they hatched? But this item was unexpectedly useful when combined with the special ability of the Baron clan. The monster taming ability of the Baron clan. That's right. Couldn't the hatched parasites be trained by the Baron clan to be used in the military? Plus, the parasites were just hatched, so they would be easy to train. Then the thousands of parasites could join the Sutandal navy. No, one egg sac could hatch thousands of eggs, so the navy could have tens of thousands of trained monsters. The number of parasites hatched could deal with the sea monsters. Then the Baron clan will be able to concentrate on their production. So Ark made a bargain with Isabel as soon he made the plan. As expected, there really were no useless items in the game. Ark would provide a method for Sutandal to deal with the sea monsters, and the price for the war materials would be 65% of the market price. Shambhala, who had been watching Ark, snorted and muttered. You really are an unpleasant fellow. But his words dug his own grave. Ark immediately added another condition. 65% of market price for the military supplies, and a one-time Shambhala use coupon in exchange for the parasite eggs. What? Am I a thing? Shambhala jumped with surprise, but he inevitably agreed once Isabel looked at him. Kikiki, be careful in the future. Ark laughed at Shambhala, who looked like he wanted to kill Arkansas, He had carelessly forgotten about the coupon being used, so Shambhala frowned and shouted. Ah, that's right? Are you playing with me now? Shut up, I've been busy so I forgot for a moment. I can't afford to quarrel with you now. Damn, the slightest slip and the military supplies. What's the matter? Then a woman walked out from behind Shambhala. The problem? Nothing. Just, El Lariat Nim? Ark flinched and closed his mouth. The woman who had appeared from behind Shambhala was Lariat. Shambhala saw Ark's face and instantly smiled. Oh, didn't I tell you? We left together after you contacted me. Well, it is good. Since you have women assisting you everywhere. How about it? Aren't you thankful? This guy. Ark glared at Shambhala. In fact, the situation between Ark and Lariat was quite stressful these days. Many times he had thought about having a serious talk, but he had been too busy. And Lariat had also noticed Ark's thoughts. So it had become increasingly awkward whenever they met. The fact that Shambhala took her along. His intention was clearly to discomfort Arkansas. Is it a problem that I came? Lariat noticed their expressions and said. Well, it was a problem. A large one. But how could he say those words in front of a woman? Is there such a thing? I'm just happy since it's been so long since we've met. Ark answered with an obviously awkward expression. Therefore the atmosphere quickly cooled. Shambhala was trying to hold back his laugh that he was close to tears. Since the atmosphere was quite uncomfortable, Lariat quickly changed the subject. But what were you saying before? Before? Ah, that's right. Actually. Ark remembered and quickly explained the situation with the expedition. Shambhala erased his playful expression and spoke in a serious voice. It doesn't seem to be going as well as I thought. It's not going well. Haverstein will lose his position after a few more days. Then I will lose my exclusive trading contract. This isn't a situation where you can also stay calm. If I go bankrupt, then Isabel will have to bear the costs of the stockpiled materials as well. If that happens, then my sword will always be aimed at your back. Shambhala raised an eyebrow and spoke in a bloody voice. Are you really going to act like that? When your friend might be going bankrupt, Can I really call you my friend after those words? Ark and Shambhala started to argue with each other. Lariat, who seemed to be pondering something carefully, suddenly asked. If you can't attack the fortress from the front, then how about striking from behind? Lariat's words stopped Ark and Shambhala's argument. Then they both sighed and shook their heads. If it was possible, then we wouldn't be worrying. If you look, then you'll understand. The mountains are blocking the border between the Schudenberg and Cineas kingdoms. The only way is to pass through Pabian Canyon. Isn't there another route that crosses through the north of Pabian Canyon? Lariat asked. She looked through her memories before explaining. I don't remember correctly since it was in the early days when I started the game. While I was playing with some other candidates, I received a quest to find a hidden dungeon in the Cineas Principality. She avoided mentioning names, but it was the days that she played with Alan. But in those days it was impossible for users to cross the border checkpoint. So Alan had paid a considerable amount of money to a minstrel in a tavern for information on how to cross the border. It was a secret route which bypassed the Pabian fortress. Therefore it was possible for me to enter the Cineas Principality with my colleagues. Please explain more. Ark said as he suddenly grabbed her hands. But he quickly became surprised and removed his hands. I am sorry. No. Lariat blushed at Ark's reaction and avoided his eyes. After seeing the atmosphere between the two people, Shambhala smiled and whistled. It was worth bringing Lariat along intentionally. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 21 Chapter 3. ACT-3 Smuggler's Pass. Wying. Cold wind raged around the valley like a piece of ice. Snow was piled up from a snowstorm that ended a while ago, but the wind blew it everywhere like a storm. In the midst of this white storm was a black wolf. Phew. The black wolf, also known as Ark, sighed. I expected it, but this really is no joke. Ark said as he looked at the area where he had to cross. Ark was currently in a deep valley halfway up a mountain. He was also grabbing protruding stones on a cliff like someone rock climbing. It wasn't just Ark stuck on the cliff. Shambhala, Lariat and 200 chosen people from the expedition force wearing thick fur followed Arkansas. All of them were using gear to grab the protruding rocks. But recently those protruding rocks couldn't be seen at all. We can't move this way anymore. Ark examined his map and the surrounding terrain before shaking his head. Then he turned his eyes to a cliff opposite him that was dozens of meters away. Rackard, check the cliff on the other side. Okay. Rackard emerged from Ark's thick fur from changing into Dark Wolf. He flapped his wings and flew to the other cliff before returning after a while. I checked it. There is a way to move down on the opposite cliff. I'm glad. I was worried we would have to turn back. Shambhala. Ark turned around and grabbed the rope that Shambhala pulled out of his bag. Ark then tied the rope firmly to a stone nearby and gave the other end to Rackard. Find a suitable rock on the other side and tie it firmly. I understand. Rackard flew to the other cliff while holding the rope. The snowstorm was intense and he couldn't check it fully, but the rope stretching between the two cliffs seemed to tighten. And Rackard immediately flew back. That's it. I tied it firmly so it won't come loose. Ark pulled the rope several times and confirmed the weight that could be safely held by the rope. There was a loud roar in the distance. The winds that blew in the valley were so rough that anything would shake. No, if it was already a different rope then it would have probably already been broken. However, the rope Shambhala carried was a magic item with high durability, so it didn't break that easily. It is windy, so only one person should move at a time. I'll move to the other side first to check it out. Yes, please be careful. Lariat blew out a white breath as she replied. Ark nodded before using the rope to move to the other cliff. Cuckoo cuckoo, cuckoo cuckoo. It happened when he was 2/3 of the way there. All of a sudden the entire mountain seemed to shake. Again. Everybody stick closely to the cliff. Shambhala shouted as he clung to the cliff. In fact, this was a snow-covered mountain and light earthquakes occurred a few times. But even a light earthquake was a tremendous threat to the people on the cliff. Small stones falling from the cliff above them could deal huge damage. Dozens of people without any rope had previously been hit on the head and lost their lives. But fortunately that unhappy accident didn't occur this time. Phew, we survived that one. Ark holding onto the rope as well as Shambhala, Lariat and the 200 troops sighed with relief. However, this time the problem wasn't the rocks falling from the cliff. Cuckoo cuckoo, cuckoo cuckoo, cuckoo cuckoo. What the? There's no shaking, so where is this sound coming from? Ark tilted his head to one side and looked at the cliff. Shambhala, who was surveying the area, paled and cried out with a stricken look. Ark, the valley. Ark reflexively looked and he also paled like Shambhala. A huge tidal wave was pushing through the valley at tremendous speed towards Arkansas. The huge tidal wave consisted of snow and rock. That's right. The snow piled up on the upper reaches of the valley had collapsed, causing an avalanche. Ark, who confirmed the avalanche, quickly moved his eyes to the other side of the valley. It would take at least 3-4 minutes to reach the other side of the valley. That was enough time for Ark to be turned into finely minced meat. Damn, it's already late. Everybody climb up as much as possible before the avalanche hits. Shambhala shouted and the soldiers quickly ascended the precipice with their gear. However, Ark, who was dangling from the middle of the rope, stared blankly. Oh my god, the destination is right in front of my nose. A voice filled with exhaustion flowed from Ark's mouth. Ark thought back to yesterday evening when he had received the information from Lariat. Please explain more. The scene had returned to yesterday evening when Ark had grasped Lariat's hand. Ark quickly dropped his hands and the two people blushed. Anyway, Lariat explained the secret passage in detail. The minstrel called it Smuggler's Pass. Smuggler's Pass. Originally smugglers used this pass to move items between Schuttenberg and the Cineas Principality. So it was called Smuggler's Pass. Anyway, it is possible to go beyond Pabian Fortress using this passage? Yes. I guess, but... Lariat sighed as she looked through her memory and shook her head. I said that, but I don't remember too well. You don't remember? What? It's been 2 years since I've gone through that path, so I don't remember the whole way. It was also summer when I went through there. The path is also quite steep, so at least 20 of my colleagues had died. The minstrel said that Smuggler's Path is a dangerous place where the smuggler had to risk their lives. I don't know what it will be like in winter. That isn't a problem. Ark said with flames in his eyes. If the Bristania expedition took the leadership, then Haverstein would be replaced as commander. Then Ark's monopoly rights would fly away. Ark would have a huge amount of stock and go bankrupt. It wasn't simply the game that he would become bankrupt in. He would also become bankrupt in reality. It was a problem with his life at stake. He had to do everything possible to pass through Pabian Fortress. He couldn't hesitate in the game just because there was a risk of dying. I'll take care of the rest, so Lariat Nim should just tell me what you remember. Ark listened to Lariat's expression and indicated the location on the map of the Albana Mountains. Ark was able to figure out the approximate route of Smuggler's Pass. But I can't just go there blindly with only Lariat Nim's words. I have to gather information about the surrounding terrain. Summon Demon, Rackard. Ark gave the map to Rackard and said, "Check the terrain carefully and mark any difficult spots on the map." "What? You want me to fly around the freezing snowy mountains? If you complete this well, then I'll give you one holiday whenever you want." "Really? This is important." "Understood." Rackard flew towards the mountains with an expression filled with desire for a holiday. Ark's life was valuable, so he needed to check the route meticulously. If Ark died several times, then he could recover the stats lost. But if he incurred a debt and became bankrupt, then he wouldn't be able to recover. That's why Ark meticulously checked everything despite not having much time. It was quicker than having to turn back several times. Once again, Ark would become bankrupt if the Bristania expedition was in charge. And the time remaining was 6-7 days. If the Schuttenberg expedition captured Pabian Fortress in 2-3 days, then they would take a few days to move to the Silranad. The expedition could use the Smuggler's Pass to capture Pabian Fortress. The problem is that there are only 4 days left. If a problem occurred on Smuggler's Pass, then everything would be finished. There is only one chance. Despite the urgency in my heart, I have to collect as much information as possible to increase the chances of success. This was Ark's judgment. So he impatiently waited for Rackard to return. After 12 hours had passed, Rackard tearfully returned with a runny nose. "Oh, sea cold, everything seems to be frozen." "Did you examine it?" I checked it. There is a lot of snow piled up, but Master should somehow be able to move to the other side of the mountain." "Well, that's by my standards. The places that I saw are indicated separately," Rackard replied as he handed back the map. He opened the map and saw the new route that Rackard drew. The parts that Lariat couldn't remember and had been left blank were connected with dots. "Okay. I've secured the necessary information." Ark immediately visited Haverstein with the information. "Viscount Nim, I have a way to solve this." "A way? What are you suddenly saying?" Haverstein asked. He was still worrying about the news that Bristania was marching towards Silranad. "A way to capture Pabian Fortress." "Capture Pabian Fortress? What is it?" Haverstein hurriedly asked. Ark opened the map on the table and summarized Lariat and Rackard's information. Haverstein frowned at the map before he looked towards Arkansas. "This is Smuggler's? Smuggler's Pass? Did you know about it?" Haverstein stared at Ark with an astonished expression before shaking his head and saying, "No, I've heard of it before. That there was a secret route smugglers used to travel between Schuttenberg and the Cineas Principality somewhere in the Albana Mountains. The border guards searched for a few years, but they couldn't find anything, so I thought it was just a rumor. It really exists." "Where did you get this information?" Should he say that a minstrel in a tavern gave the information? Judging by Haverstein's anxious expression, he couldn't joke around at a time like this. "I got my hands on it accidentally." "The route drawn on this map is really Smuggler's Pass?" "Yes. The person who told me is reliable, and I confirmed the information using my pet." "If you say so, then I'll have to trust you." Haverstein sighed as he looked at the map again and muttered. "Like I said, the border guards investigated for a long time before dismissing it as rumors. That's because the Albana Mountains are so steep that it is impossible to think there is another route other than Pabian Canyon. Moreover, winter is when the Albana Mountains is the most dangerous. It will be impossible to move 30,000 troops through Smuggler's Pass. Moving 30,000 troops isn't necessary." Ark answered bluntly. "What do you mean?" "There are tens of thousands of monsters stationed at the fortress. In order to fight against them." Haverstein spoke before suddenly closing his mouth. It was because of Ark's response. His expression cleared and he nodded. "The method you mentioned, Yes. Currently the expedition can't penetrate Pabian Fortress because of the monsters stationed there. But to be precise, it isn't because of the monsters. The problem is that the Black Obelisk Forest would resurrect the killed monsters." "That's right. The monsters from Pabian Fortress had received considerable damage from the expedition's attacks. But the reason it didn't fall was that the Black Obelisks restored the monsters after a period of time. The effects of Earthblast lasted 24 hours, so the monsters could be restored in time. Even if the Gripper died while using Earthblast, they would just be restored, so the situation repeated again and again. It might seem weak, but it was a successful defense tactic. There was no doubt that someone was controlling the monsters. The Black Obelisk Forest had deliberately been placed to the rear of the fortress, so it isn't possible to stop the resurrection. It's also impossible for the users to go behind the fortress. It isn't perfect, but the movements could be controlled to some extent. It was unthinkable. But Ark had already heard from Global Exos that users were involved with the enemy. Then wouldn't it be a user controlling the monsters in Pabian Fortress? But a user wouldn't know about Smuggler's Pass. Ark moved his finger along the line drawn on the map and smiled. He could use it to bypass the fortress and move to the Black Obelisk Forest. If we blow up the Black Obelisk Forest, then the problem will be easily solved. Ark had thought of a plan the moment he received information about Smuggler's Pass. Of course, the Black Obelisks would just be restored. However, the time it took for the Black Obelisks to be restored was incomparable to the resurrection time of monsters. The court magicians determined that it took about a week to 10 days to appear again after it was destroyed. They could wipe out the monsters and capture Pabian Fortress in that time. Once they occupied the fortress, then the resurrection of the obelisks wouldn't be a problem anymore. But there will be quite a few monsters at the Black Obelisk Forest. Draw them out. Ark pointed to Pabian Fortress on the map and said, "Those who died in the battle yesterday will be restored by now. As you know, the number of monsters for each Black Obelisk is fixed. In other words, if those guys don't die again, then no more monsters will emerge from the Black Obelisk Forest. If the expedition force rallies all the troops and attacks Pabian Fortress, then all the resurrected monsters will attack. You want us to attack the fortress until all the monsters leave the Black Obelisk Forest?" "Yes. The Black Obelisk Forest is approximately 1 kilometer away from the fortress. You can just arrange the siege weapons and stay behind them to minimize the damage while attacking the monsters." "Certainly," Haverstein murmured in a cheery voice. So a plan was developed to capture the impregnable fortress. But the success of the operation depended on one important prerequisite. In the end, the issue has returned to the starting point. If there are fewer troops, then it will be easier to make it through Smuggler's Pass. It will also take a minimum of 1 day to capture Pabian Fortress after the obelisks were destroyed. In order to reach Silranad before the Bristania expedition, you'll have to get through Smuggler's Pass and destroy the obelisks within 3 days. It is possible. No, I'll make it possible. Then you will go? If there is a warrior more reliable than me in the expedition, then I will concede it to them. Isn't that impossible? Haverstein smiled and murmured. At the same time, an information window appeared in front of Arkansas. The expedition's commander has accepted Arknim's strategy. Art of communication increased by 30. Political power increased by 20. Achievements increased by 500. The Expedition Army's Crusade, Event Quest. Plus Subquest, Blow Up the Black Obelisk Forest Operation. The Schuttenberg expedition has been blocked by monsters and is unable to cross the border to the Cineas Principality. Arknim has proposed a new operation and the expedition commander Haverstein accepted. Operation Overview: use the secret route that smugglers used to travel between Schuttenberg and the Cineas Principality to bypass Pabian Fortress and destroy the Black Obelisk Forest before the monsters can be restored. While the Special Attack Corps is approaching the Black Obelisk Forest, the Expedition Army will attack Pabian Fortress to draw the attention of the monsters. Difficulty: A+. Once Haverstein accepted Ark's proposal, it was immediately registered as a subquest. Of course, this mission wasn't one that Ark could do alone. So Haverstein summoned the unit leaders and explained Ark's plan. However, Haverstein's decision was received with backlash from the leaders. "You're leaving such an important mission to the one in charge of supplies? It is ridiculous. Even if he is the one who came up with the plan, this is too excessive. Yes, a warrior should take over this mission." When the strategy was explained and Ark was designated the one in charge, the leaders immediately made a disturbance. The users also opposed it. This was a huge mission concerning the fate of the expedition. If the operation leader completed it successfully, then they could get enormous achievement points. The users couldn't give up such a chance. But Haverstein asked the room with a fierce expression, "Do you really think Ark doesn't deserve the mission?" "Of course." The leaders answered simultaneously. "Look again and answer. Do you really think there is anyone better than Ark?" The unit leaders started at Ark after hearing the same question. In the next moment, their eyes widened with shock. Of course, since he is a merchant, what the dot. That was Lord Ark, then Lord Ark is. The leaders stuttered with a stunned expression. They looked at the place Ark was standing just now. But Ark wasn't visible when they looked again. He had changed into a wolf with black fur. From Schuttenberg to Sutandel, there were no users in New World who didn't know the name Dark Wolf after he defended Lancel from the bandit group. He is Dark Wolf. Haberstein smiled and replied. The users' doubts were also calmed after Dark Wolf's true identity was revealed. The ones that played a key role in the Bristania expedition were Bread and the magician Redian. But Schuttenberg also has a warrior comparable to them. That person is Dark Wolf. Do you think there is anyone more qualified than him? The leaders all closed their mouths. After that, the establishment of the special forces was quickly conducted. There was significant achievement points involved, so there were many eager applicants. But there is a time limit, so it isn't possible to take a lot of troops. 300 people should be suitable. We also have to quickly go through Smuggler's Pass, so the users should be at least level 300. Ark carefully looked around the troops and selected 300 people to share the quest with. It was a situation which emphasized speed, so they also couldn't bring many supplies. Equipment and food necessary for hiking was required. But there was one essential item that couldn't be omitted. Starlight Bomb, Special. A special bomb developed by the Magic Institute with holy power inscribed on it. It particularly exerts a strong power over enemies with the demonic attribute. The development isn't perfect, so it will take a significant amount of time for the bomb to blow up. But it has a strong explosive force that is capable to destroying the black obelisks. So it can be utilized to destroy the black obelisks. Once triggered, it will take 10 minutes to explode and will deal 5,000 damage to all obelisks in a 1-meter area. When used on demonic monsters, it is possible to inflict 200 damage. The fate of Schuttenberg expedition lies with you, Haberstein said after handing over the Starlight bombs to Arkansas. But the destiny of the Schuttenberg expedition had never been on Ark's mind. I'm only interested in protecting the money. I can't forgive any monsters that interfere in my business. I will blow all of them up. A motivated fire was kindled in Ark's eyes. After that, it was like a documentary on human victory. Ark's kindled motivation quickly disappeared in the snow-covered mountains. Even the smugglers avoided these mountains during winter. The place was more dangerous than Ark expected. The piles of snow created an illusion of the ground only to discover there was a crevasse. There were also occasional earthquakes which caused falling rocks to smash the head of the special forces. 10 hours after entering Smuggler's Pass, the 300 members had been reduced to 200. Without Lariat's information and Rackard's scouting, the 200 remaining members probably would have been killed. This operation has to succeed no matter the cost. Ark reiterated again with clenched fists. And they finally reached the last checkpoint of Smuggler's Pass after all that suffering. Did I come all this way just to die so absurdly? Coo qua 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 qua. Ark stared at the huge gray monster of snow. The problem wasn't dying. If Ark died here, then the strategy would fail. In summer, this valley was a place where the road below could be used. But the accumulated snow meant that they had to use a rope to move between cliffs. If Ark died here, then the rope would snap and the method to move to the other side would disappear. Rackard would also disappear when Ark died, so he couldn't retrieve the rope. The operation would be halted. In the end, Haberstein would have his commander position taken away. And Ark would have too much stock and would become bankrupt. If he had no money, then his mother couldn't even go to the hospital anymore. No. I can't let that happen. I can't die like this. Desperation ignited in Ark's eyes. What? There must be some way. Ark considered all the possible measures. Was there a quick way to return to the cliff and avoid the avalanche? He couldn't be swept away from the avalanche. Should he grab the hand glider from Raiden to run away? There must be some way to escape the avalanche. Should he grab the rope tightly and pray? As long as the rope wasn't swept away by an avalanche. Every possible suggestion ended in him being buried by the avalanche. Is there really no way? Ark worried like crazy. Then sparks flew in Ark's head as he clenched the rope firmly. Wait. Yes, that's the way. Now wasn't the time to worry about whether it was possible or impossible. As soon as Ark came up with the idea, he took out his sword and started cutting the rope. The rope had a durability bonus, so it didn't break easily. But the rope finally snapped after a few more attempts. When the rope snapped, Ark was swung towards the other cliff. If Ark crashed into the cliff, then he would be squashed like a ripe tomato. Now's the time. Riposte. Ark used riposte the moment he was about to hit the cliff. Riposte pushed the enemy back 10 meters. However, it was impossible to force the rock wall back. Instead, the force of the rope's swing in Ark's body caused him to stop moving. Then the avalanche was almost upon him. Ark was still clinging to the rope. If I stay here, I'll die. Sprint! Ark grinded his teeth together and shouted. He turned his body and used sprint to run up the cliff. Ark hung onto the rope while running up the cliff. That's right. That was the method Ark came up with. It was a technique to use run up the cliff while hanging onto the rope. Damn, it's still lacking a bit. The speed of the avalanche was faster than Ark's sprint. The avalanche rumbled and got closer to Arkansas. The size of the avalanche was also larger than Ark imagined. Despite using sprint and running with the rope, the height of the avalanche was still higher. Just before Ark was about to be swept away by the avalanche, a skill popped into his head. That's right, jump. Ark stepped on a stone and shouted. The power surged into his thighs and he jumped up 10 meters. Ark grabbed a protruding stone close to him as the avalanche passed right underneath him. Sweat flooded down his back like a waterfall. I lived. Damn, that guy really has a long life. Shambhala laughed and muttered from the cliff opposite to Arkansas. Anyway, Ark had managed to avoid being killed by the avalanche. After the crisis was over, Ark connected the rope again and Shambhala, Lariat and the other members climbed over. After that there were no more problems. Once they moved to the cliff, the path was not a relatively gentle slope. When they walked a little further along the slope, a message window appeared in front of them. You have exited the Albana Mountains. You have entered the Pabian Canyon area. Finally. We've gone through Smuggler's Pass. The tired soldiers cheered as they saw the message. Shambhala rolled his stiffened shoulders and muttered. The only thing left is to find the Black Obelisk Forest. Not yet. What? Not yet? There's one place I have to visit prior to that. Ark smiled and moved forward. Shambhala, Lariat and the other special forces followed him. Then the snow on the ground suddenly moved and an eyeball popped out. It was similar to the eyeball stuck to Arkansas. The eyeball looked in the direction that the special forces had disappeared. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 21 Chapter 4. ACT-4 Alan's Resurrection. Indeed. Ark stared at the ruins in front of him and sighed. Then Shambhala and Lariat looked at him with doubtful eyes. What on earth? What are we doing here? Did this used to be a village? Nurin Village. Ark responded like he was thinking out loud. Ark had two purposes when he started this mission. The first one was to blow up the Black Obelisk Forest in order to help the Schudenberg army. The other reason was to visit a village related to the Witness the Legend quest that was located on the other side of the Albana Mountains. That's right. The destination of the Witness the Legend quest was a village on the border of the Cineas Principality. It was the lore quest he received after collecting 10s. If he completed it, then a big prize would be waiting. But after he arrived at the destination, the whole village along with the NPCs had disappeared. However, Ark didn't look hopeless as he looked around the devastated village. It has been more than 10 days since the darkness started spreading. In fact, Ark had already guessed that it would reach here. The Cineas Principality was flooded with darkness and monsters had attacked every village and city. Only a few fortified cities managed to barely stop the monsters' attacks. A small mountain village in the mountains wouldn't be able to survive it. The destruction of Nurin village was expected. Yet the reason he came here was that this wasn't the final destination of Ark's quest. In order to meet the Prophet clan to complete the Witness the Legend quest, I have to meet with some NPCs on the outside first. Since the Prophets live in a hidden village. But detailed information about Nurin village was written on the information and it was even marked on the map of the Cineas Principality. In other words, the sequence was Nurin village equals Prophet clan. Then the answer was that he could get information about the Prophet clan from Nurin village. I need to get information from Nurin village, so there might be a way even if it is in ruins. There might even be NPCs who survived the attack from the monsters. It was the reason why Ark looked for this location despite his busy schedule. If the Schudenberg expedition moved on after capturing Pabian Fortress, then he would have to go with them. That meant this was his only chance to explore Nurin village. And Ark had 200 expert users as his subordinates. He could also have the users search for him. If there was a clue remaining, then it wouldn't be difficult to find. Fortunately, it hasn't been a long time since the village was attacked, but... Everybody concentrate. From now on everyone should search through the ruins. This task is very important, so notify me immediately if there are any survivors. The soldiers scattered at Ark's order and looked through the rubble. Then Shambhala looked at him with suspicious eyes. This task is very important? Really? Are you questioning your leader? Master. Ark had retorted in a sharp voice. Then Rackard, who had been scouting the area, hurriedly flew back while shouting. What? Monsters? And no, a monster is a monster. That guy. It's him. That guy? What do you mean? Rackard stuttered breathlessly. Then Shambhala flinched and spat out a string of curses. Holy shit. Ark, we're surrounded. Surrounded? What? Ark looked around with a confused expression. Hundreds of monsters were surrounding the ruins where the special forces were? Monsters with the body of a human and a lion and the head of a bull. There were 800 of the demonic monsters. Damn. How did we get surrounded by so many monsters? Ark made a puzzled expression. I'm glad that I found you. Ark turned his head as he heard a voice from behind him. Tukuk, Tukuk. Somebody slowly emerged from among the monsters. It was a knight wearing bony black armor while riding a skeletal horse. When the knight lifted his helmet, Ark and Shambhala shouted at the same time. Alan. I'm also glad that you haven't forgotten my name. Alan, who was inside the black armor, muttered. What the hell? How did he appear in a place like this? Didn't he quit the game? No, what's with the monsters? Alan is traveling around with monsters? In addition, it looks like Alan is the one commanding them. A user is controlling that many monsters? Such a thing is impossible. Although it is impossible. Ark looked at Alan and had a thought pop into his head. Is it that? Ark narrowed his eyes and nodded. This type of situation can't be considered an error, but it more like a type of bug in the system. Several users seem to be intentionally abusing this bug. That was what he heard when he visited Global Exos not long ago. Users were exploiting the bug. Then Alan is one of those users? If Alan was controlling the monsters, then that explained their strategic movements at Pabian Fortress. Then Alan led a squad of monsters and appeared here. What business do you have with me? What do you think? Alan asked as he stared at Arkansas. Although his voice was calm, anger was obvious in every line of his body. It was natural. Ark was the person who stepped on Alan in the past. It was a situation that couldn't be helped, but Alan received enormous damage from Arkansas. Sylvana was taken away and his guild disbanded. He also became a criminal in the eyes of every user. He had been buried in New World. It was a grudge that was impossible to forget in 1 year. It's not an exaggeration to say that we're mortal enemies. Neither one of us can endure each other. But Ark didn't know the reason behind Alan's biggest grudge against him. Alan Nim? Lariat, who had been observing the atmosphere between the two people, said carefully. At the same time, Alan shouted in a rough voice. Shut up! Lariat paled and retreated after hearing Alan's shout. But Lariat wasn't the only one surprised. Ark was also shocked by Alan's violent reaction. Ark had thought that Alan and Lariat were still lovers. Thanks to the misunderstanding, they had intentionally avoided mentioning Alan's name to each other. Despite examining his feelings for Lariat many times, he was still blocked by the presence of Alan. A meeting between Lariat and Alan had weighed on his mind. But that idea quickly shattered after Ark saw Alan's reaction. What this reaction is? Well, anyone would be angry if their girlfriend was with the enemy, but isn't this reaction too severe? Does that guy have an abnormal character? Or had he been misunderstanding the relationship between Lariat and Alan? It was the first time Ark had that thought in 1 year. But Ark had no more time to continue that thought. It's starting now. Ark, Lariat, and Shambhala. I'll make you realize what a big mistake you made antagonizing me. I'll pay you back 100, no 1,000 times. Alan stared at Lariat before raising his sword and shouting. Step on all of them. Don't let even one person escape. Qua! Awah! The hundreds of monsters yelled and rushed forward. Therefore Ark no longer had any time to think about various situations. Currently 800 monsters were surrounding them. There was a reason the special forces couldn't die. Did they have to fight if the odds weren't in their favor? I have to find some way to escape. Damn, defense formation. The users in the special forces were specially chosen from 30,000 troops. They were warriors with excellent levels and skills. Rather than falling into a panic, the soldiers neatly formed the defense formation at Ark's command. The warriors used their large shields to form a circle with the archers and magicians in the middle. A perfect circular camp had been formed in seconds. Lariat Nim, your buffs. Warrior's Soul, Shining Sword, Light of Vitality. The Innocence Knight has used the Warrior's Soul. The strength and stamina of all allies within a 100-meter radius will increase by 30. The Innocence Knight has used Shining Sword. The sword attack power of all allies within a 100-meter radius will increase by 20%. The Innocence Knight has used Light of Vitality. All allies within a 100-meter radius will have their health recover by 5 every 10 seconds. The set of 3 buffs were scattered around the circular camp. Thanks to the 3 buffs being piled off, the combat power of the soldiers increased by 20%. Just before the soldiers collided with the monsters, Ark threw the saw blade and shouted, "Summon Demon, Razak. Sword Transformation Release. Iron Firewall. Taduk, Tadadadak, Tadadak." The saw blade flew through the air and transformed into Razak. Razak raised his shield as soon as he transformed. It was the blazing fire draconian shield. Clack 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 clack, clack 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 clack. Qua qua quang, Warwick. Razak roared and slammed the shield into the ground using his strength. Giant wings of fire opened on both sides of the shield like a firebird. The wings fluttered and hit 100 monsters that approached. At the same time, the flames from the wings jumped to the monsters' bodies. It was the special skill of the blazing fire draconian shield, Iron Firewall. The 100 monsters that blindly rushed in were enveloped in flames and became stunned. It was a great opportunity. Ark's eyes flashed and he shouted, "Now! Archers and magicians, use your wide area skills." The wide area skill did less damage than general skills but could attack all enemies in range. But the wide area skill couldn't designate the target. So it could be used in the midst of confused fighting where friends and foes were mixed together. That's why Ark lured the monsters first and then stunned them using the Iron Firewall. The Dead Sea, unleash the storm of your power. Tornado. Arrow Shower. The wide area skills concentrated on the stunned monsters. Tornadoes tore through the area, hail poured down like a blizzard, and there was a shower of arrows. Dozens of wide area skills were concentrated on one area. It was a death space. The monsters confined in that space lost 50% of their health instantly. Move to a battle formation and kill the monsters that already have their health decreased. Oh. The soldiers rushed at Ark's command while maintaining the circular formation. Currently they were surrounded by 800 monsters. If they broke their formation in such a situation, then the soldiers would probably be driven back into a defensive position. With the numbers overwhelming superior to them, it would certainly be instant defeat. I should maintain a 7-to-3 ratio of defense and attack and reduce the number of enemies. But as expected, it was just a temporary solution. The special forces only had 200 people while the monsters were 4 times that with 800 of them. Of course the special forces consisted of elite users with most of them over level 350. But the monsters Alan brought with him had an average level of 400. Furthermore, the demonic sphere of influence meant the special forces had their stats decreased by 20% and the monsters increased by 20%. It is impossible to win in this state. Even if we can win, the special forces will be almost wiped out. But as long as one person has the Starlight Bomb, they can succeed in blowing up the 50 black obelisks. In that case, we just have to fight and look for an opportunity to run away. But the problem is, the soldiers had successfully taken care of the first wave of monsters. Ark, behind you. Then he heard Shambhala's voice. Ark flinched and turned around, seeing a sword aimed at his back. Alan had charged forward on his skeletal horse and swung his sword. Ark reflexively lifted his sword and blocked it. He hadn't expected it and lost his balance, rolling across the snowfield. Then Alan's sword fell vertically again. Ark tried to kick the ground to get up, but his foot slipped on the ice and he fell again. The sword aimed towards the crown of Ark's head. No, it was about to split him in half. Siu 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 sayak, ka 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 kak, shang. 3 or 4 daggers flew through the space and hit the sword. The orbit of the sword was changed and it passed by Ark's head. Alan tried to attack again when his first one failed, but he moved back with an irritated look as daggers kept on flying at him. Ark finally got up and regained his posture. Then Shambhala, who had thrown the daggers, appeared next to him. I hope you haven't forgotten that your friends are here. You're a good friend, so take as much as you want. I have to respectfully decline. Really? Ark smiled and looked at Alan. This is a chance. Ark's current goal was to minimize the loss of troops and to run away. And the biggest obstacle wasn't the monsters but Alan. Currently Ark was in the complicated Pabian Canyon. It would be easy to use the terrain to defeat the monsters following them. However, it wouldn't be that simple if the opponent was a user. A user wasn't stupid, so they wouldn't be tricked easily. Moreover, the person commanding the monsters was Alan. If he ran away without a plan, then it was possible the situation would worsen. Ark had to deal with Alan first before they could escape. I was really concerned that Alan would hide in the rear behind all the monsters. Then it would be harder to find an opportunity to catch him. Yet he appeared right in front of me. Perhaps it was because of his Alan's grudge and pride. Your grudge will be your fatal mistake. Ark quickly glanced at Shambhala. Shambhala lifted a corner of his mouth and nodded. Attack Alan using the pincer movement. That arrangement was decided with one look. Fair and square? There was no need for something like that. Whether it was reality or a game, he had to do whatever it took to win. How could he worry about fairness when he was close to bankruptcy? It was important to deal with Alan and escape here quickly. I'll take the right side and you'll take the left. Ark and Shambhala rushed towards Alan from different sides. Alan turned his body without any hesitation towards Arkansas. Sheesh, wasn't Ark more scary than this? I'll show you true power. Arrow. Just as Shambhala was about to drive his dagger into Alan. Siu 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 sayak, siu 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 sayak. Dozens of arrows suddenly shot towards Shambhala. Shambhala hurriedly twisted his dagger, but one arrow still lodged in his shoulder. Shambhala withdrew and glared at the space where the arrow was shot from. Stealth? While Shambhala was glaring at that space, a woman appeared. The woman with black skin and pointy ears was a dark elf. Shambhala pulled out the arrow in his shoulder and asked in a cold voice. What, you are? What are you going to do? Ask for a date? You think I want to date a girl like you who shots arrows randomly? I'm glad, I also have no interest in weak guys. I'm weak? Shambhala curled his lip as he looked at the dark elf. No, the moment he looked he flew towards the dark elf like a projectile. It was Shambhala's high-speed skill, Blink. Shambhala swung his dagger with an exaggerated movement and the snow flew forward like a wave. It was a momentum which seemed to tear the sky apart. But the dark elf was already gone. Calcalcal, a woman can run away like a wild boar. Damn it. Torrential sword. When he heard the dark elf's voice from behind him, Shambhala cursed and rotated his body while instantly using his skill. Hundreds of daggers sprung from a dark area and covered the entire space. The dark elf just used a fire arrow and snorted. Shall we see if quantity beats quality? Explosion arrow. The arrow she fired exploded and the daggers caught by the shockwave fell to the ground. Shambhala was also caught by the explosion. The dark elf shot an arrow that flew through the sky. Mitanni shooter number 1, devil penetrating arrow. Beyond duck. The arrow flew at a speed that couldn't be avoided. It was the light speed. Shambhala couldn't even move a finger as the arrow pierced his chest. No, it seemed to pierce him. Shambhala's body blurred and disappeared. What the? Alter ego? The joke is over. You stupid woman. Shambhala appeared behind the baffled dark elf. The surprised dark elf rolled along the ground and successively shot some arrows. Since she was rolling on the ground, the arrows flew in all directions and Shambhala smirked. Heh, I never thought I would have to fight seriously against a woman. Are you really qualified to say that? Mitanni shooter number 2, devil's chasing arrow. The dark elf shouted as she got up. Then the arrows flying all over the place turned around and headed towards Shambhala like a guided missile. What the? Shambhala hurriedly moved his body but the arrows followed him. Son, yeol, see him. In the end, Shambhala had to use 100% of his assassination footwork to outrun the arrows. From then on the real battle between Shambhala and the dark elf began in earnest. However, the fight between the two of them was different from a fight between warriors. While a warrior's fight was a battle of strength and stamina, the two of them used deception and agility to counterattack against each other. So it was difficult to anticipate who would win in the battle. To be able to fight Shambhala to this extent, who on earth is that dark elf? Ark stared with an open mouth at the fight between Shambhala and the dark elf. Fights in New World were 60% level and 40% skills. Levels and abilities were important, but the actual movement ability was also significant. Even Ark admitted that Shambhala was an expert at Kung Fu. But the dark elf wasn't pushed by Shambhala's movements. Where are you looking? At that time Alan charged towards him on the skeletal horse. His sword swept up from the ground. Ark hurriedly turned his body and defended. His whole body shook from the impact and he was pushed back several meters. The impact felt like he had been hit by a truck. Ugh! What on earth this impact is? Ark groaned as he barely maintained his balance. In fact, Ark had been contemptuous of Alan until now. When Ark met him for the first time, he felt like Alan was a wall which couldn't be crossed. But after a lot of experiences, his skills had become equal to Alan's. Then Alan lost everything and remained hidden in New World for a while. At this point Ark already thought that Alan wasn't a worthy rival anymore. Even with Alan in front of him, Ark thought he could deal with him easily. However, it turned out that Alan was a tougher opponent than Ark thought. No, they were almost equal if he was judging by the impact he felt. What on earth is going on? Their power being equal meant they had comparable stats. Ark's current level was 432 and with the dark attribute bonuses was 648. Even if he hunted 24 hours for the last year, it was impossible for Alan to reach level 648. How did he get this power? Damn, I'll check his information window. Ark used Eyes of the Cat to determine Alan's information. But the information window just blurred when he tried to look at it. The only time the information couldn't be seen was when a scroll or a special skill like Shambhala's was used. It also happened when there was a difference of 100 levels. But he didn't feel a lot of difference, so it couldn't be a special skill or scroll. There can't be a 100 level difference between me and that guy. Then did he receive stat bonuses like my dark attribute bonus? That's right. Alan was able to show abilities equal to Ark because of a bonus. Alan's bonus depended on his hate stat. Hatred, plus 10. The most powerful emotion a human can have is hate. The height of your ruin, you didn't stop hating your opponent. It is the most appropriate power for revenge. Hatred is only generated for those with a chaotic alignment. The user will receive a 0.1% stat bonus for every 1 point of chaotic value. In addition, all skills will be amplified by 0.1%. However, any stats which oppose hatred will be deleted. This was the ability Alan received when he changed to a Ruin Knight. The hate stat meant he received a 0.1% stat bonus for every chaotic point he gained. To put it simply, if he had 100 hate and 100 chaotic points, then he would get 10 bonus stats. In fact, this stat wasn't useful when it was first created. But Alan had commanded monsters and indiscriminately killed NPCs in the Cineus Principality, so his chaotic value was in the tens of thousands. Therefore Alan had thousands of bonus stats applied. Sheesh. That skeletal horse is annoying. Ark spat on the ground and murmured. He didn't understand the reason, but their abilities were similar. Anyway, Ark had confidence that he could defeat Alan. Ark had experienced a lot in order to reach this level. Yet Ark was struggling because of the skeletal horse. The main method of attack for a cavalry soldier was to charge, attack and then retreat. It was very simple but different for an infantry soldier to counter. Besides, Alan was someone who had ridden horses from the beginning because it was stylish. He was accustomed to fighting on horseback. First I have to draw him down from the horse. Is that it? Alan laughed and rushed again. Ark raised his sword like a baseball player about to strike the ball and shouted. Summon release, Rackard. Summon demon, Rackard. What the? Rackard, who had been using satellite surveillance mode to report the movements of the monsters to Lariat, was summoned in front of Arkansas. At the same time, Ark hit Rackard sharply in the bum with his sword. Go, bat missile. Quaya hack. What the, master, I will die. Rackard screamed as he flew forward like a bullet. Ark had aimed at Alan's face. However, Alan just sneered and hit Rackard with his arm, sending him flying. Damn, is it a failure? Useless bat. Ark clicked his tongue and muttered. After suddenly being hit by the sword and then Alan, the sniffling Rackard with a runny nose flew back towards Alan's face. Alan reflexively closed his eyes. This is a chance. Ark wasn't the type to miss this opportunity. The moment Alan's eyes closed, Ark ran towards the skeletal horse. He stepped on the skeletal body and jumped up, slamming into Alan's jaw with his knee. Cough. Alan's head shot backwards as his jaw was hit and he fell off the horse. Ark aimed his sword at Alan's chest while they were falling. Alan opened his eyes and shouted. Ugh, this bastard. Evil in sight. Deep red rays shot from Alan's eyes. Before Ark could react to the attack, the light had penetrated his shoulder. At that moment, the landscape jumbled up and he suddenly became busy. Alan's face seemed to multiply dozens of times and became distorted. What just happened? Ark wobbled backwards and used skill penetration. Gore Knight skill. The Gore Knights are demons living in basements of old buildings. Those fellows hide in the darkness and use evil insight to draw travelers into a world of hallucinations. While the travelers are caught by the hallucinations, they would be devoured by the Gore Knight. A hallucination situation will be created for 1 minute. Gore Knight skill? Ark was stunned after verifying the information. The Gore Knight was a monster Ark had encountered several times in dungeons. So he was familiar with the effects of evil insight. The problem was how Alan managed to use evil insight. And that was just the beginning. You thought it would be better if you got me off the horse? Alan smirked as he ran up to Arkansas. Thanks to evil insight, it seemed like hundreds of copies of Alan were running from every direction. The confused Ark swung his sword wildly around him. But his sword never struck Alan. Alan avoided Ark's sword and yelled, "Devil's breath!" This time smoke spewed from Alan's mouth. Ark's skin turned black the moment the smoke touched it and a message window appeared. You've become addicted to the devil's breath. You will lose 50 health every 10 seconds. It will continue until an intermediate antidote is taken. Oh my god. This time devil's breath as well? Ark couldn't grasp the situation. Devil's breath was a poisonous skill used by the Lamias. It was a deadly poison then continued until without a time limit and was one that users feared most. But the problem wasn't the devil's breath. Ark was concerned about how Alan was able to use the skill of a Gore Knight and a Lamia. What on earth is going on? How is this guy able to use the abilities of monsters? This was worth changing to a Ruin Knight. Alan smiled and muttered as Ark was poisoned by the devil's breath. That's right. The Ruin Knight was a unique profession in New World and its true power was the ability to use the skills of monsters. The name was Predator of Demons. This ability combined with the Devil's Jewel meant that he could freely use the skills of monsters. Alan had absorbed abilities from 60 different types of monsters in order to get revenge on Arkansas. But Ark couldn't understand those circumstances. Damn, I don't know what's happening but I should keep my distance and observe her. Ark instinctively sensed the crisis and withdrew. He couldn't find blindly when the opponent could use any type of skill. Not a chance. Inferno. Alan blew fire from his mouth towards Arkansas. This time it is fire? It is too strange. There's something strange about this guy. Ark used Dark Dance to remove himself from Alan's range. Alan had the basic attributes of a knight. He wore metal armor so his movements were slower than Ark's. If Ark gave up on attacking and just used Dark Dance then Alan wouldn't be able to catch him. That was Ark's idea. It really is very pitiful. It is impossible for you. Alan frowned as Ark continued to run away. Then he touched his closed fist to his chest and shouted, "Hate aura." When his fist touched his chest, a strange aura appeared around it. The black aura crawled over Alan's body like a living organism. It would around his arms, legs and body like a snake and hardened into a sort of armor. Ark used skill penetration and the information window floated in front of him. Set equipment option skill, Hate Set, Hate Aura. The Hate Set are cursed equipment with the souls of angry warriors lodged inside. The vengeful spirits are normally sleeping within the set equipment. When gathered together, the Hate Set has a fearful power. Once all of the set is gathered, the users can amplify the power of the vengeful spirits and aim their hatred at the real world. When triggered, the defense of the Hate Set will decrease by 50% for 24 hours. Asterisk Hate Aura can only be used by someone with the Hate stat. Attack and movement power will be increased by 30% for 30 minutes. Set equipment effect. Ark stared at Alan with astonishment. Alan looked different from before. The hate aura from his equipment was wrapped around Alan's whole body. It caused a sinister atmosphere around him. This is my favorite. Alan smirked and approached Arkansas. Yet Alan seemed to explosively burst towards Ark at a tremendous speed. Ark hurriedly used Dark Dance to retreat. When he previously used Dark Dance, he could avoid the attacks and maintain a distance. But this time Alan had no trouble catching up and attacking. Hook! What the? This speed? Is this really 30% increase? When he looked at the information for Hate Aura, 30% didn't feel that large. But when they were already in similar conditions, the 30% increase made a huge difference. Damn, now I can't even escape? Okay, let's see who dies first. Ark clenched his teeth tightly and swung his sword. Ark instantly narrowed the distance and started fighting in earnest. Dark blade. The devil's fang. Qua 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 quang, qua 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 quang. The two swords clashed and caused a loud ringing sound. There was only 50 centimeters between Ark and Alan. They stood facing each other without backing down. The snowstorm whirled around them and blocked the battle from outside view. After a few minutes. Ka-ka-ka-kak, cha-chong, qua-qua-qua-quang. Somebody was suddenly pushed out of the snowstorm. Damn it. The person who was pushed was none other than Arkansas. I seem to have overestimated you. Alan muttered as he stepped out of the snowstorm. Anger swelled up inside Ark at the sight of that arrogant expression. Ark had played the game eagerly and he had confidence in himself. Yet he had been pushed by Alan, who had been a figure of his past. All my struggles to get this far. It was an exhausting thought. However, Ark soon clenched his teeth and shook his head. No, my level and skills are still superior. I'm being pushed back by his strange monster skills and the set item effect. That's right. Ark wasn't pushed back using skills. If Alan hadn't used the hate aura, then Ark would have a 6:4 advantage. Thanks to the hate aura and strange skills, this had been flipped to 4:6. Damn, to think I was the ones who sold him those. Anger exploded at the sight of the metal gloves that Alan was wearing. Alan was using the plated gauntlets of corrupted hatred that Ark had sold in the auction. He was only able to use hate aura because he had gathered the hate set. In the end, Ark brought this on himself by selling Alan the gloves. It was really a situation for cursing. But now wasn't the time for regrets. The odds aren't in my favor. The only way to win was to use area declaration and descent of the fire draconian. But Alan must have a second stage profession judging from his abilities, so it would be useless. Is there really no way? Ark got up and checked the surroundings. Ark wasn't the only one in a bad position. The special forces were surrounded by hundreds of monsters and more than 50 people had already died. Area declarations couldn't be overlapped, so teammates in the same area with a second stage profession were rotating the uses. However, the health of the special forces had almost reached their limits. If a dozen more users fell, then the rest would quickly be killed like dominoes. Even Shambhala can't help. Shambhala was still playing tag with the Dark Elf. Damn. I made a mistake. Ark's initial plan was to deal with Alan before running into the canyon and misleading the monsters. But that was under the premise that he could defeat Alan. That condition had failed, so it was now the worst situation. While the special forces had killed 300 monsters with 50 of them killed, their health and mana were really low. Ark also only had 20% health and mana left. In this situation, it would have been better if he had escaped from the beginning. Should I stay here? Or do I run away? The answer to this question was a no-brainer. If they continued fighting, then the special forces would 100% be wiped out. But if they ran away, then at least 1% was likely to survive. Ark's purpose of killing Alan and escaping changed. However, it wasn't an easy thing. Alan is faster than me right now. I also only have 20% health left. If I can stop Alan from moving for a short time. The rubble of the ruins suddenly caught Ark's eyes. At that moment, a similar situation from the evil Silrian rose in Ark's head. Maybe. Ark immediately used Feather of Whispering to contact Shambhala. Shambhala, let's swap. What? There's no time to explain. Please run to the designated place when I count to 3. What are you suddenly saying? Hey, hey! Shambhala screamed, but Ark had already stopped the whisper. Alan then ran towards Ark with his sword raised. What are you talking so secretly about? How to hurt you? Ark rolled on the ground and ran towards the rubble he spotted before. Shambhala also used Torrential Sword on the Dark Elf and ran towards the same place. After 10 seconds, they reached the area where a plank was acting like a seesaw in the middle of the rubble. It was the plank that had caught Ark's eyes. Shambhala, go up the plank. Shambhala instantly noticed Ark's intention. Shambhala smiled and used Blink to go on the plank. Ark sprinted towards the other side of the plank. Shambhala, who was waiting on the seesaw, flew into the air after Ark jumped on the plank. What the? Alan, who had been chasing after Ark, followed Shambhala's trajectory with puzzled eyes. He belatedly noticed and raised his sword too late. Petrification of Blood. Shambhala rotated his body in the air and used the skill. Petrification of Blood was a skill which increased defense by 500% for 20 seconds but made the target unable to move. Alan looked like a stone statue with his sword raised. Alan! The Dark Elf shouted as she noticed Alan's situation. I am your opponent. Jump! Dark Blade! Ark used Jump to fly towards the Dark Elf and then used Dark Blade. It was the Jump and Dark Blade chain skill battle. While the Dark Elf had tremendous agility equal to Shambhala, the attack was unexpected and she fell down. Do you understand now? This is called teamwork. Ark taunted the frozen Alan and joined the special forces. While he wanted to attack Alan, that state would only last 20 seconds. Ark Nim, Shambhala Nim. Lariat shouted tearfully as Ark and Shambhala joined her. The special forces were tired from fighting the monsters. Rush towards the canyon while Alan and the Dark Elf are immobile. Ark's pride didn't allow him to say that it was running away. Anyway, Ark pulled some creative cooking dishes from his bag and threw them at the monsters. The hell bomb, pepper beehives, etc., the monsters were in a state of chaos from the explosion of creative cooking dishes. Everybody rushed using the wedge formation. Way-awa! The special forces ran forward at Ark's command. The magicians and archers were fragile, so the warriors made a path using their shields. However, it wasn't an easy task breaking through the monsters while they had low health. Some warriors, magicians and archers died from the monsters' counterattacks. Help! The soldiers who were in a critical condition murmured as they were dragged back by monsters. But if they delayed even a few seconds, then the special forces would be wiped out. Damn, if I had some cursed maces then I could break through the siege easily. Ark thought painfully after hearing the cries from the soldiers. If he had maces then he could use demonic manifestations for the power charge effect, which increased charging speed by 50% and blew away enemies. However, it required 3 spears and 2 maces to use power charge. He had quite a lot of spears but only 1 mace, so he couldn't trigger power charge. It was because he had reduced the number of cursed Japtum collected while testing out various combinations. Damn, I ran out of cursed Japtum just when I need it. He had to just hope that the soldiers could endure. Don't turn around. Give up on any stragglers. Rush forward blindly. While there were 30 stragglers, the remaining Special Forces members managed to escape the siege of monsters. Demonic manifestations, shoes. Demonic energy has been extracted from the offerings, shoes. The effect exercised by this combination is Wind Dash. Wind Dash, all allies within 100 meters will have their movement speed increased by 50% for 5 minutes. However, the same effect can't be stacked. When he triggered Wind Dash, the soldiers now moved incredibly fast. Therefore, they were able to safely escape the monsters and entered the canyon. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 21 Chapter 5. Act 5 Inventor Wormer. There was a reason Ark had escaped to the canyon. Before leaving for Smuggler's Pass, he had investigated Pabian Canyon and determined that it was full of dozens of complicated passages. If he entered, then he could use the terrain to somehow outrun the monsters. The problem is Alan. Normally an ordinary monster would give up after a certain distance and time had passed and their battle states would disappear. But if Alan was controlling the monsters, then they wouldn't give up. They would follow until the end. If Alan continues chasing after me, then it will be impossible to destroy the Black Obelisk Forest. Damn, I need to figure out a way to run away from Alan, but now there's no choice. I have to somehow lose Alan using the terrain of the canyon and then go to the Black Obelisk Forest. Ark was thinking that when something interrupted him. So peep-pepping. Suddenly a flash crossed through the sky. The flash came from the village where the special forces were just at. What is that flash? Did Alan shot it? Then is it a signal flare? Perhaps. Ark intuitively felt uneasy when he saw the flash. Master, it's serious. Herds of monsters from all over the place. Rackard screamed from above him. Ark's misgivings became a reality. A huge number of monsters were moving from every corner of the canyon. Oh my god, there are so many monsters gathered in this canyon. Arknim, what should we do? Lariat asked with uneasy eyes. But Ark couldn't think of a good idea to escape. According to Rackard's report, monsters were in all the passages that exited the canyon. Of course, if the special forces battled desperately, then they might be able to escape in one of those passages. However, Alan and hundreds of monsters were chasing behind them. If they engaged with the monsters, then Alan would catch up. Is it going to end here? Ark sighed and felt like he was about to collapse. Suddenly there was the sound of the wind and a message floated in front of him. Wormer Nim has applied for a whisper using secure communication. Ha? Wormer? What is this? Ark accepted the whisper with a bewildered expression. Then a voice violently shook his eardrums. There's no time to explain. You guys, do you have food? Food? Do you? I have enough for several days. Good. Are you guys in danger now? I'll help you. Do you see that narrow passage at your 3 o'clock direction? Run to that spot immediately. I'll tell you in advance that I can't help you if the group of monsters follow you. So hurry before the monsters spot you. The user called Wormer then cut off the communication. Ark's head was full of complicated thoughts. He didn't know who Wormer was and his reason for whispering to him. And what was with those words about food? But Ark didn't think for long. Even if Wormer had malicious intentions, he had no other options. Everybody head to the passage visible in the 3 o'clock direction. Ark led the special forces to the place Wormer indicated. However, they were forced to stop 3 minutes after entering the passage. What is this? Isn't this a dead end? There was a cliff in front of him. Ark made a confused face. Cuckoo cuckoo, cuckoo cuckoo. Then the whole area started to vibrate. And the ground they were standing on suddenly flipped over. It was like a pot lid being turned upside down. Ark and the special forces vanished in an instant. And the floor returned back to normal. Did we miss them? The dark elf complained with pouted lips. No, all of passages exiting the canyon are blocked. There's no way out. Alan answered in a firm voice. Alan, the dark elf and the monsters they were leading had arrived at the canyon just after Ark disappeared underground. But the floor had returned to normal so they could find no traces of Ark and the special forces anywhere. Alan and the dark elf couldn't think of a reason why they had suddenly disappeared. There's nowhere for them to go. If it was just 1 or 2 people then they could hide, but it is impossible with more than 100 people. They can't just sprout wings and fly into the sky. This has happened once before. It was also in this area. There were actually 2 reasons why Alan was in this canyon. One reason was to control the monsters stopping the Schudenberg expedition, and the other was to find something the Red Man needed to accelerate his plans. Not long ago he had chased the people related to that something to this area only to have them disappear. They had been running away and vanished just like in this instance. The same thing occurring twice can't be an accident. I'm missing something. Alan suddenly dug out his own eye with a finger. The dark elf frowned at his distorted features. Yuck, doesn't that feel really awful? Alan didn't answer as he just removed his eyeball. And the eyeball started to float in front of him. It was Buxel's technique, Vampire's Eye. Alan had used the Predator of Demons ability to acquire the Vampire's Eye skill. That's right. The eyeball which popped out of the snow when the special forces passed through Smuggler's Pass belonged to Alan. Alan hadn't known that Ark would find out about the Smuggler's Pass. He expected that the Schudenberg expedition would use the Smuggler's Pass, so he had hidden one eyeball there beforehand. Then he discovered Ark and had hastily gathered monsters together to cause him to Nurin village. I had a separate plan to ruin that guy, but I can't let him go now that he has entered my sight. That guy in Lariat has wounded me. I can't forget it. I'll let him know what it feels like. Alan turned as his eyeball returned without anything. They're obviously hiding somewhere here. The canyon has been blocked for several days even before they appeared. This is our number 1 priority. Inform all you colleagues. All the monsters surrounding Alan bowed and left. Then the dark elf frowned. It doesn't matter if we leave Pabian Fortress to the monsters, but we still haven't made any progress with that. The Red Man said that is our priority. It is impossible for the demonic monsters to capture that now that it has changed to a defense formation. Andal is also having a difficult time. So I've already requested support from the Reigenberg. That problem can be set aside since the most important thing for me is to catch that guy. Alan answered without even having to think about it. Okay. I only joined you because I like you. The dark elf played with her sharp ears and nodded. Alan quickly folded his arms and said, I have no interest in another woman. Got it? Are you joking right now? Do I look like I'm joking? The dark elf pouted at his words. Alan unfolded his arms and looked at the dark elf with an uncomfortable expression. What on earth is going on? Who? Where is the light? Ah, sorry. The stone was turned off. A voice rang out in the darkness. The special forces were all piled on top of each other like a pile of trash thanks to the floor flipping. Luckily the height of the floor wasn't enough to deal damage, but the special forces were crushed under the weight of their members. Ark also felt the strenuous weight of everyone on top of him. Damn, it feels like my internal organs are going to pour out of my mouth. Ark grabbed his throbbing ribs and crawled out of the human pyramid. Then both of his wrists started to throb. Eh? What? Why? Ark looked at his wrists with a baffled expression. Sure enough, the tattoos that needed a special criterion to unseal for Eternal Soul had lights around it. The light spread like a crack and then broke. Then an information window appeared. A seal of Eternal Soul has been released and you've acquired a new profession-specific skill. Demonic Response 6, Eternal Soul Stage 7, Passive. Demonic Response is a necessary stage to learn if they want to reach the enlightenment needed for Eternal Soul. When fighting against a monster with the demonic attribute, you will deal additional 40% damage and resistance to the demonic attribute will increase by 50%. In addition, you will be able to detect hidden demonic power within the bodies of monsters. When sensing a demonic attribute, you will deal plus 40% damage against demonic monsters and gain plus 50% resistance to the demonic attribute. Magi Distortion, Eternal Soul Stage 8, Active. Demonic Distortion will release the demonic energy sealed in the cursed equipment and this will make the space distort. The user can control the flow of demonic energy to distort the space, and it is possible to change the position of friends and foes in a 500-meter range. The amount depends on the level of demonic energy sealed in the equipment. The equipment with a higher level will emit stronger demonic energy which can move more enemies. Typically one equipment can exchange 10-30 people. This skill can be used to help besieged allies or to strategically attack an enemy camp. You also can't exchange friends and foes if there is an obstacle in the way. Equipment will release demonic energy which distorts the space and changes the location of friend and foe. Spiritual Power Consumption, 200. He never thought that Eternal Soul would awaken. Why? Why did Eternal Seal awaken all of a sudden? The quest was on Ark's mind as he read the information for demonic distortion. It can help any allies that have been surrounded by enemies to escape. Eternal Soul needed different conditions and situations to awaken the skills. In other words, it wasn't possible to awaken Eternal Soul without experiencing the required situation. There had to be a reason Eternal Soul was unsealed this time. Did it awaken due to being surrounded by so many monsters and almost dying? Well, it wasn't a comfortable awakening. But isn't demonic distortion quite useful? Ark read the information window with shining eyes. He could use demonic distortion to exchange the position of enemies and allies. It didn't deal any damage to the enemy so it seemed useless, but it could be utilized to great effect in various situations. If something like the previous situation occurred when they were surrounded by enemies, then it was possible to use it to escape. It was a skill that could be used for offense and defense. The problem is that demonic distortion requires equipment sealed with demonic energy. When he first started using demonic seal, he didn't have to worry about the number of equipment he had. But the situation changed now that 5 equipment was needed every time he used demonic manifestations. And demonic distortion was also a skill which consumed demonic sealed equipment. According to the level of the equipment, each one moved 10-30 people. In other words, didn't he have to sacrifice 410 equipment just to move 100 people? Equipment was money, so always needing to have cursed equipment prepared was quite a burden. Having both demonic manifestations and demonic distortion will be useful. But now I don't have that many left. Damn, I have to use demonic seal every chance I have from now on. If I run out of equipment, then I won't be able to use the skills. Then he heard Shambhala's voice after he escaped from the human pyramid. When did you crawl out? A while ago. Were you just playing under there? Ark Nim. Lariat approached with a worried expression and pointed to one side. Ark turned around and reflexively narrowed his eyes. Who are these people? The human pyramid was currently in an underground square. And there were 60-70 gathered around the underground square while gawking at the special forces with worried looks. While some were ordinary NPCs, most of them weren't. Many of them were covered with white fur with black streaks. With tails emerging from their hips, the NPCs looked like human-shaped tigers. Beast Clan. That's right. Without a doubt these people were a beast clan. Why are members of a beast clan and general NPCs gathered in this place? Ark was thinking that when something interrupted him. Ho, search as much as you like. You won't be able to find this secret base. He heard someone's voice near him. A big ball could be seen. Ark looked for a while and realized it was the person's butt. Next to the special forces was a guy with the body of a balloon peering into a machine and muttering. This voice belongs to Wormer, who sent me a whisper. Excuse me. The man refused to turn around when Ark approached. Please wait. They're still on top. Still on top? Ark tilted his head to one side and peeked at the machine the man was looking at. The machine looked like the radars often found on submarine. The radar was a round clock shape with a needle slowly spinning. When the needle passed, a series of small dots flashed. But the amazing thing was the small letters floating next to the dots. Alan, Timosai, Talon A, Talon B, Talon C. Alan? Then the dots on the machine are indicating the people outside? Ark looked at the machine with astonished eyes. Ark was currently underneath the canyon. Yet now he could figure out the outside circumstances from underground? It had the correct number and movement, and even their names? Okay. That's it, Dot. The man laughed as he looked at the machine and stood up. Ark was now able to confirm the man's appearance. He was a bearded dwarf wearing work overalls instead of armor. Ark wondered why a dwarf and beast clan members were gathered in the underground square. But he was even more curious about the machine. This machine allows you to know the situation outside? Ah, you saw it? That's right, I invented a life detection radar. It searches for any life forms within a 200-meter radius and even the name shows up on the machine. I figured out your name from the radar, which is how I was able to send you the whisper. Invented? Yes, I am the inventor Wormer. And this place is my base. Wormer smacked his protruding belly and laughed. So those people are. Ah, those people? Wormer looked at the NPCs and answered Ark's question. They're residents of a nearby village called Nurin. Nurin Village? Ark felt refreshed by Wormer's words. Nurin was the name of the village that Ark had been searching a short time ago. The inhabitants of Nurin Village had information for his Witness the Legend quest. I thought it was too late after encountering Alan, but they're survivors from Nurin Village. That means I really don't have to give up the Witness the Legend quest? The situation might still be bad, but one problem was gone. How did people from Nurin Village get here? That is. Wormer scratched his head. Wormer's profession was inventor, and he was a dwarf from the Cineus Principality. Just like the name, inventor was a profession which created different machines and objects. Therefore Wormer started looking for a quiet place where he could concentrate. He discovered the underground square and converted it into an underground base. He bought various supplies from Nurin Village and spent each day happily. 10 days ago, Wormer had been in Nurin Village buying necessary supplies when the sky was suddenly covered in black fog and a huge number of monsters appeared. Wormer sensed the situation wasn't ordinary and urgently fled to the underground base with the residents. At first I thought the problem would be settled immediately because we're near Pavian Fortress. But 10 days passed and the monsters are still there. No, they actually kept increasing. And I learnt about what was happening in New World from the internet. So the Beast Clan are NPCs from Nurin Village? Beast Clan? Ah, those guys that look like tigers? No. I hid them after those guys were chased by monsters a few days ago. But they haven't talked to me, so I don't know why they came to a place like that. The beasts seem to be acquaintances with the residents of Nurin Village, but they don't talk to them either. What does that mean? Ark stared at the Beast Clan. Then Wormer scratched his head and muttered. Anyway, it is troublesome. I was put into an extremely difficult situation because of those people. A difficult situation? Can't you understand by looking at my thin stomach? Wormer indicated his stomach and shouted angrily. At the same time Ark, Shambhala, Lariat and the Special Forces looked at Wormer's stomach with astonishment. He was saying that when his stomach was so big it looked like he was pregnant with twins? But Wormer wasn't concerned about their gazes and just continued talking. Rice, rice. My stomach is so hungry. Naturally Wormer had a large amount of food stockpiled in his underground base. It was obvious by looking at his size that Wormer ate a lot. So he had arranged enough food for himself. But there were now 70 people staying in his home, so the food had run out by the 10th day. It wasn't possible to exit to buy food with the monsters everywhere when Wormer discovered Ark's group. So that's why he whispered, if I have food. No matter how much he had stockpiled, it would be difficult to feed 70 people for 10 days. I had forgotten for a moment, but I'm hungry. Hungry. I'm hungry. I'm so hungry that I can't think. But my machines can't make rice. Rice, I want rice. Didn't you say you had food? Ah, yes. Here it is. Ooh, rice. Rice. Wormer immediately shrieked and ran up to Ark when he pulled out some food. He frantically grabbed the food and shoved it into his mouth. He was starving, but couldn't a user find food in reality? The reason was that users felt a sense of hunger despite it being a game. No matter how much a user ate in reality, it wouldn't fill their stomach in the game. So users had no choice but to eat food in the game to lose the feeling of hunger. Anyway, the village residents and Beast Clan watched Wormer eating with desire in his eyes. They were also starving. I'll leave the minimal amounts of food and hand out the rest. These supplies actually belong to the military expedition, but I'll pay them when I return. Ark smiled as he looked at them and said. Then Shambhala frowned like he was swallowing phosphoric acid. You still want to engage in business when these people are in such a situation? Business? What are you saying? It's not business? Then what is the reason you're giving them food? What? You're so strange. What do you see me as? Stingy, conman, thief. Do you want me to say any more? Well, those words actually suited him. That's right. Ark wasn't the type to help people for free. Yet he just paid for food that would feed 70 refugees out of his own pocket. The reason why Ark acted like these was because they were residents from Nuren village and a beast clan. The beast clans were associated with Hero Mabon, so he didn't know what type of help he could get from them. And the Nuren villagers had information about the Witness the Legend quest. So it was necessary to increase his intimacy with them. If they're suffering from hunger, then the easiest way to raise intimacy is to give them food. It was why his behavior was different from usual. Of course, Ark's current most important goal was the blow up the Black Obelisk Forest quest. But he couldn't be too impatient. There were still 2 days left, so he should watch the movements of Alan and the monsters. If he watched carefully, then a chance would certainly come. As expected, the looks on the refugees' faces instantly turned favorable when he gave them food. Ark waited until they finished eating before speaking to an old man who looked like the village mayor. I want to ask you something. What is it? Does the Prophet clan live nearby? Prophet clan? The village mayor flinched and sent him a wary look. There was something there. And the wary look said that he didn't intend to tell Arkansas. But Ark was already qualified as he received the Witness the Legend quest. If they knew the circumstances, then they would definitely give him information about the Prophet clan. The question is how to explain the stars to the NPCs. While Ark was thinking, he suddenly noticed something strange. The village mayor was looking at the Beast clan after Ark's question. What's with this reaction? Is the Prophet clan somehow related to the beasts? When Ark had asked the question, the village mayor had become surprised and looked at the beasts. The Beast clan nodded, which seemed to indicate that it was okay to talk to Arkansas. What is the reason that you're looking of the Prophet clan? I received the revelation of the stars. Ark answered after briefly thinking. The beasts and Nuren residents looked at Ark with shocked eyes. The Beast clan seemed to carry on a conversation with their eyes before one of them asked Arkansas. The revelation of the stars? What is your name? I am Arkansas. Then the Beast clan member jumped up and shouted. Ark! You are Hero Mabon's chosen descendant, Ark? You know about me? This time Ark was the one surprised. Ark's eyes widened as a beast grabbed his hand and said. We know. We've learned all about the things you've done through the Hero Stars. Hero Stars? You mentioned the revelation of the stars. We call it the Hero Stars. A Beast clan member replied. Before Ark received the Witness the Legend quest, 10 stars had emerged from his body and disappeared somewhere. It must be the Hero Stars that the Beast clan mentioned. They said that they were aware of Ark's existence through the stars. Then information about Ark must be in the stars. If the Beast clan knew that information, then they were. Do you belong to the Prophet clan? Ark asked with an expectant voice, but the beasts shook their heads. No, we're the White Tiger clan and we are the guardians of the Prophet clan. But why are the guardians of the Prophet clan in a place like this? That. A White Tiger sighed and the Nuren residents lowered their heads. The White Tiger looked at them before continuing. In the past, some residents of Nuren have been born with the power of prophecy. The Prophet clan gathers those children. In other words, the Nuren residents had a kindred relationship with the Prophet clan. But then the Prophet clan discovered that the Sinius Principality was going to be attacked by the Dark Forces. So the White Tiger clan was dispatched to rescue the Nuren clan and bring them back to the land of the prophets, Shangri-La, before the darkness attacked. However, the darkness attacked quicker than expected and Nuren was already in ruins by the time the White Tiger clan arrived. The White Tiger clan was also attacked by monsters and rescued by Wormer. Shangri-La. They had been listening to the circumstances of the White Tiger clan. Then Lariat shouted with a surprised expression after hearing that the Prophet's clan lived in Shangri-La. What's wrong? Do you know that place? No, that is. Become coming here, I received. Lariat was able to say something when she noticed everybody's eyes on her and she immediately shook her head. It's nothing. I'll tell you later. Ark was interested in Lariat's reaction but he had no time to think about it now. Ark thought for a moment before saying. You wanted to evacuate the Nuren residents there so Shangri-La is still safe. So they must have a way to stop the attacks of the demonic monsters. Then it is imperative that the Nuren residents are moved to Shangri-La. But how can we do that when the canyon is sealed off by monsters? It is already too late. Too late? The land of the prophets has a defense system. Defense system? Shangri-La is always prepared for the dark forces so they have several protection devices. Once the defense system is activated, it is completely blocked off from the outside world. Blocked? But you haven't returned yet. We've been outside of Shangri-La for more than 10 days already. And this whole area is occupied by demons. The Prophet Clan would have judged that we failed in our mission. Isn't it called the Prophet Clan? Shouldn't they know that you're still alive? The prophets can't see everything in the future. They can only predict events that have an impact on the history of the continent. In fact, even the Prophet Clan couldn't foresee the emergence of this darkness. This means the history of the continent has already become twisted. They can't predict anything anymore. And it will be the same even if they find out that we're alive. If the entire Sinius Principality is engulfed in darkness, then the first place they will attack is the Prophet Clan. That is why they can't possibly slow down or turn off their defense system. Isn't something strange? Ark noticed something strange in the White Tiger's words. Just like the name, the Prophet Clan was one that predicted the future. Well, they could probably only predict when a new episode would be activated. Anyway, it was natural for a clan with such power to be attacked by dark forces. But the Prophet Clan couldn't predict his dark event. It meant they could no longer foresee what would happen in the future. It was natural. This incident happened because of a bug, so of course the NPCs couldn't predict it. Despite that, why would the Prophet Clan still be the dark force's highest priority? When he asked that question, the White Tiger sighed and replied. The reason they're targeting Shangri-La is due to the Ark of the Covenant. Ark of the Covenant? Yes, a long time ago an artifact was found and placed in the Ark. The person who gets their hands on this Ark will receive a strong power. It is the biggest threat to the dark forces, so they want to attack Shangri-La to obtain it themselves. But their purpose isn't to simply destroy the Ark. What does that mean? Despite being filled with light, the Ark of the Covenant can also be filled with darkness. If an evil person obtains it, then the attribute will change to darkness. The darkness will become even more powerful. The White Tiger closed his eyes and talked about a past event. In fact, a long time ago the 7 heroes entrusted the Ark of the Covenant to the Prophet Clan and gathered their power to install strong protection wards. And Hero Mabon asked our clan to protect Shangri-La. Ark now understood the situation. There was another reason other than the terrain as to why the Bristania expedition had an easier time crossing the border. It was because there were more demonic monsters gathered at Pabian Fortress. Ark had been thinking that the strategic movements of the monsters was incomprehensible. What if there is a reason the demonic monsters are here? And that reason was the Prophet Clan. If the Schuttenberg expedition continued crossing into Sinius Principality, then they would encounter the Prophet Clan. If the Schuttenberg expedition got their hands on the power of the Ark, then they would be a big threat to the demonic monsters. Then the reason Alan is here. It was obvious that Alan was somehow linked to this. Alan's purpose for coming to this place was to seize the Ark of Covenant. Then the list of things I have to do has increased by 1. I have to succeed in the blow up the Black Obelisk Forest task to ensure that the Schuttenberg expedition captures Pabian Fortress. Then there is visiting the Prophet's Clan to complete the Witness the Legend quest. And finally I have to prevent Alan getting the Ark of Covenant. It was becoming an increasingly higher mountain. If this war ended with the victory of the demonic monsters, then Ark would become a beggar. He had to do everything possible to win the war. Well, if the Schuttenberg expedition manages to capture Pabian Fortress and kills the demonic monsters, then the remaining problems will be easily solved. I can't receive the help of the Prophet Clan because Shangri-La is locked, but the White Tiger Clan can help. He could also meet the Prophet Clan if Pabian Fortress was captured. He just had to complete one task and the rest would melt away. While Ark was busy thinking, Wormer rubbed his stomach and muttered. I have a way to go to Shangri-La. What? Hi, I actually made an amazing invention a few months ago. I assure you. If you use that invention, then it will be possible to go to Shangri-La. Really? Really? But there's one problem. The invention requires strong magic to power it. It is a machine which requires an absurd amount of magic energy. Magic energy? Ark asked, and Wormer took out a small crystal ball. This contains the magic energy. It is used like a battery. My hidden secret weapons requires at least 5,000 milligrams of magic energy to work. Charging that type of energy will take at least 1 month. Wormer explained as he picked his nostril with his finger. Is he teasing me? Ark's face hardened at Wormer's words. 1 month? Was he joking? Even excluding the other problems, the special forces only had enough food to last 2-3 days. If they stayed here for a month, then they would all die. Then Wormer scratched his head and murmured. There is a way to charge the energy within a short time. Within a short time? I can extract magic energy from magic items. The magic items won't be usable anymore, but it is a solution to the problem. There are other methods, but that is the easiest way. Like I said, if I gather the necessary MG, then it won't be a problem to go to Shangri-La. The faces of the white tigers brightened at Wormer's face. If there is such a method, then it is necessary to use it. We ask you. The Nuren residents are the blood relations of the Prophet clan. It is our obligation to protect them and bring them back to Shangri-La. If it requires magic items to charge the MG, then we willingly given you all the magic items we have. Will you also help us? The White Tiger clan asked Arkansas. Of course, Ark also had a reason to go to Shangri-La. The problem was Alan. Alan won't give up easily. We also disappeared so suddenly that he is still looking around. Apart from the required MG, it will be difficult to use Wormer's invention to go to Shangri-La while avoiding detection. Somehow I have to stop Alan from following me. Ark thought frantically. Then he came up with an idea. Wait. There is a high chance that Alan is abusing the bug. Then. That's right, there is that method. If I use that, then I can bury Alan. I understand. I'll be happy to somehow take you to Shangri-La. Ark grabbed the hand of a white tiger and said. Dududung, a quest information window popped up. Shangri-La. You have met the Nuren residents and the White Tiger clan on the outskirts of Pabian Canyon. They are in an isolated situation after running away from the forces of darkness. Currently, the only safe place from the darkness is Shangri-La. Find a way to escape the canyon filled with monsters and escort them to Shangri-La. Difficulty, A+ quest restriction, none. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 21 Chapter 6. ACT 6 Catch Alan. That Alan, he dared appear out of nowhere? Okay. Then it is war. Hyunwoo exited the unit. Then he called Ho Myung-hwan for a meeting and explained the situation in detail. Ho Myung-hwan's eyes widened. Alan? Are you talking about Holy Knight Alan? Yes, that Alan. Hyunwoo nodded with a serious face. I confirmed it with my own eyes. The one controlling the creatures in the Sinius Principality is Alan. The fact that he is controlling the obelisk-created monsters must mean that Alan is using a black code item to make trouble, or he is closely related to it. Alan. Ho Myung-hwan muttered the name with a groan. He took out a cigarette and considered something before talking again. If that is true, then good job. In fact, other special management targets like Arknim who are investigating also mentioned that they saw a user controlling the monsters. But they couldn't confirm the ID or appearance, so it wasn't helpful. It was that part that pained Global Exos. Like Ho Myung-hwan said, Global Exos had commissioned the candidates to investigate this incident. The candidates participated in the Schudenberg and Bristania expeditions and reported in from time to time. They saw the user controlling the monsters many times. But that was all they knew. A user seemed to be controlling the monsters, just like when Hyunwoo's eyes of the cat didn't work, Alan's information couldn't be confirmed. Other users could use a thief's skill like penetration or a scroll to check the opponent's information. Alan might be using a skill like Shambhala's camouflage to hide his information window. The Red Man might also be hiding his information window. When I first met the Red Man, I couldn't confirm his information, so I thought there was at least a 100 level difference between us. Hyunwoo couldn't imagine that Alan or the Dark Elf was more than 100 levels higher than him. All three of them must be using a skill or an undisclosed item to conceal their information. Hyunwoo guessed that the undisclosed item might be a black code item. Alan and the Dark Elf are hiding their true identities for a reason. They knew they were doing something dangerous, so they hid their identities. Despite that, Alan still intentionally lifted his helmet in front of Hyunwoo. Alan's skills and abilities were different, so Hyunwoo wouldn't have known it was him if he hadn't revealed his face. It was all to get revenge on Hyunwoo. You fool. That is your mistake. It was unnecessary to say again, but Global Exos was doing everything possible to solve this situation carefully. It had to be carefully handled to avoid a huge loss. He had a clue on how to handle Alan from that. Alan was still a Global Exos candidate. They could figure out Alan's details with just the press of one button. What will happen to Alan now? I can't say. It is unclear where he is a key conspirator or is simply assisting others. But if he is a principal offender, then he can't be let off easily. He will be punished. What kind of punishment? Hyunwoo asked in a sly voice. Ho Myung-hwan scratched his head and replied. Let's see. I don't know the details either. As I said before, if the user obtained the item in a normal way in the game, then it will be difficult to impose legal sanctions on them. But when considering the damages received this time, headquarters can't just leave it alone. If he is at least a co-conspirator, then it will be severe enough to seize his accounts. I see. Hyunwoo replied calmly, but inwardly he was singing with delight. It was the reason Hyunwoo had disconnected while in the underground base and contacted Global Exos. Hyunwoo had no interest in the legal consequences. The important thing was that Global Exos knew that Alan was complicit in this incident. Once again, Global Exos could settle it within 1 minute. But they couldn't because they didn't have the required information. Now they had the information about Alan. Naturally, Global Exos could determine all the details about Alan. They could isolate him in solitary confinement and interrogate him or other methods. No matter what they do, Alan won't be able to play the game. That was Hyunwoo's aim. If Alan couldn't play anymore, then he would disappear from the game. And Alan was controlling the demonic monsters in Pabian Canyon. They would go away and ordinary monsters would appear in the canyon again. Even if they only had 120 people, the elite troops could kill those monsters. In other words, it was a strategy to capture Alan in real life. And the operation was a great success. Global Exos would quickly carry out an operation to capture Alan. What happened to Alan after that was no concern to Hyunwoo. However, Hyunwoo made a regretful expression and said, Alan is a user that I am acquaintances with. I don't know what kind of situation he is in, but I feel slightly uncomfortable at the thought of having Alan's account seized. Don't say that. Ho Myung-hwan said. You know this already, but hundreds of thousands of users are suffering from this incident. Global Exos used the excuse of an event, but there are still a few users accusing us. It isn't a simple problem anymore. I still don't feel entirely comfortable. Can you contact me after you decide what action you will take against Alan? Of course, I'll contact you right away. Then I'll go now. Hyunwoo finished and returned home. He brought his telephone in front of the unit and waited for someone to contact him. He wanted to receive the notification that Alan was caught and then connect to the game immediately. Judging by Ho Myung-hwan's words, he should be taking action against Alan quite carefully. Global Exos was suffering an enormous loss from this event. Even if they were legally faultless, a big business like Global Exos wouldn't receive that kind of damage easily. As a big business, Global Exos would definitely do something to punish Alan. Global Exos was unaware of any other users except Alan thanks to Hyunwoo's information. His actions in New World was like terrorism. If Alan was the primary offender who brought suffering to millions of people in New World, then he would be punished in reality. The probability was really high when looking at the present situation. Although it is a little intense. If he is the principal offender, then he will be caught. And there is no way for him to appear in front of me anymore. Ho, Alan. I'm sorry, but the fight between us can't be concluded. Because I'll never see you in New World anymore. Hyunwoo laughed inside the dark room as he imagined it. However, after 1 hour, 2 hours, he felt something was strange when 5 hours passed. What the? Didn't Global Exos lose hundreds of millions of won from this situation? They should move immediately after receiving a clue. But why haven't they contacted me yet? He started to feel more and more anxious. Diririri. Hyunwoo finally heard the phone ringing and he picked up the receiver. It is Ho Myung-hwan. I've been waiting for your call. What happened? Well. He could easily hear Ho Myung-hwan sigh over the phone. His misgivings was starting to turn into a reality. What's wrong? Actually, I handed over the information to the security department the moment Arknim left. The security department immediately found Alan's registered address and visited him. However, Alan wasn't home. He's not playing the game at home? I heard that Alan had already departed overseas 1 month ago. Oh, overseas? Then Alan in the game. It seems that he is accessing it from overseas. Hyunwoo made a stupid expression at Ho Myung-won's answer. It had been 10 days since Alan attacked and the White Tiger clan took refuge in the underground base. Alan had been playing the game from 10 days ago. In other words, Alan didn't go overseas for sightseeing. Moreover, this event started a fortnight ago. Yet he already left for overseas a month ago. Didn't that mean he had expected this? It is clear that Alan isn't a simple participant. Ho Myung-won had the same thought as Hyunwoo. If Alan left that early, then he had clearly been a part of the planning stage. But why? Hyunwoo couldn't understand Alan's intentions. Hyunwoo was certain that Alan was one of the primary offenders in this incident. It was a state he couldn't recover from. Yet, Alan is a smart guy. He should know how serious this incident is. No, he must know, which is why he escaped overseas to play the game. It means he would have no troubles playing the game. But what will happen after that? Hyunwoo couldn't understand. This situation wasn't a simple joke. Global Exos had already received tens of billions of won worth of losses. It was possible they could sue Alan and there would be a huge scandal. Alan had planned this a month ago, so it was impossible for him not to predict the reactions. Yet he still escaped abroad to play the game. Therefore he could continue playing even if his identity was recovered. Isn't it a problem if his identity was noticed in the game? Wouldn't it make the issue larger? What on earth? What is he thinking? Is he trying to strike against Global Exos? Hyunwoo thought Alan was involved because he wanted to get revenge on Hyunwoo. But he couldn't think the situation was that simple anymore. Of course, he might have started with that intention. But did he really have to cause such a large incident to get revenge on Hyunwoo? Even a bullet in the head is more likely. If his purpose was mere revenge, then Alan would have approached Hyunwoo earlier. But Alan didn't move. He only coincidentally encountered Hyunwoo when he was going to capture Shangri-La. Alan has a purpose other than revenge. He is involved in a big problem that has something to do with New World. This incident might not be as simple as I thought. What is Alan trying to do that is worth the cost? The more Hyunwoo contemplated it, the more complicated his thoughts became. In the end, Hyunwoo shook his head and asked, "What now?" Anyway, Alan escaping overseas means that he is one of the ringleaders of this incident. He is clearly trying to endanger and cause confusion in New World. We have no jurisdiction overseas, but we will continue chasing Alan. Then there is no way to stop Alan at the moment. Hyunwoo muttered in a disappointed voice. That's right. Ho Myung-won thought for a moment before speaking again. We are utilizing all possible methods to catch him. He didn't show it, but Ho Myung-won was also deeply concerned. The current situation was many more times complicated than Ho Myung-won had told Hyunwoo. Ho Myung-won used the term visit, but it was more like a raid on Alan's home by the security department. Global Exos thought that this event was because someone was trying to get their hands on the master code. And the master code had the destructive power to take down New World and Global Exos. The company was at stake, so how could they knock and visit politely? But Alan had already escaped overseas. Therefore Global Exos was at a complete loss. It is certain that Alan is aiming for the master code. He probably thinks that if he gets the master code, then he can negotiate his way out of this situation. It was natural to think like that. They had to stop Alan no matter what, even if they had to hire assassins. They concentrated all their power on finding Alan's location, but it wasn't that easy. Therefore Global Exos became increasingly restless. If only we could connect to the main system. If it was a normal online game, then it would be simple to determine where the users are connecting from. Of course it was illegal to check the personal information, but the company was willing to break the law in such a situation. However, currently Global Exos couldn't use such an easy method. The game designer Park Woo-som had put locks all over the main system. The only way to crack it was with the master code. And the master code was guarded by high walls. Is there a way to find Alan's location? The security department thought frantically. Do you know where Alan went? Someone in the planning department asked. I just know that he left for Hong Kong. Hong Kong. Is there a more accurate position? Not at the moment. Then it won't be easy. What do you mean? Please wait a moment. Ah, here it is. Kim Gwante typed on the keyboard for a while before pointing to the monitor. There have been 30,000 New World units sold in Hong Kong. When considering Alan's personality and removing the game arcades, that is 20,000 units. You want us to go around and check every house where we sold the 20,000 units? No. Kim Gwante smiled and shook his head. Currently we can't access the main system because of Park Woo-sun's locks. However, the middle circuit connecting to the system is unaffected. Middle circuit? Yes, think of it simply as a telephone and a telephone wire. Kim Gwante indicated the telephone in the corner of the planning department and explained. Let's pretend that New World's main system is a telephone. That telephone is placed inside an iron case and we have no way to access it. But if we hack the phone wire, then we can get the information. That is possible? It's hard to explain the technical parts, but it is possible. Of course, New World isn't a telephone, so it won't be easy hacking the connected circuits. It would be impossible to find Alan if he was playing in Korea. But Hong Kong only has 20,000 personal units. Including the game rooms, it is 30,000. If I search the connections related to Hong Kong, then it might be possible to find Alan. Kim Gwante looked at the monitor and smiled. When playing an online game like New World, all the information moves through the circuits connecting to the main system. It means that once I find the Alan's connection, I can use the circuit to keep track of what Alan is doing and anyone he makes contact with in the game. In other words, we can grasp everything related to this incident. Tell me what you need. Ha Myung-woo said. Kim Gwante tapped the monitor and said. 100 competent hackers and a 100 terabytes computer. Begin immediately. From then on, the planning department started to attack Hong Kong's connection server. Ho Myung-hwan had been so busy considering these preparations that he had contacted Hyun-woo late. But there were two reasons why Ho Myung-hwan couldn't explain this to Hyun-woo. The first reason was that Hong Kong servers belonged to Global Exos, but hacking was still illegal. The second reason was he would have to explain that they lost control of New World's main system to explain the hacking. We are doing our best, so ArcNim should also continue watching carefully. I understand. Please contact me if you make any progress. Hyun-woo sighed and hung up. Anyway, Global Exos was busy with their own preparations after hearing Hyun-woo's information. But that didn't solve Hyun-woo's problem. Whether this problem was resolved or not didn't matter to Hyun-woo. Hyun-woo had only told Global Exos about Alan because he wanted to stop Alan from playing the game for a few days. But wasn't it all in vain? What now? Hyun-woo couldn't take one step out of the underground base. And the remaining time left was only 1 day. I can complete the Witness the Legend and Shangri-La quests at any time, but the blow up the Black Obelisk Forest only had 1 day left. If he didn't succeed in 1 day, then the Bristania expedition would reach Silran at first. Haverstein would be replaced and Hyun-woo would lose the exclusive trade contract. It is difficult to exit the canyon thanks to Alan. The group will be completely wiped out by Alan and the monsters. Damn. It is more like I'm trapped in the underground base than hiding there. Hyun-woo grabbed his head and sighed. Wait? Trapped? I'm stuck there? Then. That's right, there is a way. He suddenly came up with an idea. There is no time left. I have no choice but to try it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 21, Chapter 7. ACT-7 Canyon Escape Operation. The climate of the Pabian Canyon was similar to that of the Albana Mountains. There were points where the wind would cause a snowstorm while intermittent earthquakes would occur and cause chunks of falling ice. It really is horrible. The environment here was never comfortable, but it never reached this degree before. It's been like this since the darkness covered the Cineas Principality. Apart from the unidentified monsters, the climate also seems to be affected by the darkness. Why did this thing happen? The Nuren village mayor looked at the black sky as he blew out a white breath. He suddenly had his village taken away from him, so it was appealing to an old man to complain. There was a possibility that Ark could lose everything as well, so he could understand the feeling of the village mayor. I'm going crazy because of these effects. Rackard's voice shook Ark's eardrum. Ark looked at the black sky with astonishment and shouted. What the? Why did you suddenly shout into my ears? Damn, I'll rather have my eardrums torn. I have no senses left. Hayek, Yua, I'm freezing. Oh, why do I have to suffer like this? Rackard complained in a trembling voice. Rackard's complaints weren't for nothing. The current temperature was so cold it felt like they were being cut with a knife every time the wind blew. Rackard was flying dozens of meters in the air and being battered by the snowstorm. Despite equipping the scarf and gloves Somi made, it still wasn't enough to protect him from the cold. It's not just Rackard. Ark sent a look to the special forces marching. Then he tightened his collar as the icy wind hit him. Due to the cold, your body temperature has fallen by 10%. If your body temperature falls below 50%, then various stats will rapidly decrease. It was the cold penalty that applied once the temperature fell below a certain level. The White Tiger clan and the Nuren residents weren't greatly affected, but the special forces had their body temperature gradually fall. Ark had already prepared the appropriate protective equipment to pass through the Albana Mountains. The purified water tablets were barely maintaining their body temperature. There is a limit to how much they can endure with the winter equipment and purified water. There was a reason Ark exited the base despite such bad weather. It had been 2 days since they crossed the Albana Mountains, encountered Alan, and hid in the underground base. The Blow Up the Black Obelisk Forest quest had a time limit of 3 days. In other words, there was less than 1 day left. If Ark didn't destroy the Black Obelisk Forest within the time limit, then it was over for him. I no longer have any choice. If this strategy fails, then everything is finished. Alan can't notice. Ark felt frustrated as he thought of his plan. Ah! Master, I found it. Where? At the end of the road at your 3 o'clock. Are any monsters around? Not much. Around 150 or so? That is enough to handle within 10 minutes. You said the passage on the right side? Yes, there are no monsters until you reach your destination. By the way, Master, I'm so cold. Understood. Keep an eye on the situation and contact me immediately if something occurs. Ark thought about Rackard's words and looked at his group. It included Ark, Shambhala, Lariat, the 120 Special Forces and the 60 White Tiger clan and Nuren residents. And the self-proclaimed genius inventor Wormer. They were the NPCs and users following Arkansas. Residents and Special Forces will fall back while the White Tiger clan will lead the way. Ark organized the formation and headed towards the path that Rackard indicated. Thanks to Rackard's instructions, they were able to navigate the complicated canyon within a short time and appeared at an empty lot the size of a football field. A stone pillar was lodged in the center of the empty lot. It was a black stone pillar with a black aura around it. It was the Black Obelisk which caused chaos on the continent. It was unnecessary to say, but the power of the curse depending on the size of the obelisk. A larger obelisk meant that larger and more powerful monsters would appear. But the obelisk that Rackard found was only 5 meters at most. Usually an obelisk would be dozens of meters, so this one was quite small. Therefore the monsters gathered around the obelisk weren't that strong. The 150 Talons were only level 250-270 at most. Ark surveyed them using Eyes of the Cat. We have to wipe them out quickly and retreat. The Special Forces and White Tiger clan nodded and pulled out their weapons. Presently a huge number of monsters were scattered around the Pabian Canyon. The Talon were at least 100 levels lower than the Special Forces, but their numbers was inferior. And there was also Alan. If they were caught by Alan, then Ark's group would be wiped out. Lariat Nim, 3-piece offensive buff set please. The Great Warrior's Soul, Hero Spirit, Warrior's Concentration, Storm Breathing, But. Hero Spirit increased health by 10%. Warrior's Concentration increased the probability of a critical hit by 20%. Meanwhile, Storm Breathing increased the attack speed of the weapons by 10%. Lariat's buffs spread among the troops and the abilities of the soldiers quickly ascended. The Special Forces then ran up to the Talon wandering around the obelisk and attacked. Cacao, Maramudo. We should finish this quickly, but the troops can't take more damage. First form a defense formation to stop their attacks. Ark gave the order to the warriors in the front. The warriors created a barrier with their shields while a white shadow passed over their heads. The shadow that flew over the warriors was the White Tiger clan. Grrrrrrrr, Kwang. The White Tiger clan completely changed from what he saw inside the underground base. Although they resembled a tiger, the White Tiger clan covered in fur looked quite cute. However, their atmosphere changed 180 degrees after meeting the enemy. Their thick fangs protruded between the lips and they looked like beasts placed in front of their prey. And their sharp claws increased by 10 centimeters. They were the type to transform after encountering a monster. Kwang. The White Tiger clan quickly narrowed the distance and collided with the Talon. The combat power of the White Tiger clan exceeded Ark's imagination. The Talon that were head-butted by the White Tiger clan went flying like a bowling pin. Their claws and fangs easily tore through the monsters that had fallen to the ground. This is? Ark felt his jaw drop as he stared at the White Tigers fighting. In fact, Ark had expected that the White Tigers would be quite strong. He knew that the Meow, Merepeople, Raccoon Clan and the Wolrang were stronger than normal monsters with the same level. But actually seeing them fight was beyond imagination. This degree of damage is equivalent to a level 400 user. And their movements are faster than the Meow and Wolrang. No wonder why Hero Mabon asked them to protect the Prophet Clan. It was natural that the White Tiger Clan would be strong among the Beast Clans. The tiger was king of the cats, so of course they would be stronger than a normal cat and a wolf. Anyway, the White Tiger Clan were stronger than he though, so he didn't need to be careful with his troops. Ark drew his sword and shouted as he ran towards the Talon. Okay. These guys have scattered. Attack and exterminate them. Wayawa. Follow behind the White Tiger Clan. The soldiers cried out and ran forward. Above all, warriors were required to have strong power. Until now they had just been trembling in the cold and hiding from monsters, so their morale had fallen. But now their fighting power rose after seeing the White Tiger Clan. Go. Heroic strike. Arrow which pierces through the enemy, piercing arrow, dot. Flame, swallow the enemies. Firestorm. Qua 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 qua, qua 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 qua. Swords, arrows and magic washed over the Talons like a tidal wave. There were deafening sounds and flashes and the health of the Talon quickly fell. Meanwhile Ark used Dark Dance and approached the black obelisk in the center of the vacant lot. Then he took out a piece of iron the size of a soccer ball. It was the Starlight Bomb associated with the Blow Up the Black Obelisk Forest quest. It will take 20-30 minutes to destroy the Black Obelisk even if we wipe out all the Talons. An information window instantly appeared as Ark neared the obelisk. Black Obelisk, Special. A magic structure created by the Dark Curse magic. When it is driven into the ground, the magic of the powerful curse will automatically be invoked and it will call ancient demons into this world. Even if the obelisk is destroyed, as long as the land is still contaminated, then there is no way to get rid of the obelisk completely and it will eventually be restored. The Black Obelisk will invalidate all magic and sword attacks by 90%. Durability, 2000. Once again, the durability of the obelisk was no joke. Even if hundreds of people attacked it, the power of the curse invalidated most sword and magic, so it would take at least 20-30 minutes to destroy. If it took 10 minutes to kill the Talons, then the total time required was 30-40 minutes. Alan was watching the canyon, so he couldn't stay in one spot for 30-40 minutes. But if install the Starlight Bomb in advance, then we can kill the Talons while it is charging. The Starlight Bomb was the expedition's secret weapon which could deal 5,000 damage to the Black Obelisks. It took 10 minutes to explode. Killing the Talons would also take 10 minutes. So Ark came up with the Starlight Bomb operation where he would install the Starlight Bomb at the commencement of the battle. There is 9 minutes and 59 seconds remaining until an explosion. That message popped up with Ark installed the Starlight Bomb. The Talons instinctively sensed the crisis and gathered around Arkansas. Heh, you really think I can't defeat you? Flash. Ark snorted and flashed through the Talons. When he moved in a zigzag pattern like a lightning bolt, the Talons that were pierced instantly lost health. And that was just the beginning. I can finally get a small taste of fighting. Torrential Sword Cyclone. Shambhala immediately plunged in after Ark used Flash. Hundreds of daggers swirled like a cyclone around Shambhala. The concentrated attacks on the Talons dyed the snow blood red. After Ark and Shambhala's attacks, the number of Talons was noticeably reduced. With the White Tiger Clan running wild and Lariat using her buffs, it was a one-sided battle as the Talons were stepped on. But the special forces didn't kill them. Don't touch the Talons when they have less than 3% health. Demonic Seal. Demonic Seal. Demonic Seal. Ark jumped around all over the place and used Demonic Seal to clear up the situation. Ark was currently almost out of Cursed Japtum. If he could have used demonic manifestations against Alan, then the situation would have turned out a bit better. When considering the future, the replenishment of the Cursed Japtum was indispensable. So Ark had everyone give them the Japtum they had before leaving the underground base. Demonic Seal was successful. Thanks to the Demonic Seal, the attribute of the item has changed. After 10 minutes, the last Talon was finally sucked into an item. Any casualties? 3 warriors died. Remind them to pay attention to their health. Ark said as he frowned. He only had 120 special forces remaining. Every soldier was important in order to escape the canyon and destroy the Black Obelisk Forest. But in this situation, casualties had appeared. When Ark had started this mission, the ratio of the troops was meticulously selected, but quite a few priests had died in the Albana Mountains. So there were presently only 15 priests remaining. It was impossible for them to heal all of the 120 special forces. It can't be helped. We don't know what is going to happen. Tell them to concentrate on their health and mana recovery. I understand. Qua 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 quang, qua 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 quang. It was when one of the soldiers replied. A huge flash occurred in the center of the vacant land. The starlight bomb Ark planted had exploded. When the starlight bomb exploded, light started to wind around the black obelisk. Thick cracks spread on the surface of the black obelisk and it collapsed like broken glass. The fragments changed into small particles like sand. Oh! Fuel, it is fuel. Wormer's huge frame ran over. Wormer looked at the pile of black sand with shining eyes and pulled out a machine from his bag. He opened a magic stone that looked like a diamond at the bottom of the machine and poured in the black sand. Chelkong, 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 Torororu. The machine started to emit smoke like a kettle. The kettle was a machine Wormer created to use the power of the black obelisk to charge the magic energy. But this machine wasn't exclusively for the black obelisk. The original use was to dissolve magic items to obtain the magic energy which would be changed to MG. In other words, it was intended to be operated with equipment. But the problem was that the item would be destroyed if used in that way. In addition, one magic item would only give 510 mg. A Wormer's invention required 5,000 milligrams, so it would take 501,000 magic items to charge it. What is this impractical invention? Ark murmured with outrage after he saw the results. Then Wormer retorted. Are you making fun of my invention? Do you think it is easy to extract the magic energy and equipment which destroying it? When the power is extracted, it is subjected to the law of entropy. That's it. Stop. Ark shouted as thoughts swirled in his head. He was to blame for trusting the dwarf. What kind of invention requires at least 500 magic equipment to move? Ark thought with amazement after calculating it in his head. He didn't know what to expect for Wormer's inventions. But no matter how wonderful the invention, Ark had no intention of wasting 500 magic equipment. No, his heart had no intention of sacrificing it. Wouldn't all the special forces have to be stripped of their equipment? None of them would be willing to give up equipment for a quest. Ark was the same. He couldn't even think about giving up magic items when he was already on the verge of bankruptcy. Of course, compared to the cost of failing this quest, then giving up equipment would be cheaper. But what if they didn't succeed even after giving up the equipment? Wait? Magic items? Then perhaps. That's when Ark recalled what he heard the court magician said not long ago. Didn't the court magician say the obelisk was powered by curse magic? And curse magic is still magic energy. Couldn't Wormer invent a machine that extracts energy from that? A formula appeared in Ark's mind in that moment. Magic of the black obelisk equals fuel was the formula. Ark spoke to Wormer after coming up with the idea. Then Wormer's eyes glittered and nodded. Ah, that's right, the black obelisks use magic to summon the monsters. Then it is possible to absorb the magic from the obelisk. Wormer started frantically muttering to himself and making something. It was the kettle that Wormer was holding now. So Ark risked danger and entered the canyon. I need to somehow gather MG. If MG couldn't be extracted from the black obelisk, then everything was finished. After the smoke appeared, there was a beeping sound and the message window appeared. The magic converter's job has been completed. You have succeeded in extracting the magi from the remains of the black obelisk and converting it to MG. The MG extracted will be stored in the magic battery. Currently magic energy stored in the battery, 200 milligrams. It is a success. As expected. I'm a genius. Wormer jumped with excitement and bragged after he checked the message window. Ark sighed with relief, but his expression didn't look that bright. I'm glad, but we haven't gathered as much as I thought. Ark looked around and sighed again. There were quite a number of black obelisks lodged in the canyon. If he wandered around and broke the black obelisk, then it would be somehow possible to collect the necessary amount of MG. These 5 meters obelisk gave 200 milligrams, so larger obelisks means it should be gathered faster. But including the white tigers and excluding the residents, Ark only had 130 people that could fight. A large obelisk would have a huge number of monsters. It will take one day if I only capture small obelisks. As expected, the problem was Alan. Alan had yet to track down Ark's whereabouts in the canyon. In fact, there was a reason why Ark would wander around the canyon somewhat freely. Alan judged that Ark was hiding somewhere in the canyon, so he moved many monsters to block the 5 exits. So there were fewer monsters inside the canyon and it was possible to go after small obelisks. But Alan still had a troop of monsters and was going around the canyon. The amount of obelisks he could destroy before being found by Alan was limited. Ark's group would be wiped out the moment Alan found him. Fortunately, Alan wasn't visible after leaving the underground base. Ark sighed and mumbled. "Master, I've discovered another black obelisk," Rackard said through the wireless communication. "Despite what could happen, there is no other way. I have to try it. I have to fill the MG before Alan strikes. Let's go. Thieves and magicians should erase traces of any fighting." Ark then moved through the canyon to find another black obelisk. "I've found him." Ark smiled and murmured in the darkness. "That fool, he's been caught." Two video screens floated in front of Alan. One screen showed the dark elf Timosai and the monsters gathered in front of him. And the other one showed approximately 200 people marching through the canyon. That's right. The people visible on the other screen were Ark, the Special Forces, the White Tiger Clan and the Nuren residents. Alan could see them despite being far away thanks to the Vampire's Eye. The Vampire's Eye was the special ability of vampires which allowed them to freely control their eyeballs. They are definitely somewhere in the canyon. Alan was convinced that Ark was hiding somewhere in the canyon. But he couldn't find any traces of Ark despite sweeping through the canyon for a day. So Alan had devised a plan. If I come out directly, then I won't be able to find him. So Alan discontinued the canyon search and hid himself. He also dispersed the monsters inside the canyon. If Ark was hiding somewhere here, then he would definitely be watching for an opportunity to escape. If Alan wasn't visible, then Ark would try to escape. Not long after Alan hid himself, Ark was spotted on using the Vampire's Eye. I don't know why he is destroying the black obelisk instead of escaping, but it is over now that he has appeared. He showed up? Then we should quickly go beat him up. Timosai fussed next to him. However, Alan just shook his head with a relaxed attitude and replied. "There's no need to worry. There is nowhere for that guy to run away, not." Alan raised his body and laughed. "Now, shall I start the hunt?" Flame shot from Alan's hand towards the sky. "Master, look there." Ark raised his head after hearing Rackard's voice. "Suuog, peep-pepping." At the same time, an intense light from a flare lit up the darkness. It wasn't just one. Several more flares continuously followed the first one. Ark felt his heart drop at the sight. Alan! There was no way that the monsters were smart enough to shoot flares. Such methods could only be used by players and NPCs. If flares were launched, then the only possible cause was Alan. Ark understood the current situation intuitively. I thought it was strange that Alan and his monster troop suddenly disappeared from the canyon. As expected, Alan hid himself in order to lure me out. Ark had expected something like this. But there was less than 24 hours left for his mission. No, the Schuttenberg expedition still had to wipe out the monsters and capture the fortress after Ark blew up the Black Obelisk forest. Ark didn't have a lot of choices. If I hide in the underground base, then the situation will still be the same. Alan was firmly watching the canyon, so there was no chance for Ark to escape back into the underground base. He only had a few hours left before the mission was 100% failed. But it was impossible to escape like this. Damn it, what is another method? Ark bit his lip and started thinking. Master, the monsters are coming. 3 o'clock, 4, 6, 9, 11 o'clock. They'd blocked everything up tight. Rackard shouted urgently as he looked around the surroundings. The exits were sealed and the monsters were surrounding Ark's group. It meant Alan clearly knew Ark's location. Ark thought for a while before asking urgently. Is the entrance to the underground base clear? There is, the monsters haven't reached the corner yet. Do I have no other choice? Ark sighed and shook his head. Fortunately, it was possible to return to the underground base, but if they return now, then the mission would fail. But Ark didn't have many options now. If they were surrounded by monsters, then they would die. Even if he gave up on the mission, if he survived, then couldn't he still complete the Witness the Legend and Shangri-La quest? There has to be a strategy where we can survive. Everybody returned to the underground base. Rackard, keep on reporting the movement of the monsters. In the end, Ark chose to survive. Okay, monsters are closing in from the 3 o'clock and 4 o'clock direction. This way. Ark listened to Rackard's real-time traffic information and ran across the canyon. After a short time, Ark's group was luckily able to reach the dead-end entrance of the underground base without conflicting with any monsters. Hurry! If those guys find the location of the underground base, then we won't be able to hide from them. You understood. Wait a minute. Wormer took out the device that would open the entrance. That's far enough. You rat bastard. A cold voice was suddenly heard from behind him. Cold sweat flowed down Ark's temple as he turned around. Alan. What on earth? Behind Ark was Alan, Timosai, and 500 monsters blocking the exit. That's right. Alan realized that there was only one place where Ark could run away. The place Ark had disappeared before. Alan still didn't know about the underground base, but he realized that Ark would run to this corner while the monsters moved and narrowed the siege. Alan had waited in this area for Arkansas. There is no way you can kill all the monsters and run away. Alan muttered as he looked at Ark with sharp eyes. Ark felt his last hope disappear. Now he could no longer hide in the underground base. If he hid in the underground base, then Alan would know the location. Alan would do everything possible to capture the entrance to the underground base. Ark and his group would be trapped in the underground base and they wouldn't be able to move a muscle as the entrance was destroyed. His neck had been perfectly caught by Alan. However, I've won this game. Aaron muttered with an arrogant look. You think you've won this game? You never thought that I lured you into a trap? Ark asked in a sly voice. What? It's true. You're the one who fell into the trap. Ark smiled and shouted. Demonic distortion. 40 offerings. Cholkeek, tongue, 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 tongue. At the same time, Ark's bag automatically opened and various equipment started quickly flying into the sky. Gloves, sword, spear, armor, it was dozens of cursed black Japtum. The Japtum which flew from the bag formed a pentagon between the special forces and the monsters. It was a pentagon made of cursed Japtum. Alan belatedly realized that something was wrong and exclaimed. This bastard, what are you planning? Charge. Step on all of them. It's too late. You've already fallen into the trap. Ark said with a smirk. At that moment, the cursed pentagon floating in the air exploded simultaneously. The huge explosion caused the whole space to warp. At the same time, a message window appeared in front of Arkansas. You have used demonic distortion. The released demonic energy from the equipment will distort the space, changing the location of allies and enemies. Please designate an enemy target when changing locations. The user and monster 100 meters ahead and within a 200 meters area. Activate. Ark indicated Alan, Timosai, and the 500 monsters while shouting. The space warped by the explosion started to rotate at a quick speed. The energy instantly turned into a giant vortex. It spun fiercely and swallowed up the monsters and special forces. Wayawa. What? Why is Leader's skill attacking us as well? The special forces couldn't understand what was going on and burst out. However, they couldn't move even one finger once they entered the vortex. They could only endure the sensation of the vortex rotated at a quick speed. After rotating hundreds of times within a few seconds, the confused special forces emerged on the snowfield. Ack! What the? Where are we? What on earth is going on? Our health doesn't seem to have decreased? Here, isn't this where we were before? The soldiers murmured with an absurd expression. Dozens of cursed Japtum had exploded. They thought it was an emergency and checked their health after exiting the vortex, but there were no changes. Their health and mana was the same. After exiting the vortex, they were just standing 300-400 meters away from their previous location. But the problem was the place they moved to. How did they get there? The special forces looked at Alan and the monsters with amazed eyes. The special forces had been gathered in a dead-end corner of the canyon. And Alan and the monsters had blocked the passage. But suddenly a vortex appeared and the positions of the two parties had changed. Alan and the monsters were at the cliff while the special forces were at the exit. The special forces were at the location where the monsters were and vice versa. That's right. This was the effect of demonic distortion. It was a skill of Eternal Soul which exploded the sealed equipment and reversed the spaces on either side. Ark smiled after changing his position with demonic distortion and said to Alan. Didn't I tell you? You're the ones who fell into the trap. Do you think the situation has changed just because we've swapped locations? You fool, even if you somehow escape here, the monsters have blocked all the passages in the canyon. You'll never get away. Alan's words were true. Ark had sacrificed 40 items and all it did was swap their locations. The monsters might have panicked and felt anxious, but that was all. Neither their health nor combat abilities were decreased. If a battle against the monster begun, then the special forces would be killed. Of course, Ark could now escape from the dead end by changing locations. However, Alan and the monsters were only 300-400 meters away from him. The distance wasn't enough to avoid their attacks. But Ark still had an unconcerned expression. Do you think I would waste 40 equipment for a skill that changed nothing? That's right. No matter how much he was pushed in a corner, Ark wouldn't lightly waste 40 equipment. The reason Ark used demonic distortion in this situation. Wormer. Damn, I worked so hard to make that underground base. Ark glared at him and Wormer sighed. He looked at Ark and the monsters with an irritated expression and pushed a button on the remote control. Kyoldong, dot. It was at that moment. The space underneath Alan and the monsters suddenly vibrated and a mechanical sound could be heard. In the next moment, the ground flipped and Alan and the monsters were swallowed up. What the? Hoo, cool your heads in there for a while. Ark laughed and waved his hand towards Alan, who disappeared into the darkness. That's right. This was the plan Ark came up with to tie up Alan's feet. Currently Ark had 3 quests to completing that required Alan to not interfere. The odds weren't in his favor if Alan and his group of monsters showed up. So Ark had come up with a way to trap Alan. I knew your scheme from the beginning. He knew that Alan had hid himself in order to lure Arkansas. But I need him to think that I've been completely trapped. You idiot, you were the target. That's right. Ark had to time it perfectly in order to catch Alan. The reason Ark came up of the base despite knowing about the trap wasn't to collect MG. It was in order to gain the necessary Japtum to use demonic distortion. And then lead Alan here. Ark had always planned to switch locations and trap them in the underground base. As it could be seen, the plan was a great success. Wormer, are you sure the equipment inside is broken? I'm sure. Wormer looked at the underground base with a regretful expression. Before leaving the base, Ark had naturally destroyed all the equipment that could open the entrance from inside. The only thing that could open the entrance was the remote control that Wormer held. The entrance is quite durable, so it should take at least an hour to destroy even with 500 monsters attacking it. That is plenty of time to escape from the canyon. Come on, let's hurry. It is time to escape from the canyon. Ark turned around and ordered Rackard. Rackard, search for the shortest route to escape from the canyon. Looking, complete. If you turn to the 5 o'clock direction and take the right side, then you can escape from the canyon. But there are 600 monsters in the middle part. Okay. Let's go there. Ark instantly ran across that canyon after hearing Rackard's explanation. After moving for 10 minutes, hundreds of monsters appeared in front of them. It was 600 level 350 monsters. There were 200 people, but only 130 of them had combat abilities, so it would be quite tough to defeat all the monsters. However, demonic distortion. The target location is in front of those monsters. Kwang, wirariri. Ark used demonic distortion as he ran. The 40 Japtum exploded again and changed the location of the monsters and the special forces. The monsters hesitated as it was the first time they experienced the vortex. However, the special forces were already used to demonic distortion and ran straight for the exit. Once a certain distance was exceeded, the monsters couldn't determine their location anymore thanks to the complicated gorge. Without Alan grasping their location and giving the orders, the demonic monsters were just like ordinary monsters and lost Ark's position. Just as they cleared the obstacles and almost escaped the canyon, Shambhala suddenly thought of something and said, "Wait. Will we be able to collect the necessary MG if we leave the canyon? Are you stupid?" Ark looked at Shambhala with disgusted eyes. Hey, do you remember why we came here in the first place? Why we came? That. Shambhala was about to answer when he stopped and closed his mouth. They had almost escaped Pabian Canyon, so a huge number of black obelisks caught his eye. That's right. The black obelisks were the reason Ark and the special forces had come to this place. The black obelisk forest was 1 kilometer away from Pabian Fortress. We can charge the MG even without the canyon, but... Ark laughed as he looked at the black obelisk forest. There were 50 obelisks in the black obelisk forest. Their size also exceeded 10 meters. If he used the Starlight Bomb, then he could easily charge between 5,000-10,000 MG. Just like when I investigated earlier, there are no monsters in the black obelisk forest. All the monsters had moved to Pabian Fortress. Pabian Fortress was completely sealed, so no one would have expected that the obelisks would be attacked. Besides, the monsters were just running back and forth now that Alan had disappeared. Now there was no longer anything blocking Ark and the special forces. I can destroy the black obelisk forest, collect the needed MG and allow the expedition to capture Pabian Fortress. Now let's exit the canyon and install the starlight bomb. Ark shouted and was about to leave the canyon when he heard a sound. Kerwar-warwa. Something shrieked from the sky and a huge shadow fell and blocked the exit. The huge presence shrieking and blocking the exit was... What is going on? Dragon? A skeletal dragon? The special forces stared with surprise. The huge body blocking the exit was a skeletal dragon. Ark also panicked at the sight of the unexpected monster. Fortunately, I arrived in time. Then someone's voice was heard from the dragon's neck. Ark flinched at the face he saw. Damn, it is like running into a goby after escaping a grey mullet. It is Andal this time? That's right. The person who was riding on the dragon's neck was Andal. He had thought it was strange that Andal wasn't with Alan. Sure enough? Of course he showed up. And it had to be in a desperate situation like this. Goby? You can confirm whether I am a goby or not. Andal snorted and murmured. A red warning message floated in front of Ark at the same time. The elite boss monster, Bone Dragon Chromatin, has appeared. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 21 Chapter 8. Act 8 Death Lord. Perhaps. After confirming that it was Andal, Ark hurriedly looked around at his surroundings. He confirmed that there were no other monsters except for the dragon. Then Andal isn't capable of controlling the monsters like Alan. Ark had thought it was the worst situation because he met Andal. The reason Ark trapped Alan underground was because he could order the monsters around. If other users appeared who could control monsters, then it would be a huge problem. Obviously Andal is also involved in this event, but fortunately he doesn't have the same power as Alan. If he had authority, then a serious problem would occur. This means that Andal can only control the dragon. Alan had probably urgently contacted him after being confined in the underground base. But the situation wasn't good no matter how he thought about it. I can't use demonic distortion in this situation. The reason Ark was able to use demonic distortion to outrun the monsters in the canyon was because Alan wasn't there. If Alan knew Ark's movements and controlled the monsters, then there was no possibility of escaping even with demonic distortion. But Alan was trapped in the underground base and now this guy appeared with a monster. There is no point using demonic distortion on this dragon. Andal can just use the dragon to catch up with me. No, the destination is the Black Obelisk Forest, so there is no way I can escape Andal and the dragon. In the end, he had to get rid of Andal and the dragon in order to destroy the Black Obelisk Forest. However, Andal had appeared with a level 500 elite dragon boss. It isn't an opponent I can beat with 130 people. Furthermore, I only have 35 minutes left. Alan wouldn't be trapped forever. Wormer said the door would endure for 1 hour and they had already consumed 15 minutes exiting the canyon. And the starlight bomb took 10 minutes to explode, so he needed to deal with Andal and the Chromatin before Alan caught him. It was probably Alan's aim behind calling Andal. Damn, I have to defeat a level 500 elite boss with 130 people? Despite his worries, there was nothing he could do. I have no other choice. The residents might disturb the fight, so I'll have them sneak out of the battle area. The rest depends on power. Ark lifted his sword and was about to give an order to charge. Andal laughed, tapped the neck of Chromatin and shouted. These boring guys, go Chromatin. Oduduk, Oduduk, Odududuk. The body of Chromatin started changing. Just like when Razak reformed into the saw blade, the several thousand bones disjointed and reassembled to form what looked like a scorpion. But the problem was the bones which formed the tail of the scorpion. The bones split into hundreds of sharp pieces. What is with the huge number of bones? Ho-hoo-hoo, receive the attacks of my pet monster Chromatin. Heek, everyone prepare to defend. Ark hurriedly burst out and lifted his sword. The hundreds of bones from the Chromatin's tail simultaneously headed towards the special forces. Siu 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 sayuk, siu 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 sayuk. Kwa 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 kwang. They then exploded once they reached the special forces. After a while, the snowstorm which was stirred by the confusion stopped and Ark was shocked. The bombing of the bones had inflicted horrible damage on the special forces. The shields weren't able to stop the bones. Warriors flew dozens of meters away and ended up upside down in the snow while the archers and magicians were dripping blood. Ark had lost 15% health with one attack. Chromatin's attack dealt tremendous damage. Ag! What a ridiculous cheat skill. Ha ha, look at you now, dot. Andal laughed with an arrogant expression from Chromatin's neck after Ark stumbled. I'd like to see you act cool now. This bastard. That's right. I'll make sure you taste torment. Kurwarwarwa. Chromatin began to attack in earnest. The soldiers couldn't block the hundreds of bones attacking from different directions. If they tried to block the bones flying from the front, then some would come attacking from the side. The hundreds of bones could move freely like a living snake. Ha ha ha. How is it? Chromatin's power? Damn, the special forces can't even attack. Ark glared at Andal. But it wasn't just the special forces. Thanks to the narrow canyon, the white tigers couldn't avoid the bones as well as attack Chromatin. I have to find a way to break through. Ark turned to avoid the flying bone and looked at Shambhala. Shambhala seemed to think the same thing as well because he nodded his head silently. In this situation, they had no time to rest because they had to avoid the relentless bone attacks. The only way to inflict a counterattack was to stop the momentum of the bones. The only person who could keep up with Ark and attack Chromatin was Shambhala. I'll go first. Son, Yeol, see him. Shambhala combined his footwork with blink and it seemed like he split into dozens of forms. Shambhala crossed through the space as he avoided the bones. Flash. He also had a technique similar to Shambhala's afterimage skill. A flash of light split through the space. There was an intense ringing sound and Chromatin stumbled. The movement of the bombs attacking the soldiers also became disordered. Okay. It has an effect. Dark Dance. Ark continuously used Dark Dance. When Ark approached, 10 bone stems emerged from different directions. Ark maintained an 80% completion rate for Dark Dance and the bone stems narrowly passed by him. Okay. Let's give him a taste. Raiden, a demonic sealed sword. Sack sack sack, sack 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 sack. Raiden opened his mouth and spat out a black sword. Blade Tempe. Ark rushed up underneath the Chromatin's jaw and was about to use Blade Tempest. Andal just watched from Chromatin's neck and laughed. Cuckoo, throw your body as much as you like. Chromatin, land mines. Kurwarwarwa, qua 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 quang. Chromatin shrieked and slammed down a huge paw. At the same time, black sparks spread through the ground. When the black sparks touched his foot, it felt like his foot had been turned into a block of wood. Heek, what the? You have encountered a landmine. You will enter a paralysis state for 3 minutes. He had become paralyzed by Chromatin's attack. Chromatin grasped the chance while Ark couldn't attack to aim the 10 bone stems at him. He couldn't move to avoid the attacks and received some critical hits. Therefore Ark lost 30% of his health and also starting bleeding. Ark wasn't the only one in this situation. Siu 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 sayuk, siu 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 sayuk. The landmines had spread through the whole passage, so the soldiers also became paralyzed and fell victim to the bone attacks. Although they didn't receive the concentrated attack like Ark, the soldiers still received a lot of damage. This is ridiculous. Ark wobbled to one side and kneeled down as he looked up at the giant Chromatin. The hundreds of bones had the ability to move freely and the soldiers couldn't even attack it properly when they were in their best condition. So how could they avoid it now that they were paralyzed? Wasn't this too severe even for a boss monster? The landmine isn't troublesome by itself. The landmine only became a problem when Chromatin used it in conjunction with the hundreds of bones. Ark already knew a way to deal with landmine. Landmine was a technique which sent a shock wave through the ground. Landmine caused sparks to move across the ground, so if he got the timing right then he could easily jump and avoid it. But I use Dark Dance and Shambhala uses Blink. Both skills require the foot to be on the ground. If I jump to avoid the landmine then the skill would be cancelled. Then I wouldn't be able to avoid the attacks from the bone stems. Damn it. There has to be another way. You idiot, where did your thoughts wander off to? He heard Shambhala's cry from nearby. What? Master. Above you. Ark looked up at Rackard's words and his face turned as pale as a sheet of white paper. Dozens of bones were covering the sky and falling towards Ark? Ark panicked and tried to use Dark Dance. Landmine. Chromatin's paw hit the ground again at Andal's command. Ark had used Dark Dance but then he reflexively jumped to avoid landmine. But this was Ark's crucial mistake. His hasty jump meant he had avoided the landmine. But there were still dozens of bones over his head. If he fell then he would be turned into a hedgehog. Pure shield. Lariat quickly tried to defend with her magic but it was ineffective. The thin white shield which appeared in the air was crushed by the sharp bone shafts. Oh my god, if I am hit by that many bones. He already only had 50% health left. If he was hit by the dozens of bones then he would die. It was highly likely when considering the attack power of the bones. Andal brightened as he saw Ark looking pale. Ha ha ha. Die, Ark. This bastard. Damn. If I'm going to die, then I won't die politely. I'll take your life as well. Ark cursed before raising his cursed sword. There was only one attack Ark could do in this situation. Blade Tempest. The skill which had been paused for a bit finally activated. The cursed sword exploded into fragments and created a storm. Ark honestly wasn't expecting this attack to work. He didn't want to die like this, so he wanted to do some damage to Andal. But it had an unexpected effect. Chwa 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 chwa. Chwa 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 chwa. When the sword fragments swirled around, the bone shafts surrounding Ark disappeared. No, to be exact, it didn't disappear. It moved at a quick speed and formed a shield around Andal. Therefore, Andal didn't receive any damage from Blade Tempest despite being in the range of the attack. However, it made it possible for Ark to salvage his life. But it didn't just save Ark's life. What the? Chromatin's reaction just now? Ark stared at Chromatin with surprise. Andal hadn't given a command just then. Chromatin's reaction was too fast to be anything but reflex. Despite the fact that Blade Tempest could damage its body, its first instinct was to protect Andal. That's right, he hadn't been thinking about the target of his attacks. Ark's eyes brightened as he had an idea. When attacking and defending against a monster, normally a certain pattern could be identified. But that was difficult against a user. The most significant difference between users and monsters was that the user could predict their opponent's attacks. Previously, Chromatin had sealed Ark and Shambhala's attacks by predicting it. Ark had thought that Chromatin was a difficult opponent, but it was actually the combination of Andal plus Chromatin that made it hard. But the situation changed if Chromatin had to protect Andal. If Andal wasn't there to raise Chromatin's abilities, then it would become easier. That's right. Now the target for his attacks wasn't Chromatin but Andal. If he used Andal, then it would be possible to block Chromatin's attacks. The question was how to capture Andal. Ark avoided the bones while visualizing the situation in his head. After a while, Ark narrowed his eyes at Andal before smiling. Okay, he would try that method. Shambhala, I have a plan, so please attract Chromatin's attention. Ark explained to Shambhala while using Feather of Whispering. You found a way to defeat it? Yes, a quite fun way. I'll trust your plan. Siam, Torrential Sword. Shambhala rushed to one side and violently attacked Chromatin. Chromatin shrieked and shot the bones towards him. All the nearby bones were focused on Shambhala. Summon Demon, Razak. Transform. Razak appeared in an open space and changed into the saw blade. Ark grabbed the saw blade and threw it towards Andal. Razak, transformation off. Shield stroke. Clack clack clack, clack 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 clack. Razak returned to his skeletal form and raised his shield. This was Ark's plan. After nearing Chromatin, he planned to have Rackard transform back and hit Andal with shield stroke and knocking Andal off Chromatin's body. However, what a shallow plan. The moment Rackard flew in the air and was about to hit Andal with his shield, Andal just turned his head and laughed. At the same time, 3 bone shafts rose from the neck where Andal was sitting down. Razak hurriedly blocked with his shield, but he was still blown back. Is it really like that? Ark laughed and muttered. And then, back attack strike. Dark dash. Rackard suddenly appeared from the sky and hit Razak's body. And Razak flew away like a spiked volleyball towards Andal. Before Andal could react, Razak raised his shield and hit Andal's face. Clack 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 clack, Denkang. Quack. What? See Chromatin. Andal, who was hit in the face, fell to the ground. Then Chromatin stopped attacking Shambhala and sent the bones towards Arkansas. Its first instinct was to protect Andal, so it judged that it should attack Arkansas. Around 30 bone shafts flew towards Ark. But Ark had no interest in the bones. Don't miss. Summon Release, Razak. Summon Demon, Razak. Transform. Fly, Saw Blade. Ark's mouth recited the skills as quickly as possible. Razak, who was on Chromatin's neck, changed into a blade and reappeared in Ark's hand. Ark immediately switched to the whip and wrapped it around Andal's leg. Andal was pulled along the slippery snowfield by the sword. Ark finally grabbed Andal's collar and raised him in the air. At the same time, all the bones flying towards him stopped. Ark stared at the bones floating 1 meter away from him and laughed. It is like I thought. You bastard. Shut up. Popak, Popapak. Andal received a baptism of fists and blood dripped from his nose. Although he couldn't check Andal's information using Eyes of the Cat, as expected he was a lot weaker than Arkansas. It was impossible to think that Andal was higher than level 150. Ark was level 432 and with the dark attribute bonus he was level 648, so Andal was no match for him. That's why Chromatin's top priority is to protect him. He didn't know what type of item or skill Andal and Alan had to control monsters. It even worked on a level 500 elite boss. But this was a crucial mistake in Andal's plan. Chromatin was programmed to instinctively protect him. That was why the bones stopped attacking when Ark grabbed Andal. If it attacked Ark then it would also attack Andal, so it instinctively stopped. Kurwarwarwa. Then Chromatin roared and blew bones all over the area. The special forces screamed and rolled across the ground. Hoo, is it running wild after losing its master? Okay, then I'll return him. Ark grinned as he grabbed the handle of the whip. He grabbed the handle with both hands and began to spin it around. Andal's leg was still tied by the saw blade, so he was dragged into the air and spun around. It looked like the giant swing in wrestling. Now, time to attack. Ark rotated the body and threw Andal towards the place where the special forces were. Andal's health decreased as he was hit by bones while flying through the sky. The Chromatin flinched and urgently stopped its bombing. Cuckoo, now your attacks are blocked. Ark smiled as Chromatin struck the ground with its paw. It was the landmine attack which caused paralysis. However, the landmine attack couldn't be used in conjunction with the bone attack, so it had no effect. Ark just jumped to avoid the landmine. Then he raised the saw blade and slammed Andal into the ground. Hike, stop. Kaye oa ah. Andal, who was slammed upside down into the ground, also became paralyzed. Ark started swinging Andal again and shouted. Now, don't worry about Chromatin's attacks and just attack it. Before they couldn't even walk, let alone attack, because of the hundreds of bones, but now the situation had changed. Ark's whip turned Andal into a 20-meter shield which completely blocked the bone attack. Chromatin couldn't attack, so it was just a pile of bones. Wayawa. Smash. Chain strike. Heroic strike. Thunderbolt, destroy the enemy. Thunder break. Bone crusher arrow. The soldiers used various special attacks on Chromatin. The swords and maces, arrows, and various magic drained Chromatin's health. 90%, 80%, 70%. Chromatin couldn't even oppose when its health decreased. But I can't defeat Chromatin like this. Ark looked down at the ragged-looking Andal. The reason Andal became so ragged was because Ark deliberately moved him to the side of the bone attacks to block Chromatin from attacking. Despite Chromatin hurriedly stopping its bones, Andal still received some damage. But there was another larger reason. This bastard, stop. Andal tried to talk despite having the saw blade wrapped around his leg. Shut up. Ark shouted and slammed Andal into the ground again. Andal was hit on the head and stiffened. He was a warrior receiving fall damage, so he became stunned. That's right. This was the reason why Andal was so tattered. The saw blade was securely tied, but Andal was a user. Therefore he had to focus on the saw blade, and he stunned Andal every time he regained himself. Of course, this was only possible because Andal was level 150. Bastard. In the end, Andal's face armor was crumbled like a piece of paper and his face was discolored. Well, it seems like Andal is almost about to break. He couldn't confirm Andal's health using Eyes of the Cat, but he seemed to be in a critical condition. If Andal died, then the way to stop Chromatin's attacks would also disappear. However, he couldn't stop slamming Andal into the ground. I'm sorry, but I need you alive until Chromatin is defeated. Therefore he needed the priests to cast recovery magic. The great god's ability, Great Heal. The priests poured their recovery magic on Andal. Therefore Andal's tattered body was restored. And he was struck before he could do anything. Now, continuously attack. Ark continued to swing Andal around and shouted. After a short time, the Chromatin's health fell down to 20% without it even resisting. Then the crumpled Andal regained his spirit again. Andal waited until Ark was about to slam him and took out a small glass bead before breaking it. If I have to go like this, I'd rather release. Soul chain release. When the bead broke, Chromatin suddenly stirred and withdrew. The black light around it slowly turned red and the bones started flying. That bastard? Ark waited for the bones to stop moving. But this time something was different. Chromatin didn't stop the bones flying towards Andal. The bones perforated Andal's body. A level 150 chaotic player has been killed. Fame +3. The level 150 Andal went to the afterlife with one blow. What the? Chromatin attacked Andal. Then the item Andal just broke was the one controlling Chromatin? Damn, it must be one of the black code items that Global Exos talked about. The previous incident had been caused by the black code items. If Andal really had the black code items, then he could have obtained 1 billion won from Global Exos. Of course, the item that Alan had might be the black code item, but wasn't it a chance to get a clue to obtain the 1 billion won? But it's already broken, so it can't be helped. The problem right now is Kurwarwarwa. Chromatin had been released from the soul restraint. He couldn't use the Andal shield anymore, and Chromatin still had 20% health left. Furthermore, Chromatin was now insane. Ark looked at Chromatin's movements and muttered. Chromatin's movements is different from before. While Andal was alive, it kept on shooting the hundreds of bones, but now it was just attacking randomly. It had gone completely insane after the soul restraint had been released. This is enough to give it a try. He had the members with a second profession surround Chromatin. Ark, Shambhala, and 5 other members surrounded Chromatin and used Area Declaration. Area Declaration, River of Blood. Area Declaration, Garden of the Warriors. Area Declaration, Magic Space. Various area declarations were exercised around Chromatin. The earth around Shambhala changed into a river of blood, which increased his attack and defense by 50%. Meanwhile, a muscular angel appeared in the warrior's area and blew a horn to increase various stats. The mana concentrations in the magician's area declaration increased, and they could use various high-ranking magic more easily. But there was one ultimate area declaration. Area Declaration, Divine Skill Descent of the Fire Draconian. Kwang. Warek. Ark stuck the saw blade into the ground and changed to the promised sword before running towards Chromatin. He avoided the bones and slid under Chromatin's belly before using the skill, and a dark spirit rose from the ground. At the same time, the area was wrapped in darkness. But then flames soared upwards from the dark area. The flames formed a fire draconian. The fire draconian flew upwards before falling like a lightning bolt towards Ark's head. Ark was wrapped in the flames. Every time he breathed out, flames 10 centimeters long shot from his mouth. You have used the divine skill descent of the fire draconian. The immortal fire draconian effect will be applied for 10 minutes. Asterisk 300 fire damage added to all attacks. Asterisk attack speed at the skill and speed, reaction speed will increase by 50%. Asterisk all enemies that attack will receive 10-100 fire damage. Asterisk fire resistance increases to 500% and all party members' fire resistance will increase to 100%. Asterisk when activated, all enemies within the area will receive 1000 fire damage while 50% of the user's health will be restored. It is in a critical condition. Attack it with everything you have. Ark breathed out flames and shouted, causing the soldiers to run up and wield their weapons. Chromatin shrieked and used land mine and the bone attack randomly. But the members who used area declaration around Chromatin blocked more than 50% of those attacks. Take this, Dark Blade. Kwang. Ark bombarded the Chromatin with his attacks. But Chromatin, who had escaped from its restraints, wasn't an insignificant rival. Although it was under attack, it managed to counterattack against the Special Forces. The Special Forces tried to decrease Chromatin's 20% health before the area declarations ran out. Damn! That useless Andal put me in this position. If we can't knock it down before the area declarations end, then the situation will become more serious. Raiden, the best magic sword. Blade Tempest. Ark caught the sword Raiden spat out and made it explode. The effective descent of the Fire Draconian was applied to Blade Tempest and a whirlwind of fire hit Chromatin. Chromatin's bones instantly split apart and its health ran out. At the same time, a message window appeared in front of Arkansas. Chromatin's health has fallen below 3% and you can extract the demonic aura. That's it. Demonic Seal. Ark used Demonic Seal without thinking. Chwajijijijijik. Light shot from Ark's hand and penetrated Chromatin's chest. Then the black soul was forcibly dragged out by the light. Okay. Raiden, equipment. Sack. Raiden opened his mouth and spat out a piece of armor. Ark immediately shoved Chromatin's soul into the armor. But before he could sigh with relief, the armor crumbled and the soul popped out. And it flickered and tried to return to Chromatin's body? What the? Demonic Seal. Ark hurriedly used Demonic Seal and captured Chromatin's soul again. And he realized there was a significant problem he forgot. Damn it. Ark had forgotten about the success rate of Demonic Seal. In order for Demonic Seal to have a 80-90% chance of success, the item level should be at a similar level to the monster. In other words, he needed a level 500 equipment in order to be able to properly seal Chromatin. However, Ark currently only had equipment around level 300-400. It meant the probability of success was almost nil. There's the Hell's shoulder blades. It was the shoulder blades he obtained from Megura. It had a level restriction of 450, so Ark couldn't wear it yet. But there was still a 50 level difference, so the probability of success was only 50%. And the Hell's Shoulders blades was a unique item. If the demonic aura was sealed into a unique item, then didn't it mean he couldn't repair it? If the seal fails, he didn't even want to imagine the result. If the soul returns to the body, then I won't be able to catch it again. When the soul pulled using Demonic Seal returned to the body, the monster was revived with 30-50% of its health. They had barely managed to reduce its health down from 20% using the area declarations. If it was restored with 30-50% health, the area declaration couldn't be used anymore, so there was no way to kill it. Besides, it has been 30 minutes since the battle started. I have to end the fight with Chromatin now, or else Alan will arrive from the underground base. Ark was completely lost. There is 1 minute left on Demonic Seal. A warning message flashed in front of Arkansas. Damn, I can't let it return to its body. There must be a chance even if the success rate is 1%. Raiden, give me all the equipment up to level 400. Raiden opened his mouth and vomited out all the equipment. Ark shoved Chromatin's soul into the equipment. However, pang, 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 pang. The level 23350 equipment just exploded. Ark was close to tears with every explosion. But the result would be even worse if he allowed the soul to return to the body. Ark had no choice, so he closed his eyes and shoved Chromatin's soul into random equipment. With every backlash, he felt like Chromatin was getting stronger. Ark, who was using Demonic Seal, desperately opened his eyes and looked down. It was in order to confirm the equipment left. But Ark's face became confused the moment he checked the equipment. Heek. What the? That fellow is near the soul. Chromatin's soul was near a sword that was plunged into the ground. It was the saw blade that he had plunged there and forgotten about after Anvil died. Will this blade explode as well? Wasn't the saw blade a joining of the sword in Razak? No, he would be worried even if it was possible to use Demonic Seal on it. When Demonic Seal was used, the power of the equipment increased by leaps and bounds. But the endurance would fall by a lot and it will be difficult to repair. If that effect was applied, then who knew what would happen to Razak? Oh my god. What type of position is this? Ark stared with a pale face at the saw blade. But it was too late. Chromatin's soul couldn't be captured if it returned to its body, so Ark shoved the soul into the saw blade. Jajang. Jajajajang. It was at that moment. Cracks started to spread on the surface of the blade. And after a while, the sword suddenly shattered? Ah, no. You unbelievable, really. Ark murmured with a soulless voice at the sight of the shattered fragments. The saw blade had been destroyed. Didn't that mean Chromatin's sealing had failed and even Razak had disappeared? The idea sent Ark into a complete panic. But the next moment an unimaginable scene occurred in front of Arkansas. The fragments scattered seemed to fly backwards as if time rewound and the sword reformed. But it wasn't the previous saw blade. Although the previous saw blade was a one-handed sword, this one was an enormous greatsword 30 centimeters wide and 150 centimeters long. What the? This sword? What happened? Ark looked at the sword with bemused eyes. Your level has risen. Your level has risen. Your level has risen. The message windows rose in front of him. He had gained 7 levels. As soon as his level was adjusted, Chromatin's body instantly collapsed, leaving behind a part of the spine. Chromatin's lance, unique. Weapon type, two-handed lance. Damage, 45 to 55. Durability, 53/120. Weight, 60. User restriction, level 450 or more. A lance made from the spine of Chromatin. Since dragon is a high-class material, this lance is light and firm compared to ordinary lances. Since this is made from Chromatin's bone, it is imbued with its power and the bone thorn attack can be used. It is the best weapon for a knight. Option, strength plus 20, agility plus 10. Special option, bone thorn attack. This attack launches 10-20 bones from the lance. The flying bones can be controlling through the movement of the lance. Mana consumption, 100 cooldown time, 1 hour. A unique lance. It was a lance which had an obviously high value just by looking at it. However, Ark didn't have time to look at the abilities of Chromatin's lance. Raiden, swallow the spear. Ark gave the command to Raiden and hurriedly ran to the saw blade. He wanted to check what happened to it, so he grabbed the handle. An information window rose in front of him along with some crafty laughter. Your summon Razak has successfully absorbed the soul. The dragon Chromatin, which has been changed to a soul state and weakened, has been successfully absorbed. The physical body reorganized. Razak has absorbed the soul of a Deathmaster several levels higher, and he has evolved to a higher profession, Deathlord. Through this spiritual awakening, Razak has been renamed to Puridal. Evolution? He evolved? Ark looked at the information window with stunned eyes. Although he was confused, Ark was soon able to understand most of the situation. Chromatin is an undead dragon which is the strongest among the undead series. If Raikard absorbed the soul of the strongest monster which had been weakened, then wouldn't he evolve? When he thought back, the essential part to evolving to Deathmaster was obtaining the Necromancer's skeleton. Raikard also absorbed Caracol's blood to evolve into a higher-ranking vampire. In other words, evolution involved absorbing a monster with the same properties. Ark's eyes shone brilliantly at the thought. What he thought was demonic seal failing was actually his pet's evolution. Razak's original features had been changed by the evolution. Just like the sword had changed, Puridal also looked different. The surface of the bones were carved with patterns that looked like dragon scales, while there were sharp horns in the joints such as the arms, shoulders, and knees. When Puridal transformed, an information window appeared in front of Arkansas. Porotol. A skeleton who has evolved into the highest rank of the death property Deathlord after absorbing an undead dragon. Deathlord is a knight who takes pride in his military exploits, and being his master's sword and shield is the biggest honor. So the skills of a Deathlord is concentrated on raising the abilities of his master. Race demonic alignment dark. Ranking middle class. Health 5720, plus 500, loyalty 1589, plus 100. Strength 712, plus 50, agility 256, plus 30. Stamina 753, plus 500, wisdom 74, plus 20. Intelligence 78, plus 30, luck 89, plus 20. Asterisk bone blade damage increased by 15, durability by 100, and the attack range is increased by 5 meters. You have learnt the clad armor skill. You have learnt the hook explosion skill. Clad armor, beginner, species characteristics. Puridal will take his body apart and become his master's armor. When clad with the armor, 30% of Puridal's health, defense, and attack will be applied to the user. However, if the increased health is consumed, then the skill will automatically be cancelled and Puridal can't be summoned for 24 hours. Puridal will become armor and 30% of Puridal's health, defense, and attack will be applied to the user. Spiritual power consumption, 200 cooldown time, 24 hours. Hook explosion when under the effect of clad armor, beginner, species characteristics. When the user is clad with Puridal, the hooks on each of his joints will grab the enemy and explode. Each explosion will deal 5100 damage to enemies, and they will then be pulled to the user. Deals 5100 damage to the enemy and has a grab effect. Mana consumption, 100. Clad armor? Ark's eyes widened as he looked at the information window. Puridal could change into a sword, and now he could change into an armor. But the sword transformation was completely different from clad armor. It was a battle armor created using Puridal. And 30% of Puridal's health, defense, and attack would be applied to Arkansas. Puridal was currently around level 300, so 30% of his health, defense, and attack meant that his abilities increased by approximately 90 levels. I would love to look at it in more detail. He could check the skill information of his pets at any time. His pet had evolved safely, so he could look at it later. Chromatin was defeated, so he had to quickly blow up the Black Obelisk Forest. It's been 40 minutes since the battle with Chromatin started. Combined with the time consumed in the canyon, that is 55 minutes. Alan is likely already heading here after escaping from the underground base. Our health and mana is already low from fighting Chromatin, so we would be no match against Alan's group. I have to destroy the Black Obelisk Forest and quickly escape to Shangri-La. Ark estimated the time and quickly shouted towards the special forces. Quickly install the starlight bombs. And after 10 minutes. Quang. The starlight bombs installed on the obelisks exploded. Cracks spread over the black obelisk and they crumbled into fine sand. It was 50 obelisks. Now the monsters at Pabian Fortress couldn't be resurrected anymore. He finally accomplished the blow up the Black Obelisk Forest operation. The only thing left was for the Schudenberg expedition to capture the fortress. Rackard, fly to the base and tell them the operation was a success. Quickly. Yes. Rackard saluted and flew the shortest path to the base. But it still wasn't over. Wormer, hurry up. Understood, understood. Wormer ran into the black obelisk forest and took out the kettle, magic converter. He poured the black sand into the kettle and the magic battery became brighter and stronger. While Wormer was still gathering the MG. Ark, it's them. Ark's face stiffened as he turned his head. Thousands of monsters were heading from the canyon towards them. At the forefront of the group was a black knight. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 21 Chapter 9. ACT 9 Shangri-La. Alan. Ark muttered as he bit his lip. That's right. Alan had escaped the underground base and gathered the monsters in the canyon. Damn it. Wormer, is it almost ready yet? Close, okay. The MG has been collected. Then? Where is the thing? My invention is near the underground base. Ha? Ark stared at Wormer with a stupid expression. Then they had to go through that huge number of monsters to enter the canyon again? But he only had 20 cursed Japtum left. I can't use demonic distortion. He would need at least 200-300 cursed Japtum to move those many monsters. You should have told me that earlier. Shouldn't you have known by my words? Did you think I could carry my amazing invention in my backpack? Wormer answered naturally. Then he closed his mouth and acted like he was remembering something. Ah, that's right. Didn't I develop that device before? Wormer placed his entire head in his bag before pulling something out. The machine looked just like a radio, but it had an antenna which looked like a satellite dish on top. Magic energy remote transmitter. The magic energy converted to MG will transmit an energy wave to a machine a long distance away. Although the machine which stopped working can be charged with the energy from a distance away, some energy will be lost due to the wireless transfer. Haha, I really am a genius. Wormer laughed as he held the remote transmitter. Ark asked Wormer after hearing the explanation of the remote transmitter. If the invention has its energy charged, then it can be brought here? Yes, I possess the remote control for the invention, so it won't be a problem. But doesn't the invention have to move through the canyon to get here? Don't worry about it. I can definitely bring it here after the energy is charged. I'll believe you. How long will it take to transfer the energy and get here? My estimate is 5-10 minutes. 5-10 minutes. Ark looked at the swarm of monsters inside. They had to endure against Alan, Timosai and the thousands of monsters for 5-10 minutes. There were only 100 soldiers left because 30 had died in the battle against Chromatin. But Ark looked at the canyon. The black obelisk forest could be reached from the path in the middle of the canyon. In other words, there was a ravine on the left and right, and Alan was coming from one of them. On the other side was a narrow entrance into another canyon. Everybody move to that canyon. Ark shouted. The special forces followed Ark's order and moved towards the entrance of the canyon. Warriors make a defense formation behind the entrance. There was a reason Ark moved to this canyon. Wormer needed coordinates to input into his invention, so they couldn't excessively run away. Therefore they had to fight for 5-10 minutes. If they were unable to hold out against the numerous monsters, then they would be wiped out in a few minutes. But the canyon entrance was narrow enough that only 10 warriors could fit standing side by side. This meant that if they established a defense formation inside the canyon, then they could restrict the number of enemies that entered. It was a basic strategy which involved the terrain. Ark. Alan's voice was heard while they were making the defense camp. Alan looked like an evil spirit. It was reasonable. He had been deceived by Ark and trapped in the underground base, so now he wasn't in the proper mental state. But that wasn't the only reason for Alan's fury. Alan had received the mission from the Red Man to defend Pabian Fortress and steal the artifact from Shangri-La. There were 2 goals. However, the Black Obelisk Forest had been blown up. It would be difficult for Alan to defend Pabian Fortress against the Schudenberg expedition. If Pabian Fortress was taken away, then Shangri-La would also fall into the hands of the Schudenberg expedition. Ark, Ark, Ark. I will kill you no matter what. Alan muttered before shouting. Kill them all. Qua-ah, qua-ah. Thousands of creatures with glossy eyes ran into the canyon. Ark carefully observed them before giving a command. Magician unit, slide. Make their path uncomfortable, slide. 10 magicians simultaneously unleashed their spells. Slide turned the floor slippery like ice, allowing zero friction. When the magic was used on the snowfield, the monsters instantly started falling. Now, archers intercept the monsters that didn't fall. The archers followed up by continuously shooting blunt arrows. The damage wasn't strong, but it had the same effect as blunt weapons. The monsters were hit with the blunt arrows, and combined with the slippery floor, it caused the monsters to be pushed back dozens of meters. Ark intended to use this method to block the monsters during the time limit. If they were ordinary monsters, then he easily could have survived 5-10 minutes. However, there was a user leading the monsters. Bah, he's just a cornered rat. Monster troop, make footholds with your bodies. Hundreds of monsters immediately lay down on the ground after hearing Alan's command. Other monsters stepped on them before lying down in front. After that repeated a few times, the space between the monsters and the special forces was covered. Slide wasn't applied to the monsters stepping on their colleagues, so the blunt arrows didn't have an effect anymore. Damn! Warriors, prepare to defend. Qua 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 quan, qua 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 quan. Eventually the monsters entered and collided with the special forces. Violent clashing sounds were heard at the same time. If this was a wide open space, then the defense formation would be quickly destroyed. But even if they overcame Slide, only a few monsters were allowed to enter at a time. The Special Forces members were also elite troops from the expedition, so they were able to hold up to a certain extent. However, get out of the way, you stupid things. Hate aura. I'll go too. Matani shooter number 1, devil penetrating arrow. The situation immediately changed after Alan and Timosai ran through the monsters. With his attack and defense raised by the black aura around him, the warriors trying to block with their shields stumbled and fell. Timosai's quick arrows also penetrated the shields and damaged the soldiers. Damn, those guys are always a problem. Ark, I'll take care of that female. Torrential sword. Shambhala cleared the barrier and engaged Timosai. Timosai avoided the dagger with a somersault and taunted. Oh, it's you again? Are you really that attracted to me? It's the opposite. It's to the extent that I want to kill you. Burnt sword. Your method of expressing affection is too extreme. Matani shooter number 2, devil chasing arrow. Siu 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 sayak. Shambhala and Timosai flew violently around the canyon. Then my opponent is that guy? Ark muttered as he looked at Alan. Ark had already been pushed back by Alan while they were fighting in the destroyed Nuren village. But he didn't know that Alan could use various skills from monsters and was hit by various abnormal conditions. Well, there was also Alan's hate aura, but Ark was less concerned about that now. This is a chance to practice the new skills. Purital, clad armor. Clack clack clack, clack 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 clack. It was at that moment. Purital had been participating in the defense formation when his body exploded and disassembled into pieces. The pieces flew towards Ark and began to snap into place around him. After a moment, an armor of bone was formed around Arkansas. You have used clad armor. Asterisk damage will increase by 1722. Asterisk defense will increase by 98. Asterisk health will increase by 1866. If the 1866 health is consumed, then clad armor will automatically dismantle. When he checked his health gauge, the 1866 health was marked in yellow. If the yellow gauge disappeared, then clad armor would also be gone. The attack and defense didn't go up as much as I expected, but Ark had thought clad armor was based on his stats. But after thinking about it, he realized that it was actually 30% of Purital's stats. Purital didn't have much equipment, so his attack and defense wasn't as high as his stats. But this alone should be enough to handle Alan. Hook explosion. Ark fixed his gaze on Alan and shouted. Then the hooks on the shoulders and knees of his armor shot across the area towards Alan. Alan received damage and was pulled like elastic towards Arkansas. What the? Are you wondering what is going on? It is revenge. Dark blade. Impertinent bastard. The devil's fawn. Qua 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 quan, qua 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 quan. A tremendous shockwave shook the area as both swords collided. When they fought in Nuren village, the ratio was 6-4 with Ark at a disadvantage. Now it was different. Thanks to the 30% bonus from clad armor, it was an even match. Both Alan and Ark took a few steps back from the shockwave. Ugh, how did you suddenly become like this? It is a secret, you idiot. Ark continuously attacked until Alan opened his mouth. Devil's breath. It was the poisonous fog which couldn't be cured without an antidote. Ark turned to the side using Dark Dance and attacked Alan again. Then Alan started to display his Predator of Devil's ability as he used random monster skills. Ark and Alan's battle was almost equal. Ark had leveled out their abilities using clad armor. When it came to actual fighting ability, Ark with his Taekwondo was clearly superior. It was natural to think that Ark could control Alan, but Alan had his Predator of Devil's ability. Damn! How did that bastard get so strong? Both of them had the same thought while fighting. But if they looked at the whole situation, then Alan clearly had the upper hand. The priest still hadn't recovered all the mana after fighting against Chromatin, so the warriors were started to collapse from the monster's attacks. The archers and magicians were also spreading some damage from the rear. The White Tiger clan were also struggling, so Ark's group wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. Even the White Tigers are going to collapse soon. Ark sighed after surveying the military situation while still fighting Alan. Then Wormer, who had just been looking at his remote control, raised his head and shouted. That's it. There it is. The special forces turned their gazes to Wormer's invention in unison. The monsters also reflexively turned to look. Then it seemed like the users, monsters and NPCs gathered at the canyon were turned to stone. Quote dash. Something enormous was flying in a straight line. It was an enormous human-shaped object 40 meters large. The arms and limbs of the huge object seemed to be made of iron metal. In other words, it was a giant made of steel. That's right. Wormer had amazingly created a robot from an animated cartoon. Ah, a giant flying robot. It is the dream of all men. Wormer jumped up while holding the remote control. The users never imagined that they would see a robot in the game, so their expressions looked like their souls had left them. The robot, receiving the shock, looks crossed the canyon and descended behind the special forces. From up close it really resembled a robot from an animated cartoon. Wormer dived between the spread toes of the robot and shouted. This is the entrance. Get on the robot. Wait. If we have a robot like this, then isn't it unnecessary to run away? Does it have beams or rockets or something? You idiot, why would I attach weapons to my robot? Wormer shouted in a pained voice. All residents board first, then the special forces. I won't miss. Alan rushed up to Ark while he was giving orders to the special forces. Then the robot suddenly stuck its huge fist in the area between Alan and Arkansas. There was a huge roaring sound and snow fell from the sky. At that moment, Ark used a combination of Dark Dance and Sprint to enter between the toes of the giant robot. This way. Shambhala and Lariat, who had gone inside first, beckoned from a machine which looked like an elevator. Ark rolled his body to avoid Alan's evil insight, and there was a metallic sound as the toes closed up. This, attack. Smash a hole in that iron. Alan shouted angrily. Cuckoo cuckoo, coo qua 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 qua. The monsters swarmed around the robot's foot when a huge storm suddenly occurred. Jet flames emerged from the soles of the feet and the robot soared into the sky at an absurd speed. Dandararara dandada dandararara dandada. All users under 20 years old would know the theme song for Taekwondo V was emerging from Wormer's mouth. Dash dot. Including Ark, the Special Forces, White Tiger Clan and the Nuren residents, there were a total of 110 people on board the Taekwondo V. 70 of the elite forces had died during the fight in the canyon and only 40 people remained from the White Tiger Clan and the Nuren residents. However, the robot successfully flew through the sky and they safely escaped from Alan and the monsters. It was flying among the mountain ranges under the guidance of the White Tiger Clan. Shangri-La. One of the White Tiger Clan members looking outside through a monitor shouted. That is Shangri-La, where the Prophet clan lives. Ark turned his eyes towards the place where the White Tiger pointed and saw Shangri-La. At that moment, he could see why the White Tiger clan said that Shangri-La wasn't accessible to the outside. Shangri-La was originally located deep within the forest on the mountain. But thanks to the wards that the 7 heroes placed, it was now a floating island. It was impossible to reach Shangri-La unless they flew through the air. Shambhala surveyed the area, then asked with a frown. What are those things gathered over there? Shambhala pointed towards a place where black shadows were flying like a dark cloud. Wormer zoomed in on the ground and shouted. Demonic monsters. It is a swarm of flying monsters. They confirmed on the screen that the dark cloud was filled with hundreds of gargoyles. They were like the ancient stone statues placed in dungeons or castles that attacked passing travelers. Those creatures were probably sent in order to attack Shangri-La. The gargoyles spotted the unidentified robot approaching Shangri-La and started attacking. However, unlike its outer appearance, the robot didn't have any weapons. It quickly became tattered under the attack of the sky monsters. Wormer, increase the speed. We're flying at the top speed. Wormer answered with an urgent expression. Quack 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 quang, quack 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 quang, dot. Then there was a loud roaring sound and the whole cockpit shook. The gargoyles shot narrow beams from their mouths and started to attack the robot. A red light in the room started ringing like an emergency bell. Wormer grabbed his hair and started screaming. Ack! The arm has been broken. Huck, the leg is on fire. Damn it, I spent several months making this, so what are they doing to my Taekwon V? Do you know how much effort I placed into this? Damn, if the robot is that valuable, then you should have attached some cannons to it. He really wanted to snap those words out. But what was the point? Ark grabbed the instrument panel as the cockpit shook roughly and asked Wormer. Ugh, can we reach Shangri-La while being attacked like this? It's not a problem. Taekwon V has a secondary engine in cases of emergency, ack. Wormer once again pulled his hair and screamed. What's wrong? The secondary engine was destroyed a while ago. What now? We'll fall, dot. Wormer stared blankly at the monitor and muttered. Damn, how much I spent making this, you. I don't care about the robot. There's 100 meters left to reach Shangri-La, so we can't just crash here. Isn't there another way? Ark grabbed Wormer's collar, who trembled, and replied. Damn, I didn't want to use this. It can't be helped. Everybody climb up that ladder. What's at the top? There's no time to explain. Do you want to crash to the ground and die? He had no intention of committing suicide with the robot. Ark ordered everyone in his group to climb up the ladder. Then Wormer climbed after them and took something out from underneath the pilot's seat. Wormer turned several switches before pressing a red button. Emergency escape. At the same time, there was a huge vibration and the head of the robot was launched like a rocket. Ark and his companions were in the emergency escape pod of Taekwon V's head. Wormer looked back at the black smoke spouting from the robot with tearful eyes. And he pressed a skull-shaped button attacked to one side of the cockpit. Goodbye Taekwon V1. Quack 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 quang, quack 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 quang. Fire appeared in different parts of the robot and it exploded. When it exploded, all gargoyles within 40 meters of it were turned into gray powder. But even the destruction of the robot couldn't wipe out all the gargoyles. Hundreds of gargoyles immediately chased after the separated head. The top of the head was crushed from an attack and it instantly became bald. The escape pod has received an attack and the durability has decreased to 80%. The engine has caught on fire and the temperature of the escape pod is rapidly rising. The red warning message appeared on the monitor. Hayek, the escape pod is overheating. If we continuing being hit, then the escape pod will explode before it reaches Shangri-La. Wormer trembled as he looked at the dashboard. Like he said, some parts of the escape pod already had holes in it. The only thing Ark could do was block the gaps and maintain the balance of the pod. Damn, Shangri-La is almost in sight. Ark moaned as he looked at Shangri-La that was only a few meters away. Quaja Gigi. Quaja Gigi. Quaja Gigi. A giant crystal ball on top of a tower in Shangri-La started emitting something. Deep blue sparks occurred inside the crystal ball until it gathered in one spot. Then dozens of lightning bolts shot from the crystal ball and hit the gargoyles surrounding the escape pod. The gargoyles' health quickly decreased. A white tiger witnessing the scene shouted. That's it. We've entered the boundaries of Shangri-La's defense ward. Everybody hold on tight. We're about to land. The escape pod that had barely escaped from the gargoyles fell towards Shangri-La. Quack 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 quang. The escape pod hit Shangri-La and skidded a few meters. At the same time, the dashboards that received the impact burst into flames. Wormer ran to the exit of the cockpit and shouted. What are you doing? Hurry up. It will explode soon. What the? Ark, Shambhala, Lariat, the Special Forces, the White Tiger Clan and the Nuran residents rushed to the exit. They all yelled and escaped from the pod in a stampede. Quack 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 quang. The escape pod emitted black smoke and finally exploded. Phew, that was really crazy. However, we've arrived at Shangri-La. Ark looked at the flaming escape pod and wiped off the sweat. Then he turned to look at Shangri-La. They were in the forest around Shangri-La. The White Tiger Clan looked around before heading to the front and saying, The Tower of the Prophet Clan is this way. The White Tiger Clan led Ark's group through the forest. How much time had passed? Suddenly a huge tower caught their eye. The tower was white like snow. Hundreds of NPCs were gathered in front of the tower. The majority of them were the White Tiger clan who defended Shangri-La, but 20 of them were wearing hoods. When Ark and his companions emerged, they placed both hands on the chests and bowed.
Welcome. Ark Nim. You knew I was coming?
Yes, we saw your appearance a while ago through the Truth Crystal.
Truth Crystal?
The crystal is associated with the divine will of the great god. A while ago we saw you defeating the dragon Chromatin that threatened Shangri-La, and that were you coming here.
The dragon Chromatin was threatening Shangri-La?
Ark now knew the reason why Andal suddenly appeared at the canyon exit. One of Alan's goals was to steal the artifact from Shangri-La. However, Shangri-La had now become a floating island, so ordinary monsters were unable to penetrate its defenses. Therefore Alan mobilized flying-type monsters to capture Shangri-La. That's why there were no flying monsters at Pabian Canyon. And the most powerful flying monster threatening Shangri-La was the undead dragon that Andal controlled. But after Alan was trapped in the underground base, he instantly called Andal to stop Arkansas.
Then I ended up saving Shangri-La because I killed Chromatin and Andal?
But Ark had no interest in such a thing. He just wanted to receive the compensation for the Witness the Legend quest now. The reason I came here is to receive the revelation of the stars.
We're aware of that. Then follow me.
As expected, there was no need to explain to the Prophet clan.
Ark's group entered the tower along with the Prophet clan.
Inside the White Tower were huge crystals the size of a door lined up.
The Prophet explained that each memory crystal contained 10 years of the continent's history.
There were hundreds of the crystals, so thousands of years worth of New World's history was recorded here. The other people, please wait here. The Prophets told the special forces once they reached the end of the passage. They then opened an enormous door and entered a giant hall accompanied by only Arkansas. The walls of the whole hall were formed using cylindrical-shaped memory crystals.
But there wasn't just one.
Crystal slabs the size of a small book lined the walls. There were millions of these crystal slabs were inserted into the cylindrical holes. The memory crystals in this room contain all the information on the foreigners.
Foreigners?
At the end of the Dark Century, the Great God showed us a horrible prediction through the Truth Crystal. Although the dark forces threatening the world had disappeared, one day it would appear again and it would lead this world to destruction.
The Prophet suddenly began a history lecture out of nowhere.
At that time, the 7 heroes who destroyed the Dark Lord had gathered and heard the prediction of the Truth Crystal and fell into despair.
However, there was also light in the darkness.
The Truth Crystal showed a glimmer of hope to those who were in despair.
Brave and wise visitors from another world would appear in this world.
And they would have the power to stop the resurrection of the dark forces. So the 7 heroes planned to pass on their powers to the foreigners in the hope of stopping this evil.
That was why only users could be the descendants of the 7 heroes.
And 100 heroes who heard the prophecy also arranged to help the foreigners.
100 heroes?
Yes, 100 heroes who fought against the darkness under the 7 heroes' command. They heard the prophecy and left their own equipment behind in order to help the foreigners fight against the dark forces.
But if the dark forces gained these equipment, then it would change to the darkness and be used to damage us. Because these equipment were made using ancient techniques.
Then the hero stars. The White Tiger clan called the stars Ark received from the lore quest's hero stars.
Did that mean he would receive one of the 100 equipment for the hero stars?
One of the 7 heroes, the great magician Norad, used powerful magic that transcended time and space to create the hero stars. Those who fight against the darkness hidden in the world will accumulate the hero stars in their body. When it accumulates in their body, they will head to Shangri-La to receive the heritage that the 100 heroes left behind.
Every time he completed a lore quest, the stars would accumulate in his body.
But Ark had no interest in such things. The important thing was that if he gathered these stars, then he could gain the strong equipment that the 100 heroes used. Ark had headed towards Shangri-La because he received the hero stars.
Then, Arkansas.
When Ark opened his mouth to talk, the Prophet murmured in a low voice. Then a huge wall moved and a crystal slab moved in front of the Prophet.
The crystal slab had 10 jewels embedded in it. A Prophet approached Ark holding the crystal slab. This is the memory crystal where your record is written. Ark's information started to appear on the crystal slab. Character name Ark, race human. Alignment good plus 500, nobility title baron. Fame 21,788, plus 500, level 439. Profession dark soul.
Title Cat Knight, caretaker of the people, Jackson's hero, great adventurer, Magic Institute member, Sutandal's hero.
Health 8,125, plus 475, mana 8,315, plus 225. Spiritual power 956, strength 844. Agility 1139, plus 90, Stamina 1379, plus 45. Wisdom 205, plus 10, Intelligence 1517, plus 5. Luck 209, plus 60, Flexibility 268. Art of Communication 79, Affection 129, plus 10. Resilience 483, Dark Fog 74. Special Stat, Knowledge of Ancient Relics 233. Asterisk Equipment Item Effects. Guardian Armor of the Mare People, Armor Water Attribute Resistance plus 100%, penalty based on water is nullified. Cat Paws, Gloves Attack Speed plus 10%, Agility plus 15, Critical Hit plus 10%. Raccoon's Pith, Helmet Agility plus 10, Wisdom plus 10. Wolf's Feet, Shoes Agility plus 40, Movement Speed plus 40%, Attack Speed plus 10%, Jump is available. Asterisk Animal King Set Effect, Strength plus 20, Agility plus 20, Stamina plus 20, Defense plus 40. Promised Sword, Two-Handed Sword Strength plus 20, Stamina plus 10. Warrior's Transcripts, Shoulder Blade Strength plus 3. Galgashi's Fur, Mantle Cold Resistance plus 100%, Agility plus 20, Magic Protection is automatically activated when health is less than 50%. Adelaine's Necklace, Necklace Defense plus 40, Affection plus 10, Blessing of the Sea available. Rarukan's Ring, Ring Agility plus 10, Attack Speed plus 10%, Critical Hit plus 8%, Dark Protection available. Ark's Ring, Ring Strength plus 5, Agility plus 5, Stamina plus 5, Wisdom plus 5, Intelligence plus 5, Sudden Increase in Power available. Amulet of Vitality, Bracelet Health plus 50, Health recovers by 5 every 20 seconds. Gladiator's Honor, Bracelet Strength, Agility, Stamina plus 10, Fame plus 500, Sword-based Skill Growth plus 5%. Asterisk All abilities will increase by 50% in the dark. Asterisk You have the ability to hide in the darkness, 30 minutes duration. Cancelled when you get into combat. Asterisk Resistance to fear, darkness, blind, and seduction spells is increased by 50%. Asterisk You can bring out the true abilities from all types of tools. Asterisk Shock absorption is increased by 20%. Asterisk Poison resistance has increased by 50%. Asterisk 10% increased attack and defense. Hero Stars. Sealed Gates of Hell in the Underground World. Resurrection of Sutandal's World Tree, Usuria. Extermination of the Devil Magura. The prophet looked down at the crystal slab and said, "The jewels embedded in the slab represent the achievements you did to receive the hero stars. This is the proof that you are qualified to receive the 100 Heroes Legacy. The hero stars will give you the legacy which suits your abilities. However, there is something you should pay attention to. Naturally, 100 legacies exist. All of them have incredible power, but it also depends on the differences in abilities of each of the 100 heroes. The hero stars will give you the equipment best suited for your abilities at the moment. Do you understand what I'm saying?" He couldn't understand the words at first, but he started to guess after thinking about the prophet's words. The 100 equipment had various restriction levels. So the user would only receive the equipment which matched their level when they arrived at Shangri-La. In other words, if Ark was level 100, then he would receive a level 100 equipment and so on. If he raised his level, then he could receive higher leveled equipment. But Ark didn't worry too much about it. If I wait, then I can get better equipment. But Ark raised his head and looked at the huge amount of crystal slabs inserted into the holes in the wall. There were at least 10 slabs inserted with 7-8 jewels. This meant Ark wasn't the only user collecting stars. The 100 heroes only left being 100 legacies. I don't know when I will be able to receive the compensation again. If I wait in order to become greedy for better equipment, then other users might fill all the stars and my share will disappear. No, postponing my reward for another day isn't my style. Ark nodded without any hesitation. I would like to receive the legacy of the heroes right now. As you wish. The prophet accepted Ark's decision without any arguing. Then the 10 jewels flew out of the slab and gathered on top of an altar. There was an intense light as the jewels combined into one. Then a shape gradually started to form like iron entering a furnace. After a while, the light disappeared and a sword was placed on top of the altar. Shining Darkness, Legendary. Weapon, Two-Handed Sword. Attack, 55-65. Durability, 200/200. Weight, 80. User restriction, level 430 or more. A sword used by a hero who fought under Hero Mabon. After fighting for 3 days and 3 nights against the demonic forces, the warrior was named a hero for his bravery.
This sword was made with a metal forged in the fires of hell for 100 years, orichalcum, and was a treasure of the demons. But now that it is used by a hero, it changed to a sword of light with the ability to pierce the darkness. Just like its name, the Shining Darkness has special abilities that can be used when fighting the forces of darkness. Option: damage plus 10% when fighting the demonic attribute, agility plus 20, stamina plus 20, intelligence plus 20. Special option: Shining Darkness. A knockdown technique used against the demonic forces. In order for Shining Darkness to be activated, a certain amount of demonic monsters are needed. In order to use this skill, the sword needs to be charged with the demonic energy. The subsequent explosion will overpower the darkness. The damage depends on the amount of demonic energy charged. Mana consumption, 1000 cooldown time, 1 hour. A legendary sword. Ark's eyes widened after he checked the information window. He had expected a lot from the equipment of the 100 heroes who played an active part in the Dark Century, but the sword received was really beyond his imagination. Amazing combat ability. The damage caused was 55-65. The base damage of the Promised Sword was 40-50, so it did 15 less damage. It also had the option attached of increasing the important stats such as agility, stamina, and intelligence. And it also deals an extra 10% damage against demonic monsters. It was a sword worthy of being used on the front lines. Furthermore, there was also the Shining Darkness skill available. It is impossible to tell from the description how strong one of the techniques used by one of the 100 heroes is. It is clearly a skill that is specialized in fighting against demonic monsters. Ark didn't doubt the power of Shining Darkness. He had received a long-awaited good item, but there was one problem weighing on his mind. It was the Promised Sword. Ark had obtained 4 Heartstones after much suffering and inserted it into the Promised Sword. With the various added bonuses, the damage of the Promised Sword was comparable to the Shining Darkness. I'll just switch between the Promised Sword and Shining Darkness and test which one can be utilized better. I will choose and sell the other one. One was a legendary sword, which the other one had 3 rare Heartstones and 1 unique Heartstone inserted. No matter which one he sold, it would be possible to receive tens of millions of one for it. Ark collected the legendary sword and exited the hall. Lariat, who was waiting outside, then asked the prophets, "Excuse me. Do you have the Ark of Creation stored here?" The prophets flinched for the first time and looked at Lariat with shocked eyes. "Where did you hear that name, Dot?" "I heard it from a bishop of the Ares Church not long ago in Celebrate. It was a holy relic that the 7 heroes used during the Dark Century to defeat the darkness. And this holy relic was stored in a sacred area called Shangri-La when the Dark Century ended. The name of that holy relic was the Ark of Creation. However, the bishop feared the advent of the Dark Century and asked me to find the Ark of Creation. Not long ago, I heard from the White Tiger clan that something similar to that was kept in Shangri-La. Wouldn't the object they talked about be the Ark of Creation? A bishop requested it of you? Then you are the descendant of Holy Knight Ronian. I have received Ronian's blessings and am the Innocence Knight Lariat." Innocence Knight. The prophets were startled by Lariat's answer. The prophets couldn't hide their confusion as they approached. "Yes, the Ark kept in Shangri-La is the Ark of Creation. If you are truly the foreigner who inherited Holy Knight Ronian's, well, then you have the right to the Ark of Creation. The Ark of Creation can either be used as a blessing by the Holy Knight or as a curse by the Ruined Knight. It is proof of God's will that you arrived here first before the Ruined Knight. Then follow me," the prophet said, and led her somewhere. Thus a huge change occurred to the continent and the Dark War from this encounter. Several days after Ark arrived at Shangri-La. "Ah, damn, why do you have to defend this place?" "Yeah. The lord of this territory shouldn't just come and go as he pleases." The members of Dark Eden waiting on Sylvana's rampart stretched and complained. The whole continent was focused on the black obelisks and the demonic monsters that had attacked. Thanks to the martial law, sieges were forbidden, so Nagarin was currently empty. But some members of Dark Eden still remained in Sylvana. Some of the members of the coalition were still low-leveled, so Ark directioned them to hunt in the secret dungeon. Therefore the Dark Eden members helped the Meow, Raccoons, Wolrang, and Eastern Nation level up in the secret dungeon. I would rather support the supply unit. The users would rather escort NPCs for money. The users sighed as they thought about it. Kwa-wa dash. A roaring sound suddenly came from the sky and there was a huge vibration. The coalition members reflexively raised their heads and turned pale. Something huge was approaching in the sky. It was a flying object resembling a huge stingray. The enormous skyray flapping its wings and bearing a castle on its back was the aerial fortress Weigenberg. That is? Look over there, the stomach is opening.
After arriving at Sylvana, the stomach of Weigenberg was opening to the sides. Then it poured out many black objects. Bang, 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 dot. The hundreds of objects plunging into the estate were black obelisks. After the black obelisks plunged into the ground, it turned dark and demonic monsters started to crawl out. Hundreds of users riding gargoyles also flew out from Weigenberg's stomach and headed towards Sylvana. The one leading the gargoyles was a knight in black armor. Ark, no matter how you try to escape, you are still in the palm of my hand. We met unexpectedly last time, so my preparations were negligent, but this time it will be different. For the moment I will step on Sylvana. The Black Knight with cold eyes was Alan. And the users who flew after him were from Andel's Avenger Guild. Ark, come. This will be the site of our second battle. Qua 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 quang. The thousands of gargoyles started to attack Sylvana's walls. Now that the continent was covered in darkness, Alan finally started sharpening his knife of revenge. To be continued. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.